The panda cub, in order to become the leader of the Blue Star Gang, unexpectedly led a group of little brothers to raid the imperial city, boldly declaring that they were not after money but only seeking to capture the most beautiful daughter of the city's tycoons. And as their leader, you were still sleeping soundly in the zoo. This was all because not long ago, there was a global resurgence of spiritual energy, causing animals to mutate into powerful monsters. As the beloved zookeeper by the animals, overnight you gained countless loyal little followers. Therefore, when they heard that the boss's girlfriend was being confined by the family and would be offered to the demon lord in a month, these little guys were all in a panic. They took advantage of the final stage of your sprinting mutation and all slipped out of the zoo. In the pitch black night, several small figures were running around like headless flies. Did we get lost? Die too. Can't you use a phone properly? Wasn't it said that the indecent map would continue to navigate us? You're even dumber than the big black bear. What did you say? Ahoo? Believe me, I'll beat you up. Listening to the group of little brothers chattering and getting chaotic again, the panda covered his face in a headache. Fortunately, at this time, a little squirrel ran over to report that there was a fight ahead on the roadside. The panda immediately perked up and prepared to go forward to ask for directions. Seeing this, the animals who had turned into a mess followed along. Not for anything else, just for the fun of it. Sure, here is the translated text. Sure enough, not far away, there were 2 lions, each 5 meters long, lurking to surround and kill a female beast tamer. Seeing this, the swan carrying an iron pot couldn't help but drool. Hee, today we'll have lion heads for dinner. Their heads are so big, just enough to stew in one pot. Because the panda had warned everyone to conceal their beastly aura in advance, now in the eyes of the 2 lions, they only saw a fat swan resembling a plump pig, eyes sparkling as it charged towards them. This was not a proper meal delivery. Both lions roared in excitement. However, the next moment, their smiles faded. The fat swan kicked one of the lions into the air with one swift motion, then pulled out 2 kitchen knives from nowhere and leaped into action. Before the lion could react, it was already being dealt with decisively. In the disbelieving gaze of the female beast tamer, the lion's head was already caught in the big pot by the swan. On the side, the black bear, squirrel, tiger, and others rushed forward, skillfully preparing to cook the meat, skinning and bleeding it. In another direction, a panda wearing sunglasses lazily raised its paw, casually grasped the air, and unexpectedly crushed the other lion attempting to escape, then tossed the remaining head into the pot. Watching this, the swan excitedly flapped its wings, produced a pile of seasonings from who knows where, and began busying itself like a 5-star chef. This scene left the female beast tamer speechless with shock. This is getting out of hand. Whose family raised this swan? Not only can it kill the demon lion with one strike, but it can also cook. Have the monsters outside evolved to this extent? Just then, a terrifying lion roar echoed from all directions, and 7 or 8 golden male lions appeared again by the roadside. One of them even had a man with a lame leg on its head. Heavens, it's the lame leg lion lord. The female beast tamer covered her mouth in fear. In her eyes, even if that swan and panda were powerful, they would probably be no match for the situation. Plus, this lame leg lion king is a real villain. He used to be a wanted criminal, and after the global mutation, he became a dominant beast tamer in the area, often plundering other beast tamers passing through. He, little girl ahead. Why haven't you killed yourself yet? Are you waiting for me to personally turn you into barbecue? Seeing the female beast tamer looking like she was facing a formidable enemy, the lame man became even more pleased. Suddenly, a low laughter was heard. Look, someone knows we don't have enough lion heads to share, so they've come to deliver food themselves. There are still good people in this world. Oh, I'm tired of lions. I only need a bit of skin for beauty and health. Speaking was the vain peacock sister. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of freshly cut collagen with her chopsticks. The female beast tamer was stunned by this. Wait, are you guys devils for cooking monsters in front of a beast tamer? Wait, this peacock can actually speak human language. Can speak human language. At this moment, the actions of the peacock sister were also noticed by the lame man. He hadn't paid much attention to these animals until he saw the fur all over the ground and what was in the pot. This is my lion. The lame man's eyes widened, smelling the fragrant aroma, feeling greatly insulted. The 4 lions walking ahead seemed to sense the beast tamer's emotions and all leaned forward, ready to pounce. Getting angry. Is he going to attack? I'm so scared. Can someone go help? In case the girl dies, we won't be able to ask for directions. I'm busy, still eating. The timing is perfect now. I'm not going. I need to hide my strength. Masters always reveal themselves at the end. Panda brother covered his face again. These guys were really hard to deal with. After some thought, he glanced sideways, moved his ankle, and directly carried the swan, who was squatting with its butt sticking out, to the side. He didn't want to fight these lions either, it would be too cheap. At that moment, the swan was about to pick up a piece of meat when it was thrown out the next second. Enraged, it grabbed 2 black iron kitchen knives, gracefully spun 720 degrees in the air, and in one swift motion, cut all 4 lions in half. TCH, that's it. I didn't even use 20% of my strength. The swan sheathed the knives, stood with hands behind its back, and struck a pose looking up at the sky at a 35-degree angle. It makes a slurping sound. A masterful act. Looking at the 4/demonic lions, the female beast master stood frozen in place, feeling her person go numb. Chapter 5. You let him alone come to take on a group of you? Egu. Loaded up. Dry rice. Swans are just lame. They're really good. More vegetable than even the old black man. It took you this long to kill 4 magic lions? You even used your magic power. How did you get by? Black bears. Why is there something about me again? Between just words, the swan's compulsion dropped instantly. With a bunch of his best buddies laughing at him, he could only scratch his butt with an awkward smile and change back to his original form. Take the pots and pans and continue to build the meal. Another barbecue grill from somewhere. Meticulously start brushing the oil for the skewers. As for the other 4 lions, it seems that it doesn't need its outburst to be solved. And to the female imperial beastmaster's surprise, the swan killed 4 demon lions in one breath, and even started braising the lion's head directly on the spot. Form the meat into kebabs and sprinkle with chili noodles. The crippled man saw nonetheless did not react. Even the other 4 demon lions under his hand didn't move, just standing in place. One's eyes were as wide as brass bells. The body was stiff and purple. In the next moment, they fell to the ground in unison. The mold is quite bizarre. Seeing this, the female imperial beastmaster was so shocked that she almost collapsed to the ground, and could only use her sword to forcefully support her body. She couldn't understand what was happening, but she could be sure there was no more danger. And the devil fox, kneeling on the ground with its legs, its fur reddened by blood, saw the moment those devil lions fell to the ground before it finally let go of that breath in its heart. Lie down on the ground and secretly lick your wounds. Do you eat lion's head? A king cobra suddenly approached and said. She was coming from beside the 4 lions. There was a purple bow on her head. Because my sister said that purple has a lot of flavor. Sister Snake inquired in a very friendly manner. It's just a matter of turning around. The lion behind her, then, had been disintegrated into pieces of flesh and blood by the other animals, turned into food on the grill. There were also a couple of animals drooling and harumphing over the limping imperialist. The female imperial beastmaster was after seeing all of these small mountain-like lions being made into food, coupled with those villainous animals. At this moment, it was already impossible to use words to describe that shock in her heart. Holy crap, really? Another talking beast? Together with the panda, swan, and peacock. In this place alone, there are already 4 instinctive magical beasts that have appeared. Who do they really belong to? Could it be that these super powerful magical beast owners are really the same person? That can't be right. Unless he is of an unusual status and position. The female imperial beastmaster pondered carefully. Unknowingly, she looked inside the group of animals that were feasting on the lion's head, and they had even fought amongst themselves for the lion's head. And the moves are underhanded. Bear paws across the eyes and claw kicks down 3 ways. The guys were eating and grinning, and they were even more evil than the wanted man from before. No, who the hell is the villain here? And this little snake in front of me. Just now, she clearly saw that this guy just passed by those lions. As a result, the 4 lions, along with the crippled imperial beastmaster, all collapsed to the ground. That's 4 whole lions, seemingly insignificant little snakes. But it was scarier than that swan looked. Beautiful sister, eat. Your body recovers faster if you eat. Our master said that if you don't do it, you won't be sick if you eat it. The snake's sister spat at her. Suddenly, I realized that felt weird. It's really good to actively tell people they're unclean, but a big difference will do. Snakes don't have to demand too much literacy. Thanks. The female imperial beastmaster received it with her hand, appearing calm on the surface, but in actuality, her heart was already in turmoil. Sure enough, these magical beasts have an owner, or a very mysterious and powerful imperial beastmaster. It just might not be very literate. Don't worry about eating them, they're just anesthetized. The body parts are not poisoned, I promise. And after my venomous concoction, the flavor of these kebabs became numbingly delicious. It saves a lot of money on sesame oil. Seeing that the female imperial beastmaster looked a bit dazed, the snake's sister hurriedly explained, in a pitiful manner. The last sentence was something Lindsay had said. You don't believe me? Ha! I'll prove it to you. With that, The snake girl twisted her way over to the limping sentinel and brushed the tip of her nose with her snake tail. All the time. Achoo! The wanted man who was casually thrown on the ground held back for a long time, and could not help but sneeze, with a pair of eyes that looked like they were breathing fire. I died peacefully. Why are you calling me? Wow. What a scary eyeball. Ah. People are afraid. But give you dig away, I'm not afraid. Sister Snake licked her lips gently. Hiss. The man sucked in a breath of cold air at the shock, rushing to close his eyes. He tried to continue playing dead. Look. He's not dead. The snake sister laughed her ass off. Ha ha. I scared you. It's true that no man in the world is as powerful as his master. It's really so boring. Female Imperial Beast Master. Are you the devil? You can't blame them for being boring, gouging people's eyes out at the drop of a hat. Anyone would be shocked to hear you say that. She had some sympathy for the guy. However, the crippled imperialist is not going to continue to play dead on the ground to stoicism, and then not get up. If he didn't get up, the turtle next to him was drowning him with all the harumphs he was drooling. Only for some reason, the anesthetic didn't work too well on the crippled Imperial Beast Master. Quickly release me, you bunch of guys who don't know the heights of heaven. I'm a beast breeder of the Shao family of the Imperial Beast City, and I'm going to complete the mission for the Lord of the City. If you don't let me go, when my big brother arrives, he will definitely break you into pieces, make human kebabs out of all of you. See yourself behind bars. These obnoxious animals also move to eat meat, poison, and gouge out eyes. So scary. He can only use his last trick to survive, bringing out his backer to threaten to let him off the hook. After all, this Shao family of Desi City of the Dragon Kingdom was one of the 4 great families of magical beasts with a great reputation. It was only when he defected to one of the small heads of the errands under this family that he was qualified to keep 10 lions and was sent to Green Sea City on an errand. Usually people on the road, when they hear about the Shao family, they will always give some face to release them. What Shao family? What's he barking at? I don't know. Maybe old Goose is so good at cooking that he wanted to come over and share a skewer of meat too. Well, it makes sense. I smelled it on him. This guy has eaten people. Not a good thing at first sight. Why don't we just let the old turtle eat it? Old Turtle was the oldest of them, about 70 years old, but the one with the best teeth. Don't care if it's raw or cooked meat. As long as it is meat, it will be eaten as it is. And run a thief fast. According to his bragging, that the turtle, the protagonist of the tortoise and the hare race, is his ancestor, originating from Greece, and then was abducted by our ancestors in the Dragon Kingdom, and then flourished in the Dragon Kingdom. Counting on it, he'd have to be a hybrid. The black bears were eating kebabs and eating big melons next to each other, full of concern. Hey, so are you going to eat it or not? The snake girl said seductively as she rolled a few kebabs between her tails and brought them to the crippled Imperial Beastmaster. She was the youngest of the group, small and delicate, with a quirky personality, most favored by this group of animal roughnecks. Even the greedy and food-loving swan would sneak a little bit of the finished lion's head in kebabs and be the first to take them to the snake girl. It's like being a good big brother. The crippled Imperial Beastmaster was confused. You guys are some kind of Jedi, eating a magical beast I bred in front of me, and then coming over with a kebab and asking me if I'll eat it? The point is, the snake still has an innocent look on its face. What kind of supreme genius would it take to raise such a supreme magical beast? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. In the end, he was so angry that he was trembling all over. His lips were shivering, and his mouth couldn't even say anything. Then both eyes closed. It fell right out of place. I didn't do anything to you either. It's just a matter of sniffing a few skewers. So you fainted so easily? What a useless man. The snake girl spat, and touched his nose with the tip of her tail, as well as the pulse in his arm, confirmed that he was really pissed off. So Snake Girl could only lament once more. It's true. Not any man in the world will be as good as the master. And at the same time as the wanted went down, an urgent cell phone rang. Snake Girl held her cell phone up curiously. Old crippled Lee. The cell phone does not answer my call. Is it trying to take my lion to run away? Believe it or not, I'll chop you to death. Nah. I don't believe it. Panda said as he picked up the phone. The tone is exactly the same as the man's. He put his finger on top of his mouth, signaling the others to keep quiet and watch him quietly. You don't believe me? At that, the man visibly froze. It took a full 10 seconds of strong control to move. And upon hearing this, the man on the ground, who should have died of fright, suddenly moved his fingers. Panda glanced at it, full of disinterest. Yeah, I don't believe it. The panda grinned and suddenly laughed. If you have the guts, come out and fight one-on-one. Dating someone one-on-one? There's such a thing? The female Imperial Beastmaster swept a glance at the animals that were all leaping around. suddenly feeling that this seemingly naive panda also had a belly full of bad water. You call this one-on-one? He's coming over here to take on a bunch of you, isn't he? Hiss. The female Imperial Beastmaster sucked in a breath of cold air. Then if they do come, I guess their heads will be pressed against the toilet by these guys and give them a good beating. What? You're saying you want to fight me one-on-one? You little cripple Lee. How dare you call out to my brother Belt? I think you're tired of living. Good. Wait. I'll come over alone right away to chop you up. Chop you up. Chop you up. Ah. Brother Belt was a bit peeved. No problem. I'll wait for you to hack me to death. Cell phone positioning QQ sent you. Who does not come who is a dog? Hey. You wait. I'll TM. I'll get. However, before the other party could finish his words, he was hung up by the panda. So touch and go. The other guy was straight up confused. Rather like listening to a commentary in ancient times. Hear the happy place. The storyteller suddenly came to the sentence want to know what happened. Please listen to the breakdown of tomorrow's anxiety. In the words of his older brother Lindsay, it's called, Breaking a Good Chapter. Chapter 6, 100 meters / unleashed by a swan? Aren't you guys scared? The female Imperial Beastmaster asked worriedly. What if the other side comes with many people? Moreover, I think I've heard of that Shao family. It's indeed a powerful party of Imperial Beast families. Powerful magical beasts abound inside. Ever since the Beast Change disaster, some information that was kept secret by the state has leaked out. The world is not as simple as it seems. Based on the limited information she had learned, it was probably known that there had been a very long-standing Imperial Beast family in the world. Only the truth had been obscured by surface information and turned into a legend. For example, the dragon nurturing clan in the ancient times of the Dragon Kingdom. Another example is Spider-Man, the hero of Eagle Jam Nation, and Anaconda, Loch Ness Monster, King Kong, Alien, Godzilla, Jaws, etc. Even the Cthulhu literature that emerged in the West in the last century is just a masterpiece brought by the beast masters of the sea and the octopus beasts. Mystery is never far away. It's all around us. It's just that the average person never knew it. What's there to be afraid of? We can't wait to be happy. Snake Girl seemed to like female Imperial Beastmasters. Keeps walking around her. The more that come the better. Love to be fed. Better come eat truckloads of people and magical beasts. Swan said indifferently with a belch. Beauty. That Shao family you mentioned. Is the family in Desi City? Panda asked as he took a bite of bamboo. After that beast tied before, he ate too much barbecue on fire. Recently had to eat vegetarian to improve improvement. The female Imperial Beastmaster froze and said, sorry about that haha. I only know that the Shao family is one of the Dragon Kingdom's 4 great beast royal families. I don't really know where they are. Desert West City then, is in the westernmost part of the Dragon Kingdom. When I traveled there a few years ago, I did hear some legends about dragons there. Maybe there really is a royal beast family. The panda's eyes lit up. He knew he had saved the right man. The woman in front of them just happened to be their guide to take them on a trip to Moxie City. So the question continued. So do you know how we can get to Desert City in less than a month? We're in a hurry. Go to Desi City? There is very far it, even if it is in the past to drive to, but also to 60 hours. Now there is a magic beast after the well. There's no way to accurately estimate the time, because there is no guarantee that one will meet a wraith or encounter death on the way. This is both the change of the beast and the end of mankind. Except for those who have awakened the talent of the beasts, ordinary humans can only be reduced to food in the mouths of magical beasts. Comparatively speaking, she was lucky. A glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. Brother Panda nodded. Thoughtful. You guys aren't thinking of going to Desert City, are you? The female Imperial Beastmaster ruffled a hand through the broken hair in her ear. Somewhat surprised, he looked at the panda several times. What's the problem? Panda estimated the distance and time, feeling that he should grab a few cars now, but not sure whether to grab a train or a bus. The point is, he won't be able to drive after the robbery. There's no way to get a driver's license these days. It's no problem if you go. The female Imperial Beastmaster felt a moment of speechlessness. These animals don't look like ordinary guys in any way, especially the owner behind them. It's even more mysterious. It's a long way to Deseret City, though, but if it was them, it might not really be a problem. After all, one is like a pervert. By the way, what level magical beasts are you guys? Intermediate? Only an intermediate can hang a beginner. The female Imperial Beastmaster guessed. What primary? Intermediate. Big brother never said ah. Panda shook his head doubtfully. Wraith levels hey. You guys don't know? Could it be that it's wild and hasn't been exposed to information about the Dragon Kingdom? That's not too desirable. In the aftermath of the plague, as long as the magical beasts were within the heavenly level, it was reasonable to say that they could be detected by the people of the Dragon Kingdom's Imperial Beast Army, and then a notice would be issued for recruitment. I think I missed it. Now the Dragon Kingdom Royal Beast Army divided the magical beasts into 6 levels according to their strength: low level, primary level, intermediate level, high level, earth level, and heaven level. Each breakthrough level would cause the wraith's body to evolve and become a creature of a higher level. The female Imperial Beast Master felt that the possibility of missing it was high. After all, magical beasts above the heaven rank had never been discovered so far, although it was not denied that they existed. Not to dwell too much on this issue. Are you all magical beasts? She gestured to the animals that were feasting around her, but just asked and thought it was unlikely. Definitely. Before the swan could finish, the panda picked up a meat skewer and raced it into his mouth, choking and rolling his eyes. Surely not right? Her words were positive. Said a sweeping glance at the animals around him. I guess not. After all, a person's number of imperial beasts is limited, and a person who can manage 35 magical beasts at the same time simply doesn't exist in this world. The female Imperial Beastmaster thought she was in good humor. What if it does? Snake Girl asked suddenly. No way. The female Imperial Beastmaster replied, but added, feeling that the statement was inaccurate. Unless he's a god. Our master is God. Snake Girl continued to argue defiantly. No matter how much the panda hinted with his eyes, there was no way to stop it, and he was still on the verge of scolding. Swan, I'm not convinced. Panda, you treat it differently. You favor the sister madman, but if you dare to hit the snake sister I will fight with you. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Every animal stopped chewing and stared blankly at the female Imperial Beastmaster. A moment later, a sudden burst of laughter rang out. Even God can't do that. Ha ha ha. Who taught you to say such big words? It's just so funny. Ha ha ha. The crowd breathes a sigh of relief. Keep eating. Our big brother chanting. Panda laughed, stopping Snake Girl who wanted to continue arguing. Big brother? The female Imperial Beastmaster froze. This is not the ancient time. Those mountain bandits hooligans only have the name of it. That's funny. How can there be such people now? She was now really curious as to what kind of strong Imperial Beastmaster would be able to possess magical beasts of this level like swans, pandas, and king cobras. A rough guess. I'm afraid that person must be at least at the level of an intermediate royal beastmaster, or even a senior beastmaster? The female Imperial Beastmaster couldn't help but think. Suddenly, just as the group was laughing, 2 somewhat unusual auras sped from the distance, like a swift red lightning bolt. Extremely fast. A dog, and a woman. This belt brother came so fast. Well, Panda turned his head to look at a place, palms slightly open. The swan pulled a kitchen knife out of its feathers. Is that guy really going to come and fight us one-on-one? The Snake Girl spat out her letters, and highly poisonous mist filled from her side. These could be highly poisonous. When you get it, you're dead in no time. Seeing the sudden movements of the 3 magical beasts, Zhongling was filled with incredulity. Good guy. Look at this horrible situation. These magical beasts just seem to hide their strength, especially this panda. The power controlled in her palm, before it was even released, caused her to feel deep fear. It was a fear she had felt once before, but nowhere near as clear as this feeling was. Have mercy everyone, it's the captain of our Imperial Beast Squad, and the magical beast Sonic Firehound. She twisted her head nervously. The identity of the visitor was determined by the figure. Getting closer, she hurriedly opened her mouth and shouted out, fearing that the captain would be taken out by accident. Oh, so it's not Brother Belt. The panda flipped his palm over and collected his power. Luckily, I shouted early, or else I almost wouldn't have been able to retract this 100-meter-long chopper. The swan tucked the chopper back inside its feathers. Ha, looks like a little something came. The Snake Girl dispersed the poisonous gas. Instead, his eyes stayed on the Sonic Firehound, spitting out letters with an excited expression. Closer. A moment later, a large, slender, fiery red dog fell headlong to the ground, and a girl emerged from above. The look of urgency was unusual. Zhongling, is our squad all dead? Are there any survivors left? Answer me quickly. She jumped right off the back of the canine. Just see, the female captain, drifting her long blood-red hair and wearing gold round-rimmed glasses, grabbed her body and asked. But soon, she herself noticed the bodies littered around her, the lions and those of her teammates and the wraiths. Dead, Captain. They're all dead. The female Imperial Beastmaster cried as she hugged the captain's shoulder. Luckily they were the ones who saved me. The captain, however, did not hear the latter part of her sentence. It was also too late to grieve for the dead. Instead, he let go of her hand, looked around, and asked, Zhongling, do you know which Imperial Beastmaster expert was here just now? Who actually released a 100-meter-long chopper blade light and saved my life? That long and wide blade light was by no means something that an ordinary Imperial Beastmaster would be able to make a magical beast release. The sharpness of the blade alone chopped the primary Imperial Beastmaster, who had deadlocked her, in half, with her extraordinary insight. From its sound alone, the magical power was even directly comparable to that of a high-level magical beast, or even a higher Earth level. And to prevent the gang from sneaking up on them again, the female captain is on full alert, just keeping the normal animal-looking ones on ignore. Chopper knife light. Master. Swan, could she be talking about me? Captain. There is no Imperial Beastmaster here, but there is a swan chef, who can make a kitchen knife. The female Imperial Beastmaster cried and laughed, pointing at the swan. Chef is her endorsement of Swan's cooking. The flavor of the meat kebabs he makes is really one of a kind. Keep a low profile, don't worship brother. Brother is just the swan community, a legend who can use a chopper. The swan genus is really less forbidden to boast, said with a decade-old internet stunt, holding 2 kitchen knives and proudly bragging about it. He said, while posing for Miyamoto Musashi's double sword stream, which is one of his idols. Captain. Seeing her disbelief, the female Imperial Beastmaster brushed and combed the female captain's hair, smiled, and once again pointed to the swan. Just don't be skeptical. That 100-meter-long chopper blade light just now was really released by this swan, and he even saved my life. Really? I'm not lying. I swear. It's a swan? That blade light. You're saying it was chopped out by a swan? The female captain's eyes were as wide as brass bells. There was a moment of dumbfoundedness. Chapter 7 The Woman Who Rode the Dog. The female captain froze, shocked and still a little incredulous as she looked at the swan that resembled a piglet. I don't think so. This looked like an ordinary swan with an ordinary appearance. A low-level magical beast at best. Although holding 2 kitchen knives is kind of funny, but how could it be that high? It must have looked wrong at the bell ringer. Such a powerful and unrivaled chopper blade light should not appear on a swan. The captain woke up from her surprise, looked at the swan scratching its head, very eager to perform, more and more sure of what she had just thought in her heart. Ignore the swan's movements. She turned her head to look at Zhong Ling again and said, that person earlier deliberately lured me away so that another group of people could intercept you. However, that person's words about being able to abuse and kill you seem to be just nonsense. As she said that, some blood flowed out from the corner of the female captain's mouth, and her face turned a shade of green and white. Captain, are you poisoned? She hurriedly held Captain Yen Zhujuan's arm. Don't worry, I won't die for a while. Yen Zhujuan pushed aside her hand, rather standing alone than pretending to be strong. Having been sneak attacked and hit by the other party's scorpion poison, and having been bumping along the road for some time, the poison had penetrated deep into the 5 viscera, and all of it had spread out in one go. Both Sonic Firehound and I don't have much time left. Bellringer, listen to me. The neighborhood is full of them. The only way you can survive is if I can find that higher power for you who came through for me. She glanced at the Sonic Firehound, who was already foaming at the mouth, and a feeling of sadness flashed through her, followed by her eyes catching sight of the small snake below the Firehound. She still looks cute. Nice and small body too. If this little snake had awakened its magic power, it was possible to consider taking it as her magic pet, and after cultivating it, it could certainly become a major battle force in the future. But at this point, Chen Zhujuan's vision grew dimmer and dimmer, buzzing in the ears, about to watch the little snake keep swimming toward him and wonder if it's real or a hallucination. Asterisk 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 asterisk. One-on-one? Think I'm stupid? Is my belt brother that easy to fool? The inside of the lighted bar box was filled with people wearing all kinds of clothes. It's a mix of hooligans and wanted criminals, as well as the average 9-to-5 worker. Without exception, they are surrounded by magical beasts. All of them are already awakened Imperial Beastmasters. As for those ordinary people, they are simply not qualified to be accepted by this wild beast organization, and can only be left to fend for themselves outside. At this moment, this small Imperial Beasts organization was all called up and gathered inside the hall. Not just because the boss was provoked. There's another reason. There's a boss whose best friend was killed. Brother Belt, you have to avenge second brother. A dozen people at the bottom shouted, revenge, revenge. What's going on? I borrowed his demon scorpion detachment and didn't even take that down? It's true that Belt isn't reckless. He also knows how to analyze the pros and cons. For that matter, emotionally he did want to kill out and avenge his second brother. But reason told him, the person who killed the second one must not be simple. At least, that's the ability to cut someone in half with a single slash and still not be found on the trail. He didn't think he could do it. Big brother, there really isn't one. A few fellow travelers said in horror. It was run away by her riding the dog. The crowd imagined the picture. Aha! It seems like every person has had memories of being young and riding their own big wolf dog and getting dropped on their ass. Just run away. The most important thing we need to do now is to deal with the traitorly cripple. I can't swallow this breath. Take this cell phone locator with you. I won't go. Lao San will go in my place. Remember to make sure you give him a death by 1,000 cuts. Brother Belt made the arrangements and deliberately avoided the matter of avenging his dick, because he was afraid too. There's no way around it. You've got to pick the soft ones, otherwise, can't stand up in front of this group of brethren. As for the woman riding the dog, although it wasn't true that the second brother was dead, his own instinctive poisonous scorpion detachment had already entered inside the dog's stomach. She was also highly poisoned. In less than half a day, it is estimated that all the organs will be broken and die. There is no need to put it in the heart. Captain, what kind of poison are you suffering from? Zhongling held her body and asked anxiously. It's okay, I don't matter. Go find that high man. Only he can get you out. Chen Zhujun knew he was going to die. The scorpion's poison had already begun to turn inside her body and could not be suppressed. Without her, the only person who could go to Green Sea City to complete the mission was now left with Zhongling. You've been poisoned by a scorpion? I think it's a colorful scorpion with a missing left chevron, right? Snake Girl drooled. The serpent's tail kept swaying from side to side, and his eyes looked from time to time at the sonic firehound that had fallen to the ground. Within the vertical pupil, there was a vague reflection of a scorpion, holding up a bar of right AO and constantly shivering. At those words, Chen Zhujun was slightly surprised. For one thing, he didn't realize that the small cobra in front of him had long since become someone else's native magical beast. Secondly, she didn't expect that the poison she was suffering from, as well as the source of the poison, was seen through by a small snake at a glance, because the other broken scorpion AO was eaten by her. The snake girl hemmed and hawed. Captain, you hold on. Zhongling's heart was dirty and her brows furrowed. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I die. You have to live well and hurry to find out the truth about the beast tied in Green Sea City. This matter is really important. Oh, Captain, don't say anything stupid. Zhongling cried like a pear. There's a way. There must be a way to save your life. By the way, that high-ranking person is here. Facing Zhongling's pleading gaze, the swan froze and stated that he really didn't know how to heal people. Instead, it pointed a finger at Snake Sister. You have a cure for the poison? Zhongling's eyes looked pleadingly at the Snake Sister. Zhongling, stop wasting time for me. It was just a cobra. Even if she was a magical beast, how could she detoxify the scorpion? I naturally don't know how to cure the poison, but my master does. He left me a lot of antidotes, and as many as you want. However, without waiting for Snake Sister to continue speaking, Panda smirked and suddenly inserted himself between the two. This beautiful young lady, as long as you promise to take us to Desert West City, I'll let Snake Sister help you save her right away. A good deal, right? At the time when she would be fainting, Chen Zhujun was shocked that the panda was also a native magical beast at the same time, but she naturally didn't believe that the master behind this what's-it Snake Sister was able to detoxify the demonic scorpion poison on her body. Not even a glimmer is hope. Still, Zhongling agreed, and Pearly reached for a black charcoal-like antidote from the Snake Sister's tail, pouring it into the captain's mouth as soon as she could. Actually, she didn't know if it worked or not. After all, the antidote is shaped. It's just too much like a freshly baked goat dung egg. If there was but a little bit of strength in his body, Chen Zhujun would definitely spit it right out of his mouth. Then go to the hospital and fine your stomach 3 times, because even it tastes like goat poop eggs. With her eyes vaguely blurred, Chen Zhujun seemed to still see a rock sheep, smiling at her from a short distance away. However, even if it was hard to bear, she had already swallowed the sheep's dung egg. Originally she had lost any hope, but, the moment she swallowed the sheep's dung egg, a refreshing breath, directly from the stomach, it assaulted all her organs, and her face, too, became frozen in that instant. Ecstatic shock swept over every cell of expression on her face like a blistering storm. The whole thing was frozen in place. Chapter 8 scared the dogs out of their wits. This goat egg. Surprisingly, it actually worked. Consciousness gradually returned, and vision cleared. The medicinal power was as clear and cool as a stream, spreading from the fingertip cloth to all parts of the body. It was as if all the exhaustion had been washed away. I do feel better all over. Having just resumed walking normally, Chen Zhujun couldn't care less about his body and hurriedly looked towards the distance. Next moment, a fire shadow came to her with a whoosh and happily licked her cheek with its tongue. It was as if he wanted to spit all over her. It was that sonic fire dog. Ha ha ha. What a silly dog. More stupid than old goose and black swan. I'll ing fight you guys. Black bear. Copping a beating. You all. Ha ha ha. I surrender. I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Brother Panda, come and take charge. Killing people here. I'm really convinced. Eating the feces of an old rock goat. And you're still happy about it? It's disgusting. Maybe that's all people are good for. The group of animals all burst out laughing. However, Chen Zhujun, Zhongling and that sonic fire dog naturally couldn't understand what they were saying. They were each communicating in the language of the beast. 2 men and a dog, just happy with the aftermath of the robbery and curious about the owners of these magical beasts. Someone who could possess an antidote that could restrain the 5 poisons and harness 4, or even more, magical beasts at the same time. By no means are they idle. Our master is awesome. He's definitely the kindest, gentlest, and most handsome man in the whole world, Snake Girl said with golden stars in her eyes. He's the god inside the world of Warcraft. Chen Zhujun cried and laughed a little, not so recognizable for this compliment. Although it is not false to know that the Snake Sister's mysterious master is very powerful, but it is not so powerful. God, that is only in the legend. Still, she expressed her gratitude to the Snake Girl and didn't take the comment to heart. Thank you, little Snake Sister. That scorpion was just hiding in the stomach of the wind-speed fire dog. It should be hard for you to get it out, right? Snake Girl didn't care about her attitude either. How can a mortal possibly glimpse the posture of a god? Flesh-eyed mortals can't even look up. But she, clearly, was able to sense a place in Green Sea City that made her feel deeply intimidated. No, it's not awe either. It should be said that a mortal stood at the feet of a god and looked up. The endless light and majesty made her feel deeply that she was as small as dust. Even the soul trembled before this vast divine might. And that's where Lindsay evolved. No, I just told it that if you didn't come out, I'd drill in and gouge out your eyes and then dismember you and roast you alive for dinner. And then it came out good, Snake Girl said gently. It actually does just make it easy. This scorpion was originally a doll that Lindsay found for her when she was born to cheer her up. A magical beast that evolved because it ate a human. Dolls are always missing arms and legs, so it makes sense that they would be roasted and eaten. Then by accident he escaped. I never imagined that it would become someone else's own magical beast. That's okay? Both Chen Zhujun and Zhongling were speechless. Being scared and it comes out? This scorpion with a broken arm, and a junior magical beast, was how afraid it had to be of this little snake. However, it does seem a bit harsh to gouge someone's eyes out without moving, let alone roasting a scorpion alive. Even the girls drooled, Bushy, when they heard it, was feeling too brutal. By the way, my name is Chen Zhujun, and her name is Zhongling. I apologize for only telling you my name now, for fear that you were sent by the enemy. But Chen Zhujun didn't have the slightest intention of apologizing. Going out, especially in the cruel age of doom after the global beast change, facing such a group of unknown origin and extremely powerful native demonic beasts, it's impossible not to treat it with care. But now she could be sure. These animals and magical beasts shouldn't be those of the magical beast families. They were probably some wild evolved magical beasts, and just so happened to be taken in by their owner. But to her surprise, after hearing their words, Snake Sister actually had an apologetic look on her face as well. I'm sorry too. In fact, I didn't turn around you before because I liked you. It's to poison you, Snake Sister said apologetically as she looked at Zhongling. Zhongling, I don't seem to have messed with you, right? What are you poisoning me for? Because I suspect that you are an undercover agent. Snake's sister lowered her head, her snake tail drawing circles on the ground. I suspect that you're so pretty that you're purposely undercover with us, to wait for an opportunity to seduce our master. I'm really sorry, huh? Misunderstood you. Actually, you're not that bright. It's just that it's a little bigger there. I'll have it later. Snake's sister handed a goat dung egg to Zhongling. Somewhat enviously, he looked at her upper body. Zhongling's face was suddenly red, but it was hard to. This time she also had to take a pill of antidote. Rock Goat Monkler saw the Snake sister's action from a distance, and her melon-eating expression immediately changed. Clam? Holy, this little ninny is toxic. This is TM I just pulled out all. Worried about seducing your master? Do you really think your master is a god? A woman has to like him? If he's so powerful, why don't you marry the princess in the Wraith family? Chen Zhujun froze, somewhat struggling to understand the snake's brain circuits, and was just about to say something for Zhongling when she realized that the snake sister was looking at her again. Suddenly, a bad feeling came over me. I'm really sorry, big head sister. What I fed you just now was not only the antidote, but also the poison. I don't have a lot of trust in you either. Hiss. Feeding me poison too? Chen Zhujun sucked in a breath of cool air. This little snake. It's really something. One must know that although ordinary benthic magical beasts could speak, they only had words to learn from their masters and were only able to use simple conversational greetings. There is no way to have the ability to think independently. Only between those high-ranking imperial beast masters and magical beasts could a special tacit understanding be formed. Can communicate with people without barriers. And this little snake either belonged to a high-ranked magical beast or its own bloodline was high enough. Chen Zhujun prefers the latter. Thus, I couldn't help but envy the owner of this little snake even more. thinking how nice it would be if it could belong to her. That way, in the future, one might be able to cultivate an earth-ranked, or even heaven-ranked magical beast. But what the hell is she calling me big head sister for? My head doesn't look too big. Is it the poisoning that's giving the head so much excitement? A few moments later, Chen Zhujun, in a ravishing and angry state of mind, took another red sheep's dung egg, this time savoring it even more carefully. Why does it smell like cumin powder? Is it that good? The rock goat looked at the pile behind him and fell silent, sneaking a hoof cover in the process. And the other side, after feeding Chen Zhujun the red antidote, then the snake girl came back to the dog. Meaning, self-explanatory. Instantly, Sonic Firehound winced. Dog, haha, you don't even want to let me go, do you? I'm already a dog. I didn't realize that you're even more of a dog than me. Hee, if you don't eat it, you'll gouge your eyes out, Snake Girl threatened. No way. In order to survive, Sonic Firehound decisively chose to eat. After all, this thing, how did you find it kinda tasty? How about a couple more? However, what is worse than being unknowingly poisoned is that the swan's over. They are actually preparing to roast a half-meter-long magic scorpion? Moreover, this was clearly the same one-armed demon scorpion that was hiding inside the Sonic Fire Dog before. A board that is professional to the core. Hold it down. A chopper shot. And then, the scorpions are broken down and cured for a while. Then the coals are raised and the fire is extinguished, leaving a residual heat. Then grill small. Brush with oil and sprinkle with chili pepper. About an eighth of the way through, sprinkle with sesame oil salt. The swan by the way first eat a scorpion claw. Taste the salty. Cook does not steal. The grains are not harvested well. No, such a strong primary demonic scorpion, one that almost killed her even as a mere doppelganger, was roasted so easily? This is too magical, isn't it? This scene scared the dogs from barking. Chen Zhujun also feel the whole person is confused. I don't know. At this moment inside the bar holding two beautiful women needing belt brother, is even more shocked. The bilocation of the intrinsic magical beast poison scorpion was killed. Next moment, the air was stuffy. The backlash damage, like a heavy punch, slammed into his chest again like a cannonball. He only felt that his internal organs had shifted. A rush of blood to the throat. Wow. Spit out large swaths of crimson blood. Chapter 9 Beast God? It's no big deal. 4. Why is that? Inside the bar booth, I saw Brother Belt roll over and spit out a large pool of blood with a wow sound. The blood seemed to have fragments of internal organs in it, which was unbearable to look at. Two women with snow-white thighs exposed and thinly clothed were shivering with fear at the scene. Soon, a scorpion with a broken left AO crawled out of his chest, revealing a look of fear. My detachment has been broken. It's them, those scorpion-eating devils. Run now. What amazed Brother Belt was, after being decapitated by someone in the demon scorpion bilocation, its first reaction, instead of going for revenge, was to run. Run now. Immediately. Right away. One must know that this was a primary magical beast, an existence that could even be almost invincible at the same level. An imperial beastmaster basically dies when touched by it. When ordinary magical beasts faced it, even if their level was higher than it and their magical power was stronger than it would be difficult to help this vicious, powerful and poisonous demonic scorpion. But now, it seems to be running away? Just what kind of enemy had it encountered that was so capable of forcing it to this point? When the native magical beast is injured, the master will suffer a certain amount of backlash. One glory for all. One loss for all. But it's worse than getting hurt yourself. Once the benevolent demonic scorpion left, he would lose the ability to complete the tasks assigned by the Shao family. And in the future, he would be completely reduced to an ordinary person, to be bullied by others. No, I will never allow this to happen from me again. Never. Belt's eyes were red, and he clenched his fists so tightly that his bones were white. Back in the day, in the beginning, it was because he was an ordinary person that he was bullied by those imperial beastmasters who had teamed up to bully him. It's what gets you robbed of your girlfriend. It's what got his girlfriend bullied to death by a group of men in front of him, and she died without resting in peace. The bodies were thrown casually to wild dogs. She just watched him then. Desperate? Helplessness? The heart is as good as dead. Or, is it anger? From that moment on, he changed. Brother Belt swore that he must go for revenge. Must live. Must become a human being. Because, this is ing Armageddon. This is ing humanity. This is naked hell on earth. And then, his anger attracted the demon scorpion, relying on this extremely powerful beast, with toxins, cleansed this bar of everyone, and he became the boss of the place. Yet, now the scorpion is going? His backer is going away. How can it go? Demon scorpion, you You can't leave. If you leave, I'll die. I'll really die. Crazy thoughts pervaded Ban's mind. His face was pale, his lips bloodless. The bloodstained feet gradually approached the demon scorpion. What do you want? I'm your own magical beast, and I'm covered in poison. Devil Scorpion panicked. Its bilocation was decapitated, its vitality was greatly injured, and all of its magical power was depleted, so it even struggled to run away, only to be slaughtered by Brother Belt. Immediately afterward, a large hand grabbed it. Then, with scarlet eyes open and enduring the highly poisonous tailhook, he took a bite into his mouth. Chewing, hissy, this roasted scorpion smells so good. The old goose is as good as ever. It's a shame people aren't going to treat us. Harlequin drooled down the mouths of a group of animals. They gathered to play mahjong, their eyes glancing from time to time at the panda, and the two women. As for the two women, eating with their mouths full of oil has no image at all, and there's nothing to see. Wow, it's really good. Wow, what superb swordplay. Shin Jujuan's occupation before the calamity was a doctor, plus some obsessive-compulsive disorder. As long as he ate solid things, he had to use the scalpel he carried with him to cut the food in sections before he could do so. The one who marveled at the deliciousness of the food was Bellwether. She is an early childhood teacher by trade. The most common thing I used to do was to boast. When confronted with this food, her first reaction was also to praise it. Teacher's occupational disease? No way. Jujun's sister, your sword skill is really good looking. How to practice? Can teach me not. I want to learn. Hey, old goose, your barbecuing skills are also good. It feels even better than those hotel chefs. Also, you always say you learned from your big brother. What did your big brother used to do? Through a period of contact, Zhongling also completely reveals her foodie and cute nature. Totally a cute girl. You ask our big brother? It's confidential. Swan crossed his legs. Not a word about anything related to Lin Shi. This is what Brother Panda told them. Joke. Do not look at the big brother usually kind eyebrows. Really, if angry, that is a person. Can blood slaughter thousands of magical beasts of existence? Who dares to really mess with him? Unless it's not to die. How petty. Zhongling bristled, turning his gaze away again. Chen Jujun slowly made artwork on the table, arranging the finished roasted scorpions one by one. Another full one-armed scorpion was put together. Her words were few. Most of the time it's silent. Even the frown was some vague concern. Several of you, although you did save my life and Zhongling's life, I still can't agree to let Zhongling take you to Moshi City first, Chen Jujun said. I'm really sorry. She spoke with unusual firmness. The atmosphere changed abruptly at that moment. What the hell? How dare you go back on your word? However, Swan and Snake Sister were just about to argue with her, but were stopped by Panda holding out an arm. The panda shook his head and looked to Chen Jujun. Alas, I won't hide it from you. Zhongling and I are both affiliated with the official Imperial Beast Squad of the Dragon Kingdom. Our mission is to go and investigate the root cause of the massive beast wave that wiped out Green Sea City some time ago. In order to deal with the impending beast god crisis, humanity must unite all the forces it can, which is important for the entire human race. Chen Jujun stroked the sonic fire dog beside him. It couldn't speak and only barked. Looked not too bright. After saying this, at that, the group of animals all went quiet. You look at me. I look at you. The atmosphere becomes more and more weird and abnormal. Even mahjong is not played. Ha ha. So that's how it is. I didn't realize we were so famous. It looks like we've become a legend in some people's mouths, and are being given special attention. The wraiths grinned oddly. Actually, right. The root of that beast tide that you guys said could be wiped out in Green Sea City is in Desert West City. This I can guarantee. As long as you guys get us to Deseret City. It's actually pretty negotiable as far as your little thing goes. Whenever people can help. Big deal. Just help her, the beast god. A beast god? It's no big deal. This was backwards and made the panda cry a little. Thought it was something amazing. It's a mess. These two women risked their lives for the purpose of coming here to investigate them all. More specifically, trying to investigate Big Brother. Chapter 10, The No. One hitting field in the national service. Applying for battle. The root of the beast tide. In Moshi City? Upon hearing the panda's statement, Chen Jujun and Zhongling all froze. Are you sure? Everyone knew that the entire Dragon Kingdom separated Green Sea City and Moxie City. If this sentence was a lie, it was simply too good to be broken up by them. Believe it or not. Ah, the panda thought this in his heart, but on his mouth he had to be polite and looked at Chen Jujun. 1,000 times true. It's hard for me to explain this one to you, but it's true. That beast tide in Green Sea City, I saw with my own eyes. A man, holding a rui stick. A stick killed thousands of magical beasts, another stick, killed thousands of magical beasts, and finally 10,000 sticks came out. and took out tens of thousands of huge beast tides at once, Panda said in a clinical and present manner. The second half of is indeed fake. This first part, however, is really devoid of any fictionalization and really couldn't be more true. Finally, the man looked up to the sky and laughed and said I was going to Desert City to meet some old friends. Made it up more or less awkwardly. But 5 points true and 5 points false things are most likely to deceive people. And because the panda really will be the day of the beast tide that majestic scene to the details, there was also no way that Shinju-jun had to believe it. Is this person a man or a woman? Bellwether asked. 24K pure man. How strong? It's about 3 or 4 stories high. Panda held his hand in the air and gestured. It's like telling a story. Bluffed the two silly women. That's supposed to be true. I can see that he really wasn't lying. Then it's settled. I'll take you guys to Desert West City, and you help find the person who ended the beast tide in Green Sea City. Zhongling said very cheerfully. It's a deal. It's a deal. Brother Panda agreed very readily. Hey, lying is not my specialty, but cheating it is. And it's not exactly cheating, is it? Although Big Brother is not in Moshi City, sister-in-law is. Moreover, the word sister-in-law sounds more powerful than Big Brother. There is a sister-in-law before there is a Big Brother, right? Cell phone location shows it's right here. The panda was secretly pleased with himself. Just then a low voice suddenly rang in his ears. A puff of smoke appeared around them, only to see that more than 24 people, along with magical beasts of various forms, had surrounded them all. It's gradually coming this way. This is, bring brother man? This. No, we agreed to fight one-on-one, but it turns out that this guy also sent a group of people. Nah, what a lack of martial virtues. The panda skimmed regretfully. Alas, the idea of letting brother band alone single out a group of magical beasts fell through. The prank didn't work though. However, it's a commendable effort to bring in so much food for free, and it's kind of heartfelt on the part of the band. This is now. Later on, the goose will be busy. I knew that you guys would definitely catch up. Shinju-jun summoned Sonic Firedog and stood at the front, ready to fight these guys. Zhongling also drew the long sword at her waist. The devil fox stretched out its 2 large tails and stared unkindly at this ferocious group of people. There was no doubt that they smelled particularly bad of blood, and all of them were more or less stained with human life. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they see each other. In an instant, Sonic Firehound led Shinju-jun to kill him, completely without a hint of hesitation. As for the panda, swan, snake sister and a bunch of other animals, again, people are subconsciously ignored. Although I didn't see Whirly Cripple, who provoked my big brother, was, if I can bring these 2 women back to give them to brother band, it will also be a great achievement. Zhu Laosan secretly thought. Woman, you've already been poisoned by our second brother's demon scorpion poison, and it's probably already inside your 5 viscera. The more you use your magic, the faster you die. Let me end your life once and for all. A man wearing a black cloak with a grim gaze laughed out loud, and with a flaming lion at his side, he fiercely charged straight at Shinju-jun. However, what he didn't expect was for this woman who should have been poisoned to have her aura not weakened in the slightest. It's even pulling up. Next moment, a lightning bolt of fire surged up. The cloaked man was shocked. Though lions may seem to be more powerful than dogs, but every mutated beast has special attributes: poison, speed, strength, fire, etc. Sonic Firedogs were dual attribute magical beasts of speed and flame, and their combat power was not comparable to ordinary magical beasts. At this moment, he was the one who suffered the loss of speed. Just a moment of collision. Pust. The cloaked man had then collapsed, and along with him, there was the flaming lion. Blood spilled out in all directions. The poison in your body has unexpectedly disappeared. Lao San's face was grim, looking at the imposing Shinju-jun. Angry and scared. Gave you guys face. Last time, I was accidentally injured by a poisonous scorpion, and this is why the tiger was bullied by the dog. I'm going to kill all of you this time. Shinju-jun said with bravado. That's impossible. Boss's poisonous scorpion. Unless one encounters a high-level magical beast, it's absolutely difficult to tackle it, let alone clean up the toxin. High-level magical beasts? Sniffed. Shinju-jun realized that it had been her who had underestimated that group of magical beasts and the masters behind them. Did their owner is the god who put an end to the beast tide in Greenhaven? No, definitely not. Just having this thought, the frightened Shinju-jun hurriedly vetoed it. This speculation is a bit too egregious. Credibility is essentially zero. There are many tall people in the world, and you are a person who is a bit short-sighted. Today, I'm afraid that it's even harder for you to think that you'll die tragically at my hands. Shinju-jun said. He, crazy right you. You've only killed my little brother and a lion. Only, you're afraid that you still don't know. Your grandpa Zhu sans my methods. Zhu Laosan snorted coldly. Suddenly, a huge earthworm burrowed out of the earth and instantly surrounded Laosan. The earth dragon turns over. The oldest burst out, only to see that this earthworm, or rather the earth dragon after it had already finished evolving, was actually covered in earth-colored dragon scales around itself in an instant. No matter how much Sonic Firehound pounded, none of them can penetrate this dragon scale protection. It only makes a clanking noise. And just as they were fighting on their side, Swan was already boiling water and preparing coals. The rest of the animals start ordering. I'm going to have braised lion's head. Remember to make it medium rare and eat only collagen to save weight. I'd like some sub-grilled octopus whiskers. Give me an order of fried spicy chicken. I'll have the geoduck meat. Just that one. The crowd followed the curly-haired baboon's gaze and saw a somewhat ridiculously fat earthworm burrowing out of the dirt. So tender it was practically watery. It just doesn't look that good. Fierce and vicious. Not a benign magical beast at first glance. I want to eat. I want some too. The usual rules apply. Whoever wins. However, just as they were arguing, in the distance, where Qinjujun and Zhongling were fighting in a joint battle, neither of them could break through the dragon scale defense. Though lol, only a curly-haired baboon fell from the sky, holding a dazzling gold iron rod. Mighty, the body of the wind until the huge more than a few feet. The mouth droned. Don't even grab it. This earth dragon. It's mine now. The no. One hitter in the national service. Applying to fight. Chapter 11, Old Goose, in 3 moves. I will take your life. A bit of spiritual light penetrates into the Taishu, and his heart is high enough to be the sage of Qi Tianshang. He wears a golden lock on his body, and his rod shocks the sky and swings the tide of demons. Curly baboon. The no. One monkey and no. One hitter in the national service. Applies to fight. With this rousing voice. Rumble. The sky is changing and the wind is rising. A huge iron rod swung and fell from the sky, plunging slowly and heavily into the earth. A big and strong monkey, but flexible winding on top of the iron bar, issued a squeak call, excitedly looking toward the ground dragon. With this body of magic, it had only used 10% of its strength, but it was enough to take everyone by surprise. This is the legendary Dharma Heaven and Earth, the ultimate evolution of a magical beast? Holy, how could there be such a powerful magical beast here? It's hard not to be able to do so. The oldest 3 was stunned. It's hard to believe that this is a trap. Was it a deliberate attempt to trick them into coming with Cripple Lee's words? Designed to target Brother Belt being blocked by himself? It's bad. I'd become a Belt Brother stand-in. However, just as he was about to run, he saw the monkey, who suddenly looked like a deflated ball. A few breaths later, it dried up in an instant, turned into a regular monkey again. Crowd? Turning his head to look. Smoke flew up. The monkey had disappeared, only to find a panda grinning, standing behind the monkey and kicking it back, and reached out to indicate for them to continue in just that moment to pretend they never saw the monkey. What a bore. This one. All are troublemakers. I'll beat you, monkey. Enjoying showing off your skills? Have you forgotten what I told you before you came out? Old goose dish. Pretend also pretend. You monkey do not know low profile you. Old goose, you can't diss me less. Panda kicked the curly-haired baboon straight to the side as if he were beating his son, and spoke in a dignified manner. A few of the other ones were so scared that they didn't quite dare to say anything. One stood with his head down. What are you still standing here for? You can't even control your legs with food? No. Is such a loser worth your efforts? Do what you have to do. Leave this matter to the old goose. Wait until we get to Moshi City and you guys will have a fight on your hands. If you strike now, let's see what you'll do when people figure out your background and study your abilities. Brother Panda is awesome. Brother Panda is so awesome. Brother Panda's daily foresight. Brother Panda is simply a clear soup grandpa. The wraith next to him watched to see what was going on. One shouted, cheering Panda on, exasperating Brother Panda with a black eye in both of his eyes. Phew, that's a 3-second reel, man? It's almost like bringing a brother. It's all thunder and no rain, and it's over before it even starts. It's fine to use it to scare people, but with this kind of strength, it can't scare me. Zhu Laosan. Why does it feel like saying I'm not human? Still, Zhu Laosan was relieved. It turned out that the monkey was just in vain, transforming for 3 seconds and immediately revealing his original form. It's simply weaker than a bandwagon on drugs. But he, Zhu Laosan, is a man who holds grudges, and since this monkey just tried to come over and act like a big head, then he wouldn't spare the beast. When you catch it, you drink monkey brains directly, with a bunch of minions underneath and the earth dragon. Taking down this monkey was a breeze. By the way, get all those animals. Go back in the evening for a big meal, especially that big fat goose. Fat as a little pig. Made into a dish must be fat and oily. But, why are these guys looking at me and drooling? Naya,
The harumps are all over the floor. Chen Jujun couldn't help but worry from the sidelines. Originally, this monkey's aura was truly amazing, but I didn't expect it. This monkey's phantom was only an illusion, and its combat power was not yet comparable to this sonic fire dog of hers. Rushing out at this time. Already the other side is holding a grudge. If he hadn't just left, I'm afraid that he would have been crushed to pieces by a single charge from this earth dragon. Sure enough, these magical beasts are just a false appearance, and they don't have strong combat strength at all. Zhongling, you'll first have the demon fox create a piece of illusory realm later to protect these demonic beasts. After I finish cleaning up this earth dragon, I'll go back to help you guys. Chen Jujun shouted with a frown. At the same time, a fireball coalesced in his hand. The Imperial Beast Master and the Magical Beast sign a contract, and with one honor, they can obtain part of the Magical Beast's ability. Ha, you're asking me to protect them? Zhongling swept a glance at the Magical Beasts chattering nearby, feeling that it was more like the other way around. It's not certain who protects who. Still, she did as she was told. Using the Magic Fox's illusionary ability, a white barrier was set up nearby. If anything, cautiously deal with the upcoming offense. I'm sure it is. These two were protecting these animals, and sure enough, they were just some losers to worry about. After confirming that the monkey was not a threat, Zhu Laosan completely lost his doubts. A wave of the hand. The minions behind them each brought their bred magical beasts and rushed towards Zhongling, who had released the illusion. The magic lines on each head were brightly illuminated, and Chen Jujun also collided with Laosan again, with Earth Dragon and Sonic Fire Dog following their respective advantages. There was a back and forth battle a few times. It's hard to tell the difference between a winner and a loser for a while. However, over time, it was bound to be the Earth Dragon that had the advantage in defense and strength that was more powerful. It was only a matter of time before Chen Jujun fell. Things aren't looking good for Bellringer either. The magic fox itself was weak in combat, and the illusion was only a iffy thing, which was fine against ordinary people, but difficult against Imperial Beast Masters. The eye is about to fall. However, just as the group of demonic beasts broke the Bell Spirit illusion realm and were about to completely kill the demonic fox, a kitchen knife, but suddenly flew out from a distance. The sharp blade in the sunlight refracted a biting knife light, straight to the eyes of the people, dramatically painful. Instantaneous. The blade plunged straight into the front of the demon fox, 3 inches into the ground. The beast stops. Blood flowed on the ground as the leopard with the word Shao written on its forehead was chopped into 2. The rest of the magical beasts were frightened and no longer dared to move forward. Wahaha, cough cough cough. Carrying an iron pot around the world. Anyone who comes will stew it. You and the rest of the crowd are merely relying on a tiny earth dragon. And you dare to act recklessly in front of this father? In 3 moves, I will take your lives. The swan finished with a single word, and his figure also stepped out from the shattered illusion, the chopper in his hand spinning continuously. Pushy. And on top of that kitchen knife, the knife was not stained with blood, but there was a drop of bright red blood slowly dripping down. It was horrible. Then the swan swung the chopper again. His knife was as fast as the wind. The light of the blade flashed by, leaving behind only an icy residual shadow. Killing intent suddenly appeared. Suddenly, the crowd only saw that the tail of the huge-bodied earth dragon in the distance had broken off. It was about a meter long. Just put it at the swan's feet. Next moment, the earth dragon let out a cry of pain and rolled on the ground, no longer having the strength to fight against the sonic fire dog. But the word Shao kept flashing on its head. The section of geoduck tail was then kicked by Swan to the front of the grill and split into 8 neat sections. Each section was sprinkled with a different seasoning. Swan began to operate in an organized manner. Soon the smell of roasting meat bubbled up. Wow, that smells good. Earth Dragon roasted meat is simply delicious. Not bad, not bad. The old goose's cooking skills are getting better and better. It's just that the pussy is a bit loaded. Delicious is delicious. Just feel a little bit not enough to eat. Swan smiled evilly. After saying that, he took a step out. The crowd then felt a chill, only to see the swan crooked its beak, carrying 2 kitchen knives, and looking again at the geoduck that was rolling on the ground, with golden stars coming out of its 2 eyes. Instead, demonic whispers continued to emanate from his mouth. Hey, hey, soul juice, pour it on. One may not understand the words, but after hearing these words, the earth dragon woke up straight away, and in a mischievous manner, jerked upright. Earth dragon, don't come any closer. Don't whisper to me. The oldest and his minions were also confused. The damn fat goose. Eat? The magical beast earth dragon was eaten by them? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This swan is the unlucky magical beast raised by whoever's family. It's also too damn ferocious. What a cut in 8 pieces. Chopped and marinated raw. Braised soy sauce. Marinated meat stewed in hot pot. Egg Dylan. Listen to the old goose talking to himself. Zhongling and Chen Zhujun, among others, were all filled with speechlessness as well. Chapter 12. Please, be human. This blade light is so sharp and cold. It seems like it's really that high person. Is he the one who saved my life? After being speechless, Chen Zhujun was filled with shock. After this cut, the previous skepticism of the swan was no longer there, but turned into deep admiration and awe. This horrible strength. With him here, what is this earthworm? It's just meat on the chopping block. Chen Zhujun seemed to understand something. It's no wonder none of the animals panicked. With such a powerful bodyguard, one could walk sideways here. Not to mention the earth dragon, a small beginner magical beast. Even if there were 10 or 8 more, it wouldn't be enough for it to kill alone. Moreover, it was now displaying this compulsion, this vigor, which was indeed something only an expert could have. I did misunderstand it before. I also wonder if people will blame themselves for having eyes to see, if they will never ignore her again, or even, if they will drive her away. Chen Zhujun thought with silent worry. The moment, she suddenly regretted her dictum a little, and couldn't help but look at Swan with apologetic eyes. But the old goose couldn't be bothered to think about that. Its eyes are now full of that meaty geoduck, and it's thinking about what would make a good dish. A section of red meat, a section of raw marinade, a section of brisket, and soul juice. Poor too. Zhu Laosan stood in place, and every time that Swan stepped, it caused his heart and soul to tremble. This guy, he's so off too. But there's another party that's not right. At the same time, those magical beasts with the word Shao written on their foreheads suddenly emitted golden light all over their bodies. After that cut, the earth dragon was going to escape, but just as that golden light emerged, he realized that he could no longer dominate his body. The other dozen or so magical beasts were the same. Even Zhu Laosan didn't know what was happening. However, he could feel that these magical beasts were bursting with astonishing energy within their bodies. The energy made even he feel the fear of the unknown, a fate that was no longer in his hands. And Kong, be careful. This is a unique means for the magical beast families to raise magical beasts. It will explode when it's lit up. Chen Zhujun shouted in terror. She'd read about it in the profile. This means of raising magical beasts is the root of the magical beast family to be able to establish a family. And legend has it that this pattern hides the untold secrets of the magical beast family. It also has all sorts of magical and wonderful uses. This technique of confusing the magic pattern energy and causing it to explode was one of them. Its power was so great that once struck by it, it was enough to make even intermediate-level magical beasts drink in it. The benefactor he spoke of was, naturally, Old Goose. However, other than her and Zhongling, as well as Zhu Laosan's gang, there really wasn't anyone in a hurry. People are calling you Youngjio. What's wrong with calling Old Goose eunuch? It's all trivial. It's the self-detonation of the magic pattern that's the most terrifying. Grandma, how can there be such a vicious evil art in the world? I'm really convinced. I kinda hate this evil magic too. Yeah, blow up all the magical beasts. Then what the hell are we going to eat? No, it can't be like this. Old Goose, what are you doing for food? Get on. The brothers are waiting for your shortcuts and roasts. Go Goose, punch. Old Goose, you guys just bully me. But there's nothing to be done about it. Who had just pulled all the stops on their own pussy. If he couldn't kill him in 3 moves and couldn't fulfill his promise, then wouldn't he let people look down on him? Besides, wasting food is shameful. All who waste food should go to hell and be taught a lesson by his Old Goose, including this wretched fellow who triggered the Shao magic pattern and attempted to destroy the flesh of these magical beasts. Later, chop, and eat it. Let him still dare to disrespect food. And just then, 2 kitchen knives, suddenly spinning and flying out. The target was pointed directly at the dozen or so magical beasts that were about to explode. A flash of cold light, as fast as lightning, and even faster than those 2 knives, is the speed with which those buddies grabbed their food. In a few sucks. Then he grabbed all the blood and flesh of these killed magical beasts and took them to the fire charcoal rack to start cooking. As for the flashing Shao magic pattern, floating in the air about to explode, instead, Panda grabbed it, rubbed it, and turned it into a mattress tucked under his ass. At once, darkness descended. After a few flickers of reluctance, the magic pattern helplessly gave up its struggle, and there seemed to be a soft eek, somewhat incredulous at its situation. Brother Panda hid deep unnoticed, and that amazing operation of the Old Goose just now directly stunned everyone. Everyone was looking at that swan with their eyes stunned. For a while, some people recalled through the scene the fear caused by the 100 meters of blade light earlier. The sword came out like a dragon, and its speed was like the wind. *******. The man who killed Ergo. That's him. It's him, this fat swan. The tall man that even Brother Belt doesn't dare to mess with so easily. Zhu Laosan sat on his butt, and he clearly realized that the crippled Li who was on the ground pretending to be dead while there was chaos on this side, has taken the opportunity to sneak away. If he's gone, he's gone. Man, don't look at it. Want some barbecue? 3 cuts have been made. The battle was over, and the swan closed his sword and stood. 2 large skewers of grilled meat were held in his hands. Don't say it. It really smells good. Nope. This is the meat roasted by my earth dragon. It can damn well not smell good. Don't eat. Zhu Laosan said firmly. No barbecue? I guess I don't like it. I didn't realize you were quite a picky eater. So do you eat meatloaf? It's also geoduck meat. Snake Girl circled a meatloaf that had just been branded by the panda with the tip of her tail and smiled as she approached. Zhu Laosan. *******, you guys are outrageous. Eating the meat of our magical beasts in front of us and TM asking us if we eat meatloaf? Please, be human. But if I don't eat it, will it make people think I'm not giving them face and die faster? Thinking of this, Zhu Laosan hesitated for a moment before deciding to get his hands on one to try. He sniffed carefully. There is no fishy flavor to this meatloaf. Only from the ingredients themselves. A light, sweet-smelling flavor. A small taste first. Thinking it tasted good, he proceeded to gobble it up, and a large true scent warning appeared. Seeing that Zhu Laosan had all feasted, the other juniors, one after another, also joined in the dry rice. Absolute. So this is the flavor of earth dragon meat. It's delicious. He couldn't stop eating it. If you gentlemen have anything you want to ask, just feel free to ask. I, Zhu Laosan, even know how many red moles are on my sister-in-law's legs. You know, Zhu Laosan said in a very upbeat manner. Catching them and not killing them, but giving them food and drink instead, means that the other side must have questions to ask. Panda smiled and came over to him. You don't say. I do have a question for you, about the origin of these magical beasts. Zhu Laosan understood something at once. Just want to open his mouth, but suddenly felt a familiar breath, is coming at a rapid pace, killing my brothers, eating my magical beasts, and destroying my future. You haven't defying evil people. Right at this moment, a hoarse voice rang out, filling the air from the sky and directly vibrating away. With a fishy wind, the crowd looked up and saw a man. No, that probably couldn't be called a man, but a scorpion with 8 legs and a tail hook. But on the contrary, this scorpion had a human face, showing a hideous and crazy expression. It's Brother Belt. Zhu Laosan recognized him at once. He didn't know what method he had used, but he had fused himself and his own demonic beast into one, creating some sort of mutation and becoming a monster that was neither human nor beast. Not only does it complement this scorpion's AO, the magic power, moreover, had reached the strength of an intermediate level magical beast, and the poison on his body had become more refined. Swan and Brother Panda stand together. Somewhat snarkily, he looked at the scorpion man. Alas, it's a pity that the fried scorpion won't be able to be eaten in your mouth. Old Goose sighed regretfully. Yeah, I was going to eat another scorpion AO. Snake Girl ran over to join in the fun. Goose, do it. I need to ask him something after we catch him, Panda said as he looked at the Xiao magic tattoo. The words were all without fear. You 2 women. You're the survivors of that squad, aren't you? It does seem to have some skills. Brother Belt simply ignored the swan, and did not take the group of animals into account. Come on, you're all in this together. Show me what you're made of. Brother Belt made a provocative gesture towards Chen Zhujun and Zhongling in anticipation that he was about to take the 2 captive, so that you can have fun night after night. However, at this moment, Chen Zhujun looked into the distance, his gaze filled with awe. Subconscious. Belt followed the gaze. Just see, there's a bunch of animals there. The appearance looks indeed ordinary, but it makes him feel how each of them is fierce and vicious. Belt couldn't help but wince. He didn't even know why he was afraid. The mind wondered. What made him feel even more alarmed was the swan, the one he recognized as a waste, was pacing slowly toward him. Chapter 13, a handful of grabbed and instantly refined. Question for you. Who is behind you? Or the magical beast with the word Shao written on it? Swan holding a chopper. In this moment, its body suddenly became much taller. Estimatedly, it looked like an obese 5 or 6-year-old with a dimple on its face. It's just so easy to walk. And a strong wind had swirled around it. Feathers on the body also began to windlass automatic, like invisible ghostly hand and gently ruffled it. Through a few points of weird and mysterious. Masters are out there like this. The swan took a sturdy stride, tugging and tugging, imagining how handsome he was now. This secret you do not deserve to know. But just you? How dare a swan provoke me? Walking like a 2x4. Thinking pretty well of yourself. Really think you look good? So fat. The meat must be very fat. See if I don't kill you later. Directly stewed and eat the meat.
Brother Belt snorted coldly and took a scorpion step, first looking indifferently at Zhu Laosan and the gang of juniors without the slightest bit of emotion in his erect red pupils.
The trash is so useless. With dozens of magical beasts given by the employer, how could they be captured by others? They all deserve to die. And also these animals. All of them will die today. In this careful examination, the Belt brother did not take the swan in the eye at all. It's just an ordinary magical beast. Instead, he ate the scorpion and fully mastered the poison, swiftness, and strong attack talents. It became a new species of man and beast, no longer mortal, already above all beings. I will not make the same mistakes again, nor will I be bullied, humiliated, or allow my fate to be in the hands of others. I will dominate everything. One thought in this. The devil scorpion, or Brother Belt, spat out a large cloud of poisonous mist through his mouth after a cold smile. The fog filled out. Released the kill straight away. Chen Zhujun flipped over and jumped directly onto Sonic Fire Dog's body and ran away with a whoosh. She knew the power of the mist all too well. She was the one who was careless before and was enveloped by that demonic scorpion doppelganger with a mist. As a result, he was hit by a severe poison that invaded all 5 organs and 6 organs, and brought the Sonic Fire Dogs down with him. That's what got me almost killed. If it wasn't for that blade light, and Little Snake Girl's antidote, she would have been dead by now. And this mist, in just a few breaths, had filled all around. Asterisk 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 really stinks. No, who the is farting here? Have you no sense of public morality? In broad daylight, farting on the side of the road is disgusting, isn't it? Okay, if you fart, I'll fart. A rock goat takes a mouthful of wet soybeans, takes a deep breath and sinks it into its belly with a thud. Blasted right out like a cannon. Soon, a black gas was like an autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, swallowing the toxic mist in its entirety. Ha! What is this thing that can cure my demonic scorpion's intense poison? Brother Belt froze, incredulous. He was really not expecting it. One's greatest reliance in harnessing magical beasts, this demonic scorpion poison, would actually be easily dissolved by someone, and the swan is still carrying the knife. It seems to have anticipated all of this for a long time, and in the distance, Chen Zhujun naturally also found this scene, found the puckered but farting rock sheep, suddenly thought of something, felt like dry heaving. Zhongling froze and also frowned. Within these brothers, the rock goat is still reliable. It can cure 100 poisons. It's like a walking medicine, and it won't cause any trouble. Panda smiled in relief and looked up again. For some reason, it always feels like there are eyes in the layer of clouds that have been staring at this place. Just vaguely. Some of them don't feel very clear, and it's been a long time coming. Old goose, be careful and make it quick. I think there's suddenly something odd here. No problem. You'll all just watch. Swan said coolly, wiping his nose. He didn't even twist his head in order to mount the fork. Then, the kitchen knife in his hand suddenly slid out, casually chopping out a glancing slash. Holy, my hand slipped, but loaded. Ha ha ha. On not speaking of martial arts, I am a professional. The old goose grinned, thinking shamelessly. Sneak attack? Cheat? Bully me a scorpion? No, you're so loaded. Why are you still doing the sneak attack thing? Brother Belt was a bit anxious. That's not how it's done on the road. This swan is classless, just plain classless. However, the district is just a knife light, and it can be used casually. No, this is not an ordinary knife light. Brother Belt's soothing expression, in an instant, became very grave, directly exerting 8 points of chi. The 2 scorpion ocelots were held in front of his body. Gotcha! The blade light passed and the scorpion AO dropped. The blade light also gradually collapsed at that moment. It was like the whole scene had stood still. There was only a group of animals that kept hissing. Grab it by the hand and refine it in a moment. Woohoo! There's scorpion AO to eat again. It's not too disgusting. This guy is a half-human, half-beast monster. I truly can't eat it. A turtle was seen holding 2 scorpion arowanas, and in the blink of an eye, the thing was placed on top of the grill, immediately sprinkled with chili powder and cumin. Van didn't even react. Immediately, question marks popped up on his head. Angrily, he looked over at the several animals that were roasting his scorpion AO. Each one of them didn't look like a good person. Dare to eat my arm? I'm going to kill you, you unenlightened. As he spoke, 2 new scorpion commissary grew back and looked angrily at the swan in front of him. The old goose says I'm wrong too. They were the ones who ate your scorpion AO, not me. What are you yelling at me for now? Ooh, so it's renewable. Not bad, not bad. This will fill you up. Old goose, quickly grab and refine him as soon as you can. After taking a loss, Belt no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. Using his swiftness talent, he quickly crawled towards the swan. As long as he held it with his two pincer-like caliceri, he could easily deal with his prey. If you have the ability, fight me squarely. Don't use these underhanded tactics. Seeing this poisonous scorpion quickly running over, the old goose also just hooked the corner of his mouth with a touch of arc, and there was no other reaction. On the contrary, there is some disdain. Fight? I've suppressed my realm. Just like you. If you want to fight, then I'll fight with you. Until, beat you, to your heart's content. The swan cooed twice in a low voice. The wings fluttered violently, warming up a bit, but his gaze suddenly froze. Meeting the poisonous scorpion, he swung his blade again. I'm going to kill your chi with this slash. The name of this move is, Slaying God 1//. In a flash, the blade flashed out with a cold aura, as fast as a shooting star, and its sharpness was even able to cut through an icy crack in the air. In a flash, the two collided together, rolling up a strong astral wind. Everything around it was destroyed. Put! Belt spat out a mouthful of blood violently. What a strong blade intent! His brother's face turned pale as this intense blade intent and power directly caused him to fall to his knees. Can't move a muscle. How? How can this be a fight? This blade intent. It's even stronger than my scorpion shoe. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, it would be really hard to imagine that it could come from the hands of a swan. Belt thought in horror as he covered his heart. Chapter 14, This knife of mine comes from hell. You? Who the hell are you guys? Brother Belt's tone trembled a little, and his body stepped back out, wary of the other party striking again to sneak attack. After all, this guy's not very nice. Where did I come from? I'm afraid I'll scare you to death when I tell you. Swan looked at Belt and smiled, not caring in the slightest about the tutu scorpion meat on him. Rather, he was a bit surprised by this guy's ability to transform from a human to a magical beast. In this manner, Owl, with all your usual research, do you know about this ability to change into a human demon? Panda looked over to the owl that was studying the scorpion AO. The guy was studying it with a magnifying glass while savoring the taste of it. Taste? This tastes 7 parts like a human and 3 parts like a scorpion. The flesh transformation rate is only 30%, and yet the elasticity is only half that of scorpion meat. It means that this ability is only half inherited as well. It's a lot stronger than it was when I was an Imperial Beast Master, but it's not much of a skill. It's a human demon at best, but the rank and strength did increase. Should have taken something. It's possible to catch it, question it carefully, and then finish a detailed dissection to study it. The old goose understood what the owl meant. The guy has always been a fan of weird and wacky stuff. Like a mad scientist. Like putting together a wraith and a human. Like mixing and matching the limbs of different magical beasts to try to see if they can be transformed into super warriors. But his most successful experiment was when he planted a pair of iron beaks on a whooping crane, and the guy went straight to dominating the flock. No one would dare mess with that guy. It is known as the zoo iron-billed dandering crane. As a result, the whole pack was messed up with wives and concubines in the back, kicked out of the zoo by the righteous panda brother, squashing the opponent from the rarity level. Again the old goose smiled helplessly. LOL. He himself was a working man's life, either cooking for people or catching scorpions for experiments. Not as free as the silly old black man. Little scorpion, if you don't surrender, I'm going to be rude to you. You won't be able to escape. Surrender? Belt shook his head, feeling a little lightheaded after the blow he had just received. Look at what this swan can do. It was definitely already at the level of an intermediate magical beast. The master behind him, however, had not shown his face so far, and was definitely not an ordinary character. Add to that a bunch of his brothers, and the fact that the wraiths were all gone, and the place became more and more terrifying to him. I know that you must want to know all the secrets of my body, but I tell you the truth. I do have someone above me, but that person, that family, that power, are only existences that you cannot afford to mess with, Belt said with a sudden burst of color. Facing the Shao family, you should understand. Letting me go is the only way for you to live, or you will all die when that man comes. How about, you hand over those 2 women and let me live, and I promise to let you go as well. Chen Jujun had been watching the battle nearby. Aside from the fact that she was already impressed with the swan's skills, and then again, she was more and more amazed at the origin and identity of this group of animals. No doubt about it. Brother Belt's strength had already reached an intermediate level magical beast, and each strike carried a biting poison, but every one of his attacks, and yet neither is a match for the swan at all. Not a confrontation, but a crushing victory. That Belt is no match for the swan at all. In front of that blade, it was as if everything was going to be cut off, and just looking at it gave her chills. However, the band's words startled her. No way. Fighting and threatening people? Although these animals came from an uncomplicated source and the swan's fighting strength was also very strong, but in the end, it was only him who was very strong, and it was still too much of a stretch to deal with the Shao family. I don't know if they would be scared to hear this and hand themselves and Zhongling over. Bell ringer? Don't understand what's going on at all. No, it's too funny for this dude to threaten us. Really holding that Xiao family over us? Scare me to hurry up and eat a mouthful of scorpion meat to suppress the shock. So what if he's here? Simple. Him. Just let me blow his head right off and be done with it. Swan lifted his breath. Like there have been a lot of threats like this in the past. After all, there were still quite a few powerful magical beasts inside Green Sea City. And some of them were indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Both say they're awesome. All of them threatened that if they dared to make a move against them, they would simply make a move to leave them in the dust. But the truth is, those magical beasts in Green Sea City, there was one that counted. Basically all the ones that could be eaten went into the freezer. Under the leadership of the Big Brother, the dozen or so underground ice vaults over there are all stuffed to the brim. This scorpion brother, I advise you, I don't dream. Just be obediently arrested today and be done with it. If it wasn't for the fact that he was to be captured alive, he would have gone over with a chopper and just chopped him to death. However, it's good to study it after catching it. This guy does have research value. The scorpion Keely thing doesn't interest the swan, but the interest in Lion's Head is huge. If we can give this ability to the demon lion, good lord, the lion's head will be able to spawn in the future. Better mutate again. Direct evolution of the 9-headed lion. This makes it possible to increase yields and harvest 7 at a time for direct industrial production. Good thinking on Goose's part. However, this scorpion, which had already had the intention of retreating, suddenly brightened up greatly, as if it couldn't control itself, and violently swung out its scorpion cheeks. This situation was simply the same as the previous controlled magical beasts, which were simply unmanageable on their own. Brother Belt is being controlled too? It's over. What about this? Will it explode? Far away. Belt's gaze flustered open for a moment, trying to control his destiny. In the end, his destiny was still controlled and manipulated by others. See only, dozens of red threads, if any, hung down from the sky and wrapped themselves around his body in death. His body also became more solid, and look closer to find out. In front of this poisonous scorpion, a huge black dragon head was unexpectedly formed in a lifelike manner. In an instant, a huge dragon roared out from the void in front of him, carrying a heaven-destroying power as it charged towards the swan. Oh, finally struck? The panda clasped his hands together. I've been waiting for you for a long time. While facing the devil scorpion's desperate strike, Old Goose was not the least bit flustered, as if he was trying to show off. He actually merged the two swords together and raised them above his head, immediately drinking with a spring thunder from his throat. That man. You watch. This blade of mine comes from hell. Roar 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 rattling. Just see. It was like the gates of hell opening up behind him. A ghostly shadow fused into this blade, emitting a mournful and miserable scream, constantly crying and wailing around the swan, only to be instantly forced into the blade by him. A horrible ghostly sword was formed. It's eerie and terrifying. Following that, the old goose gripped the hilt of the blade with both hands and aimed a forceful chop at the sky. The blade light whistled out, as if it was going to split the entire heaven and earth in two. The favorites did not meet the dragon's head, because, the target of his beheading. From the beginning, it wasn't the so-called Brother Belt, but a peeping Tom hidden in the sky. Chapter 15, Divine Technique, the Hand of Heaven. The outside world is quite interesting, but a casual strike with this move should be enough against ordinary dustfolk like them, right? Said a clear voice. Ho 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 ho! The black dragon let out a terrifying roar, and with infinite power, it flew towards the swan, thundering and covering the sky. It was as if they were going to tear the day alive. However, a bizarre scene happened. Before this huge black dragon could even get close to the swan, it was stopped by an inexplicable stagnation. It was an invisible wall of air. It seemed to be as thin as a cicada's wing, but after colliding with that black dragon, the other party was unable to inch forward at all. Far away. As soon as Brother Panda made his move, he protected the swan's circumference of 10 meters with a drop of protection. Brother Panda is still reliable. Swan breathed a soft sigh of relief, and slowly lifted his breath to exhale again. That's a lot of power for a black dragon strike. If it wasn't for Brother Panda's hand, even if he had exerted his magic with all his might, he probably would have. Drop a few beloved feathers on it. There is already some hair loss. If a few more hairs fall out, it will be really unbearable. Old geese have always been feather lovers. Turn the moment. The domineering black dragon was unbeatable in front of Brother Panda, unable to exert the slightest suppression. It can be reversed. The old goose's strike of blade light from hell was something that no one could help the man block. After taking that hit, I'd like to see you cower for a few more hours. The old goose grunted coldly and his wings fluttered up, the hell gate opening behind him becoming even larger. At once, the ghosts cry and the winds howl. That blade light, too, had become even more eerie and ghostly, seeming to have really originated from the depths of the underworld. Surprisingly, it's a divine skill, the Hell Blade. Just then, a slight voice suddenly came from the sky, and it seemed to be a woman? Still sounds like a young, beautiful woman. The old goose's ears stood up, and the corners of his mouth quirked, and he was obviously very good at doing this. Swan spends his days trying to start a harem for Big Brother, and the vision is high. Like the Chen Jujun and Zhongling she met before, the former one had too big of a head, an average figure, and was too obsessive-compulsive to be a concubine. The latter one, while well-built and with a lovely personality, just looked so much sillier. Nor is it appropriate. The most crucial thing was that they were too weak. So weak that they couldn't even survive in this post-apocalyptic world. They don't deserve their big brother at all. And this one in the sky is different. To be able to use such an awesome skill showed that this woman was still quite powerful and had two skills. By the sound of it, Snow White is not running. That's something the old goose is still quite experienced at. Because in the past, when he was eating communal food in the zoo, he didn't ask for food from the young lady. After recognizing this divine skill, the mystic also knows how powerful it is. She didn't dare to hesitate any longer and seemed to wave her hand. Instantly countless red threads surged and manipulated the demon scorpion. In a flash, Brother Belt then watched in horror as his body became swollen once more, his entire body's flesh and blood being completely mobilized. This magic power was instantly developed to 100%. Then, it was compressed to the extreme. At the same time, Brother Belt's life force was mostly drained, and his eyes grew dimmer and dimmer. If it's in the eyes of a master, he would find that the power of the demon scorpion had been completely drained by those red threads. The magic was all lost to the heavenly beings. It turned into a black dragon claw, accompanied by the occasional silence of thunder. It was constantly nurturing, surging, growing in the black dark clouds, and then always ready to fall. Zhao's divine skill, Hand of Heaven. Chen Zhujun and Zhongling's gazes were terrified, and it seemed that they were scared to the point of being completely unable to move because they had never seen this kind of magical beast skill before. It was also unknown whether the swan could crush the opponent's blow. Obviously, the opponent has moved the bottom card. And just then, the released black dragon suddenly turned its head and flew towards that blade light, and together with Brother Belt's nearly sucked dry body, it also followed. Of course she knew it was impossible to resist, but that's all. And just for delaying that moment, the black dragon fell silent with a loud bang. There was helplessness, resignation, and anger in Brother Belt's eyes. But in the end, he died. He didn't have a dramatic life. He was just used by the man of heaven, casually, like a disposable tool, and then thrown away after using it. And no one cares about his past or his emotions. Wow, what a powerful slash. Yeah, even the black dragon couldn't stop it. The swan is worthy of being a high-ranking person. As far as I know, this is a Shao family inherited skill. You know, even high-level magical beasts would have a hard time defending against it. And this blade light breaks through them with ease. The two women also had to sigh. This magical beast swan was so powerful. Then what kind of godly person did the little master behind him have to be able to contract such a powerful magical beast? Pay attention. The real showdown is coming. Ignoring the compliment, the old goose looked up, realizing that the sky above was already covered with dark clouds. Black thunderbolts flashed, and a huge dark dragon claw was slowly falling towards him. Ooh, is this a duel of divine techniques? That's a lot of noise. But Hellblade wasn't a vegetarian either. Seeing that the other party's aura was becoming more and more sufficient, the old goose quietly unsealed again and recovered to the third layer of strength. This hellish blade light fiercely increased in size. Originally, it was just a black mist. Now, once the Inferno skill is activated, ghostly blue flames erupted from behind them, carrying endless grievances and curses. Everything touched by this flame was turned into ashes in an instant, and even the souls of people would be scorched and twisted in pain if they got too close. Youngjio seems to be stronger. Nightly ghost crying. What a terrifying move. Chen Jujun and Zhongling talked in shock. It's just horrible. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, it would be really hard to imagine that this kind of move came from a swan. But such a horrible move. If it wasn't a great clan in the Imperial Beast's world, how did ordinary people get it? It's hard not to. Chen Jujun vaguely guessed a possibility. What does that count for? There are 6 more moves like this one. Swan. It's just that Brother Panda won't let him use them. Snake Girl said triumphantly. 6 more? Bell Spirit asked in shock. Yeah, counting this. They're a whole set of swordsmanship. And if you combine them you can still combine. Speaking of the Snake Sister suddenly stopped talking. Remembering Brother Panda's warning, she hurriedly grayed out and ran away. This is the secret of the divine technique. The general public can't be told easily. but the half-talk instead made it more appealing. A total of 7 god levels. Eunuch Swan. What a very powerful person. It would be great if it could join our Dragon Kingdom's Imperial Beast Army. Preferably even with his master. Talent. That is, we have to network to live. Looks like something needs to be done. Well, since it's a big brother. It's a male. Since it's a male it can be sexually seduced. Thinking of this, Chen Jujun revealed a small tiger tooth and suddenly turned his gaze toward Zhongling. Well, this ninny does have a nice body. If you give it some power, it might actually work. This blade light, it's even enhanced? The mystic was surprised by his words though. However, it was clear that she had left something behind. Even the saber technique has a greedy mentality. If it is not because of the fear of exposing the identity, it is true that it is not possible to capture this fat swan alive. But whatever. 2 divine techniques must touch each other today. And this huge and vicissitude dragon claw had indeed been birthed under the accumulation of energy. Next moment, with that hellish blade light from the bottom up, crashed together hard. Bang 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 bang. The boom was like a leak in the sky. Above the sky, these 2 raging forces seemed like 2 dim black suns. In an instant, the magic power rioted. The wind howled, and for a time, black rays of light crisscrossed the landscape. The whole sky looked like it was completely covered. The storm stops and the frenzy fades. However, that blade light was one step better than that dragon claw, and the ultimate was to cut into that layer of clouds. Ah, that hurts. This is not what I thought it would be. Why is it that I, the 9th miss of the Shao family, can't even defeat a magical beast anymore? Also, where did Swan get the divine skill? It's not just the big loss here. Now that's not even a brother-in-law. One can be so ashamed of oneself, but how can you blame me? The map told me that my brother-in-law's location was right here. Just didn't find it. Mystic sighed despondently. Between the clouds, the rain of blood slowly fell. After this pair of waves, her divine skill was wasted, and she was defeated by the strong power of that blade light, and fell in the midst of the dark clouds collapsing, and also shattered by this power was her lofty pride in being a member of the Shao family. Once again, he glared at the swan. The woman bit her lip, her slightly puffed chest rising and falling for a moment, and turned and left quietly. Chapter 16. How many magical beasts did he have to eat? Gone? Chen Jujun and Zhongling breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The dragon's claw in the sky gave them too much oppressive force. The aura alone made it impossible to lift their heads. For a moment, she actually thought that Swan was no match for the man and would be defeated. After all, the other party was really unusual. Slightly worse. Then it will destroy the human spirit. But her thoughts were completely superfluous. The Swan's ability can be more than just in front of these. Even if and the other side really collide up, under the full force, the other side will not be a rival. It's just not necessary to show it fully. Eunuch, you are simply too powerful. That person is a member of the Shao family, and you were able to fight off all of them. And it's only a divine skill. If one were to use all 6 of the remaining divine techniques, what a sight it would be. You should be a high-level magical beast now. The 2 women couldn't stop talking around the swan, and turned straight into chatterboxes at the surprise. That swan is actually kind of tired. Not wanting to linger too long on the issue of divine skill, the panda found a reason to hurry the 2 away. Yes, young Geo must be tired. After such a fight, you must already be exhausted. Hurry up and go rest and relax. I'll go lay a rug for you. It seemed to them that after such a big fight, no one would be able to hold their own. It must be tiring, but the swan didn't feel tired. After all, it wasn't that big of a deal. It was about the intensity of a normal person sprinting maybe 50 meters. In the words of Big Brother Lindsay, this whole thing would be a piece of cake. It's done in the time it takes to pee. Of course, the reason he was so strong was also due to that no dragon soul jade pendant, which taught him a set of sword techniques that could be called the world's first, fastest and sharpest, gave him great power. Not to mention such a girl doll of the Shao family. Even if there were a few more experts he would not be afraid. Alright, let's get Swan loaded again. Brother Panda, it should be my turn next time. My greatsword is really hungry and thirsty already. We don't have to hide all our strength to preserve it. The big thing is to fight with small tricks. Yeah, Brother Panda. A group of animals began to make comments. Only the owl was seriously studying the body of the belt brother. His eyes became more and more awkward. No one is ignored. What did the man who gave you the magic potion look like? Panda asked as he stood next to Owl and turned his head to Bringer's gang of minions. I don't know. She's wearing a black robe and a mask. I can only tell it's a woman by her figure. Yes, that man is ridiculously well built, and you can see it inside the black robe, especially the above. Net staring at people there, right? Brother Panda was simply speechless. Did she tell you guys what to say? Just say you're going to Greenhaven to come. You didn't tell us anything else. And Brother Belt should know better, but he's dead. Now the bodies were all started to be dissected by the owls, section by section, and studied with a magnifying glass, every inch of flesh and blood inside clearly visible. Found remnants of something. Oh, big sis, I went out and forgot to bring my wraith, and I ended up getting beat up by a swan outside. A girl with 2 ponytails cried. Not only did he beat me up, but the other party also mocked our Shao family and ate the magical beasts that our family bred. Brother-in-law I couldn't find, either. I'm so useless. The voice on the other end of the phone was tiny. The communication tool used was unique to the Shao family. It's okay, Jor, it's good that you're okay, don't cry. Your brother-in-law should be fine. Met your third sister well. She followed our father's orders and went to Green Sea City to catch Lin Shi. Jul thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, I haven't met anyone. Third sister is much smarter than me. I guess I've already arrived, and probably found my brother-in-law. No way. Xiao Chuchu's voice got a little louder. On the Dragon Soul Jade Pendant, she had tampered with it, and it was simply impossible for the Xiao family to lock Lin Shi. Jul is the example. Originally, he went to look for Lin Shi according to the scent lock, but the result was that he was beaten up instead of seeing him. This meant that Lindsay was safe. No one will be able to find him for a while. It was just that there really wasn't much time left for the two of them before the demon lord awakened. Ah, this magical beast meat is delicious. The old goose is in good hands. Chen Zhujun and Zhongling had thoroughly gotten acquainted with this group of magical beasts and were not polite with them at all. A kebab goes straight down in one bite. Ha! My magic seems to have grown quite a bit and my body feels warm. Me too. Even the demon fox has gotten stronger. Eating the meat of a magical beast can increase magical power. These two can't have just realized that. They're hicks. The swan carefully smoked the food. Despised them for their short-sightedness. However, this conclusion also caused Chen Zhujun to suddenly furrow his brows and look at the swan for a split second. If eating the meat of a magical beast can boost magical power, but this beast change erupted only half a year ago, how did he obtain this level? Is it hard to eat wraith evolution every day? Or is the swan this strong from the start of its evolution? Direct evolution takes off. But either way, it was all enough to surprise Chen Zhujun. Like the swan, so powerful magical beasts. In the entire Dragon Kingdom royal beasts army inside, there are only a dozen or so. All of them are dragons, see the head and tail. It was the first time she had ever seen one alive. My magic power can only increase this much in a day's time. This magical beast is so low-leveled. Snake Girl said with some grumbling. There's no need to be so sad. Chen Zhujun and Zhongling felt a bit speechless. What do you mean it only increases magic power so little? It's hard for a royal beast master to cultivate, alright. In the Imperial Beast Army, the two of them were considered to have good talent, but compared to the monsters here, there was no comparison at all. Why are you guys ignoring me? Snake Girl opened her innocent eyes and looked at them in confusion. Is it the meat that's not good? Must be thirsty. Can I say I have low self-esteem? Chen Zhujun gave a coy smile. These guys, they're all absolute monsters. With the addition of the two women, the beast army has added some flavor. It wasn't stuffy all the way. And their biggest and most urgent task right now is to go and get a couple of big trucks with all the animals and rush to Moshi City as fast as they can. But offhand, something in the way stopped the road. Why is it suddenly raining? Zhongling touched the raindrops and looked at the big sun in the sky with a puzzled face. Nope, something's blocking the way. Chen Zhujun suddenly said. When the weather forecast says no rain, it's no rain, and when things go wrong, they go wrong. Both men were ready to fight. What a pain in the ass. The panda looked at a man-made lake in the distance and hooked a finger towards just the old turtle. It's nothing serious. It should be an underwater magical beast. Your job. Go. Guess it should be the Shao family as well. Before the words left his mouth, the old turtle, who claimed to be a mix of Greek and dragon, revealed two large incisors. Miso disappeared into thin air, impatient, and inside the pond. Instead, a huge splash erupted, as well as a gagging sound, and a laugh. Chapter 17, Consumptive Shin Turtle, Swallowing Toad in the Raw. When there is no wind in the sea, the waves are at ease. If a wave comes, I will break the pale stream. Green Sea City Zoo number 003, Shin Turtle Sun. Return to your position, with the basilisk turtle plunging headlong into the water. Rumble. There was a sudden flash of muffled thunder in the sky. Heavy rain poured down. Obviously the sun is high in the sky, but there are boundless wind and rain sweeping. Terrified of the black clouds rolling in the sky. But let the wind blow and the rain come, and the dark clouds roll in, and they can't be drenched on this line of people. Old Goose set up the grill again where he was. Next to them, Chen Zhujun and Zhongling played the role, and while doing so, they began to boil the pot of water. But, is not that at all? Goo. You two idiots. You can't even raise a fire and you still want to worship my big brother? What a dumbass. It's salt, not sugar. Besides, slamming a bag of it, are you trying to snore us to death? Can't kill a chicken? Do you have no hands? It's really just dumber than a blind bear. Forget it, cannot insult the blind bear? People do this old black dinner work. Very sharp, right? Convinced. You guys better go fight later? Don't ever come back to help me. The stuff in the water will be up soon. Count on me to beg you. This woman is also too stupid. Big brother can't find one like that in the future. Old Goose blasted the two women aside with pots and pans, tying his apron and grumbling as he did so. You may not believe it when I tell you. The pot moved first. My white boiled water really boils like a champ. We didn't mean to do it. Chen Jujun and Zhongling apologized. I know you guys don't mean it. There's no way around it. You're really stupid. Old Goose said helplessly. They're both so stupid too. Nearby, Demon Fox and Sonic Firehound came together and giggled, also watching the joke from the sidelines, discussing who has the sillier host. Suddenly, just then, a muffled thunderclap sounded in the sky once again. Ka-ching! Ka-chika-chika-chika! The crowd turned their heads to look. Only the water shattered with a bang. A young man's figure broke through the water, blue light flowing from his body, holding an iron knight fork and a three-legged toad at his feet. As for why toads are three-legged, just look at the man's furrowed brow. Definitely not a natural or a maverick. Rather, it was just bitten off by something. It tastes pretty good. The Gentoo turtle, cane in hand, straightened up, chattered, and suddenly reappeared on the shore. It's good to move your body. I still prefer raw to cooked food baked by the old goose. It's just that Big Brother has never allowed it. They say they'll get diseases and stuff, and they'll have to take deworming pills, and if they don't get it right, they'll have to have surgery. You know, having surgery is the worst. So yeah, Nightcrawler Man had already suffered a big loss in the water and was getting angry. Then he heard this turtle's incessant nagging and his brain was about to explode. The toad also let out a disgruntled yelp. Quack 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 quack. Who would have thought it? Originally, they were hiding well under the water, and were planning to pray for rain to sneak in, but then they suddenly heard someone reciting a poem on the surface of the water, and then a turtle came, chasing after the two of them straight and biting. Ah, that one's tough. Opening his mouth, he bit off one of the legs of the wraith toad, chewing it and swallowing it into his belly, and then that's not enough, had to take off another one of their legs. I don't care whose beast you are, just now underwater you were sneak attacked and ate one of my magical beast's legs. Now that I've come ashore, I will definitely catch you and make you into turtle soup. Nightcrawler Man cried out piteously. The rain fell tighter from the sky, clattering, unexpectedly formed an incomparably large golden toad phantom, but missing a leg. This Dharma phase was entirely made of rainwater convergence, overcast skies, water like a cascade. On the forehead, it is a showered magic pattern bright. Around the thunder and lightning, violent wind and rain. I'm so mad at you. I am an intermediate level magical beast, the praying rain demon toad, and today, I will stew and eat you. A turtle with no character. The toad angrily began to frog, and the man with the nightstick was standing on the head of that toad phantom, storing up his skills. Intermediate magical beasts weren't supposed to be this powerful, but it's obvious. This guy was able to have such a strong and scary ability solely because of the magic tattoo on its head. Or rather, it was relying on the strong skills granted by the Imperial Beast Chow family to be able to dharma heaven and earth. There's something about this toad. It does have a bit of something. That calf is fat as an old goose, and it's a cool yuppie to eat. Make it fondue or dry fry it? If the layout is small, you can't have two together. Anyway, it's big enough to eat in one meal. Damn basilisk turtles, stealing food for themselves. Come on, Zhongling, let's go together to meet that three-legged toad. Chen Jujun summoned Sonic Firedog and opened the magic pattern. A fireball spell rushed up to the sky. At the same time, Zhongling summoned the demon fox. The illusion spread out in a flash. Sonic Firedog's body suddenly dazzled with infinite flames. At first glance it looked very bluff. After taking some of the magical beast meat, the two of them had also increased their magical power and jumped into action. Just you guys? The middle-aged man smiled disdainfully. Standing high above the sky, with a wave of his hand, endless wind and rain swept down, dripping rain like a sword. The sharpness of the sword was unstoppable. What a powerful sword rain! Low-grade illusions weren't much use against the truly strong, and only had the fate of being shattered. The fireball and the sword rain collided together. It was extinguished almost instantly. Woof woof. My god. This is not a level at all and a fart fight. Whatever. Run for it. Sonic Firehound barked at the sky a few times, then ran away with his tail between his legs. Bad dog. You unrighteous fellow. running faster than me. Chen Zhujun yelled. Wait for me. Chen Zhujun pulled Zhongling and ran away as well. Originally, she had increased her magic power and wanted to test her strength. In the end, the big move she used with all her strength seemed to be inferior to a flat A from someone else. This Xiao family is too scary. Ha. What future great aunt of the Xiao family? I think it's just some dirt. The young man smiled contemptuously again and grunted. Obviously people are right here yet they don't even dare to see me. They just send some lowly magical beasts over to block. It's nothing but a sneak attack. Fine. Since you won't come out, I'll kill all these people, these magical beasts, and force you to come out. The words just fell. Just see the sky toad suddenly opened his mouth. Croak sound. Actually spit out a purple sword made of rainwater convergence. As soon as it came off, it carried a rain of thousands of arrows and stabbed straight at the two people on the ground. Whoa! Dying! I should have known better than to mess with that toad. Help ahh. Before it arrived, the ground was already swept up by a strong astral wind. Both Chen Zhujuan's and Zhongling's hair was blown away. Their hearts stopped, and their faces turned pale. Eyes are about to be stabbed in the heart by the sword. Oh ho ho! Little toad, don't be too wild. Your Xian turtle grandpa is about to come and catch you for a drink. Suddenly, a cheap laugh rang out from the sky, a devilish sound entering the ears, and that sword shadow shattered instantly. Then, the Xian turtle figure instantly ascended to the sky. Chapter 18, cover his mouth quickly and don't read. Being able to sneak up on us and take one of my flying swords shows that you're still strong. It seems that you can still ascend through the rain. But, Lousy is a toad. Not a toad. You uneducated. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. The praying rain demon toad retorted angrily. It's not all the same thing, Gentoo asked rhetorically, casually snapping his boogers. Same, ha? I'm so mad at you. A toad is a toad and a toad is a toad. How can these two names be the same thing? You're ing illiterate, aren't you? Xiao Chip felt a bit speechless. Forget it. What kind of reasoning do I have with a turtle? Just grab it and make soup. One is to avenge the praying rain demon toad. Secondly, it's just the right time to give it to Sister Guyu. Last sent her stewed goji berry ginseng water. Her boyfriend said it was very good to drink, but also praised him to come. This time, the gift of wolfberry turtle soup is even more powerful. She will definitely praise herself again because her boyfriend is happy. I am happy when she is happy. It's probably called pure love. Xiao Chip looked at the chubby Xian turtle, thinking that he had already closed his mouth, and laughed in a sinister voice. Turtle. Xiao Chip was not a person who was addicted to killing, but today, no matter if it is for public or private reasons, it is necessary for me to kill you. What are your last words? Just say them. Or let Buddy me listen to the joke properly. Gentoo? What the hell? This enemy doesn't surrender to me, but he dares to launch a counterattack? Laughing. But that's fine. The so-called ignoramus is fearless. Since you want to kill me to make soup, this little fat toad of yours, I'll do it. Originally, Xiao Chip thought that after he had displayed the Dharma heaven and earth, the other party would be scared, fearful, trembling, and would kowtow to him to make amends despite everything. But the truth is, this stinky turtle is still picking his nose, seemingly, not taking him seriously at all. Even, the corners of his mouth showed a sneer. That's not normal. It was clear that those guys would have held their heads in their hands as soon as they heard the reputation of the Xiao family before. Even if there were some ungrateful fellows who dared to offend the Xiao family, as long as he revealed the Dharma heaven and earth, the opponent will basically just fall away. But this time it seems to have met a tough match. At this time, not only was the Xian turtle suspended in the air not afraid of him, those individual magical beasts on the ground, and not a single one escaped. There's even a barbecue set up underneath and a fondue pot cooking, except it doesn't have a single ingredient in it yet, and I don't know what I'm waiting for. Ingredients? Looked at the large toad next to him. Xiao Chip suddenly had a not-so-good feeling. However, the arrow has to be sent. Ho ho ho. Truly ignorant. You, like your master, have no idea how unattainable an existence the person you're about to face really is. In that case, eat my sword, and just die from there. The toad opened its mouth, and the rain of thousands of swords coalesced once again, and a blue long sword flew out at once, straight towards the Genta turtle, and the basilisk turtle didn't move at all, but the sword went through him with his eyes. Only, there wasn't even a wound. It just lowered its booger-snapping hand, then flicked it at Xiao Chip, its brow stretching. It was as if he had suddenly figured something out. Different, indeed. Turtle shook his head and mumbled under his breath. How did my sword go through? It can't be. This is my surefire sword. And, it's different. What's different? Xiao Chip felt a bit incredulous. I was about to kill him, and he ended up acting like he was dreaming. This guy doesn't have Alzheimer's, does he? Or, is he using this way in a deliberate show of weakness with me, trying to get me to spare him? It's different. Toads are good looking, toads are ugly, covered in little bumps, and they're kinda scary to look at. It's all pretty diabolical to eat. The turtle shook his head in disgust. Xiao Chip? No. What did he just say? Call mine a toad-looking diaphragm? I didn't hear you right. You ate a leg of my toad, and I haven't even sought revenge on you yet, and you think my toad is ugly? What kind of worldly masterpiece are you? A mouthful of anger welled up in his chest. Xiao Chip clenched his big hand and this time, he directly made the two types of rain swords, green, and no longer held back. As a result, the two swords were empty again. Just a split second after approaching the basilisk turtle, suddenly, like a lost person, he couldn't find his target. Stabbing headlessly into the distance, the two swords directly shattered half of the mountain, and the Shin turtle remained in the same place without moving a bit. At least, that was the case with what was visible to the naked eye. The sword was completely unable to touch the basilisk turtle in the slightest. The turtle, more or less, is a bit of a creep. Xiao Chip, clown? That's a really lousy name to come up with. Your father really gave it to you. Born to be a clown, destined to be a licking dog. Xiao Chip, the clown, thinks he is pure love, but actually has nothing. Best self-touched. Send gifts and medicine outside the house to keep. Never have a date in your life. Deserve to be a single dog. Aha. Cover his mouth. Don't let him read it again. It's disgusting. At those words, Xiao Chip felt like he had been stabbed in the heart, so hard that he simply wanted to die. Fingers are clenched red. The point was, this turtle was still right about everything he said, and he couldn't refute a single word of it. Only impotent rage here. I'm really pissed off. One thought in this, Xiao Chip shouted. This time, even more mobilized all the magic power of the whole body. For his half-dead love to find the turtle to seek justice, there would have been a breath of love left in him. As a result, that last breath was directly dried out by this turtle's now made-up jingle. 7 swords in 1. Rain priest sacrifice. Invite the rain god to descend and behead this demonic beast. Rumble. Large dark clouds flew across the sky. The electricity flashed and thundered like hell pouring down. Among the dark clouds, a playful figure could be vaguely seen, but it did not look like a human being. The eyes were empty, the figure illusory. In the next moment, a mountainous, gigantic water sword stabbed out from those 10,000 miles of dark clouds. Good man, zoom in. Is this the legendary rain god? It doesn't look like much, and it's just a shadow. The Shin turtle stretched and looked at Xiao Chip. Well, since I've already made my move, let's open your eyes and see what my Shin turtle is capable of. Touch and go. The metaphorical turtle reached out and pointed. Suddenly, a meter-long ice skate appeared in front of us, covered with small thorns. Fast, simply too fast. This ice pick was so fast that one couldn't even dodge it. But Xiao Chip has his own pride. Seeing the viciousness of this ice cone, he actually did not dodge, preferring to take this blow from Shin turtle hard with his head. Ha! Just an old turtle with a cheap mouth. I'm the Time Rain Heavenly Secretary of the 24 ambassadors of the Xiao family. Who wouldn't bow their head 3 times when they see me? How can I let you humiliate me again and again? The heart is hard to bear. Xiao Chip shouted and drank angrily. A body of magic power to stimulate, so that this rain god phantom more solid a few points. The hand of the sword is also sharper. Straight toward the Shin turtle. Not a moment too soon. The Shin turtle, on the other hand, was still standing in place, seeing that the two sides were about to collide. A burst of lightning then hissed. Standing on the ground, Chen Zhujun clasped his hands together. For the benefactor who just helped her. She was originally praying that the turtle could survive. Not much else to say. Don't be directly ed to death. Turn into turtle meat into their own hot pot on the line. But these scenes in the sky happened one after another. It made her simply look stupid. No way. It's just that this swan is powerful. But a turtle, how can it be so ferocious? Chapter 19, God? No kneeling. Rumble. Xiao Chip did not retreat in the slightest. The lightning on his body flickered as he tried to stop the speeding ice cone. But the next moment, the large net interwoven with thunder dots instantly shattered, and the ice pick had charged violently. How could it be so fast? Xiao Chip's face changed and he hastily mobilized the power of the demonic toad to resist, choosing to receive this attack hard. Pust. Blood spilled from the air. Next moment, Xiao Chip's entire body, along with the praying rain demon toad, leaned back and over, and the layers of dark clouds instantly dispersed. Lightning rages. The icy air colored the sky. In order to summon the rain god, the devil toad had already used up 90% of its magic power, and when it was attacked at this moment, it suffered a heavy blow and fell into the 9 heavens together with Xiao Chip. The power of a single finger has been realized. It won't be one move in a second. Will it? Chen Zhujuan's mouth turned into an O shape in surprise. This was an existence that could almost kill him with a single flat A. He died so easily? But it was also at this time. A shocking high drink suddenly rang out. The rain god's shadow in the sky also just hooked his hand, and made the falling man and frog stand up again and return to the original place. If the rain god doesn't die, the believers won't perish. With all beings, I construct all laws. Xiao Chip tightly covered his heart, his face as white as paper, while his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The praying rain devil toad hovered in front of Xiao Chip. His feet were floating, his phantom was broken, and his body was shaking. But they all got a new lease on life. You can't even see the wounds on your body anymore. Ahem. I admit, you do have some skills. I was careless this time, but you want to kill me and kill the demonic toad? Is absolutely impossible. And now, it's my turn to fight back. When the rain god swings his sword away, I'll see if you die. Xiao Chip sneered. In the sky, the clouds are thick. The mountainous, gigantic water sword emerged from the 10,000 miles of dark clouds and stabbed at the Shin turtle. And the one who wields the sword is the rain god. In the light of the lightning, a slight tremor could be seen among the illusory figure, and some surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. But the sword, after all, stabbed through. With that, endless killing intent filled the air, and sword chi crisscrossed across, completely enveloping the Shin turtle. Locked skills that can't be dodged? The turtle lifted his leg, somewhat slightly surprised. Do you really think I don't have some cards on me if I dare to bring the demonic toad alone to intercept you here? What's the point of being fast? Xiao Chip smiled smugly and said in a cold voice again. The praying rain demonic toad has drunk the rain god's holy water and is a super evolved magical beast. So how can you guys be its match? Suffer death you all. This toad, it's a hyper-evolved magical beast? Chen Zhujuan's face changed suddenly. After the outbreak of the beast change, in the Imperial Beast Army, she had read a lot of information on human research on magical beasts. I've heard of the word hyper-evolution. Generally speaking, after an ordinary magical beast grows its magic power, it will have a certain chance of triggering an evolution, become a higher level of being. Super evolution, on the other hand, is said to be related to gods. A magical beast that has been enlightened by a god will acquire powerful divine techniques and become a divine beast that is much higher than ordinary magical beasts in terms of bloodline. Every ancient beastmaster family has a god, more or less mysterious. It's no wonder the other party can summon the rain god. As a member of the Xiao family, the skill must be unique. I'm afraid this magical beast is not easy to handle. I've got all the wine here. Where's the food? Isn't that still in the sky? It just fell down, only to be fished away again. Is that guy a toad or a toad? I'm really convinced. I can't tell the difference at all. Old black you uneducated, waiting to eat on the line, but also divided what toad? Black bear spirit wearing a high hat. What are you pretending to be a college student you? You're looking for a fight aren't you? I'm TM. In the face of this huge divine sword, Xiao Chip had already laughed out in triumph. After all, in his past life experiences, the rain god had made a sword strike without fail. One can even cross the ranks to challenge. But in the face of such an oppressive and terrifying attack, these guys were not only not afraid. Instead, they talked and laughed about it down there. Don't give a damn about them. How can this not be infuriating? Before the rain god, all beings bow down. If you have seen the gods, why don't you kneel? Xiao Chip took the place of the rain god and asked for the decree. Angrily, he looked at the damn turtle. The turtle scratched his head, several question marks popping up on his head, not quite understanding the meaning of these words. What's bowing down and kneeling again? Big Brother has said that there are no more emperors in this world. No one is worth kneeling for. Not even me. It's not like they give red envelopes or anything. Kneel your ass off. In the future, if you meet anyone who makes you kneel, most likely they are not good people. So just do it and be done with it. Ganko felt that Big Brother was right. And, this kid is a thief at first glance. Not a good person. And the toad is a toad, aiding and abetting the evil. And you want your grandfather to kneel down for you? Go down to hell and dream your sweet dreams. The Genta turtle stood against the wind. The huge sword in front of him came towards him ferociously. But he wasn't going to do anything special in response and just stood there, still gently extending his own fingers. Fingers and swords meet. However, a shocking scene occurred. The rain god who possessed a mountain-like Dharma appearance held his sword and stabbed forward, originally carrying infinite might. But it was in the face of that finger that was as tiny as a chalk. There was a sudden stop. The wind of inertia still blows forward. Upon striking, the loud sound shook the heavens, causing the surrounding tens of miles of clouds to be shaken clean. You can see how powerful it is. However, even this powerful attack, when it collided with the Shin turtle, it was unable to advance by half a point, and was even weaker by a thread. Can't even do a stalemate. a closer look reveals. At the tip of the sword, there were already signs of shattering. Rain god? It's nothing more than that. Too weak. It's like not eating, and drinking holy water to hyper-evolve? You're drinking foot-washing water, aren't you? Forget it, not playing with you. The brothers are still waiting for dinner. The Shen turtle easily held his finger at the tip of the sword. A layer of black ice crystals, instead, followed the trend. It's like a joke. Next moment, then he rushed straight to the void in the sky. Xiao Chip was anxious, panicked and scared. This sword was a collection of the rain god's shadow's full power strike. The power was so great that it could make even an ordinary peak high-level magical beast unable to withstand it. It's a magic trick, but he didn't expect it. I've had some bad luck. In a small place, a tortoise gave a hard next. Not hurt a bit. Eyes in the gutter. So, what the hell is this guy's power? Could it be a high-level magical beast? Mastered the divine technique as well? Xiao Chip couldn't figure it out and didn't have time to, because this black cold ice had covered the entire sword. Hoary and pervasive. To stay alive, he tried to take a step backwards with the demon toad. However, just as this thought appeared, the turtle's figure had already instantly moved behind him. One grabbed the toad. The speed was even faster than Black Ice's attack. Until Xiao Chip reacted. There was nothing in front of him, and the Shen turtle couldn't even be seen. And it was only then that the rain god's silhouette, which had been completely frozen, began to gradually crack and turn into powder. It clattered into rain falling down. And then, everything around them came crashing down. Chapter 20 Eating the Rain God's Laws Raw? What the hell do you want? The Rain God Dharma phase was forced. Xiao Chip opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and came to the ground in shock and horror. Now, everything in the sky has come crashing down. Shen turtle carrying toad casually threw to the old goose. He hid aside and ignored no one. Happy to be free. It's a living being after all. I guess they don't want to kill it to eat it. Toad would still be cute if he got rid of the bumps on his back. He should be released. Aha, it's supposed to be put on. However, Chen Zhujun and Zhong Ling had just finished speaking. Above the counter, I saw the swan very nimbly, strangling the toad's neck and giving it a straight shot with the knife. Look at the movement. It's already a good thing. Not even a hint of hesitation. See this scene. The two women hurriedly withdrew their childish thoughts. Also, this guy wants to take out them people. Then they actually don't have to stay their hands. And, even she could tell, this Xiao Chip was injured all over his body. A body's blood chi was almost lost cleanly, and at most, there was only one breath left to hang on for dear life. Now, killing his magical beasts would be even more cruel than killing him outright. Is that this magic toad meat can be delicious. The appearance is really ugly, like a bullfrog. It's better not to eat it later. It's really scary. Chen Zhujun and Zhong Ling thought silently. Next to the carbon fire, smoke and fire wafted out slowly. The wraiths are here in groups of 3 or 2, lamenting the fact that when people are well connected, there are really people who invite them to dinner everywhere they go. Couldn't even refuse if I wanted to. This toad is not bad looking. How do I eat? Fondue will do. I think a barbecue would be fine. Then it's half barbecue and usually fondue. Remember to spice up the barbecue with marijuana and spice. Them guys. You want to eat my beasts? Our Xiao family's beasts? How dare he offend our Xiao family? Xiao Chip was incredulous. That man, does he not want to live? How dare you connive at your men to do such a treacherous thing? Are you not afraid that you will be split into 5 pieces even after you die? But look at this form in front of us. That person is not afraid. Not only not afraid, I'm afraid that behind this matter, there is also the shadow of this person planning to exist. Otherwise, he didn't believe that these magical beasts could have an autonomous consciousness and could carry out actions on their own. Unless they are perfect level super evolved magical beasts. However, this should be impossible. Inside the entire Xiao family, there were only a dozen or so such perfect grade magical beasts. The number was too rare. It should be the guy called Lin Shi who planned it, and he even hired such a powerful guy to guard it in order to travel to Desi City. That's a lot of work. It was just that eating his magical beasts in front of him was a little too cruel for him. When he thought of this, Xiao Chip covered his forehead and his head directly jerked, almost fainting head first. But on second thought, as the saying goes, it's all or nothing. If these guys on the other side fell into his hands, they would also certainly be less likely to be made into a mountain of food. In time the fortunes of both will shift. Thinking about it, he was relieved. I want to eat people. People want to eat me. It's only death. What more can I say? I was ordered to come here to intercept you, and since the route is over, there is nothing more to be said. There's just one thing I'm curious about. Where the hell is that guy, anyway? That asshole named Lin Shi who doesn't know the heights of the world doesn't even dare to meet me face to face. What a coward. But the magical beasts here were so focused on eating. Who had the time to care what this thing said? After feeding the food, the guy was dying anyway, so he might as well go fend for himself. Why don't you guys eat? Try it. It's really quite tasty. All natural and pollution-free. Certified by Rain God. Top quality golden toad meat. Made by Top Chef. The two women shook their heads. Other than that, it's just that the look is so scary that it makes me sick just thinking about it while I'm eating it. No. 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 It's better for you guys to eat first. Chen Jujun politely refused, swallowing her saliva. I won't eat it either. Zhongling, even if I were to starve to death, die of gluttony, and jump from here and drown, I would never eat this roasted golden toad meat. Really don't eat it. OMG. Yummy. Yummy. Fragrant. Flavorful and tender. The two women ate with their mouths full. I ate one skewer and wanted another. Goo. Goo. Someone took a big gulp. No. Not me. Xiao Chip waved his hand and said with some embarrassment. How could he move against his own magical beasts to eat their flesh? But he was hungry. He was really hungry. When I smelled the aroma of grilled meat, I couldn't help but want to eat, as if I had a craving in my stomach. But it's your own beast. We didn't say it was you. What are you vain about? Zhongling laughed and said without a trace of anger, holding a grudge against the guy who almost killed her. You're not craving, are you? Craving your own magical beast meat? You're such a good master. Chen Jujun also sneered from the side. No. No. I didn't. Saying that, Xiao Chip took a few steps backward, calling out to this bunch of damned lunatics. Really all of them deserved to die, especially the master behind this group of magical beasts. Lin Shi, this kind of ferociousness was simply not human, but the idea just arose. He then realized that it was starting to crack at his chest. That place that was previously patched by the rain god had, for some reason, failed completely. Blood flowed out violently. It made his face, which was already a bit pale, become bloodless, and his whole body fainted on the ground. But he turned his head. Suddenly, he realized that a magical beast owl had taken out a pearl-like object in his magical frog's body, and was placing it in front of his eyes to study it slowly. This is the temple of the rain god. It is a tool for the super-evolved magical beasts to communicate with the gods, and it is also a place to store magical power and divine techniques. Xiao Chip understands this. The moment the rain temple was uncovered, it basically announced his death. Karma has its rewards, but before he died, he clearly watched one more thing that sent his adrenaline surging. That owl didn't know how it managed to do that without having to rely on the power of the rain god. Activate the rain temple directly. Then, the bead began to flicker, and then a sheet of the rain god's decree emerged. It was expected to cause infinite killing, but Xiao Chip could see clearly that there were so many magical beasts that had actually eaten the spells sent down by the rain god. Not just eating it, but chewing on it. To know, that's a rain god's decree. A single mouthful of recitation has boundless divine power, and can carry infinite divine power to suppress evil. Who eats the rain god's decree like a dish? And in the distance, when Chen Jujun and Zhongling both saw it, they were even more frightened that they couldn't speak half a word. Directly to the rain god fiat? It's speechless. I guess this is something that only this group of villains can do. I'm afraid, they're the only ones in the world who can eat it and not die. Chapter 21. You took the inner elixir of an earth-level magical beast to make soup? Are you guys eating? It tastes great. The owl shook the rain god bead in his hand, and from time to time a small flag emerged from it, with various decrees written on it. Whenever they ate it, a huge cascade of lightning and storms would come up in their mouths. This would probably strain your incisors if you were to replace them with someone with bad teeth, but in the mouths of these magical beasts, it was all as easy as chewing gum. This, let's forget about. Chen Jujun and Zhongling shook their heads. Their mouths couldn't take the impact of this kind of energy. However, these magical beasts were also considered strange, eating magical beasts when they caught them and gnawing on magic treasures when they saw them. It should be that their owners are usually so harsh that they haven't had anything good to eat since they were born. Look at this for the kid to crave. You guys are pathetic. Zhongling looked sympathetically at Old Goose and the other magical beasts and said, when we go to Moshi City, I'll treat you guys to a 5-star hotel inside Royal Beast City. A 5-star hotel? What is that? Is it good? Old Black asked quietly from a distance. The panda gave Old Black a contemptuous look. Idiot, they're places to eat, not things for you to eat. Oh who? The Old Black man nodded in confusion. So, what's made in there can be as good as what the Old Goose makes. As an insta-magic beast, you don't even know a 5-star hotel? It seems they really are wild, and their owners can't be too high status and short-sighted. What a powerful and pitiful magical beast. When Chen Jujun thought of this, he felt even more heartbroken for these blood-drinking magical beasts. Compared to their native magical beasts who ate special beast food, the treatment of life was simply one heaven and one earth. But, not far away,
Xiao Chip spat out another mouthful of blood as his body completely collapsed on the ground. With the essence demonic beast being eaten and the rain god bead being taken, he had completely run out of ways to live. Desperate and angry inside. You audacious magical beasts. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Our family's third miss is waiting for you right in front. And even though I'm dead, all of you, will die. After all I've said, why don't you guys just ignore me? Come on, spar with me. These magical beasts carried their bodies on their backs and ate the praying rain demonic toad. Their cold and unapproachable attitude made Xiao Chip feel even more angry. Because you don't deserve it. Snake Girl spat at him in boredom. It's pathetic. He didn't recognize who he was or what he was capable of until he died. It's not just him. It's estimated that everyone in the Xiao family doesn't know the master's identity and strength. If they knew about it, not to mention marrying their daughters, even if it's upside down I guess they'd be willing. Alas, it's not that one who doesn't allow it to be said. Even Big Brother himself isn't sure what he's carrying. A group of villains whispered around the grill. The old goose saw that everyone was eating enthusiastically, so he pulled another bead out of his feather and put it inside the pot along with the rain god bead in the owl's hand, planning to make a couple more bowls of plain soup. In a split second, as the two bead bodies entered the soup pot, the two breaths surged out, actually forming a red and a blue soup of two different colors in the pot. The flavor is simply pungent. Wow, it smells so good, Zhong Ling said as she smelled it. What's put in this? It should be some kind of special spice, the two asked, curiously gathered around the pot. It's not something good, well, just the inner den of that toad just now, and a six-tailed flame demon foxes. Put it in and that's what it tastes like. Six-tailed flame demon fox? Both women screamed out in unison, cringing in shock. The flame demon fox, a normal one with only one tail, will have two when it becomes a low-level magical beast, and will grow an extra one with every level up thereafter. 6 tails means it's already an earth-level magical beast. So, the fragrant soup in front of him, which looked ordinary, was actually boiled by fusing the inner den of an intermediate-level magical beast and an earth-level magical beast. This swan, grabbing it with his hand, is an inner elixir of an earth-level magical beast? What's so surprising? It's not much, but it's a couple thousand of them, and it's too much to carry around. It's not like it's a rare thing. Right. Old Goose suddenly remembered something and looked at Chen Zhujun and Zhongling with some anticipation, saying, inside that 5-star hotel you guys are talking about. It sounds so lofty, this kind of ordinary clear soup. You should be able to drink it for free, right? The rain god is complaining to me that someone bullied her and ate her believers. A power projection was also broken up. Not only that, but even the rain god's decree that she gave down was eaten by that group of villains. Xiao Qian, the third miss of the Xiao family, stood on a golden turtle, her eyebrows lightly frowning as she said towards the crowd with some surprise. Of course she knew who the group of villains in the mouth of the rain god was. Isn't it the person called Lin Shi, and the group of powerful magical beasts under his hands. Perhaps it was due to good luck. This guy not only didn't die after the global beast change, but instead became a beast master. And look at his rank. Surprisingly, he was able to kill Xiao Chip, and even a smattering of the rain god's power was unable to fight against him. Standing orders: treat, decapitate, and collect as a dog. Since I won't be able to decapitate with this hand, I'll have to treat myself. You guys go get ready. Set up the Hongmen banquet, properly. She brushed her long hair from her forehead. Looking at the appearance, she was surprisingly 9 points similar to Xiao Chuchu, with the same kind of clear beauty. Yes, master. The three were ordered to go and prepare themselves. When Shen Zhujun and Zhong Ling heard the swan's words, they glanced at each other, too weak to speak. No, how can there be an inner potion of an earth-class magical beast in a 5-star hotel? This is not a dream. Would have known better than to brag about it. I'm sorry, this one really doesn't. Chen Zhujun said with some embarrassment. Is it really true that leveled magical beasts are so common that you can get them just like that? A magical beast of this grade would only appear one in a few thousand, and was extremely rare. Not to mention killing, it's hard to even meet one. Oh, forget it if you don't have it. It's not rare anyway. It seems that the 5-star hotels are too high-spec to put this kind of crap in their eyes. A few of the wraiths whispered. So the sense of anticipation for this 5-star hotel was heightened. Here, the soup is ready. It's a good antidote to fatigue. So everyone drink more. If you can't finish it, you'll have to pour it out. Old Goose took a spoon and scooped up a bowl for each person and handed them out next to each other. You're willing to give us this kind of stuff to drink? This was a soup made from the inner pills of an earth-grade magical beast, coupled with a rain god pearl. The power contained within it was simply unimaginable. Chen Zhujun looked again at the gluttonously drooling sonic firehound and demon fox beside him, and summoned up the courage to ask, so, can you give them some of this soup, too?
I know this soup is precious. What's so precious? Drink it. It's not that bad anyway. After saying that, the old goose not only sent them 2 bowls of soup, even the inner elixir of that earth-level magical beast was fished out and given to the 2 of them. Throw it away anyway. Thank you. Thank you. Chen Jujun was overjoyed. New awe. It's for you too. Be careful and slowly go refine and absorb it. Don't rush it. A dog and a fox claimed this treasure and gathered around this inner elixir, greedily sucking the residual energy inside. And with the absorption of this power, the 2 of them, their bodies, are also quietly changing. Undoubtedly, the very sign of evolution. This scene directly caused Chen Jujun and Zhongling to simply go crazy with joy. Goose looked at the 2 stupid women and bristled in disdain. There's nothing to it. How can you be so happy even after drinking and eating the soup of an earth-level magical beast? If he had told them that he was carrying a dozen or so inner pills of heaven-level magical beasts, would he not have died of excitement on the spot? Chapter 22. What? The poor man is myself? Old Black. Do you think none of them have ever eaten the meat of an earth-level magical beast? Maybe. Eating has no more image than even I have. Goo. Look at those 2 little guys craving and drooling. They really haven't seen the world. Still, those 2 don't have a better image. It's been 5 big bowls of soup, and that doesn't stop? Alas, not being able to eat a bit of game. City people are really pathetic. I wouldn't even want to smell this stuff if I were given it. I'm tired of it. The old goose was amused at their reaction. As a cook, he enjoys watching diners go crazy with their food. It would give him a sense of fulfillment. You too. If there's not enough in the pot to drink, why don't we make another pot for you separately? Hiccup. Hiccup. Chen Jujun and Zhongling each burped and awkwardly waved their hands and said, forget it, no need to bother. This is already very full. This soup contains a lot of magic inside. Even when diluted with water, it's not something that can be absorbed overnight. Moreover, if one was too greedy and absorbed too much at once, it would also lead to the sudden death of the Imperial Beast Master. Just this one intake of magic was enough for the 2 of them to absorb for a while. However, she was a little embarrassed to accept someone's Earth-grade magical beast inner pills for no reason at all. That, I, Chen Jujun, am not the kind of person who knows a favor and doesn't repay it. So let's do this. I'll use this to return your favor. Saying that, she took out a red jade pendant from her bosom, on which a lifelike phoenix was drawn. Gently flick it with your finger, and faintly you can still hear the faint sound of a phoenix. There's something odd about this jade pendant. The panda instantly came to Chen Jujuan's body and took the jade pendant, frowning lightly. This is my family heirloom jade pendant. It's the most valuable thing I have on me. So let's use it to exchange for your earth-grade inner elixir, Chen Jujun said with some reluctance. Okay, then we'll take it, the panda said quickly, directly into the pocket, afraid of the other party backtracking as if. Then he shamelessly continued to look at Chen Jujun and said, that, there are other old objects that have been passed down in your home, so I'll let Swan take a few more earth-grade magical beast inner dawn for you to exchange? Upon hearing this, Chen Jujun froze slightly, as if remembering something sad, squeezing out a twisted smile on his face, saying, no more. I grew up in an orphanage, and this is the only thing I have that connects me to my biological parents. Oh, sorry, Panda apologized. Then he gave Chen Jujun a meaningful look and walked away without moving, his gaze looking towards a place in Green Sea City. According to the god in the jade pendant, the heir to the Black Dragon has already appeared, and the heirs to the Fire Phoenix, Golden Qilin, and other clans should be coming soon as well. However, he really didn't expect that by chance. He would meet the descendant of the Fire Phoenix clan by chance. Just under the fine feeling, the Fire Phoenix jade pendant in his hand was not a complete thing, and there was no true spirit of the Fire Phoenix present inside. This was why this girl had not inherited the ability of the Fire Phoenix true god. That, in return for your low-grade magical beast inner pills, I'll give you this one of mine as well. Suddenly, another girl said, I have an immortal fox jade pendant here, also passed down from my family. The panda turned his head and froze again, feeling a little incredulous straight away. A little too many surprises today, only to see Zhongling took out a purple nine-tailed fox jade pendant from her bosom, and on it was written the word Qingxiu. There was no doubt that this was the nine-tailed fox god of the ancient Green Hills. Another ancient god heir? Too much of a coincidence. Around the panda's fixation, also cannot help but heart-tip straight trembling fingers to take this jade pendant also, trading an inner elixir of an earth-grade magical beast for 2 ancient god jade pendants? This deal, too, is too damn good, and they both looked like they were taking advantage of the situation, afraid that they would refuse them something. Only, both jade pendants were in the same situation. There was no true spirit present in them at all, and I wonder what changed. That, please wait for us, we drank too much magic and need to absorb it. No problem, Panda said subconsciously. Thought they were going to backtrack. Phew. Thankfully not. They two dumb women aren't that smart or insightful. In this regard, Chen Jujun and Zhongling happily rushed to sit on the ground and absorb the magic power inside the soup. Be thankful that the other person took what they had. To know that exchanging a jade pendant for the chance to absorb the inner dan of an earth-level magical beast was a huge profit. Fortunately, people didn't mind that thing. However, as one of the captains of the Dragon Kingdom's Imperial Beast Army, how could Chen Jujun not imagine the identity of the owner of this group of magical beasts? Possessing the inner dan of an earth-level magical beast meant that their strength was definitely at the earth level, or above. However, the strength displayed by these magical beasts in front of them should be inside the advanced range. And what does that tell us? It means that the other party is still hiding their strength. And once one reaches the strength of an earth-level magical beast and a royal beast master, it's impossible for them not to be known. In this neighborhood, I haven't heard of any royal beast clan being here either. Otherwise, with the ability of their Dragon Kingdom Imperial Beast Army, they should have known about it long ago. Chen Jujun pondered the identity and strength of these magical beasts while refining his magic power. Through this period of contact, she felt more and more that the strength of these guys was truly terrifying. And there's no bottom to be seen at all yet. Strong as that what's-her-name rain god, wasn't he also broken by a single finger of the Dharma? So much so that the devil beasts of the believers were all eaten up and the Dharma decree was swallowed. Can be more terrifying than the strength of these villains. Is until now, their masters weren't even going to show. So they were so relieved to be out on their own. Mysterious and intriguing. But no matter what, get on good terms with this bunch of magical beasts and gain the favor of each other's masters. It's always right. This was also for the consideration of the Dragon Kingdom's Imperial Beast Army. In time, when the time is right, let the people at the top recruit these guys and then give their masters tenure in a high position. This would bind them to the side of the Dragon Kingdom's Imperial Beast Army, rather than falling to those Imperial Beast families that sat back and watched the world perish without a care in the world, along with Chen Jujuan's mental activities. Soon, the two men finished absorbing it. Moodily, he stood up, ready to show off his increased magical power to these magical beasts. Once again, I would like to thank them for their kindness in gifting the inner pills of the Earth-grade magical beasts, and how hard it was to do so. Then, as if they had seen a ghost, they saw Old Goose take out the inner dan of an Earth-grade magical beast and pop it into his mouth as if it were a sugar bean. Chew on it, nothing happens, just simply ate it up. The two men's mouths dropped open. Unbelievably, he looked at the swan. What the hell? This incomparably important and extremely rare inner dan of an earth-grade magical beast to them was casually chewed? Shouldn't this be very rare? Shouldn't it be collected as a treasure? Eating it off the cuff, with no hesitation at all, is just too frustrating. How can I describe what they're feeling right now? Yeah, Chen Jujun thought about it. Probably, only this sentence could fit the scene. For the most part, being poor isn't scary. What's scary is realizing that the poor person is actually TM myself. This is going to be a real pain in the ass. Chapter 23 Honkers, Evil Ghosts in the Smoke. The moon rises in the evening. Amidst the silver bell-like laughter of Chen Jujun and Zhongling, the two magical beasts finally completed their evolution. Woof woof, I'm now an intermediate-level magical beast, the sonic fire dog said as it spat out human words. Its all red fur was ablaze with flames, and at first glance it didn't look like a dog, but like a lion. The demon fox itself was weak, and with this evolution, it had only reached the strength of a primary magical beast. A third tail grew out of the back. The shaking was even more flattering. Wow, this fox is so cute. I want to go and pinch her face so bad. That's so cute. If I were to punch at her, she'd turn into a boing boing monster for sure. Snake girl. When Old Black finished speaking, the scared little human fox hurriedly ran to zap into Zhongling's wide arms for protection, trembling with fear. The Old Black man is most unable to see the Wraith cute and Sonic Firehound, in the spirit of dog licking, wanted to teach this black bear a lesson and show off, but it was soon discovered that even though the evolution was complete, in his perception, these animals were still frighteningly strong, similar to small mountains, and it seems to be getting scarier. Sonic Firehound, when I was unevolved, I saw them like a frog in a well looking at the sun and the moon. After I evolved, I see them like a mayfly seeing the sky. So frustrating. It's so good. Our magic power has increased and our innate magical beast has evolved. So happy. Zhongling comforted the frightened demon fox and said excitedly. Chen Jujun giggled as well. It was important to realize that the strength of a magical beast was directly tied to its level, and the difference in magical power at each level was huge. Intermediate magical beasts could be more than a little bit stronger than primary magical beasts, and they could do it with 1 against 10. If we come across another human scorpion like the one before, and the toad that was eaten,
she's also more than halfway sure she'll win.
Moreover, after the strength was raised, when he returned to the Dragon Kingdom within the Imperial Beast Army, his position could also be raised. Speaking of which, the World Imperial Beast Masters do not know how many people are stuck inside the primary level. How to cultivate is not rippling. If I hadn't chosen to go with them to Desert West City, if I didn't have this chance, I really don't know how long it would take for the magical beasts to evolve to intermediate level. Following them was really the right choice. It was with these thoughts that Chen Jujun was so happy and had even gotten carried away. Was that necessary? This woman is not going to be happy and stupid, is she? I think it must have been spoiled by eating the Earthgrade inner elixir given by Old Goose. You have to be responsible for people. The Old Goose scratched his buttocks with his wings in a daze. I say, this shouldn't be a problem. But if the woman is stupid, I'm definitely responsible. Is responsible for getting her to a psychiatric hospital. After a long time, the two women gradually returned to normal and asked with a bewildered look, "What are you all looking at us for? Do we have flowers on our faces?" "No flowers, but it does look silly and cute." "You are a sillier being than Old Black." The Old Goose bristled, greeting the two of them as they continued on their way. It feels like in their state, they'd fit in just fine even if they were sent to a mental hospital. That one you guys must have misunderstood. We're just so happy to see a magical beast evolve. You guys don't really think that the two of us are really stupid. Zhongling explained towards them. Sorry, we really do. Is this bit of evolution worth being happy about? The group of animals laughed dryly. They had become completely indifferent to the concept of intermediate-level magical beasts. To them, what intermediate-level magical beasts of high-level magical beasts? All tasted the same when eaten. Nothing too different. Being weak has its benefits. I'm really envious of them. They can evolve just by eating something. Yeah, it's not like us. Even if we eat 100 inner pills of Earth-level magical beasts, we won't be able to evolve. Who made us so strong at birth? That's karma, to evolve once in a lifetime. However, I've always felt lately that with Big Brother's closed-door evolution, we've made a small increase in strength. You mean, when Big Brother is done evolving, the benthic demonic beast will follow and evolve again? I'm just guessing, but it's a real possibility. As he was talking, suddenly, the panda stopped and gazed into the thick fog in the distance, something faintly emerging from it. Amidst the fog, immediately afterward, a voice came from all directions, and fiery red lanterns unexpectedly appeared out of nowhere. A high building on a flat ground, with a red lantern hanging from it. There is a visitor from afar, and the fluffy door is open for you. Everyone, my master has an invitation, so I hope you'll give a few moments of your time. A group of people carrying lanterns came to the panda, and as their voices fell, only to see that an incomparably brilliant wooden pavilion unexpectedly rose up from the ground, like a building block that built the pavilion up. At first it was illusory, but afterward it became more and more solid, turning into a real building. And at the entrance of this pavilion, there were 3 very bright and conspicuous lanterns hanging. The words Hongmen Banquet are written on it. Seeing the situation, the panda mimicked the jade pendants of the fire phoenix and nine-tailed fox, hiding the matter so that it would not be discovered. And he still couldn't figure out how these two women with their intelligence could run all over the world with this kind of heaven-defying magic treasure and still live for such a long time. Doesn't anyone come and grab it? Ugh, maybe it's just silly people being silly. He looked up. Only inside the window of the second floor of this ancient building, under the reflection of the light, there was a shadow of a beautiful woman cast out. Just by looking at the figure, one could tell that this woman was definitely not simple. The segment level was at least equal to or even higher than Zhongling's, with a rank of about 36D or more. But, this beautiful woman, who seemed a little off, was flailing inside the window. No! Who invites the Hongmen Banquet and puts the word Hongmen Banquet on the lantern at the door? I'm really convinced. Are you stupid or are they stupid? You can screw up such a simple thing. None of them had 9 years of compulsory education, did they? It is recommended that they all go back to kindergarten and give me a return. She was not the only one who was confused. Even the magical beasts at the bottom were confused. What kind of show was this? The story of the Hongmen Banquet. Just ask the men and beasts of the Dragon Kingdom. Who hasn't heard of it? This. We say we are uneducated, well, not really uneducated, okay. I guess it's the Xiao family again. Definitely. Isn't this just Xiangyu inviting Lu Bang and then preparing assassins to find a chance to kill us in a play? I guess they also prepared poison wine or something. They must have seen that we are powerful, so they netted these underhanded methods. Then are we still going? Chen Zhujun asked worriedly, knowing that the other side is a trap and jumping into it isn't too smart of a move. In her mind, it was time to avoid this anyway. Brother Panda was also thinking carefully. But Big Brother said, the wind will always scatter for 10 miles. And a man traveling 10,000 miles depends on his guts. If they didn't even dare to eat a meal invited by the Xiao family, wouldn't they, along with Big Brother, be looked down upon? One thought in this. So he pulled a cigar out of his pocket and, following the example of the social bigwigs in the movies, lit it with a Zippo and took a vigorous drag. Spit out a mouthful of thick white mist, illuminated by a red light. Then a panda's head grinned and burst through the smoke. Evil spirits in smoke. This look is like a villain more than a villain. Go! They invited us to dinner. Why don't we go? Brother Panda grinned and said, since they dare to play Hongmen Banquet, then we will sing this play for Big Brother. Then, after a slight pause, he smiled even wider. I'd like to see who is the king of Western Shu tonight. Chapter 24 Big Brother said, you should be polite when you meet people. I think we all still need to be careful. After all, we're on someone else's turf. Chen Zhujun said carefully, looking at the arrangement of this ancient building, and in the middle of the night, with the foggy atmosphere, it always makes people feel creepy. Aha, Captain's right. Zhongling grabbed the demon fox's fur and shrunk her body, looking around cautiously. The scenes in those movies where ghosts and monsters appear usually happen in such places, inevitably make people feel scared, but the eerie atmosphere soon shattered away. Woohoo! Old Black, you said that since it's a treat, there should be a lot of good food in there. Hey, that's a must. We're going to eat a big family. Don't worry about anything when we get in. Just eat. Jia. So will they be angry? Ha ha ha. Needless to say, it sure will. The spooky atmosphere fears nothing more than a tease, and a group of high-powered villains. Any bull ***** tur comes along and kneels. Horror movie went straight to comedy. The two women breathed a slight sigh of relief and followed the panda, slowly walking in towards the ancient building. Just feel that these guys' performance is also too easy. This people are invited Hongmen Banquet. You cannot attitude a little serious treatment? At least it's the fruit of someone's labor, isn't it? Messengers of the Xiao family, Li Dong, Xiao Ye, and Da Xue, are here to welcome you all. Please also meet Mr. Lin Shi. Inside the ancient building, 3 men and women dressed in white respectfully saluted, their gazes looking behind them from time to time. It looked respectful, but his eyes were cold disdain, anger, and hatred. However, they did not find the appearance of that person, only some various magical beasts, so there was some doubt in the gaze again. Hello, may I ask when Mr. Lin Shi will be able to come? Li Dong asked as he walked up. If you're here, why are you afraid to come to the party? He was the only male of the 3, also the mastermind of this Hongmen Banquet. The man who was scolded to be knocked into kindergarten to go back to school is him. One look at you and you're no good. Hi there, badass. At that, Brother Panda held his cigar in one hand and greeted Li Dong with the other. He wasn't loud, but everyone could hear him. In a flash, the magical beasts behind them let out various kinds of laughter and laughed their heads off. Badass? Is that any ing way to greet someone? Lydon shook his body in exasperation and gave the panda a hard scrape, but thinking of the things explained by his own young lady, he could only temporarily hold his tongue, but the gaze was even more ferocious. Your master, Lin Shi, where is he now? Humph, we sincerely invited him to the party, but he didn't come. If it's late, if it doesn't walk in on his knees, I'm never going to spare him. He asked again with harsh words, his voice raised a little, but the panda completely ignored him and just assumed it was a silly batch. Instead, the magical beasts behind him started to get up in arms. No, Brother Panda, how can you be so rude? Look, people are angry. Yeah, have you forgotten what Big Brother taught you? When the time comes, Buddy will definitely report you. That's right, people are at least emissaries of the Xiao family. It's not good for you to talk like that, in case he gets angry and dies. Are you responsible? Alas, as an old man, I'll have to criticize you on this one. Gentoo Turtle led the charge, stepping forward and criticizing the panda's actions in a serious manner, looking like some kind of absolute good guy. But can this guy be good? Damn, whoever believes him is out of luck. While others didn't believe it, Li Dong did. The grimace on his face was slightly soothed, thinking to himself that there are still many good magical beasts in this world. After they fall for it and are surrounded, they can consider sparing this turtle and taking it in as a pet. And Xian Turtle, while patting Panda's shoulder and looking at Li Dong's expression, found that the fire had arrived inside playfully, saying, Panda, on this matter, I have to criticize you. The world is so messed up. Who do you think you're pretending to be pure for? Like this kind of guy. He's not a good person at first glance. At a glance, he's not cultured enough, and he's the first unlucky person to be exterminated after entering this place. You can just slap him directly. It's so troublesome. Said. There wasn't any movement from the Xian Turtle, but all of a sudden, a palm print had appeared on this Li Dong's face. Pop! The crisp voice resounded throughout the ancient building. All the people on the other side were stunned, and Li Dong just wanted to fight back, but was pulled back by a panda's arm and said with a smile, "I'm so sorry, huh?" The old man is babbling. You. He wanted to make a move, but he realized that he couldn't use all of his magical power, and he couldn't help but be taken aback. The strength of this beast was actually above him. But so what if you're stronger than him? It's hard to believe that every one of them guys is still better than him. This guy is just a case in point. As long as the feast begins today, under his arrangement, it doesn't matter how strong this panda reel is. These guys are going to die. Especially this old bastard. Must be killed and stewed. Stewed and killed. Abused him 1,000 times. In order to solve the hatred of the heart Li Dong thought hatefully in his heart. He was conceited and smart, and knew how to hold back. So it won't be a moment of bravado here. Alright everyone, the banquet has been prepared. All come up. Xiao family. Xiao Qian please. Just then, a female voice rang out from the second floor, and it was none other than the host of this held banquet. Ooh, here comes the main man. Come on, let's go up together first. Oh, let him off the hook this time. Bah, you who are waiting. You who just dared to insult our big brother. I'll eat your magical beast later. The black bear paused and bared his teeth at Raiden, staring the other man with a violent shiver. How does this one feel better than him too? Though your master is not here, he must be nearby, and we are here to toast him. Men, serve the wine. After all the animals are seated, Xiao Qian nodded towards Li Dong, who immediately understood, and immediately arranged for someone to fetch the wine. You said, they're not going to poison the wine, are they? How can you say that? Think with your feet and you're sure it will. 2. How else is it badass? Ha ha, in that case, let's have some fun and teach them people a lesson. The next moment, right after Li Dong confidently finished pouring both the poisoned and non-poisoned wine, Brother Panda's fingers moved slightly. Suddenly a gust of wind blew inside the room. Instantly, the glasses, which had been divided, were completely out of order and unrecognizable. Even Li Dong, who started it all, at this moment, couldn't tell which cup was the poisoned wine. It's like being a top agent. You can't believe you forgot exactly which drink was poisoned. Asterisk. What's going on here? Li Dong's heart tightened, knowing that this was a big trouble, and cold sweat rained out of his head. And at the moment, the maids of honor, who, unaware of this, were distributing the glasses, had dispersed them. Who knows which glass is the poisoned wine anymore? Bad. Looking at the blood-red wine cup in front of him, after a pause, Xiao Qian swallowed his mouth in fear. His face changed and he was embarrassed. Chapter 25. This ing dog is tearing my house apart. How can you screw up this little errand? Xiao Qian covered her face and was so speechless that she wanted to kill someone. The poisoned wine that had been prepared. It's a good thing you poisoned yourself and you don't know which one is the poisonous one. If this were to spread back to Moshi City, it wouldn't be laughed at to death. Little miss, otherwise, don't drink. Xiao Shui and De Shui whispered worriedly, while Li Dong was sweating profusely and looking fearfully at the poisonous wine in front of Xiao Qian. Absolutely not. I made this trip out on a promise with my father that I would kill him and snatch back our family's supreme treasure. To just bow down and give in like this is not my style, nor is it the Xiao family's style of behavior. After finishing in a low voice, he only saw Xiao Qian violently stand up and actually picked up his wine glass and walked towards the panda. Tackled the thief. Seeing that this panda was quite extraordinary before, he must be Lin Shi's original magical beast. In Xiao Qian's opinion, killing him would also be tantamount to controlling the scene. As for those other magical beasts, hell if I know who contracted them, it couldn't be that person's anyway, right? In the Xiao family's information, no one could contract dozens of magical beasts at once, unless he's an ancient beast god, but that's not going to happen. There's just been an accident. Don't mind everyone, let's toast. Xiao Qian said sweetly. It's not a good thing to come. Panda swept the woman away. Taking another look at the glass of poisoned wine in her hand, he scratched his head and stood up to pick up his glass as well. Cheers! The two glasses clinked together, the wine rattling and the occasional few drops spilling inside each other's glasses. Brother Panda is all dry in one breath, and then barfed, feeling really bad about drinking this wine. To paraphrase a line from a movie his big brother had shown him, 4 in wine? 4 pussies. A good drinker. How admirable. Xiao Qian watched with satisfaction as the panda drank it down and took a sip herself. Bright red lips imprinted on the top of the wine glass. Heartily satisfied, I smiled out. Ha ha ha, genius vision. I'm bowled over by my own intelligence. Drinking and clinking wine spills everywhere. Even if my glass is poisoned, I'm going to splash your glass. I can detoxify myself. Whereas if you drink it, you will die. This is what Xiao Qianqian thinks is the perfect plan. This woman wants to die with me? Brother Panda saw through the other party's scheme at a glance. Actually, it's not necessary. Because, in my realm, I'm already immune to the poison.
Even the most powerful poison has no effect on him. Moreover, there is the miracle Dr. Old Rock Sheep here. Poisoning is impossible to be poisoned.
Ha ha, dry owl. Drink. I took a bite out of it. Che, it's bitter. I'm not drinking this. It's better to eat it. Yeah, I've got a craving for a late night snack much too. There's a couple right over there that look pretty good. Suddenly,
feeling the gazes of a group of villains, a few magical beasts shivered.
Frightened,
they leaned toward their respective masters.
Xiao Qianqian secretly took the antidote, petting one of the tabby cats at his side.
He smiled and waited quietly for the villains to fall to the ground.
This poison was the hemlock feather thousand liquid.
Whether it was a royal beast master or a magical beast,
as long as they took a sip of it,
their entire body would soon lose all of its magical power, and they would be at the mercy of others. She had little interest in killing the beasts, but a lot of interest in capturing these guys and going home to claim credit.
But, after a long while, none of these magical beasts had even fallen.
A swan with a dog, drinking wine while still wandering around inside the room. Even the two rather attractive women were no different.
Suddenly,
Xiao Qianqian's gaze lingered on the two women's faces.
The face gradually became cold.
Bah! What a shame for Big Sister. She's in solitary confinement at home because of that man, and she can't even play with her cell phone.
But what about this man? Not only hide and dare not see me,
but also find yourself two confidants to accompany.
What? Naps? You really think you're an emperor? And you want to have 3 palaces and 6 houses? Really? Take me in. Let me see how much weight you really have. Thinking of this, Xiao Qianqian was even more angry.
I can't wait to find out the so-called brother-in-law now.
Teach him a good lesson. But for some reason, after such a while, the magical beasts didn't react to drinking the poisonous wine. Instead,
her head was a little groggy. The magic felt like it was slowly draining from his body as well. Leiden stood inside the shadows and watched all this with cold eyes.
Geez, it's kinda topsy-turvy after a few drinks. What?
I think you're poisoned?
How could my old rock sheep be poisoned? Even if I ate poison raw, I wouldn't. I'm just drunk.
It's also funny to say that all the wine here is poisoned.
So you're not afraid of accidental injury? Could it be that the people of the Xiao family have really lost their heads? Maybe. Whatever. The woman doesn't look too bright anyway. The party went on for another 5 minutes.
Xiao Qianqian had been waiting for these magical beasts to fall.
But, her face hurt from laughing so hard. The guys were getting drunk and just wouldn't go down. Simply let her not be too humiliated. Sure enough, others still can't be relied on. Xiao Qianqian glared fiercely at Li Dong.
It was decided that he would deal with these magical beasts himself.
Joke, do you really think that this Hongmen banquet is a display? Do you really think this ancient building is made of clay? This is a top-notch beast prison. Once the program is activated,
unless you are of heavenly strength,
there is absolutely no way to escape from this. I can't wait. Oh, this farce. It's time to end. Pop. Drop the cup for the number.
Xiao Qianqian slammed the wine cup on the ground, and a sound of chains running appeared.
The entire ancient building was suddenly filled with a murderous aura. It really is a trap.
Chen Zhujun immediately noticed the unusual change and drank with a trembling voice. And at this moment, just as she was preparing to fight the other party, her original magical beast unexpectedly disappeared.
This stupid dog. Where did he go?
But it really leaves one without a big word. Zhongling also realized that something was wrong. Hurrying to use his magic power, he summoned the three-tailed demon fox and attempted to block it for a moment with an illusion. But this invisible force actually suppressed her to the point where she was completely unable to work her magic.
Don't struggle. It's useless.
Xiao Qianqian smiled confidently.
This is the power of sealing, which specializes in restraining beast masters and magical beasts.
She pointed her index finger,
and this invisible force was like a wave of water, completely enveloping towards the magical beasts at the banquet.
It's a shame that we didn't get you and your master in one fell swoop, so we'll just have to catch you before we deal with him.
The feeling of powerlessness in
his body got worse and worse.
Xiao Qianqian sat down for the time being. Guess it's still too much effort to run this ancient building by yourself, so it's a bit of a labor of love. However, the power inside this ancient building had already been activated,
and it would only take a small amount of time to wipe out these magical beasts.
This has been the nail in the coffin. Oh, this ancient building still has this wonderful use. That's awesome. However,
the intensity of this attack.
It's quite comfortable. Brother Panda lit another cigar,
happy to enjoy a full body massage with that power.
Completely untouched. Even raised his wine glass towards Xiao Qianqian in a toast.
This scene directly dumbfounded the happy Xiao Qianqian.
The smile gradually solidified. don't understand what this is all about. However, at this moment, the ancient building suddenly shook. Immediately after, the sealing power that had just been in operation disappeared in an instant. What happened? Why did this beast cage stop working? This can't be right. It was too late to think about why these magical beasts could still use magical power. And now, Xiao Qianshan was even more shocked at the reason why the ancient building had stopped functioning. Her eyes glanced around in horror. This was followed by a woof 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 that attracted everyone's attention. The sound fades. I saw a dog run out from a short distance away, wagging his tail and carrying a big, long stick bone in his mouth. There is a swan sitting on the dog's back. The swan also carries a large stick bone on its back. The crowd is confused. Where did they find this bone? Why does it look so familiar? And, a swan riding a dog? That's an odd combination. For a moment, the room resounded with whispers. Although the team combination as well as the gesture made people want to laugh. At this moment, Xiao Qianshan also finally understood the reason why the beast cage had stopped functioning. These beasts are not martial. They are just too immoral. Asterisk. This dead dog demolished my house. So much for tearing down your home. You also happen to remove the core component of the beast cage's operation. Really, damn it. Xiao Qianshan's face turned blue as she roared in a shrill voice. Chapter 26, Xiao Qianshan. Oh, no, you guys are such bullies. Ha ha, the old goose wasn't there just now, so I guessed it was off doing something bad. It's not. It's bringing other kids down. Good lord, two thigh bones? Are you guys digging up people's ancestral graves? Completely disregarding Xiao Qianshan, a group of magical beasts surrounded them, wanting to play with the bones. The result was that the old goose hid behind it and killed it. If you want to get it yourself, there is no way you can get it for nothing. Seeing old goose's tough attitude, Sonic Firehound also clenched his bones, determined not to show these people. How petty. Shay, who cares like that? Tell me where you got it if you can, and I promise not to go looking for it. While talking, these magical beasts had already displayed their abilities and went around looking for bone sticks to play with. The attraction of the stick for men is irresistible, especially if it's such a straight stick. Is it a stick? It's clearly a supreme divine sword, isn't it? Here's one. Your one doesn't work. It's not as straight as mine. It's too curved. Dude's already straight. What's the point of playing with a bent bone? I'm happy. Even Panda, who has always been steady, joined the treasure hunt and kept searching inside the ancient building. But for the most efficient, it would have to be the combination of Old Goose plus Sonic Firehound. The latter, relying on an excellent olfactory system, could find the bones with ease, and was directly on the verge of demolishing the entire ancient building. You bastards, don't dismantle my magic treasure. Stop it, Xiao Qianshan shouted angrily. Just a fart's effort. The demon god's bone that was used to support the operation of the beast cage had already been taken, more than half of it. The original magic treasure that could be called a divine artifact was on the verge of being reduced to a mundane object, and even if the bones were to be put back in, this magic treasure would already be ruined. But the wraiths were blind to her anger. Instead, Chen Zhujun and Zhongling sympathized with her somewhat. Ugh, it's not good to mess with anyone, to mess with such a bunch of villains. Yeah, even the Sonic Fire Dogs are getting carried away. What do you think is so interesting about the stick that it's worth all the hustle and bustle to dig it up? We girls wouldn't have such bad hobbies. Damn it, they don't even care about me. The third miss of the Xiao family. They're really mad at me. Deceiving people is too much, isn't it? Since that's the case, don't force me to activate the ancient building's self-destruct program. Xiao Qianshan shouted angrily and ruthlessly. Don't make it easy for me, then I won't make it easy for you. However, it's not simple to start the self-destruct program, and some special conditions are required. One of them is those ancient buildings everywhere, used to provide energy to the building stone. It's a good thing the townhouse stone wasn't dug up, or else. However, before she could finish, Xiao Qianshan noticed a small snake showing off a 7-colored stone with its tail curled around it. The eyes widened in disbelief. What? No, who was it that just said girls don't have bad hobbies? What? Picking up sticks is a bad hobby, but digging for rocks isn't? What strange beasts these wraiths are. Wow, what a nice looking 7-colored stone. Wrong, this isn't an ordinary stone. It's called a touch of immortal color stone. So you watch Little Fairy too. I watch it too. Sister Snake, where did you dig that up? I want it too. Seeing the snake sister dug up a stone flashing with 7 colors, Chen Zhujun and Zhongling envy very much, also joined the stone picking army. Don't look at them as usually ladylike. When it comes to digging for rocks, each one is more active than the other, wanting to dig 3 feet into the ground. Chen Zhujun even directly took a fireball spell and blasted the ground. I wanted to find more sparkling fairy touches to weave into strings and fantasize about becoming a fairy. Ah, what a pisser. Oh, No, you guys are not such bullies. Daddy was right. The outside world is really full of bad guys. Xiao Qianxian's nose was sore, and her tears of aggravation wanted to flow downwards. Such a great spell. As a result, it was directly damaged by people digging up bones and withholding stones. When this was known after returning to the Xiao family, he would definitely be laughed at. Especially the eldest sister. She had said on her way here that no one in this world could defeat Lin Shi, but she didn't believe her. As a result, not to mention defeating him, he didn't even see his face. It was then defeated by the wraiths under his command. I'm not convinced. I still have magical beasts I haven't used. I haven't lost yet. I still have 3 Xiao family emissaries under me. Each of them is a mid-level imperial beast master, so I'm sure I can defeat them. Xiao family emissary De Shui, Xiao Shui, Li Dong, open the magic tattoo and follow me to teach these magic beasts that don't know the sky and the earth a lesson. At this thought, Xiao Qianxian couldn't hold her breath and directly summoned her own magical beast, a majestic tiger spotted cat, and it was a rare ice attribute magic cat. After opening the magic pattern, his body became as big as a small mountain, like a real fierce tiger. Chill, coupled with the Xiao family divine technique, even though they were peak intermediate level magical beasts, they had the power to fight even against high level magical beasts. Little Snow and Big Snow were a pair of sisters, and even the contracted magical beasts were identical, 2 snow-white polar bears. As for Li Dong's magical beast, it was a penguin with a crown on its head, called the Emperor Penguin. It carried a heavy aura of ice. It was a breath that impressed the panda. Something's wrong with this guy. And something's wrong with this penguin. Yes, there's an evil aura inside this ice. This evening is interesting. However, since the other party wants to make a move, let's play with them. Let's see who's the king of the west at tonight's Hongmen banquet. Let's see who's the yellow bird behind the curtain and who's the praying mantis. Who's the chirping cicada waiting to die. The enemy is powerful. Master must not take the enemy lightly. Just perform the ice stance directly. I'll stall for you guys. Li Dong shouted. Saying that, he brought the Emperor Penguin to turn on the magic pattern and directly rushed towards the panda. But he just walked near Brother Panda who was picking up bones. Even with the penguin, he was slapped out in an instant. Spit out a large mouthful of blood. Seeing that he was seriously injured, he couldn't even stand up and had to crawl on the ground. Panda, I did it. It's not good to touch me. I am poor, but I don't have any money. Seeing Li Dong was slapped away in an instant, Xiao Qianxian was like an enemy. Plus, with the previous lesson of Xiao Chip's failure, she didn't dare to be careless. Now in head-on conflict, the advice of Raiden was immediately taken. Coming up and zooming around is rather conducive to catching the other side off guard without them knowing them. Make up your mind. Xiao Qianxian no longer hesitated. A cold light flashed in her eyes as she led the crowd out of the ancient building and drank. Formation, divine technique, prison of ice, eternal suppression of evil, and with her shout, only to see that a huge prison of ice fell from the sky, enveloping the ancient building along with it. This is the divine skill that Xiao Qianxian has learned. As long as it was activated, it would be able to firmly trap the Imperial Beastmasters and magical beasts in this prison, suppressing the magical power, and then they would go in and slowly strangle them. Such a heaven-defying divine skill. The cost is that, once activated, it drains all power from the caster, all day and all night. At this moment, she, De Shui, Xiao Shui, and the 3 native magical beasts had all temporarily lost their magical power. However, it seemed that they really didn't notice that they were unleashing their skills. None of the magical beasts inside the ancient building ran outside, and stupidly digging for bones to play with. In this way, it made the matter surprisingly smooth. Surprisingly a little weird. Phew. Finally, we've caught these bastards. Retsuko, I'm out of magic along with Oyuki and Yuki, so now it's up to you to clean up the mess. Although he was injured, Li Dong should have some strength left over, and it shouldn't be too much of a problem to solve these suppressed magical beasts. Feeling that the big picture was settled, Xiao Qianxian smiled happily. Footsteps sounded. Upon hearing this, Li Dong smiled and led the Emperor Penguin over slowly. There was no place where he looked like he had been seriously injured before, as it should be. Listening to this unexplained sentence, Xiao Qianxian was a bit surprised and her brows furrowed. However, the very next moment, in the midst of everyone's gawking, the Emperor Penguin's wings transformed into swords and with an evil smile, it was directly piercing through Big Snow and Little Snow's torsos. Blood was flowing all over the place. Xiao Qianxian was brain-dead for a split second, her eyes widening in horror as she looked at Li Dong's hideous face. Raiden, what are you doing? De Shui and Xiao Shui are our own people. What's the point of killing them? Are you out of your mind? She was completely at a loss as to why this normally loyal emissary of the Xiao family would suddenly turn his sword against himself, but it seemed, and there was no need to wait for her to figure it out. The answer is clear. The Emperor Penguin had already drawn out its blood-stained wings and walked towards her, still showing that evil and cruel smile. Chapter 27, Emperor Penguin, bad. These villains are coming at me. Who the hell are you? This power shouldn't belong to you, and it shouldn't be in the possession of our Shao family emissary. Xiao Qianshan looked at the Imperial Penguin in horror. The thin body fell backwards, but in the end, there was no way back. The two sharp winged blades had come to her. I'm certainly not from your Shao family, but one of the 8 apostles under the seat of the beast god. It's here specifically to take revenge on your Shao family. An evil and cruel look appeared on Li Dong's face. An icy aura filled his body, and the figure of a giant black tiger could be vaguely seen. This giant shadow opened its scarlet eyes, undisguised, with its greed for Xiao Qian. He used his tongue, which was stained with the blood of Oyuki, to gently lick his lips and said, "But well, I also have to thank you for sealing those demonic beasts. Otherwise, even I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy for me to subdue those villains so easily. Remember, it wasn't me who killed you. It was your own stupidity that killed you." The Emperor Penguin was closer to her, and Lydon laughed more and more, the more he admired his own tactics. In this wreckage, it was because of his scheming that he was able to make the third Miss Xiao family and the people lose both. It's what allows him to sit back and reap the benefits. And now, under the descent of the ice cage, there was no longer any opponent for him in this place. All of them, to be left to his mercy. Especially the panda, and the nasty old turtle that must be killed through and through. Killed and stewed, stewed and killed and stewed again, and so on 1,000 times. That slap, earlier had really humiliated and angered him. Oh, who do I think it is? So it's you guys, the defeated members of our Shao family. After 1,000 years, you still let him escape again. Upon hearing the words beast god, Xiao Qianshan finished angrily, but instead stood up straight and straightened her body. Looked straight across the station at the Emperor Penguin. Damn big cats. It's just bullying my Shao family's withering talent. Otherwise, surely I would have caught and made him into a barbecue with an iron frame. At that moment, a drop of blood slid down her stubborn, pale face. It traced a demonic arc and flowed down her swan-like neck, slowly flowing inside the valley. With a violent rise and fall of the chest, another helpless sigh passed. The drop of blood passed through the valley, traveled across the plain, and came to the snowy calf. Eventually, slowly, feebly, it dripped to the ground. The Emperor Penguin watched coldly as the blood dripped, and it would mean that her death was imminent. At the order of Raiden, there was no lag. Those sharp winged blades stabbed straight at her body with great speed. Put! Instantly, crimson blood flowed out. It was waved in front of the shocked Xiao Qianshan. The blood wasn't from her. Also surprised was Raiden. No one expected it. Just then, a stone that was so fast that it actually flew and shot through the Emperor Penguin wing blade. One must know that this was an Emperor Penguin that had been augmented by the power of the beast god, the level of a peak intermediate magical beast. A deep body of subcutaneous fat can act as the perfect defense, but it was this simple stone that had actually pierced through the body of his magical beast just by relying on its speed. Who is it? Who could have this? Could it be that there is still a mistake in his scheming in this matter? But how? How is that possible? Li Dong looked up, only to see that the huge ice prison that originally stood between heaven and earth had completely shattered. In horrified eyes, the old turtle that annoyed him instantly arrived in front of the Emperor Penguin. With a gentle wave of the white bone in his hand, he chopped off his wings. Boom! Immediately after that, the ancient building shattered with it, and the group of magical beasts walked out in the mist. The poses are one more tug than the other. Old goose, these 2 wings are mine, with extra salsa and spice. Xianmu casually threw the pair of wings, which were caught by the old goose's outstretched hand. I'm really convinced. Just the TM Shen turtle ran the fastest, and all the good stuff was snatched away by him. This guy is notorious for having no class. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, brothers. Emperor Penguin? These guys are a little out of shape. This one. Ha! Bad. These villains are coming for me. Seeing this, Ritsuko panicked. Anxiously, he cast his magic power, trying to surround these magical beasts with the beast god's ice evil chi. The Emperor Penguin has definitely outlived its usefulness, but even if he couldn't be defeated, it would be good to delay him for a little while so that he could escape. He has been exposed to it before, and these villains can't be messed with. But, just as he had this thought, a huge slap that fell from the sky had already reached the top of his head, fast to the extreme. Emperor Penguin wanted to go back and help his master, but he couldn't even take care of himself with all those magical beasts charging at his face like crazy. Can't stop it anyway. Each one of them took a bone and knocked it as hard as they could. The power was also suppressed, and it was simply depressing to try to run away. Well, it is indeed depressing. How did these guys get so strong? No way. I am burdened with the power of the beast god. It's reasonable to say that I have the power to fight even against high-level magical beasts. How could I not even be able to move? Moreover, vaguely, the other party's power was somewhat restraining him. A dragon's roar sounded. The black giant tiger figure on Li Dong was dispersed in an instant. Next moment, he had then been slapped down by that large palm, and the ground directly sank 10 meters. Did he insult our big brother before? I hear you for real. What's the point of wasting words? Just do him. Old Black stretched out his claws, feeling that he had used too much force, fearing that he would slap this guy into mincemeat at once. But it still feels like it's pushing too hard. This guy definitely won't survive. Conceited and clever, he counted and counted and counted. But in the end, he counted himself in. In theory, this guy must be dead. But it always feels like something is moving inside. Old Black quietly withdrew his magic, but a black mist suddenly drifted out, with a figure that probably looked like a tiger. A sinister sound also rang out from the surrounding heaven and earth. Ho ho ho! The storm is coming and the way forward is broken. Kill my disciples. I will seek revenge on you in the coming day, when I, the beast god, come out. At that time, not only your Shao family, but everyone in this world, will die. After saying that, this big black cat shadow, with a whoosh, drilled into the ground and disappeared without a trace. The panda tried to block, but realized that there was nowhere to put his strength, so he couldn't even catch him. That was awesome. What are you running for? That's just it, a fox and a tiger. Where's this thing drilled? Try to dig him out. Digging up graves? I'm the best at this. Let's see if I don't find all of its 7 ants and ants. Even Chen Zhujun and Zhongling joined in on this. Together with this group of magical beasts, another round of digging for treasure began. No need to dig. You won't catch him like this, a voice suddenly said. And, I know where he went. Xiao Qianqian was sore and weak, unable to support her body with a trace of magic power. She did take hemlock feather chiba poison, but the antidote was a fake, and she was tricked by Li Dong. Predictable. Even if he didn't use up his magic power with this divine skill of the ice cage, the end result would be that his magic power would dissipate and he would be killed. From this, she was also more curious. How did these magical beasts manage to be alive and unaffected at all after taking the poison? And, again, how was it possible to break out of the ice cage? One must know that was the Shao family's trapping divine technique, which normally prevented even high-level magical beasts from forcibly breaking through. Upon hearing this, Old Goose looked at this sister-in-law's sister, whose aura was indeed different from those two silly girls who only dug stones. She should know something. Panda covered his face and looked at the gang of wraith minions who had been doing nothing all day. Speechless. Old Goose, hurry up and make them stop. How embarrassing this is in front of your sister-in-law's sister. The Old Goose nodded, deeply impressed. Shame on these guys indeed. With that, stopping these guys from messing around, his gaze smoothly sized up towards Xiao Qianqian. That's nice. It's the older woman who knows better compared to those two dumb girls, he exchanged with Brother Panda in a whisper. Well, and a great body, Panda exclaimed. After carefully sizing up Xiao Qianqian from head to tail, soon, the two reached a consensus on the matter. They're all sisters anyway. If I can, I really want Big Brother to marry her home too. Swan said silently as she looked at Xiao Qianqian, who was bent over with her chest heaving violently. Chapter 28. What magic beast ancient road? It's just a barbecue sanctuary. Old woman. Xiao Qianqian has conceded that she is also a young girl who is just 23 years old and has never even been in a relationship. So how did she suddenly become an old woman? As for the words that followed, they didn't really matter, and she didn't refute them when she heard them. Within World of Warcraft, it is the default law of the strong that a male can have multiple females vested in him at the same time. Moreover, her dream is to marry a Jedi. If her brother-in-law was a great guy with a decent face and wanted to marry her, she wouldn't have bothered to say no. Of course, this is based on the premise that the opponent is very strong, and vice versa is not negotiable. Alas, I think that idea is better left alone. Brother Panda waved his hand, sighed, and said, our big brother said that he would only love one woman in his life, sister-in-law, and would not take concubines. Besides, we are going to the Shao family to pick up sister-in-law this time. It's not good to cause trouble. Moreover, one has to rush to the Shao family before that bull ***** beast god, to avoid any accidents. Old Goose took on the human mold and smashed his beak, thinking Brother Panda had a point. Dropped the idea for now, so he went back to concentrating on cooking. It was a big night and a little drink, just the right time for a barbecue. From what I hear you guys say, you should be going to the Shao family. Xiao Qianqian sat down laboriously and asked doubtfully, it's to find my big sister? Yes, go and rescue our sister-in-law and bring her to marry my big brother. The panda took out a black pill from his pocket and gave it to Xiao Qianqian. No, oh, the universal antidote. Xiao Qian didn't hesitate and ate it directly. In her eyes, these magical beasts were not considered good people though, but it's not bad, at least, as a brother-in-law of the original magical beast, will not have any thoughts about her, just out of danger. The tiger-spotted cat under her hand had run off to the grill to wait for food with a craving. It's so unproductive. No sooner had she finished the sentence, however, than she realized a warmth had burst from her stomach. Then it was transformed into a coolness that spread into all the limbs and bones, and the toxins in the whole body were removed in a flash. The effect is too strong. Xiao Qian was immediately surprised and speechless. This elixir, it's even more potent than hemlock feather Chiba's antidote? No wonder they had no problems at all with drinking the poisoned wine. Thank you all, Xiao Qian said sincerely, and looked away from the distant sky. But please forgive me for having to splash you with cool water. It's basically unlikely for you guys to go to the Xiao family. Just the day after I arrived, the demon lord's power had already isolated all the cities. As soon as the imperial beast master goes in, he will get lost and won't be able to get out at all. It's something she didn't know until today. Moreover, there was some concern about the life and death of the Xiao family. In the past years, the Xiao family had offended too many magical beasts, and after this global beast change, it was unknown how many magical beasts were going to come against them. Big trouble, especially that mysterious demon lord, who would awaken in a month's time, naming their eldest daughter of the Xiao family to be sacrificed, together with a beast god that escaped the seal. None of them were good. Unfortunately, the black dragon ancient god inheritance of their Xiao family had been broken for over 1,000 years. Otherwise, why make a fuss over such disgusting things as this demon monarch and beast god? Just destroy them directly. But when Old Goose heard that, he immediately got angry and took the iron stick and tried to stab the demon lord in the ass. No wonder I get lost even when I'm navigating with the lack of a map. Bull ****** demon lord, causing me to be misunderstood by my brothers. If the offense comes into my hands, I'll have to make him into a roasted meat, and then crack his bones into soup and simmer them for 79 days. I heard about that. He's the one who's trying to rob his sister-in-law, isn't he? It's designated to be this shameless one. Then what else is there to say? Old Black, will be the first to rush up then, and knock him to pieces with this bone. Jinwu, will take fire directly to him, and provide fire for the Old Goose on the spot, making it into a barbecue for the brothers to eat. Ha ha ha, that's the way it has to be. As he spoke, an aroma had emerged, and the Emperor Penguin had been turned into a fatty meat skewer. Old Goose's handiwork naturally goes without saying. Here, have one. It's delicious. The panda gives Xiao Qian a skewer and takes a skewer for himself to eat, his mouth watering with desire. Actually, if you guys have to go, I can also help you. After saying that, Xiao Qian added, but there is one condition. For saving my life and giving me kebabs, I have a way to send you to the Demon Beast Ancient Plains, and then there you can travel to the Demon Beast Ancient Road and cross over the Demon Monarch's power to the city of Moxie. That's a good sentiment. It's true that older women have a way of doing things. The panda looked at the demonic ruler's power in the distance. If we were to force our way through, it wouldn't be impossible, but it would waste a lot of time. The Devil Beast Ancient Road he had heard of was a shortened shortcut. Even walking is faster than driving. However, there are only 100 spots that can enter the Magical Beast Ancient Road every month, so there will be some trouble after entering. There will be a lot of clans competing for these individual spots, Xiao Qian said with some concern. If you want to enter the Magical Beast Ancient Road, you have to fight to be one of those 100 people, but they have about a couple dozen wraiths here. By probability, it's impossible to get everyone in, unless they each have the strength of a panda. So, what you're saying is that there's going to be a lot of magical beasts in there? Brother Panda smiled, licked his lips, and glanced toward his minions in the distance. Sure enough, that statement has caused an uproar. Woohoo! What is the ancient road of magical beasts? Isn't this just a barbecue mecca? After you go in, no one should be idle. Just grab the magical beasts when you see them. The Old Goose is straight up messy roasted good. Ha ha, that's that. Eat while you walk. Eat all the way to Desert City with a good buzz. There's something better than that. I can't wait to get in there. Seeing how the panda and the group of magical beasts did not care, Xiao Qian did not know where they got their confidence. There were really a lot of powerful magical beasts in there, all of them ferocious. Moreover, even the Raiden or beast god who had escaped before was probably in there. I'm afraid this trip won't be so easy. The next day, the morning star had just risen, along with a rooster's crow. With the help of Xiao Qian, dozens of magical beasts, along with 3 women, walked straight into another world from when morning and night met. Each wraith held a handful of snow-white bones, excited as hell. It was a stark contrast to Xiao Qian's worried expression. Let's lay low and try to stay out of trouble. But before she could finish her words, the moment they fell from the sky, the entire demonic beast ancient plains trembled 3 times in shock. Wow! Look at that, guys! What's this bunch of regular animals doing here? So many! It's black! I guess it's just a group for fun. Hey! Maybe I came in by mistake, so I'll have breakfast today. In the magic beast ancient plains, the magical beasts had raised their heads and looked at those high-profile fell from the sky, drooling out of their mouths with gluttony. For them, it's idle anyway. It's nice to bully the weak for fun. Anyway, there are at most 100 creatures here that can go in the Wraith Ancient Road. It wouldn't hurt to kill some. But soon they realized something was wrong. It's not what we thought. It's a little bit evil. See only. These animals landed on the ground and pressed on as if they were home. Hooting and hollering, a group of villains with sticks of bone. They go knocking on the wraiths when they see them, knocking them unconscious and setting them up. And one swan had already set up the grill. A black, 3-legged rooster next to him was in charge of the fire. In just a moment's time, there were already magical beasts that intended to trouble them turned into kebabs, sizzling with oil. Ha! Really cooking barbecue? Did they just up the wraith and send it straight to the grill? Asterisk. Where did these animals come from? So raw. Bad. Don't say it. They seem to be coming at me. In just a few short minutes, everyone was shocked by the scene. Chapter 29, only 100 places? So just kill. This boar meat tastes really good. That's right, just grilling it alone makes the oil rise. We don't have to brush it with any oil. It's a waste of time. How is this meat? It's clearly a tonic. Yes, eat it for your kidneys. Old goose favorite. Ha ha, I testify that he has the most kidney weakness. Nay drop. I'll you all up. The old goose cursed, and was about to plunge the tortoise with the crowbar, when he dodged out of the way. Then a tug and a tug to plug in the others, rampaging across the street. They didn't give the slightest thought to the magical beasts and imperial beast masters that were coveting them. Are you guys having a picnic here? Seeing this highly unusual scene, Xiao Qianxian stood beside the panda in horror. She was completely unable to comprehend what was going on with the magical beasts under this group of subsisters. Is also too fierce. Originally, she had expected to come in at a disadvantage. After all, magical beast ancient plains, in front of a powerful imperial beast master, a large number was not an advantage. Instead, it's a disadvantage. It's easy to be targeted for deliberate bullying. It turned out to be, not waiting for others to come over and bully them. These magical beasts instead made the first move. Each one carries a large white bone and strides with a 6-foot step. In groups of 3 or 2, they kept rounding up those magical beasts that had bad thoughts about them. And the hands are extremely methodical, as if specially trained, organized and coordinated. Not like villains and bandits, rather like a well-trained army. Yeah, you said it. There are only 100 places to enter the ancient path of magical beasts. You have to rely on luck. So, just kill until there are only 100 creatures left. It's not that hard. Like that time before when someone came looking for trouble. That's what our big brother did. Brother Panda gives Xiao Qianxian a few bunches of leaning wild mountain pork, and only eats the bamboo shoots he brought along. Some mouthfuls of grilled mountain pork skewers. Damn. I've been on fire again lately from eating meat. When it gets better, it has to be a big meal. Kill until there's only 100 left? Xiao Qianxian looked at the panda in confusion, sweeping around. There are thousands of magical beasts here, right? But she had a feeling the panda really wasn't joking. And, he says it's something that Big Brother, the owner of his panda, has done for a long time. Is brother-in-law so brutal? To do this massacre thing? To kill all these beasts? It seems that I really underestimated him before. Xiao Qianxian subconsciously took a bite of the roasted meat, caramelized and crispy. It's kinda tasty. She felt that everyone in the Xiao family was wrong, and that their views on Lin Shi were going to change. The guy who was entrusted with his life by his big sister. Not a weak, ordinary human being. On the contrary, he was a tyrant, a little less than ideal, facing these magical beasts that have sprung up in the world and caused havoc to mankind. It's going to take 1,000,000 corpses and 1,000 miles of blood. Thinking about. Suddenly, a warm current entered the body. The magic power that had been depleted because of the release of the Xiao family's divine techniques was instantly replenished somewhat. Even her rank has increased a bit. Because of these mountain pork kebabs? By eating this, not only can you replenish your magic power, but you can also level up? Xiao Qianxian instantly understood the principle. There was also a moment of great joy. It was important to know that it was extremely difficult for a beast master to level up, and one had to cultivate slowly to do so. If you can also cultivate by eating the meat of magical beasts. Thinking about it, so, she devoured the kebab meat in one big, Violent bite. Gazing greedily at the surrounding magical beasts again, he gently licked his drooling lips. Baka Yalu. Damn evil thieves. Were you the ones who killed the wild mountain pig demonic beasts that I raised? An eerie voice fell from the sky. Immediately afterward, the earth cracked as if it had opened a bloody mouth, from which a palm stretched out, grabbing toward the old goose's grill. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where's this little day old stinky hand from that dares to touch my grill? The old goose was scolded for having weak kidneys and was worried about finding someone to vent to. Just in time for a deflated bag. Lift up the iron sign and throw it. One moment. The large, sonorous hand was then pierced through and shattered into pieces of ordinary dirt. The dirt turns to dust, and in this to the cracked earth. Another dozen tusked boars suddenly burrowed out. There was a riding man on the back of a boar, with a saber in hand. Just by looking at him, you can tell he's pure top-notch badass, and even more so when you take a closer look. My drop of magical beasts, has turned into food for your drops, and was roasted to death by your drops? Aha! I'll make you all die, die, die! Ichiro Miyamoto shouted angrily. The Devil Beast Ancient Plains was a large area, but one of its properties was that no matter where one was, if one declared war on someone, it could be heard by all, and his voice quickly spread to every corner via a special power. Hear his words. Everyone here is a buzz. Maybe Ichiro Miyamoto wasn't a high level himself, but he had the backing of the boar family of Sakura country. A large number of boar magical beasts were kept under his hand. Generally, those imperial beast masters who had only contracted a single intrinsic demonic beast would not dare to mess with him at all. This speaker is Ichiro Miyamoto, right? There's someone in this place who even dares to mess with him. Who is it? I don't know. I heard it was new. I heard that it was because those ungrateful fellows ate one of the wild mountain hogs under his hand. Hey, they're out of luck then. Indeed, each and every one of those wild mountain pig magical beasts that Ichiro Miyamoto has bred are not to be messed with. The crowd of eaters hooted and hollered. In their eyes, this Ichiro Miyamoto declaring war on someone is basically a sure win. After all, the man was sinister as hell, but at the same time, he was steady as hell and only fought fights he thought he was bound to win. And the other side is just some first-time animals. As if they can't even open the magic pattern. It's just inexplicably awesome. Caught quite a few magical beasts in such a short while. Which one of you is going to meet these boars? The panda skimmed that little day with disdain, a slight feeling of anger in his demeanor. Before he watched too many anti-war dramas, are seen out of the habit of thinking, absolutely patriotic. Besides, he is a national treasure. At that moment, seeing this arrogant Sakura country imperial beast master, he wanted to directly and ruthlessly give it a. And really don't think this guy is innocent. The panda is looking really, really good. This dog said on the surface that he was avenging his boar. In reality, the lewd eyes had been staring at the three women on their side. The purpose has been made clear. Let me do it, just in time for my hands to get itchy. The spotted tiger shook his fingers and shook his head. It made a crunching sound. The white beard stood out like steel needles on his majestic and powerful cheeks, and he smiled evilly, not waiting for this little day to make the first move. Swinging the big white bone bat, leaping straight up high toward his prey, he lunged at it, then disappeared in a meteor-like moment. Chapter 30, Old Goose, what the Ichiro Miyamoto? Touché. Ho 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 ho. Been waiting for this day for a long time, fighting bones at my waist to cut down evil spirits, and taking one step to protect the peace. I, the spotted tiger, will go on a killing spree today, while laughing maniacally. With a fierce tiger pounce and a bone stick in hand, the spotted tiger knocked a wild boar to death in just a few moments. With a kicked straight to the bottom of Goose's foot. Master Tiger is awesome. Master Tiger fights the best. Okay, you know, I usually think that Master Tiger is even more powerful than Brother Panda, and he definitely doesn't come with a false sense of humor. The wraiths drooled, grilled skewers, and idly started babbling about the idea of watching the fun. Even Chen Jujun and Zhongling joined them, joking with people as they ate. However, facing the instigation of these guys, Brother Panda helplessly scratched his ass with his hand, not denying it. Although the spotted tiger isn't too bad, but his own strength, which had long since reached another level, was not comparable at all. It's just second to Big Brother 1 alright. The Devil Beast Ancient Plains. The spotted tiger's move suddenly made the people watching the battle suddenly realize that these animals were not simple, especially this spotted tiger. It was likely that it had already reached the level of a primary, or even intermediate magical beast, which was what allowed it to spike the boar. Cuckoo. Oh, I thought it was just a one-sided massacre of Ichiro Miyamoto. Now we're in for a treat. This little tiger is not simple. Oh, it's just a trapped animal. He's deliberately luring people over there. Can't you see this Ichiro Miyamoto preparing to use that move? That move? Someone suddenly remembered something and was surprised. You mean that move? Yes. I didn't expect this little tiger to have some skill, but I guess it will soon be surrounded and killed. The crowd was more than receptive to this statement. It was all decided that the strongest of the bunch of animals was probably this tiger, and the rest were here to play the game. Just kill the spotted tiger. The three women and the animal would be at their disposal to do whatever they wanted with them, without the slightest worry. Ha. You can't let this little life get it all by itself. Later, all be smart. More and more people are coming to watch. Each one is busy. Understood. I'll make sure to snatch a pussy from the boss. I think the one holding the fox is the best looking. Yes, I want this cute and well-built one. I'm sure I'll have fun playing with it at night. As he was fighting, Master Tiger listened to the words of the brothers behind him who instigated the fight. Nice guy. I've got a few balls to mess with a panda. In the past, before the beast change, people were national treasures, and their status was more than a notch above his. It's even better after the beast changes. The last time he sparred with the panda, he opened all his magic lines and used all his 10% of his ability, all of his tiger strength. The result is, hardly ever hit a panda with one hand. This guy didn't even turn on his magic pattern, and directly used all the traditional martial arts he had learned in the Dragon Kingdom. Just popped him. Half a month of not being able to move your body a bit. Luckily, Brother Panda is not provoked. The spotted tiger was scared into a cold sweat. However, this scene of the spotted tiger fell into the eyes of Ichiro Miyamoto and turned into fear of him. Couldn't help but feel even more pleased in his heart. In fact, the tiger master didn't even notice him and didn't care about the mutated boars. Ha, that tiger is scared. Cold sweat even broke out on his forehead. Ichiro Miyamoto's boars are really good. Everyone, pay attention. This tiger is most likely going to die soon. Just wait until he's almost dead and we'll go straight for the women. The devil beast ancient plains. With a wave of Ichiro Miyamoto's hand, only 7 boars were seen roaring together with their heads thrown up towards the sky. Humph. Soon, strands of earth-colored breath surged into them, accompanied by a mournful howl. After releasing the wild boar herd's frenzy skill, it could instantly raise the strength of these guys who were at the peak of the primary level to intermediate level magical beasts. It strengthens all attributes. The body became as big as a small mountain. This is the inherited divine skill of the Miyamoto family. Facing this group of brazen and all-conquering wild boars, no one dares to say that they will be able to retreat in one piece, let alone in a hard fight. The only chance was to just interrupt the spell casting before they failed to finish going completely berserk. Otherwise there is basically no chance of winning. But Master Tiger clearly didn't have that in mind. He didn't even know why he was interrupting. It's really necessary. Oh, Piggy is on a roll. We've never eaten a 6-legged rooster, but this wild boar after it's been enlarged, it's not bad at all. At the rate Master Tiger's pissing, we should be able to mishmash soon and not have to worry about getting enough to eat. Right. Just have to make them bigger. One can be eaten as 3. I didn't realize there was such a benefit to being here. It really is the right place to be. Old Black, Goose, Gen 2, and Owl gathered together in grilled skewers, jerking dozens of sticks, but it still feels a little unfulfilling. Those magical beasts looked quite big before, but when divided evenly among so many people, there is really not much, not enough to stuff their teeth, especially these 3 women. One can eat more than the other, like his grandma's little piggies. Eat a skewer when you get on one. Rob can't even rob the 3 of them. Luckily, Ichiro Miyamoto was as good as he could understand them, and when he saw that they didn't have enough to eat, he immediately made the herd of boars bigger. The proper captain of food transportation. Really are good people nah. I'll give him some after we kill the pig. Little tiger. The sissy thing is a handsome man. If you admit defeat now, and can voluntarily return under your men, then offer those 3 beauties for me. I promise, I can keep you alive. Ichiro Miyamoto raised his chin and rode on the back of the boar king, looking smugly at the spotted tiger. This was only his native magical beast, and its strength was the peak of an intermediate magical beast. It was also the money he dared to be so arrogant. But well, he obviously didn't notice the gluttonous expressions on the faces of the villains who were jerking off. Otherwise it might just turn around and run. At those words, the spotted tiger wanted to laugh but held back. This guy is so blindly confident. With that, Master Tiger made the inquisitive stance and made that invincible gesture at Ichiro Miyamoto. Come here. Darn it. Toast to toast. As Ichiro Miyamoto shouted, he heard, with a loud boom, the boars moving. Humph. These frenzied boars lowered their heads, opened their scarlet eyes, and used their strong heads and shoulders to charge at their targets at breakneck speeds. Ordinary magical beasts. As long as they were charged by these boar tusks, they would be toppled through the gut. But in the next moment, just as everyone was watching Lizzie,
thinking that Master Tiger was going to be surrounded by this group of wild boars and die. Master Tiger touched his forehead, and a not-so-obvious Lin magic pattern flickered from his head. Both eyes were bloodshot, while at the same time, he drank low, fighting with the bone at the waist to cut down evil spirits, one step at a time to ensure peace. If there is any injustice in the world, he can also call for thunder. Return the world to a clear and peaceful world. With a word, Master Tiger reached out and shook his hand. At once, an infinite amount of power surged in. Suddenly, it caused another great change in the heavens. Just for a moment, in the originally clear sky of the demonic beast ancient plains, dark clouds surged over from nowhere and lightning thundered. The clouds are thick and cascading. The spotted tiger, on the other hand, just held the bone against his shoulder, and looked at Ichiro Miyamoto with a scarlet gaze, in the other's horrified pupils. Then, swung the bone rod in his hand. In a split second, white thunder danced wildly like a silver snake. A dazzling flash of lightning cut through the day like a sword, instantly darkening one's eyes like night. Chapter 31, Master Tiger, have you ever lost? Ichiro Miyamoto, no. Thunder? Lightning? What the hell kind of skill is that? Ichiro Miyamoto was so shocked that he fought back the sharp pain in his eyes to see Master Tiger's move. Crackling lightning was wrapped around the white bone rod. There was no resistance, just one move. After swinging it out, in an instant, it had secured those wild boars of his that had gone berserk. That's 7 magical beasts. Just one move, and it was all taken out by this tiger? Are mid-level magical beasts so worthless now? Ichiro Miyamoto looked at the electrocuted wraith in pain, his body trembling with rage as the earth cracked beneath his feet. He was not the only one who was shocked. There was also Xiao Qian who was originally very worried, and at this moment, she also stopped swallowing the roasted meat. Her eyes focused on the spotted tiger's forehead. The moment the magic pattern lit up just now, she saw it clearly. It was the word Lin. Since the magic pattern is the word forest, there was no doubt that the spotted tiger was her brother-in-law Lin Shi's native magical beast, plus the panda next to him, as well as swans, king cobras, basilisk turtles, and a host of other guys who speak human language. Hell knows how many instinctive demonic beasts he actually has. Don't know how my brother-in-law did it though, but the only thing that was certain was that Lin Shi was definitely strong. Strong enough that it was, quite possibly, beyond her knowledge. What a scary guy. Thinking of this, Xiao Qian couldn't help but sigh. She was also fortunate to be in her sister's good graces. These wraiths were willing to give her a face. Otherwise, just based on the crime of striking out at them, this would definitely not end up any better than that Xiao Chip. What? The person who lost this handful of roundups was actually Ichiro Miyamoto. I kind of can't believe my eyes. Everyone stop for a while. This tiger thief is strong. I'm afraid we're not good at grabbing these 3 little ladies. Ha! You goons! Later, if you don't dare not go on, we will. As Master Tiger's blow spread throughout the entire Imperial Beast ancient plains, the number of people eating melon around him increased. Shocked, frightened, mocking people abound. But these people are still in the mindset of watching. Don't think this tiger that suddenly appeared can be a match for Ichiro Miyamoto. After all, everyone here knew clearly that Ichiro Miyamoto was not a vain person who was able to have the qualification of entering the ancient road of magical beasts every month. Jie, now we're getting to the fun part. That's right. These guys have kind of completely angered Ichiro Miyamoto this time, and they're definitely going to be immortal. A few dead boars are nothing. His most powerful is actually that one king of boars. I heard that it's already a peak intermediate stage magical beast. Soon, as the fighting intensified on this side, instead of being scared away, the bystanders moved closer, wondering how the tiger had died. See only, Ichiro Miyamoto summoned the magical beast beside him and rode on it, and the boar's body suddenly became straight tens of meters tall. It's like a little building. The hair on his body also became harder than steel nails. A casual movement would cause a gust of wind to whip up the place, stirring up dozens of meters of dust and smoke. The law of heaven and earth. This is the reason why these people on the ancient plains of the magical beasts think that Ichiro Miyamoto can beat the tiger. Compared to the huge boar, Master Tiger's body was indeed the size of a sesame seed grain. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. There is only disdain and mockery. Ooh, getting bigger? It's good to get bigger. It's bigger and more meaty when it's roasted. I just noticed, after these boars went berserk, not only did the meat become more flavorful, but eating them even replenishes more magic power. So what else is there to say? Master Tiger, step it up. This little piggy backed down and hurried back for the celebration banquet. The old goose pleasurably holding a kitchen knife to deal with the 7 wild boars just electrocuted by the tiger master? Happy to do so. Each knife is dealt with appropriately and favorably. The rest of the animals take care of other scraping, cutting and threading of the meat. Well organized.
And this scene was made under the watchful eye of Ichiro Miyamoto, not caring in the slightest about the other's anger. The old goose idly gave the guy a middle finger. Baka Yalu. I'm really pissed off. When I catch you, I'll be sure to break you into pieces and make pig feed for my wild boars. Die for me you guys, Ichiro Miyamoto roared, and the boar followed suit with a skyward snarl, then stomped the ground on its hind legs. A burst of earth-colored power surged up. Hello. This boar king's power was of the earth attribute, and with the addition of some sort of mysterious power, every attack was accompanied by the power of the earth. As soon as he exerted his power like this, instantly, boundless earth-colored thorns entwined towards the spotted tiger. The boar then launched a piggy bank at the same time. There is no doubt that under the impact of such a huge force, anything that it touched, without exception, would be smashed to pieces by this tremendous force. Ugh, it's going to end. Ordinary intermediate magical beasts basically have no chance of winning against Miyamoto Ichiro's big move. And if it's a high-level magical beast, it might still be able to struggle a bit. Let's see. This tiger is just a peak intermediate level magical beast, so I guess it's going to die soon. That's right. Ichiro Miyamoto thought the same thing. While the skill was activated, his heart was already thinking about how to get rid of this tiger and the group of animals that ate his magical beasts. Born in the Sakura country, the Miyamoto family of the imperial beast family, he was raised as a heavenly pride since he was a child. Plus with the help of the Boar King, for the first half of his life, he had almost never experienced failure, nor could he accept his failures. Have you ever lost? Suddenly, a deafening voice rang in his ears, shaking his eardrums raw. Before his eyes, everything around him disappeared into the pale sky and earth. Who is it? Who's talking to me? Ichiro Miyamoto looked around fearfully as intense unease surged through him because of the loss of the wraith. And the situation? It's very unusual. I said, have you ever lost? In the next moment, the voice was even louder, shaking him as if his soul was trembling. 2 full blood-colored moons emerged from the sky. No, that might not be a blood moon, but a pair of eyes. It's that tiger's eye. At the thought, Ichiro Miyamoto's body shuddered and leaned forward slightly, as if he couldn't believe the sight before him. One hand, too, lifted with an involuntary shudder. Next moment, at Ichiro Miyamoto's horrified gaze, with one blink of those eyes, only to see, tens of thousands of meteorites violently fell from the sky. The flames ignited the sky and the earth with a prairie fire that turned the place into a sea of fire. In the meantime, outside, under the gaze of countless people, Miyamoto Ichiro, who was riding on the Boar King's back, his eyes were suddenly lax, and he actually had an unsteady seat and fell down from mid-air himself. It's reasonably unlikely. It was unlikely that a hallowed imperial beast master would make such a low-level mistake. But this outrageous thing just happened. And those who were there who thought Ichiro Miyamoto would win were all stunned by the scene just for a moment. Chapter 32. My god. What kind of magical beast is this tiger? What is Ichiro Miyamoto doing? Doesn't he know that falling from mid-air will injure even an imperial beast master's physique? Is it some kind of a whole fancy thing? Could it be just to be cool on purpose? In the face of this sudden scene, no one knew what had happened. 1 second they were discussing that Ichiro Miyamoto would win in a few minutes. As a result, the next second, Ichiro Miyamoto suddenly crashed. Many people even suspect that this is Ichiro Miyamoto deliberately making a fool of himself here in order to look good. But it looks like the guy was crushingly defenseless. Pop! The ground was dusty. What a speedy drop. Ichiro Miyamoto exploded violently onto the ground, smashing out a human-sized crater. Alive or dead? This doesn't look very cool either. Ha! A little day. And you dare to call yourself invincible in front of me, pretending to be a beast? See how Master Tiger kills you in seconds and that's the end of it. Next, it's this boar. Master Tiger glanced at the galloping Boar King, who was a little slow to react and didn't seem to realize that his master had landed on the ground. Still charging towards him, carrying the white bones, Master Tiger shook his head helplessly. Ugh, what a pain in the ass. Those guys would be pissed if a bone smashed him to pieces. Again, they'll say I'm too violent, saying that I waste food and don't know how to save. And a bunch of people yakking is really annoying a tiger. And just in time for Master Tiger to complain, the Boar King had already come to him with the power of the earth, a boundless attack of earth thorns, directly making a big move. Pig surge. He stretched out a small mountain-like pig's head and slammed it towards Master Tiger. However, in the dust, a tiger's paw lifted, just gently reaching out. He braced himself against the entire onslaught of hogs, his body unmoving. Surprisingly, it was born to suppress the boundless dust. Holy, my drop skill is blocked. What kind of greatness is this, to be as powerful as this? The Boar King's eyes were first in disbelief. Then he looked at the demonic tattoos on the Tiger Master's head to show his fear. And then he realized that his own master was not there at all. couldn't help but let go of his entire body's chi. The desire to fight all but disappeared. And now, it couldn't run away even if it wanted to. See only, its entire hill-like body was firmly held by the human-sized tiger's grip, unable to move. Desperate struggles of the limbs did not help. After glancing at it, Master Tiger smoothly switched arms to prop up the pig's head and yawned lazily. If you want to die, you'll have to wait. For the sake of the brothers, I have to go and ask your master one more thing. Next moment, the boar was jerked aside by his slap, getting all confused and bleary-eyed. Boar King? Asterisk 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 so strong. Fight but fight but fight, the two of us would not be at the same level at all. Ah, love what you want. Master is going to run. Whoever loves to die can come to die. I must have done too many bad things following Ichiro Miyamoto in the past. This is my comeuppance. Ah, slipped away. Think about it. The Boar King took this opportunity to run away in panic with his blood-red eyes wide open in terror. However, it was surrounded by onlookers. It's not so easy for it to run out. In particular, 3 stunning-looking women with fierce eyes have set their sights on it. Look, the Boar King should have fought that tiger to a draw, and each of them retreated backward. This tiger doesn't look too powerful. Right, how could it fight the Boar King to a draw? It should have been Ichiro Miyamoto's fall to the ground that caused the Boar King's strength to not be utilized at all. Very reasonable. You guys, is there a possibility that this tiger was too strong and knocked the Boar King away? No way. Otherwise, there's no reason for the tiger to have let this boar back in. It doesn't make much sense, seeing that the two sides had already lost each other. Some people inside the onlookers of the Imperial Beast Masters were already eager to try. The 3 women, as well as those animals, and the food on the grill, are a contestable resource. Now, it's just a matter of the right time. Hey, little baka, dead yet? If you're not dead, let me ask you something. My brothers want to eat more. Can you make it a little bigger? Or, a couple more wild boars? The ground was smashed out in a deep human-sized crater. I was already dizzy, but suddenly a tiger's head popped up, and his neck stretched tms long. What the hell kind of magical beast is this? Horrible. Simply horrible. Ichiro Miyamoto, who had just fallen to the ground and awakened from his daze, was immediately stunned again. It's just a question. As far as it goes, just now you are not still crazy without bounds, said what invincible and so on. Alas, really cannot be scared. Master Tiger retracted his neck from in front of Ichiro Miyamoto and shook his tiger head, a little speechless to Ichiro Miyamoto. However, without this method of getting bigger it's fine. The big deal is that they'll just eat a little less meat. Anyway, there are still plenty of magical beasts around. These guys, each of them restless, thinking of coming to rob them, deserve to die. You know, except for some special people. If you can survive in the post-apocalyptic world, who are the good guys? Their hands are not too clean. Those magical beasts, basically, did the same thing? So Master Tiger turned his head to catch the Boar King. Nionio. I can't catch Piggy on my side. Someone help. Go block it in front. Quick. Gotcha. Woohoo. Have you finished running? If you're done, come over and cook it. Running pigs are the best. Letting him run this for a while should get the muscles going. And the barbecue must be delicious. Hissy, that's a must. Xiao Qian had blended in with them. For the job of catching the Boar King, he also rolled up his sleeves and took the tiger cat to the lead. Not the slightest hint of the delicate nature of a weak woman. Chen Zhujun and Zhonling followed close behind, plus with the help of Old Goose and Master Tiger. The piglet, who tried to escape, was quickly caught back by the girls, stunning the crowd. The scene was comically reversed all of a sudden. Really? What the hell? No way. They actually tied up the Boar King? On the ancient plains of the Imperial Beasts. The Imperial Beast Masters who were originally prepared to make a move were collectively shocked and stopped the bad thoughts in their hearts. Nice guy. Thought I couldn't hold the Boar King. I didn't realize that people were trying to make this boar run around and build some more muscle before killing it. What a absolutely genius idea. Just a little bit, they will be like the Boar King, shaved and cut for barbecue. That's when someone reacted. So, Ichiro Miyamoto might not have been an accident before, but was attacked by that tiger? I think it really could be. Hiss, if it can attack people silently? This ability, it's too terrifying. The crowd looked at each other in horror. In their knowledge, they had never seen any family's inherited magical beast that would possess such a terrifying and bizarre ability. Not to mention, this was a small-brained tiger that suddenly ran from nowhere to the Imperial Beast ancient plains. It's not scientific. It was hard to believe that this ordinary-looking small-brained tiger was afraid to be a dignified magical beast. Chapter 33, Old Goose. The iron skillet is also a superlative Iyagi. It's hard to believe that this ordinary-looking small-brained tiger is afraid to be a dignified magical beast? Don't tell me. It's really possible. You also don't think about it. To be able to make a move to abuse Ichiro Miyamoto along with his boar king, what level is the owner behind this magical beast? That makes sense. Ichiro Miyamoto's strength and origin were clear to these people. That was one of the 8 ancient imperial beast families of the Sakura country, with a long history of inheritance, and their own strength had already reached the level of an intermediate imperial beast master. As a result, he didn't even use his moves and was inexplicably taken out. Obviously, it wasn't because Ichiro Miyamoto was too careless, but because his opponent was too strong, leaving him no chance to strike at all. The two sides are simply not on the same level. As these men speculated, thoughts of fear filled the air from the ancient plains, along with the scent of fragrant roasted meat. Wow, that smells good. I feel all warm and fuzzy after eating it. It's delicious. Thank you, Brother Goose. Your cooking is simply marvelous. Chen Jujun and Zhong Ling enjoyed eating the kebabs and let out sounds of satisfaction as they complimented the old goose. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out, interrupting their compliments. Eating this meat does grow magic, but I'm afraid it's not just because of the cooking that these roasts can have such an effect when eaten, is it? Xiao Qian chewed in small bites and ate the kebabs with gentle movements, glancing meaningfully at the old goose. Not like these two unseen women. She grew up in the Xiao family. Food made from the meat of magical beasts was also eaten often, and it wasn't really that rare to him. If you say that you can increase your magic power after eating it, it is true that there is some increase, but it is only minimal. But since she ate the food made by this swan, the magic power that could not be utilized for a day and a night after originally releasing the prison of ice was actually showing signs of revival after eating the meat of this boar king. Even her own rank had increased. It's the kind of thing that just surprises people. It's like a traveler who has been walking in the desert for a long time and suddenly discovers a clear spring that makes you want to go crazy. I guess that would be your talent. The rare food-based talent that grows magic whenever food is made through your hands. Xiao Qianqian looked at the swan in surprise, heart pounding and blushing slightly in anticipation of his reply. However, the swan had no time to pay attention to her, being busy with her own red meat stew. This run-of-the-mill hog has the best meat. 3 layers of 5 flours. The meat is fatty but not greasy, lean but not. Through this battle, there was a small harvest, 8 small mountain pigs, a mountain pig king, and a few magical beasts that no one dared to claim. It's kind of like they deserve it. Had. Who let them have bad thoughts about these magical beasts of theirs to begin with? Iron Pot Super is also super well. As for this girl child's claim of talent, eating his cooking, can grow magic power this thing? That is indeed true. Not saying anything is a tacit admission. I knew that there would be a gusto talent in this world. And, really, I'm at it. In the eyes of the crowd, Xiao Qianshan was as happy as if she had eaten bee. Hands trembled and tears glistened in his eyes. The excitement made her body tremble slightly. On the surface, he was frantically eating those meat skewers. But in fact, his heart was turning over. That's a gusto gift. The existence of a magical beast alone that can bring up a royal beast family is extremely rare and precious. As long as the swan's talent is known, any imperial beast clan will grab their heads for it. The Xiao family was wrong. A complete error in judgment. Brother-in-law Lin Shi is definitely not an ordinary person. Not to mention anything else, just by looking at the face of this swan, as long as he could be brought into the Xiao family's camp, the Xiao family would be burning incense. With this unbelievable talent, even if she was asked to share her husband with her big sister's 2 daughters, she would still be willing. After all, who could resist the temptation to grow magical power and break through the rank of Imperial Beast Master just by eating magical beasts? For that matter, if she goes begging for her brother-in-law, he may not even say yes. Xiao Qianshan blushed at the thought. Thinking about it, his heart was actually looking forward to meeting this mysterious brother-in-law Lin Shi. Not just that, except for the swans. Lin Shi had also contracted a large group of magical beasts that could eat and fight. All of them were not good and fierce. Eat whoever you catch. Staying with them, in this beast-changing post-apocalyptic world, simply doesn't make one feel too secure. And just as the group of them were enjoying their meal, in the distance, at the foot of the mountain, a large black shadow suddenly appeared. Immediately after, a dozen or so people dressed in black came flying from a distance, ninjas from the Miyamoto clan, and stopped inside the deep pit where Ichiro Miyamoto was. The people inside were half dead. Seeing this, one of the female ninjas at the head of the group became furious and slapped towards the person beside her. Baka, you drops, how are you guarding the young master? If he has an accident and the family master finds out, all of you, through and through, will have to go down to be buried with him. Hi, it was an oversight on our part. The female ninja's name is Yagi Keiko, and she is one of the Miyamoto family's top 10 ghost servants. cultivated by the Miyamoto family since he was a child. He was responsible for carrying out family missions in secret, and would normally never go easy on them. This time, he had received the news that his own young master had been injured, which was why he had urgently entered the magical beast ancient plains to find out what was going on. They're the ones who put the young master in this state? 3 women from the Dragon Kingdom and more than 30 low-level magical beasts? Yachi Keiko had long squinting eyes and held 2 short blades as she looked at Xiao Chanshan and the others with an unkind gaze. With her precise perception, there was some speculation in his mind. The strength of these people was not high from the looks of it, and the fact that they were able to seriously injure the young master of their Miyamoto family meant that the other party must have been fighting by virtue of a group. It would never have been possible otherwise. That is to say, you can win if you spread them out or fight them one-on-one. Think about it. Yachi Keiko already had a plan in mind, and after feeding Ichiro Miyamoto a healing elixir, she walked over like a swimming snake. Completely unseen were the smirking, as well as playful expressions on the faces of those around him. These people are wilting in their hearts. Moreover, it was too bad to wait for this Miyamoto family to be unlucky, so none of them warned. In fact, this gang of magical beasts, strong simply beyond your imagination, is not something you can mess with a so-called ghost servant. Ha! If I'm not mistaken, this woman should be the Miyamoto family's ghost servant? Well, judging by the clothes and the body, it definitely is. This is going to be fun. Even though the Miyamoto family's ghost servant is strong, today, maybe who will suffer? Ha ha, who says otherwise? However, Yachi Keiko, who was bent on getting revenge on these magical beasts, naturally couldn't hear what they were saying. She was going to be polite before she was polite. First go over and demoralize the other side verbally, thus, keeping these people in fear. It was convenient for her to start hunting one by one in the dark. However, when she got closer and realized what the guys were eating, a sudden frown. In an instant, the angry eyes opened up, as if they were burning with rage. Simply furious. Baka Yalu, these villains, bandits, and hooligans. It's an abomination. Looking at the magical beasts that were barbecuing the Boar King, Yachi Keiko hadn't even exited her mouth to speak. It was already pissed off, and upon seeing these guys face their arrival, not caring, but instead, in front of her, they also grilled the meat skewers with moist oil. It was more of a blackout. Almost stormed off on the spot. Chapter 34, Old Black, everyone here is a hot chicken yaki. How dare these guys? My hallowed Miyamoto family, a martial arts family for hundreds of years. Is there no one to fear anymore? I don't understand why these guys are still so calm when I'm already here. Thinking about all this, Yachi Keiko suppressed her anger, feeling like it could explode at any moment. She grew up in the Miyamoto household, with superior force of her own and a contract with the magical beast, the Orochi, always respected by all. Even the son of a worldly family like Ichiro Miyamoto, a mid-level imperial beast master, didn't dare not to bow down to her. What? The district is an unknown clan of the Dragon Nation. Just because you have a large number of people and dozens of magical beasts, you dare to disregard their Sakura kingdom? It's just a strange shame. Fine. Let you people who don't know the sky and the earth taste the power of my Yagu Keiko, and it doesn't require me to do it myself, and it'll clean them all up. One thought in this. She took out a pill from inside her sleeve. Stored inside is a special poison made by the Miyamoto family, and anyone who is poisoned will be festering all over his or her body. Characteristics: colorless, odorless, and goes with the wind. It is best suited for assassinating enemies, and in the hands of 8-foot Keiko, it is almost never missed. Just the sight of the pill, and the magical beasts that were heckling. She could then already imagine the agonized look on the guys' faces later when they were poisoned. Lao, hey, brother Panda, you stand up for a moment. Panda, why should I get up? Old Black, listen to me for once. Panda, okay, I'm up. Old Dark, everyone here is a hot chick. The Wraiths? Old Black, you owe a ing beating. Don't you? Brothers, follow me to Black Bear. This kid is simply wilting. Spotted Tiger shouted. Hey, I Curly Baboon helped the field. Old Black, I was wrong. Hello? A word. These magical beasts had then fought together, muttering words of defiance, but as Old Black surrendered and admitted defeat, it didn't take long before they all couldn't help but laugh again. The little fight they had just had instantly dissipated. These guys, they are too capable of fooling around. Xiao Qianshan shook her head breathlessly. They've always been like that. Chen Jujun spread his hands. Yet I love them. I like the atmosphere, the peace, the calm, not having to worry about the dangers around me. It's like, before. Zhongling looked at the white clouds in the sky, her eyes full of water, full of hope, and happiness. It's like the old days of lying in bed bored. Perhaps it's called security. She lay down on the grass and looked around with her sideways face. naturally spotting the figure of Yagi Keiko. But she didn't care, even closed his eyes to himself, because the bellringer knows, even if there was going to be danger coming, there would be someone to stand in front of her and weather the storm, and that sense of security was, without a doubt, brought about by these near-invincible magical beasts. Or, more precisely, this sense of security, that hidden in the shadows, an immensely powerful imperial beastmaster. The name is Lindsay. Bring it on. Provocative. Provocative? This look of contempt. She's nakedly provoking me. Yagi Keiko took in the look on Bellringer's face, eyes that scorned everything and made her furious. The other party clearly didn't have her in mind. Go on, dramatic poison Yakamaru. Go and destroy them all for me, Yachi Keiko said angrily. She was shaking with anger and her face was blue. Subconscious, turning his head towards the surroundings. For some reason, these next to him had smiles all over their faces, like, seemingly, waiting to see who the joke is on. What a full meal. My stomach is getting big. The spotted tiger stretched his arms and took a big deep breath. But, while this was happening, suddenly his nose caught a hint of something unusual, and his face darkened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who farted? Old Black shouted. Whoever farts is a son. Gen 2 said. Old Rocksheep, it sure wasn't me who farted. Here it is. Put up another one. Still a double whammy. Old Rocksheep, stop pretending. It's just you? Even Old Black saw his lie. Spotted Tiger says he's going to raise his fist to hit someone. No one noticed that just as the fart sounded, a colorless mist had just come, but just as it drifted to them, it was suddenly dispersed by an even more powerful aura. Yagi Keiko, what? It's not possible, is it? Her poisonous aura, which had always been invincible, was easily dissolved by a fart. This operation is something I've never really seen before. But just as she was shocked that the poisonous gas was dispersed, immediately afterward, her expression changed and she suddenly covered her mouth and nose with her hands, her eyes becoming even more incredulous. Wait, this second fart is toxic? Careless. All day long, I have been releasing poison, but I did not expect to be poisoned today. Another strange shame. Yachi Keiko soon felt a little dizzy in her head, and then she was so lightheaded that she wanted to fall to the ground. Luckily, that's when the other ninja from the Miyamoto family realized something was wrong and rushed over to hold her up. But he soon realized, there is no poison in this fart at all. What there is just the ingredients of a normal fart, simply stinking. This pissed her off even more. This is abject contempt. They could have poisoned me to death, but instead they just humiliated me with a regular fart. The eyes are vague. She noticed that everyone around her was laughing, as if they had expected this scene from the beginning, just to be here, to see her laugh. No, I'm not convinced. How could I, as a Yagyu family ghost servant and the 9th-ranked assassin in the Sakura Kingdom, fail today? Yagi Keiko was not happy. Another flying needle was pulled out from inside his sleeve. This was also a type of concealed weapon that could sneak around with the help of one's own shadow and emerge directly from inside the opponent's shadow, directly inflicting a fatal kill. It is one of the most powerful means of assassination among ninjas, which ordinary people simply cannot master. Yancy, Lord Yachi has moved in for the kill. Inferior ninja such as myself, if we don't have the chance, we won't even be able to see such ninjutsu for the rest of our lives. Come on, learn. Soon enough, Yachi Keiko had her target, the panda that was sitting on the ground and thinking about life. Make up your mind. With a wave of his hand, he cast it out at his shadow, and the flying needles immediately sank into the dirt, straight to the far panda brother's ass. Yell West. Generally speaking, this kind of misfit must be the weakest of them all. I'll find a soft one to find face first. Yagi Keiko thought silently in triumph. In the meantime, was thinking about what to have for my next meal. Brother Panda vaguely felt something, like a mosquito was annoying him under the ground. So, casually, next moment, just as Yachi Keiko was getting complacent, just as the other ninjas blew her off, a strange scent came over her, and her shadow actually began to tremble, as if in fear of something, before Yachi Keiko could make a move. Put, a flying needle, surprisingly, pierced straight through her back and then through her chest and flew out. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. I hurt myself with my own flying needles? An incredulous look appeared from her face. This top-end ninja assassination technique doesn't look like much. The other ninja thought in disbelief. It's not even as effective as just killing it. Do you think there's a possibility that it's not that the jutsu doesn't work, but that the Yakuza servant doesn't work? Listen to the skepticism of those next to you. Yachi Keiko fell to her knees and covered her wound, her heart dropping little pearls of aggravation. I'm so hard. I've used poison, and I've used assassination techniques at the highest end of the ninja spectrum, but in the end, they were all forced down. Families, collectors, who understands? Woo. This holding back of mine. Who understands? Chapter 35, Lin Shi appears, the dragon god awakens, 10,000 beasts come out. A group of wraiths laughed out in disgust. Laughing? These guys can still laugh? Baga Yalu. These damn beasts. Are they trying to stink me to death with their farts? Yagi Keiko was aggravated, cursing mentally. It was also fortunate that she was good at shifting her 5 organs and changed her position the moment the flying needles entered her body. Otherwise, you're bound to die. But also from this, she determined the approximate strength of her opponent. They're all just hooligans who only use underhanded tactics, so they don't have to be worth caring about at all. That's the only thing that's stronger is that panda. When we find a chance, we must seek revenge on him. Ha ha. These magical beasts can be so much fun. I'll bet they may not be one of the best in terms of strength, but the ability to live the whole thing is truly awesome. There's no doubt about that. No, on our side. I don't think we've ever heard of such a group of magical beasts. What about yours? We have even less here. You guys, is it possible that this side is close to Green Sea City and it's the magical beasts coming from there? That said, the conversation was almost ended when someone suddenly remembered something. A look of great horror ensued. Don't you talk nonsense, okay? As far as I know, there isn't even a single ghostly figure in the entire Green Sea City. I heard that it was a mysterious expert who killed all the magical beasts in this entire city. Hiss. I wonder who the hell did this? A group of people whispered. I was afraid that the master would overhear. It's like some kind of catastrophe. However, just as everyone was speculating about the origins of these magical beasts, suddenly the heavens and earth shook. It caught everyone's attention at once. Just see, in the blue sky, a brilliant light suddenly appeared, like a sharp sword piercing through the sky. The light was brilliant to the extreme, as if it was a mysterious power from beyond the heavens. The light proceeded to converge. It became a pillar of bubbling gold, emerging from the earth and connecting to the clouds. Magic Beast Ancient Goat Holy Father, using special ability to stun Sakura Nation's intermediate ninja, breaking the record. Reward, Magic Spirit Illusion Holy Elixir. Effect, Enhancement of Phantom Pupil Technique. Dragon Bear, the Beast's Overlord, killed Sakura's top assassination technique with his eyes, breaking a special record. Reward, 3-legged Phoenix Tripod with Dragon Pattern. Effect, this tripod is a holy relic left behind by the Phoenix clan of the ancient god. Its specific effect is unknown. With the appearance of this mysterious voice, the names of the ancient goat Saint Exalt and the Overlord Dragon Bear were simultaneously branded on top of the light pillar. It can be seen, there were many more names on top of the light pillar, all of whom had previously triggered the records of this place and received rewards. Those bystanders were simply stunned. One must know that the conditions for triggering the records of the demonic beast ancient planes were extremely harsh. And today, 2 of them appeared at once, which was simply not too outrageous. And it's fart triggered. It's just so eye-opening. Brother Panda, do you have the feeling that this mysterious voice is a bit like our big brother? Said Old Black, squeezing his eyebrows together and scratching his butt. I feel a bit like that too. It's our masters, Snake Girl affirmed, unable to contain her happiness. Shoo. Brother Panda glanced at Xiao Qian Shan and the others who were still in shock and gestured to the other magical beasts. This has to be kept a secret. Don't let anyone know about it. I guess, Big Brother must have his schemes. Speaking of which, not only the panda, even the other magical beasts suddenly realized a problem. Eyes gazed up at the sky in horror. I've got a bad feeling about this. You guys, do you think that Big Brother already knew that we left while he was in seclusion? This is specifically designed to jam us. Hiss. Words. Dozens of magical beasts simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air, then crouched down and kept silent. Even the meat around your mouth doesn't smell good anymore. That's not a casual guess. When Big Brother is angry, it is really going to be 1,000,000 corpses and 1,000 miles of blood, without any exaggeration. Otherwise, how do you think those Green Sea City man-eating beasts did not drop? Under the Big Brother, that is really not one left. All slaughtered. Big Brother, it's really not my fault. This time out was all under the command of Brother Panda. I was an accessory, said Old Goose with his hands folded in a very pious manner to the heavens. Old Goose is right. I was just compelled by Brother Panda to come out. Old Black said. At this point, he was surprisingly smart. Boss, it's all because Brother Panda taught us to cheat you. If you're angry, go beat him up. We are willing to sacrifice Brother Panda to take the piss out of you. Even if we have to beat his ass to death, we won't have half a word of complaint. The Spotted Tiger said seriously. Brother Panda, no. Well. Whoops, this spanking punishment cannot be escaped. I really have This gang of unrighteous guys, just catch me a bully what's wrong with these wraiths? Yeah, it was just fine. It can't be a period. Zhongling and Chen Jujun couldn't figure it out. How is it that they are rewarded with such a prize, but instead they feel a little worried and scared, even fearful? It's not like you're happy and stupid, is it? However, they could tell that since the moment these two rewards appeared, the gazes of those people around them became fiery in an instant. When they looked at them, each of them had a bad look in their eyes. Some, already, want to come over and rob them in the open. A great battle was, perhaps, already inevitable. Green Sea City, Evolution Land. As the golden light appeared, the dragon roared. A young man suddenly opened his eyes with a huffy expression and looked at the illusory light screen in front of him, only to see a group of magical beasts on the magical beast ancient plains were muttering in whispers, betraying that panda in droves. What with all the messy, bad ideas of hanging it up in 5 different ways and smoking it, and dripping wax oil, and cosplaying little man children dancing. Phew, these guys are a real pain in the ass. One can't see it, so they run off to elsewhere and get a whole barbecue going? Fried meat? This beast ancient plains, with the addition of this gang of villains, has almost become a food street. Thinking of this, Lindsay shook her head helplessly. As long as it's not too much, and let them be. It's actually a little better to have a panda watching. After all, they do have their best interests at heart. The matter of rescuing Choo Choo is very important indeed. But really, he showed up this time, and was more concerned about those two, the girls wearing the Phoenix and Demon Fox jade pendants. In this evolution, Lindsay knows some ancient secrets. Knowing what the responsibility is that comes with being the chosen one of the Black Dragon Jade Pendant, also saw the ancient and modern, devil and god battle. This is a blue star god beast and foreign beast confrontation. It's a matter of human survival. A battle of life and death. But 10,000 years ago, the two sides were only tied. Subsequently, the human race flourished again, and 10,000 years later, the alien demon race has revived once again, causing a global bestiality that seeks to destroy mankind with this catastrophe. But those blue star originally divine beasts, the years flowed, but finally due to the change of the years do not know where to go. Very few have been able to pass it on. The appearance of these two girls was both unexpected and yet justified. As the saying goes, when the dragon god wakes up, all the beasts come out. That's not a statement to be taken lightly. Not only them, but soon, those divine beasts lost around the world will also appear. Sessions. I'm afraid it's time for those wraiths to strike. Another battle for the fate of mankind. But knowing the responsibility he was carrying, she didn't have any complaints. All he had was a gaze that grew more and more determined. The firmness of destroying those magical beasts. The revival of those ancient gods was necessary in order to be able to once again defeat those demonic beasts that were attempting to destroy the blue planet in this battle 10,000 years later. So, to save the world, to save mankind, it's permissible for someone to use the dragon god's identity to cheat or something, isn't it? One thought in this. After making complete plans, the corner of She's mouth quirked as he transformed into a golden light. Then meteor light disappeared from this place in an instant. Chapter 36. Today, I will call this, a stick to set the sea, and all beasts will bow down. Neither of those rewards are mortal. Are they? Absolutely. Just hearing it makes me feel that it must be a holy object. A treasure that can flourish a clan after getting it. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go grab it. The moment. After those two record rewards came out, everyone present was abuzz with excitement. And the number of people gathered at this place was increasing, with experts gathering, even some of the hidden powerhouses. It was also awakened by some people trying to find a way to have a big fight over these two treasures. Among them, Yachi Keiko even summoned a magical beast, a huge green snake with 8 heads, with a sinister gaze, stared at the panda and the other magical beasts. Obviously it's about to get real. Passing on, the Yamanano Orochi used to be a 9-headed serpent in the Dragon Kingdom, who angered the dragon god by creating evil on Earth. A head was decapitated. He then crosses the ocean to the Sakura country in order to survive, and instead becomes an almost invincible being. Now that he once again felt the dragon's aura that annoyed him, he couldn't help but evoke this memory. The Orochi spat its poisonous letters at these magical beasts with the scent of dragons and leapt into action. Even to be on the safe side, not only did Yagi Keiko expose her bottom card, but she also told the people of the family about what happened here. This is an urgent matter that needs to come quickly. Perhaps it is related to what the family beast god needs. She's going to ask for backup, because if one wanted to snatch these two treasures, just killing those magical beasts wasn't enough, and the strength to subdue others. What's more, after obtaining these two items, it might actually be possible to advance and help the sacrificial beast god hidden in the Miyamoto family to completely resurrect. Guys, I have an idea. Another person stepped forward and said toward the crowd. It was as if these magical beasts, as well as the two treasures, had become meat on a plate. It was as if they could be given a free hand. My idea is simple. There's a lot of them, but there's only individual magical beasts in there that have combat power. The rest are pretty ordinary. You mean, swarm them? Of course. How will that treasure be divided? Someone asked. It's not just this one guy. The others also began to stand up and speak with one word from you and one word from me. Arrogant to the extreme attitude. Not putting those three women and magical beasts in their eyes at all. One look at you and you're not holding your farts. Oh, if there are only two babies, we can't tell them apart with the hundreds of people here. Can we? Is it hard to believe that you want it all for yourself? The man was furious that his ploy had been dismantled, and then asked back in annoyance. So what do you guys say? That's all the treasure there is. How do you guys think we should split it up? Otherwise, let's fight first. The speaker was a bearded middle-aged man. The strength was at the level of a peak intermediate imperial beast master. There was a vague tendency to want to make a move. He's a hothead, riding on an elephant and choking on words. However, no one was going to blame him at this point. It was not out of line to say what everyone else was thinking. Who didn't want treasures? It's just hypocrisy to say you don't want it. But at this time, some people also noticed the names on those records and felt something odd. You guys, what the hell is Ancient Goat Saint Sovereign and Overlord Dragon Bearez? Do these two titles have anything to do with these two magical beasts? It doesn't feel like they go together either. I feel a little weird too. Hey. It just feels like it's its own nickname. I guess it's scary. Think about it. I'd say I'm still called Saint Inferno Dragon. So what can I be? You have a point there. The group burst out laughing. There was no longer any hesitation. Hooting and hollering, all of them summoned their respective magical beasts and surrounded towards Xiao Qian and Panda and the others. Damn it. It's a pity that I haven't fully recovered my power yet. Or else I would definitely be able to make them come back with no return. Xiao Qian looked at these people angrily. It was clearly a treasure that they, the magical beasts, had obtained. But when these people saw it, they wanted to rob it openly? The evil of human nature cannot stand the test. But so many people came together and surrounded them in a watery manner. About several hundred people and several hundred magical beasts. Even if she moved the name of the Xiao family at this moment to try to scare them, she couldn't suppress them anymore. At this point, they are going to be dangerous. No, let's just quit the ancient plains. Yeah, you've all gotten the treasure anyway, so keep it and don't worry about it. Chen Zhujun and Zhongling said worriedly, soliciting the opinions of these magical beasts. Quit. There's no need for that. Wasn't it said that the magical beast ancient road would be open this evening? It's simply impossible to catch up by quitting now. What? If they want to fight, let's fight them. Hey, what do you say, brother panda? Seeing that the panda looks like a high-strung and ignores no one, the other magical beasts naturally know what's going on. It's breaking their hearts. So there were gestures of currying favor. Asterisk. What are these losers? I'll exterminate them with a lift of my hand. You are not very powerful. Have the ability to make their own decisions. It's not easy for me. All day long netting me the blame. I'm quitting. Do what you like. The panda whined like a pissed off little daughter-in-law, who came to say no to hitching a ride. How had Jun and Zhongling ever seen this image before? All this way, in their eyes, Brother Panda's toughness was not ordinary. Even that swan was not very bold to speak in front of him for fear of offending him. But he even squatted on the ground in front of so many people, pouting and crying, just like the panda in the zoo, because of some small things. Ha ha ha. So he has a cute side. Yeah, it's really rare to see a panda in this weak state. It's just so cute. At once, Zhongling and Chen Zhujun were flooded with motherly love. Even Xiao Qian wanted to ick it. But this image, in the eyes of those who came over to grab the treasure, was another meaning. Ha ha, look, that panda is crying at us. What a useless thing. Steady. What are we waiting for here? Which one of you will go first? Che, you're on. You're so awesome. Don't look at the words of these people. But when it really came to the time to go on, none of them went forward. And all of them stayed put in the latter year. I'm afraid that someone else will catch the cicada in the yellow bird's nest. However, just then, perhaps sensing their embarrassment, the golden shadow in the sky flashed, and after a loud rumbling sound, a golden high platform actually appeared out of nowhere. Follows. The faint, mysterious voice sounded again. The golden platform is built, and the duel is here. 1 point of high and low things. Why stir up the dust? Anyone who wins on this golden elevated platform will receive the magical beast ancient plains reward bestowed by my father. Please, both sides, duel on this. These treasure snatchers were first a bit confused, but soon, it was felt that the appearance of this ring was too good to be true.
Not only could it solve the problem of dividing the treasure, you can also win treasure on your own strength. They were all eager to be the first to go up to the stage to receive a newbie package. This is Big Brother talking? There was no need for persuasion from the other wraiths. Upon seeing the ring rise, Panda's eyes lit up and all the aggravation in his heart was gone. When Big Brother found out about this, not only did he not blame me, he even got up the ring and sang along with us? What does this mean? It means I did the right thing. And Big Brother might even praise my rhythm. One thought in this. Brother Panda immediately grew in confidence. At this moment, seeing those people's extremely arrogant appearance, he couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his heart as well. By what right? This is something from our Big Brother. It's precious. Why should we let you guys take it away? Good. In that case, good. If you are unrighteous, don't blame me for being heartless. On my command. For the first bout, let's start with the curly-haired baboon and rub these guys' noses in it. Brother Panda narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze revealing a determined light as he angrily said, "You know, guys, I'm pissed off right now, and if you don't want to get your ass kicked, you're all going to have to give me a hand. First battle of the day. Let's just start with the sea-setting stick, and all the beasts will bow down." Brother Panda's chin lifted slightly. There was an undeniable tone in his voice. Chapter 37, Lin Shi, genius is just the threshold to see me. It's about to start. Get the melons ready. Are they all on? All on? The other side out of a monkey. Our side on should be a bit of the world's children. Who do you think will win this first game? Since the golden high table was built. At this moment, all those who felt they were capable gathered around. None of them were celestial. Some of them were people of the ancient imperial beast family inheritance, carrying the hopes of the family on their shoulders. Some were just survivors of the beast change disaster, but had mutated to become powerful on one side. They are more ruthless than those worldly children. It also navigates the laws of the post-apocalyptic world, and is ruthless enough with itself in order to desperately try to stay alive. This is especially true when it's someone else's turn. They're the main event in this ring. In order to make this match more exciting, in a few moments, the mysterious man even prepared a circular viewing platform for both sides. The shape resembles the ancient Roman Colosseum, or rather, is itself built according to it. In this setting, everyone could clearly see all the changes in the ring, and the cuts could be brought in to feel them. At the same time, after both players have taken the stage, a pillar of light will envelop the area to ensure that no one can disturb it. No one can interfere with the ring, unless one of the two sides died or admitted defeat. The light pillar would disappear completely. Brutal is brutal. Such a rule, however, is accepted by everyone by default and is not considered humane enough. To admit defeat for what? Both sides will have to go on and on. Bring the magical beasts and fight to the death. That's what makes it look good. People live in depressing environments for long periods of time. The spirit is going to go out of its mind and will be especially eager to see such atrocious images and make fun of them. However, compared to them, the people who make the rules are normal. Good lord, that's lively enough. I haven't seen so many living people since the calamity. It's so hard. Just sat down on the viewing platform. Looking at the squealing crowd of spectators, Zhongling and Chen Jujun let out exclamations of surprise. This scale, it's almost like a mini concert. There are quite a lot of people, and there are a lot of magical beasts. Old goose, do you like crowded places too? Zhongling asked innocently with wide eyes. She thought she had found a fellow traveler. Words. The panda brother next to him had already laughed out a pig squeal. This is a question that really should not be asked to the swan. This guy's a notorious thug. Like people? What's there to like about that thing? What I like is the magical beasts in their hands. Like their wraiths? What kind of special fetish is this? Could it be that it's a heart-to-heart between their fellow magical beasts? Next moment, the puzzled Xiao Qian Chen Jujun and Zhongling then heard a demonic whisper from the old goose's mouth. So many magical beasts. If they were all roasted and eaten, wouldn't that be awesome? Is it good with cumin flavor? Or spicy flavor? Or should I make it into a hot pot shabu shabu? At those words, the three women were speechless at the same time. The brain circuit of this swan is too strange. Normal people can't keep up with it at all. Both sides please stand by. After 10 seconds of the countdown, without prompting, you may begin the battle on your own. Now prepare. The winner will be given an ancient original reward. After hearing the mysterious man finally open his mouth, except for these very calm magical beasts, all of them felt their blood boiling and pumped like chicken blood, especially when you hear the word reward. No one was not interested in this thing, and was even willing to lay down their lives to fight for this chance. My name is Chu Tianshu, North Ice City, the third son of the Chu family. Today, I have come to take your head for a use, in exchange for that mysterious reward. As Chu Tianshu opened his mouth, the people in the arena shouted,
regardless of whether it was a world family or an ordinary imperial beastmaster. Basically all had heard of the Chu family. This was an existence not weaker than the Shao family. The unique bone transformation technique of his disciples is even better. And when it touches people and magical beasts, it will start sucking blood. There was hardly any unenlightened imperial beastmaster who was willing to fight him unless they wanted to seek death. The ability to overpower the others and be the first to come out and fight in the ring is also enough to see his prestige and strength. But, just as the worldly man smiled confidently, the curly-haired baboon stated, "I couldn't understand a word of it. What northern ice city? What Chu family? I've never even heard of it. Besides, just this Chu family of yours, can it be as powerful as those few great imperial beast clans in Green Sea City? I don't think so. Just a few months ago I think, in Green Sea City, these few big families dared to join hands to catch living people and feed their magical beasts. What's the result? The result was that Big Brother went solo that day with only one of its curly-haired baboon's native magical beasts. At first, the other party also bragged about how high his status was and how powerful he was, and trying to get Big Brother to defect to them, but only for half an hour. The biggest of those clans was destroyed by the two of them joining forces, with not even a bit of ash left. Later add in the time spent walking. On average, a family was slaughtered every hour, and the rain that day didn't even wash the roads clean. Although that day, he was only an auxiliary to pass the stick, but it is also a participant. Don't get all that mumbo-jumbo. I don't like to hear it. I'll just ask, what's your magic beast? Hearing the curly-haired baboon's words, a trace of anger, as well as incomprehension, flashed across Chu Tianshu's face. However, he still had his hands behind his back, a masterful style, maintaining a graceful image. It wouldn't hurt to tell you that I don't have a magical beast. In our Chu family, everyone is born with a skeleton of their own, and the skeleton is also my native magical beast. Skeletons? Is it good? Just after asking this, the curly-haired baboon felt like he had made a fool of himself. How could a skeleton be eaten? So instantly the desire to fight was halved. Ask me what magical beast? Ask me again if the skeleton tastes good. No, what does he mean by that? The skeleton thing can be eaten well. If the teeth are good enough, it is also possible to eat it, sprinkled with chili powder, cumin powder, and crunchy to chew. It's like a panda eating bamboo. However, soon Chu Tianshu realized that this monkey was teasing him with the magical beast thing. At once, infinite anger rose. As it happens, the countdown to battle has ended. I'm 18 years old, and without relying on external objects, I've already reached the level of an intermediate imperial beast master. Plus, with the red-pink skeleton protecting you, today, how can I allow you, a tiny monkey, to go on the rampage? Humph. I don't know who your master really is, and what kind of schooling he went to be able to teach such an ill-mannered and arrogant wild monkey like you. Chu Tianshu coldly looked at the baboon and angrily shouted, "Is an 18-year-old intermediate imperial beast master strong? Perhaps when placed in the eyes of a normal person, compared to a mediocre person, it is indeed already a heavenly pride-like figure. How does he compare to our Big Brother? I remember when Big Brother was 18 and had just entered college. He knew his sister-in-law during military training." Right, a small hamster squeaked. It was different from these zoo guys with establishment. As early as the first day of entering the university, it followed Lin Shi and lived inside the dormitory. It's kind of a meta beast, but Big Brother is a genius, graduating from college at the age of 22 as an ordinary person. Yet it only took a few months to grow to that level. Upon hearing this, the other magical beasts also agreed. In front of Big Brother, the so-called geniuses in the outside world were only at the threshold of seeing him and didn't even have the chance to get their hands dirty with him. What's there to see in this battle? The genius Chu Tianshu fighting a little wild monkey is simply a sure win. That's for you to say. That's right. Who doesn't know the Chu family's white bone spirit's power? We don't need to see this battle to know who wins. There was a lot of talk on the viewing platform. And the ring. Again, it's all fire and brimstone. At this moment, not only Chu Tianshu was angry, the curly-haired baboon was equally furious. Scratching his ears anxiously, he pulled out an iron rod from his ear and stood it on the ground, showing his teeth and wagging his tail, saying, "You, if I heard it right, just now, did you say something bad about my Big Brother? Let me tell you, anyone who curses my Big Brother will die a horrible death. Let's see if I don't knock you out of your life with a stick today." By the end of the sentence, the curly-haired baboon's body had tensed up, his muscles bulging slightly, made all the preparations before the attack, and at the same time, Chu Tianshu also launched an attack. So handsome people, but directly melt away the flesh and blood, completely turned into a skeleton, strikes hard at curly-haired baboon. Chapter 38, Fighting in a Fight. You're driving 8 dazzling stripes? Wait, this is a change. When the Chu family makes a skeleton, unless the difference in level is very great, This still can't win? Why? Don't look. It's already won. This monkey is an ATM. Not to mention the young master of the Chu family. Even if I were to get on me. Seeing that both sides have already resorted to their own means, the viewing platform outside was even more lively than the ring. And some people had even opened a betting handicap. Only, no one dared to bet that the monkey would win. And the matter was soon settled. And this little skinny monkey was weak at first glance. Not even the magic pattern on his head was open. Those watching the battle had already given the curly-haired baboon an early death sentence just by looking at it. It's no fun. It's going to end. Pulling a stick out of his ear? Oh, he really thinks he's the great sage of Chi Tian. Hurry up with the next game. The ring. Chu Tianshu thought the same thing. This monkey, with its magic power hidden in its body, was completely unable to see how strong it was, or no strength at all. It's probably just a one-trick pony. So, instead of choosing to play it safe, he chose to play with the most pop-ups in order to be holy in front of people. Let yourself be transformed into a skeleton, carrying infinite magic power, ready to go and fight this guy up close and personal. Little monkey, in today's battle, I, Chu Tianshu, will be the first to take the reward and obtain the first kill record. Be a good boy and die, and I'll give you a good time. Says it's wrestling. It's really just about wanting to be abusive. To be able to get this show effect, Chu Tianshu even have opened 8 dazzling lines. Extreme walks around the ring like a big light bulb, extremely shaking people's eyes to pull attention. The scene. Both have the curly-haired baboon all confused. Curly baboon, Walt ahoy, what's up? This guy's a cutie, right? However, these 8 dazzling patterns are quite pretty, so why don't we grab them all? And, I'm best at melee combat alright. This man dares to come close to me for a fight. I guess he doesn't have a high IQ. Maybe he can be teased a bit. Thinking of this, the curly-haired baboon smiled badly and suddenly put away half of his magic power again. It made him look like a weakling, not even as good as a junior magical beast. Dug trough. He drove 8 dazzling lines? In order to pretend this Chu Tianshu is also too damn shameless. It's really speechless. He's literally treating this like a place to play, not taking it seriously at all. I think you're just jealous. Worthy of being the Chu family's young master. So rich nah. Each dazzling pattern can be made of magical beast inner pills. The original meaning of the name dazzle pattern is a pattern that can be used to show off. Keep this thing on your person when it's open. It won't add a single bit of attack power. It's just only going to make you look good. Even running with special effects. Perhaps. This is the kryptonite player. Asterisk 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 get him down. I'll do it. This pussy puts it on me to pretend. Next. Carry away. Both sides have not yet encountered. Just looking at this operation of Chu Tianshu, there are already people who are not used to seeing it. The point is that you open one even if it comes 8 at once? Is it trying to brighten up the audience's eyes? But handsome is also really handsome. Soon, as the light flowed, an eerie skeleton brought up a fishy wind towards the curly-haired baboon. The 8 dazzle stripe effects really aren't a cover. Together with the fear on the curly-haired baboon's face and the panic in his gaze, Chu Tianshu could see that his strength was weak. It fueled his sadistic mentality even more. Dish to dish. How come this monkey can't even dodge? Taking that blow would have killed him for sure. Probably scared silly. The people in the viewing gallery let out incomprehensible questions. And when they took a look at the magical beasts, it was even more strange. Panda has been fighting a trio of people. The magical beasts gathered around the fierce battle in full swing, not even raising their heads, not taking the battle on the stage seriously at all. No, monkeys are too slow. My old black man is still waiting to get on the field. Let's see. This guy is definitely fixated on other people's dazzling tattoos. Zhong Ling and the girls were a bit worried. This monkey looked quite cute. It was a shame to die. Is it really okay? She had heard of Chu Tianshu's name. It was a very powerful person. And by relying on the benthic skeleton, not only was his defense able to increase drastically, what's even more terrifying is the blood-sucking ability it comes with. As long as one was hit by his skill, all the flesh, blood, and magic power of the body would be devoured by the opponent. But no matter how worried they were, Chu Tianshu's attack had already arrived. Seek death. Chu Tianshu let out a cold laugh, seeing that it doesn't blink, transforming into a skeleton. His palm condensed a bloody light and violently attacked towards the curly-haired baboon. Ding! However, an unbelievable scene happened. This blood-colored white bone unexpectedly made a sound of metal colliding when it touched the curly-haired baboon. A ripple of energy swept out. The curly-haired baboon was unharmed, scratching his ears and sneering at Chu Tianshu. What kind of magic weapon is this iron rod of yours? Originally, just now this white bone is actually impacted on the iron stick. Both sides of the first round is considered a tie. But only Chu Tianshu knew. He had just suffered a loss. The bones that were as hard as steel were actually compared to the hardness of that iron rod. By now, his palms still hurt a bit, and he couldn't help but be even more annoyed. Surprisingly blocked this blow? Incredible. Just incredible. No wonder this monkey is emboldened. It turns out that he is relying on the root magic treasure in his hand. This is something to see. The crowd once again looked to the ring expectantly. Plates that hadn't been opened before were quietly opened at this time. It's just that the odds about the curly-haired baboon remain frighteningly high. After all, Chu Tianshu's toughness was something they recognized. Even Yaki Keiko was not willing to fight him if not necessary, because the strength is so bizarre and tricky. Ha! I admit you have some strength, but there will be no room for you to be reckless in my presence. Chu Tianshu flung his arm and his face sank. Also, after killing you, this magic treasure of yours, this great master will also laugh at it. After saying that, he no longer stayed his hand. A scarlet mist erupted all over his body, and he actually disappeared in place in an instant, and then suddenly disappeared in the distance. It's one of his killing moves. 8 bloodthirsty, fishy ghosts move in. As the saying goes, the longer the name, the stronger the move. As soon as this skill was used, boundless ghostly sobs appeared, and the entire sparring ring was completely plunged into a shower of blood and gore. On the one hand, it's a handsome enough skill. On the other hand, it's also a strong enough skill. One could instantly turn this place into his hunting domain, with his figure hidden and smashed inside, and then unleash a sudden and deadly attack on his enemy. But, just when Chu Tianshu inwardly thought that the big orange was settled, suddenly, a stick unexpectedly fell from the sky. Before he could launch his attack, the curly-haired baboon had then spotted his position, turning the iron rod into a longer one. It warped towards Chu Tianshu like a gopher. No, it can't be. It must be a coincidence. Chu Tianshu dodged the strike and his figure disappeared, re-hiding in one place. But then, the stick unexpectedly followed him like a shadow and struck towards him again. And, extremely precise. No, there's no way he could have recognized my disguise. He must have been blindly blinded. But just as he had stopped, suddenly, the stick came back, forcing Chu Tianshu to only dodge again, and with that stick again. Those on the viewing platform, however, suddenly laughed out loud. A naked mockery. Everyone looks like they're watching monkeys in a zoo. Take a hand and point it at his figure. Not only this monkey, even the people on the viewing platform saw his concealment technique. Could it be? See this unusual scene. Chu Tianshu suddenly thought of something. His heart tightened, then looked up. There was a pupil earthquake. Holy, it's broken. Damn, overloaded with pretense. It was the dazzle patterns. It was these 8 dazzle patterns that revealed the location of each of his stealths. Chu Tianshu shouted in horror. And at this moment, the curly-haired baboon's stick had smashed down again. Chapter 39. Tolerance is a virtue peculiar to mortals, and cowardice is a gamble. Is this guy Chu Tianshu a sand dollar? Oops. I can't. I'm laughing my ass off. Turning on stealth results in a dazzling stripe. What's the difference between that and Yao riding on King Lanling to catch someone? Nah, that's called getting struck by lightning for pretending. The people on the viewing platform directly boiled over, but all of them were people who laughed at Chu Tianshu. No one is questioning his strength, but the guy does have an average IQ and makes these kinds of mistakes. Instead, it's because of this incident. It caused the curly baboon odds to start getting lower and more people to bet on it for the fun of it. After all, what if I could win? Some people just like to press the opposite way. Nothing else. It is just a figure of excitement. Win doubly cool. Stud. Win a young model. Lose and work at sea. I'll bet 10,000 orcs on curly baboon to win. Suddenly, a girl's voice rang out and Xiao Qianqian directly took out a paper ticket. It caught everyone's attention at once. The word yuan is written on it. It was a currency jointly issued by the global imperial beast clans after the beast change disaster, which could be used to enter the void god beast realm across the globe in exchange for resources. Looking at this huge check, these people all froze, because it was never an ordinary person who could casually take out 10,000 beast coins. Damn it! This person could also be the son of a worldly family. The magical beast on that stage, someone exclaimed. Then the magical beast on her stage is not ordinary either. I just can't tell what family she's from. And with that $10,000 infusion of capital, more and more people started to follow suit, slamming crazy amounts of money into it, and soon the plate was bigger. Although some people felt that the monkey's identity was unusual, it was still the monkey that had the better odds. There is no way. Who let Chu Tianshu's reputation is too loud, and Xiao Qianqian almost never contact with the outside world since childhood, so the outside world is simply no news about her, only recognized as an ordinary son of the world. There is no comparison between the two sides on paper. Holy, those are some fierce odds. The monkey's odds are as high as 4,7. If this woman wins, She can net 37,000 beast coins. Are you envious? Then go bet on it too. And see if you can't lose your money then. Someone sneered. Why? I meant it as a joke. Just kidding. Let alone making money. When the time comes, I'm afraid she'll have to blow this $10,000 on us. A group of people laughed at Xiao Qianqian's behavior. But what they don't know is that Xiao Qianqian has already decided that the winner is definitely the curly-haired baboon. In the face of these people's taunts, totally unimpressed and even tempted to laugh. Forbearance is a virtue unique to mortals, and cowardice is anathema to gamblers. Want to have a good time? The only way is pokies. Laugh it up and laugh it up. When my sister makes money and you guys lose it to the point of jumping off a building, let's see you still laugh. And the gold ring. With a casual stick from a curly-haired baboon, Chu Tianshu immediately blinked to other places. At the same time, Dazzler was thrown away from him, and bright red blood gushed out of the white bones. It erupted with an extremely powerful might. Stinking monkey, today, your time to die has come. Taste my divine skill. The yellow spring blood palm. He's never been so angry since he was a kid. Surprisingly, he was beaten like a gopher. Immediately after shaking off Dazzle's stripe, he made use of his benthic skeleton skill to counterattack the monkey. What he doesn't know, though, is this. The last one who spoke to the swarm of magical beasts like that was now in a hospital bed in Sakura Nation. Squeak. Fun. Fun. So much fun. The curly-haired baboon held the lengthened stick in one hand and kept swinging it towards Chu Tianshu's head, deliberately scaring him into running around. This way he could enjoy the pleasure of gophering for free. It's simply not too good. However, he was still interested in the 8 dazzling patterns, and when he saw that they had fallen to the ground, he immediately went to pick them up, completely ignoring Chu Tianshu's attack. Pause. You don't want the dazzling stripes, just give it to me. After I put it on we'll fight again. The curly-haired baboon said as he turned his head to look at Chu Tianshu. It was a shock to him. Is it wrong? Is it an illusion? I've clearly taken off my dazzling tattoo and I'm still in stealth. How can he still see me? It must be an illusion. Damn monkey. Now it's my turn to fight back. Just wait for your death. Chu Yunshu does not care what pause. This is a fight to the death. You think the game? In a split second, he instantly shifted his figure behind the monkey and unleashed his stored power attack in full force. It was reasonable to say that he was invincible inside the field. Under this strike, even if magical beasts and imperial beastmasters one level higher than him received it, they would have to die, and it will also plunder away the opponent's magic. But, the bizarre scene happened again. The yellow spring blood palm did strike the monkey's back, but the expected effect did not appear. Didn't even leave a palm print. Who's tickling me? The curly-haired baboon happily puts on 8 dazzling stripes that make him look, well, all shiny. Then, turn your body. Once again, he turned a pair of golden eyes toward Chu Tianshu. The latter subconsciously took 2 steps back when he saw his divine skill strangely disappear. His gaze alarmed, and the curly-haired baboon said to each other, You can actually see me? How is that possible? This skill of concealing one's form was a divine skill that the Chu clan did not outsource, and in conjunction with their born skeleton, they were able to achieve surprise. But now, Chu Tianshu suddenly had some doubts that maybe the Chu family's ability was not that impressive. Otherwise, why can't you even get rid of a monkey? Instead, he was teased again and again. Of course, can't see you. The curly-haired baboon specially adjusted the angle of the dazzle pattern, making it similar to the fighting air transformation wings. Staring at Chu Tianshu's position, he said. The stick in his hand kept tapping up and down. The mind keeps thinking, what do you say later? Would it be better to hit him on the head with a stick, or on his ass? If the head, skeletons are supposed to be bald, so in case they knock over and die with no hair they'll be miserable. By the way, skeletons don't have asses either. I'd better knock my head then. No, you can't even see me. So what's with the arrogance? Still talking so righteously. Sure enough, he is blindfolded. In fact, cannot see me at all. Chu Tianshu said in his heart. Relieved at the same time, he became even more furious. The fire in the 2 skeleton eyes also instantly burned brighter. How come Chu Tianshu hasn't ended the battle yet? Someone asked as they looked at the ring in disinterest. This guy can be invisible. Couldn't see what was happening at all, except for the occasional bat that he occasionally took. But, seeing that the monkey is still fine, these people will probably know that Chu Tianshu actually did not get any benefits. Net in that beaten. If there was an excuse for being seen in position before because of the dazzle stripe being carried, what about now? Without the dazzle marks to expose his position, he was beaten as usual, and the result was already very telling. No way. Those who saw this scene were secretly surprised. Could it be that this stinking monkey is really from a great family and is just hiding his strength? Let's see. It's really possible. If this stalemate continues, I see. There's no guarantee that Chu Tianshu won't lose, someone said in awe. The reason is simple. One party had used all their means, even released their big moves, but they just couldn't do anything about it. Even his dazzle stripe is equipped. The other side, inside the view of the station below, just casually waved a few sticks. Then the opponent's attack was completely neutralized. A comparison of the two is a tall order. I don't know whether this monkey is acting rashly, or if he has a premeditated plan to deliberately show weakness to the enemy. If it was the latter, it would be terrifying. A tiny magical beast had such a heart. It's conceivable. How horrible should its owner be then? Chapter 40, Monkey, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush first. Could it be that Chu Tianshu really can't win? There should still be a chance of winning. The crowd under the ring is talking to each other again. It was different from the views of those people before. Some people who understood Chu Tianshu and the Chu family. It's quite a confidence in him. Otherwise you wouldn't be betting all on him in the pokies. Right. We can't say that because we can't break that monkey's defense. It will definitely be a loss. I feel sure he still has cards he's not using. The Chu family, but it's related to that great man. That said, someone else remembered something as well. You mean, that Nine Spectres demon lord? The one that previously threatened to have the Shao family daughter sacrificed? That's right. For the Chu family to be so horizontal in the void god beast realm is inseparable from this Nine Spectres demon lord. Even the ability to do so is inherited from it. Presumably, he's moving his bottom card soon. And just as some people felt that Chu Tianshu had fallen into a decadent state, like what these supporters had said, the environment in the Golden Ring suddenly changed drastically. Rumble. See only. Infinite blood chi gathered from between heaven and earth. Rustling. Scarlet thunderbolts flickered across the ground like a white bone reaching out to climb the ground. Vaguely, a white bone silhouette with 3 heads flickered continuously in the blood thunder. But it's hard to see. Immediately after, a gate of flesh and blood tethered to chains rose from the center of the Golden Ring. Swirling and swirling in the middle. Shrill cries and oozing laughter kept coming. And thin, irregular eyes blinked in the air, making you feel numb when you looked at them. Flesh and blood bodhisattva. White bone spirit. The gates of the yellow springs are open. Come into the earth. Chu Tianshu let out a loud shout. Facing this monkey that he couldn't deal with in any way, his hand pinched the spell and spat out blood. Using his ultimate skill, he needs to spend some life force sacrifices. In order to open the door to the yellow spring, release the blood ghost goblin to assist in the battle. But what scares him the most is, his blood sacrifice was not for the ghosts and spirits in the Yellow Springs Gate, but for the god in the underworld who had given the Chu family skills and their own magical beasts. Every time he asked him to bestow his power, he would need to lose a large amount of essence and would not be able to get out of bed for several days. And once it's on, this skill is not even controllable by him. I don't know exactly what kind of undercard you have on you, but it's not like Chu Tianshu, don't have one either. He roared in frantic anger. The Chu family's status as the third son of the Chu family did not allow him to fail, even if it cost him more. Otherwise, if this matter got out, when he returned to the family, he would definitely receive his father's little whip, to be disqualified as heirs. My mother came to the top as a mistress, had a hard time giving birth to me, and endured the blank stares to raise me. It's that I look forward to the day when Chu Tianshu, can inherit the Chu family and bring her to the door in style. In this battle, I have no reason to lose. I can only win. Looking at Chu Tianshu's special effect-filled skills, a mountain of exclamations of surprise came from the viewing gallery. Satisfied with Chu Tianshu's performance. Ha ha, it's going to win. Betting on Chu Tianshu was really a sure win. Where are those pokers from before? Did you guys see that? That's the power of divine skill. The people who bet on Chu Tianshu to win shouted like crazy. Even more, they couldn't wait to see him do it and abuse that curly-haired baboon, so that they could hurry up and take on the next magical beast. After all, there was a mysterious reward for winning. Don't take it for nothing. And pandas and other magical beasts said they were calm. Trudy, weaklings of this level, if they were all really let loose to fight, they would basically be killed in seconds. And now for some reason, they had to hide their strength so that they wouldn't be studied through. The panda was still a bit surprised, and froze at the constantly flickering white bone silhouette. On top of that, he actually felt the pressure. Then, looking thoughtfully at Big Brother, Old Goose, why does the skill look so much like yours? Old Black said as he naively snapped his bare paw. At that, Old Goose smiled disdainfully. The gate of the Yellow Springs? He's pirating it alright, at best. It's just shouting for a few brats. My evaluation is that it's no better than a single hair of our monkey's head. The spotted tiger was bored and eating a skewer. A group of wraiths playing mahjong. Soon, they get antsy over who's cheating again, and a couple of guys wrestle. There was absolutely no concern that the monkey would lose. And at the moment,
seeing that the entire ring had turned into a puddle of blood and water, with some dead babies continuously emerging from it.
The curly-haired baboon showed even more excitement. Well, if it isn't whack-a-mole, how did you know that was my favorite game? I'm an expert gopher hunter. I advise you to surrender. Young man, you are no match for me.
The curly-haired baboon stared intently at the ground, and clenched the iron bar in his hand in excitement.
As soon as the undead appeared, it was quickly and accurately slammed down, and with a pop,
the dirt was crisply smashed to smithereens. As the door to the Yellow Springs opened, the undead appeared faster and faster, and the curly-haired baboon actually plucked off a large pile of hair and summoned dozens of monkeys exactly like him, all waving their sticks in a handful of directions to eliminate the undead on the ground. Originally all those undead that could all be a scourge to one side were really knocked down as gophers. The scene froze even the shadowy figure. It looked towards the curly-haired baboon with green, ghostly eyes, but it was greeted only by the iron rod, plunged straight towards his eyes. It just can't help it for a while. But this blood pool swamp is about to collapse. What? My ultimate move, a life-draining skill, has no effect on him at all? How is this possible? No, this is absolutely impossible. Chu Tianshu felt like he was going crazy. Unbelievably, he crouched and fell to the ground. He swept a glance at the spectators outside the sparring table, and saw in their sneering faces, as if in a trance, his father, and those two brothers and stepmother taunting him as if they were taunting him, and the madness within his cranium grew even more frenzied. Unbeknownst to me, this is actually the door to the Yellow Springs opening. The little kids who were trying to escape were just compelling him, but he had been completely mesmerized. Instead of being able to get out of the misery, they are falling deeper and deeper into it. No! I want to win! I want to win! Chanting in his mouth, Chu Tianshu trembled his legs and scratched his face with his hands like a demon, seeing that his skills were useless. Next moment, it was actually jumping directly into the Yellow Springs gate. In an instant, blood chi flourished in the Yellow Springs gate, even from the breeding in a huge thing out, about a dozen meters high, blood-colored skeleton, rustling and crawling on the ground, and those undead that were originally suppressed. The moment the scarlet skeleton appeared, their body aura also violently skyrocketed, and for a time, they were on par with the aura of those monkey-hair doppelgangers of the curly baboon. Another poor man? Seeing this, the monkey shook his head helplessly and said, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry before you get your ass handed to you by me later. Can't have you in a hurry. There is a saying, the world is so confused that it is nothing more than a thought of falling into hell, which is directly transcended and finished. Now, it's my turn to make a move. One thought in this. After looking at the false shadow outside the golden ring, the curly-haired baboon suddenly changed his demeanor. His eyes no longer had the joking look that he had during that bout of gopher, but were unusually grave. He looked angrily at the blood-colored skeleton in front of him that tried to provoke him. You're saying I'm childish for grabbing dazzle stripes and playing gopher? No, that's mercy. That's the bodhisattva phase of the curly-haired baboon. Want to wake up the obsessed person in front of you with another gesture. Want to make them see the hard way and return to the lost. And now, both see that the other party has become demonic. The curly-haired baboon is transformed into the Vajra phase, which kills demons. When Vajra is angry, the demons will be killed. On talent, it was the only one, within these magical beasts, that had the potential to catch up with Brother Panda's genius. The curly-haired baboon's body becomes as magnificent as a mountain, eyes condescending, looking at Chu Tianshu, who had already fallen into demon, revealing an emperor-like contempt. Learning from Lin Shi's tone, he said majestically, filth that crawls out of the Yellow Springs, let's see how this stick of mine beheads you. Let's see how I can do it with this baton. Like Big Brother, a baton is swung and all beasts bow down. The curly-haired baboon's words fell. Then he saw that the wind had already risen around him, and the sky was changing colors, with purple-red thunder and lightning intertwined like a practice. The iron rod had not yet been swung. It then caused the air to be torn apart. The deafening whistling sound emitted shocked people's eardrums and hurt them, as if the end times were about to come. Lindsay saw it from the side and rolled her eyes. This, you open a big move even when you hit a normal person? Cannon swatting flies alright, it's not necessary. Okay, I'll be right here quietly watching you pretend. However, at this moment, see the curly-haired baboon transformed into a Vajra phase. Not only Chu Tianshu, along with the people under the stage were directly stunned after seeing this scene. Chapter 41, The Houghton Insect to Live a Second Life? Immortal Boat Cave Sky is like a fairyland. On the contrary, the Heavenly Bucket Imperial City you say it is pulling it to big is not so bad, but it is also like that, the middle of the road. Well, Tendu Imperial City is in an awkward scenario of highs and lows. Mr. Chen, this immortal boat of yours is trying to develop into something like the Heavenly Dipper. Oh no,
develop into a second Soul Master Holy Land? Along the way, Prince Snowstar realized that the vastness of the cave heaven could not be described in words. Big, too big. Such a large cavernous land and with all kinds of building facilities. That's a big deal, that's simply breathtaking. Good eye. It's just, I'm afraid there aren't that many people. Ning Fingji, who was silent on the side, spoke out. Pay the fee to enter the immortal boat cave. Prince Snowstar sweated. It was true that it was still the 9 treasures glazed sect that would make money. It wasn't for no reason that it was rich. This payment alone will be astronomical in no time. That's not all. As well as having to set up store in the immortal boat cave, which is another expense. It's all about fees inside and out. And the fairy boat cave is undoubtedly a gold-sucking beast. Thinking about this, Prince Snowstar couldn't help but suck in a breath. This ability to collect money is horrible as it is. Look and see. Sect Master Ning, please take him out. Remember to properly promote my immortal boat cave sky and attract people from all over the continent. As Mr. Chen commands, Ning will do his best. Ning Fingji patted his chest in assurance. Let's go, Prince Snowstar. Witnessing Ning Fingji leave with Prince Snowstar, Chen Luo took a deep breath. Dispersal is over. It's time to go back. Haotian Sect, Council Hall. Third Elder, you finally returned. Looking at Tang Ge, who walked through the door with large strides, Tang Xiao, who was the patriarch, rose to greet him. How was it? Did you find out the reality of the immortal boat? Tang Ge smiled bitterly, his face filled with frustration. The immortal boat is even more powerful than we thought. I'm afraid that our Haotian sect is small in front of him. The unknown Grand Elder rose violently and spoke out in rebuttal. It's just a newly established power. How could it be strong? Even if it's a strong combination with the 9 treasures glazed sect, it's still no match for one of our Haotian sect. Tang Xiao pondered for a moment. Third Elder speak. Immediately afterward, Tang Gu told the whole story. Telling it out, he immediately shocked the crowd into staring in disbelief. Killing the martial spirit hall's sealed Doluwa ghost with a single sword. This immortal boat is not to be trifled with. Patriarch, I think it's time for the Haotian sect to live a second life. Tang Gu didn't want to stay in the sect in the nest. He couldn't stay in this hellish day for a moment. Besides, there's a certain lag in intelligence about the outside world, which is a big no-no. As well as the most important point, Tang Gu wanted to visit the immortal boat. What? You said that the immortal boat cave has a multiplier effect on cultivation? I'll be the first to run for such a great benefit. I'll be the defector general. Tang Xiao thought a little. This matter has to be considered in the long run. Thinking long term? The establishment of the immortal boat represents a new situation on the continent, and the Haotian sect has had this outing for all the good and none of the bad. Well, that makes sense. I agree with the third elder. Me too. The Haotian sect has been immersed for too long. It's time to let the Soul Master world know of our return. After a unanimous vote by the elders, the Haotian clan will be reanimated for a second life from now on. However, the return of the Haotian sect didn't cause much ripples in the Soul Master world, but rather, the topic of the immortal boat was endless. Have you heard? Every cloud cavalry under immortal boat is a Soul Master, both strong and weak. According to my 7 aunts and aunts, the Cloud Riders are on a rampage to capture criminals in the Heavenly Dipper Imperial City. Criminals? Tendu Imperial City is under the feet of the Son of Heaven. Where are there any criminals that you don't know? I'm telling you, anyone who does something bad is a criminal. Once it's revealed, you'll be waiting to be arrested by the Cloud Riders. Even the avalanche of the Tendu royal family's royal son was not spared. Ha! Ahem. Brother, you don't want your cheating to be found out, do you? A tonic. To drop. Commiserate, brother. Let me have another go with the lady tonight. No, absolutely not. Ha! One more time? Great. I treat you like a brother. That's how you take care of your brothers. Mard, I'll fight you. Don't even live. I'll wait to be captured by the Cloud Riders. Some people are sad and some people are happy. Great. Finally a power that does real work. The revenge I couldn't avenge before. The immortal boat Cloud Rider must do me justice. It feels like the immortal boat is just as beneficial as the Martial Spirit Hall. Does the Martial Spirit Hall care about things like you? It's still an immortal boat. 200% unconditional support for the immortal boat. Then, an even more explosive news spread through the Soul Master world. Asterisk. Immortal boat is trying to fight other forces to the death, to capture those who have committed evil deeds on the continent. Not even the Martial Soul Hall. This is too crazy. Who exactly built the immortal boat? How brave. Immortal boat cave. One of the most characteristic is in the courtyard. Lo, you go out for a walk and think of no yard names. The name. Each take a word from both of our names and call it Luo Liofu. What do you think? Wife? Yes, the name of the mansion is taken from one of our 2 names. The meaning is clear. Just then,
Chen Luo's mind recalled the sound of heavenly music.
Ding! Congratulations to apprentice brother Qian Ren Shui's soul power level has increased by 1 level. Stinging, tenfold feedback,
10 times the psionic power.
At that instant,
Chen Luo felt his entire body filled with a constant stream of warmth.
and his strength increased a little bit. Mirror Stream, who was beside him,
naturally noticed the difference in Chen Luo's body.
Luo, your body. A breakthrough without paying attention.
Chen Luo's face didn't turn red and his heart didn't skip a beat as he opened his eyes. Mirror Stream shook her head helplessly. How could she possibly believe Chen Luo's nonsense? I think it was your disciple who broke through before you did. Chen Luo gave a dry laugh and gave Mirror Stream a thumbs up.
Worthy of being my wife? Nothing can be hidden from you. Then you'll be hunting soul rings again.
Mirror Stream said indifferently.
I'll accompany you. No way. This time Chen Luo didn't agree.
The immortal boat must have someone sitting on it.
We can't have two gone at once. When the words fell, Chen Luo felt bad all of a sudden.
Mirror Stream's crimson eyes erupted with red light, and even though it flickered,
it made Chen Luo sweat. Ahem. Wife really wants to just stay with me, just come along.
Well, the immortal boat has 2 sealed doluas from the 9 treasures glazed sect in it.
Plus my painting bag is secure. Hoo. Mirror Stream calmed down. Having just come close to committing a demonicking body,
she really couldn't stand being separated from Chen Luo for a long time.
Mirror Stream is so scared.
Fear that Chen Luo would really leave her one day.
Lo, are you scared yet? Mirror Stream's tone was worried with a few apologies.
Chapter 41, The Great Emperor Himself Teaches.
Kir, don't you recognize me?
Han Jiao flew to the griffin's massive head and patted it on the head with a self-conscious face.
It's tempting not to recognize. Kiran rolled her eyes in a very anthropomorphic way,
just hating the fact that she was living too comfortably in the Han family's home base.
The demoness had come so close that she didn't even notice. It's not to blame for its low alertness.
It is true that people come to bother him every day and draw his blood, and he got used to it.
You smoke. I sleep. We don't bother each other. It was Han Jiao, the demoness, who sent someone to draw blood. Hoof. I see you miss my mother. Han Jiao let out a light hum, and the frightened old Qilin couldn't help but shiver. The woman. It's scary. They're both in the great emperor realm.
That woman witnessed the Tao at less than 10,000 years old.
Chapter 41, Linshi, if you want to steal my wife, I'll break your bones. How does this monkey know how to use the sky and the earth?
Chu Tianshu's divine skill has actually been suppressed. This is a divine skill among divine skills.
Only some very mysterious families can possess it.
I told you the monkey's identity was unusual.
At this moment, everyone on the viewing platform stood up, staring at Chu Tianshu with unblinking eyes.
The skeleton that he had transformed into was quite powerful at first glance, but compared to this gigantic angry eyes Vajra, it looked like an ordinary child.
Everyone was taken aback by the monkey. The key was that until now, he still had those 8 huge dazzling patterns hanging on his back, dazzling beyond compare. Now that's faking it.
Vajra is present in the world,
and his energy is like a rainbow, a majesty that seemed to be able to suppress heaven and earth.
His eyes were like electricity, and everywhere he looked was covered by his powerful aura. At the slightest movement,
the wind and clouds change color, and thunder rises, with the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth.
Anyone who sees this phantom is incapable of looking up at his face and can only prostrate themselves at his feet in terror.
Let mortals learn to bow down. At this moment,
no one dared to look down on this group of magical beasts anymore,
and each one was too scared to make a sound. In their hearts,
they all thought that it was fortunate that they had not gone up, or else they would have been the ones to die.
It's no wonder that woman had the nerve to pike.
It turns out that he had already decided that he would win.
Now, this can really be some people to clubhouse tender model. I'm the one who's going to work in the sea? Can't help but envy the Shao Chip Qianshan who died stud $10,000.
Thinking about how their vision was so bad in the beginning,
wrongly looked at the power of that monkey? It's so regrettable. But what they didn't know was that Shao Qianshan was likewise extremely shocked by the curly-haired baboon's transformation.
Meanwhile tearfully received 37,000 beasts.
Her mouth was now almost big enough to put down an egg as she looked at Vajrasang in disbelief. Strong, really strong. This is brother-in-law's magical beast? My god, this level of change is simply terrifying. Even if I recover my magic power and bring the tiger-spotted ice cat along, I am not its opponent, right? If you continue to speculate based on this incident, even this curly-haired baboon was so strong. What kind of strength did the guy called Brother Panda by all the other magical beasts have? Could it be Earth level? Or even heavenly level? Or is that above transcendence? Shao Qianshan simply didn't dare to think about it.
One could only envy big sister Shao Chuchu's vision, having chosen such a powerful person as her brother-in-law.
For a moment,
it made her heart pound.
Raise your hand and the wind will change. This monkey is at least a high-level magical beast, right? Or even above, and has mastered a powerful divine skill. Next to her, Chen Jujun took out her cell phone and clicked pictures, her heart equally shocked beyond words. She had known for a long time that this group of magical beasts was strong, but really didn't know that it would be so strong, that it would be able to suppress the Chu Tianshu just by relying on the pressure. Who is Chu Tianshu? That was the pride of a worldly family. Even the Shao Qianchen next to him was probably a thread weaker, with the strength it has now. If they were there, at that time, even if they were to face the resurrected beast god, the Dragon Kingdom could still have a glimmer of hope of winning and not be so passive. One can only always watch out for Sakura Nation. I must secure these magical beasts, and the master behind this magical beast, into the Dragon Kingdom Imperial Beast Army, said Chen Jujun with a firm oath. And Chungling was thinking more simply. There was nothing but worship in her heart. Adoringly, she folded her hands together to look at the Vajra phase. Look up. I only saw its majestic momentum, immeasurable like the vastness of the ocean, and lofty mountains that one could look up to. It's close to getting down on your knees and kowtowing to the petition, but the tiny bit of blood in her body actually gave her the strength to look the curly-haired baboon in the eye. It was just that this was, after all, a strand, a complaint that even Bellringer himself could not read, and was very difficult to understand. And there was some relief in the midst of that complaint. The residual mystical power of her body saw it all with the help of her eyes. There was something he wanted to say to the golden figure. At the same time, it expresses the hatred, resentment, and bone-deep hatred for that three-headed bone shadow, perhaps of those present? Only Chu Tianshu could understand what was meant by the pressure of 1,000 pounds. Facing this huge Vajra, he could only catch his breath slightly by kneeling on the ground, and for that matter, the bones had still been broken. Huge iron rods fell from the sky. With a raging hurricane, the mountain-sized shadow shattered the Yellow Springs gate. Those flesh and blood undead were so frightened that they fell to their knees and begged for mercy. And in just a moment, they scattered into dust. I'm not convinced. There's no way I can lose. The Yellow Springs gate closed. Chu Tianshu awakened his consciousness, and gradually, he also revealed his original appearance. Just that handsome cheek, covered with signs of being gnawed on by the undead. It was already bloodied and about to crumble as if it were about to collapse. I'm the third son of the Chu family, and as early as when I awakened my innate skeleton, I had already set foot on the path of the Yellow Springs. Gifted, ancestors help me. For the sake of winning, I'll give up anything, willing to sacrifice my flesh and blood. It was like he was roaring in hell. But there are no living people at all on the Yellow Springs Road, or to put it in another way, in fact, there is simply not a single living person in that ferocious Chu family. The curly-haired baboon seemed to be waiting. The stick was slow to fall, and Lindsay was also waiting. For someone, perhaps, not yet on the way to Shaw's house. He would be able to even the odds with that demon lord, though he's not done evolving yet. But, a man must be a man. What the? Stampede wants to steal my wife? I'll crack my bones for you and stew them. Bone scraps are chewed and eaten. What devil ruler? The one I'm fighting is the demon monarch. Come if you can, and when you do, you'll it up. Curly Baboon is ready. The reason Panda had the curly-haired baboon hiding some skills was that he was preparing for this day. For one, hear the echoes of sacrifice. Just as Chu Tianshu begged bitterly, seemingly sensing his sincerity, that one of the three-headed skeleton ghosts originally sleeping at the Nine Spectres woke up. The figure appeared before him. All the pressure around them faded away. Then, without hesitation, his right-hand bone claw lifted Chu Tianshu's skull and looked at his brain, greedily sucking the flavor of it. Hiss. Jia. So that's how it is. Kid, you are even more na than this father. What a thing to say about doing it for your mother. In fact, long ago, on the night you decided to return to the Chu family, in order to curry favor with your stepmother, you killed her yourself with a knife, didn't you? You killed the mother who raised you so bitterly. Oh, just because people call you names? Just because everyone despises you because your mother was a mistress? Just because you want to go and be a man? Chu Tianshu didn't miss a beat to deny it. Just laughing. All the flesh and blood of the body was reduced to nothing and became sustenance. It became a sacrifice to summon the ancestors to come down. He knew that this competition would be meaningless even if he won. But if he lost, it would be even more meaningless. He's winning with every bang. White as a sheet. Won't tolerate any failure on his part. It was a promise he told his mother himself before he killed her, vowing to die without breaking his word. Once again, a bizarre change occurred on the sparring stage. The viewing gallery was silent for a while. Everyone did not expect that this Chu Tianshu would do such a heaven-defying thing, blood sacrificing himself. This is a secret technique that has been lost in the current Imperial Beast era. An evil technique created by the ancient imperial beast man. Just figure a sentence. If I'm going to die, you're not going to live. A lot of people see it clearly. It was clear that the monkey's blow had brought him back from the Yellow Springs and restored his consciousness. Sort of saved his life. It's time to follow the rules and admit defeat and be done with it. But he just had to be like the water ghost, and before he died, he had to pull the man who saved him down into the water. Master Chu, piss off. Piss on your grandma. Can't you see that the other monkey was trying to save him and ended up getting pulled down instead? What's wrong with you guys? We're not trying to kill and seize the treasure. Why are you guys? Some people were puzzled. I'm sorry, it occurs to me that I am a person. A person with a personality. Capitalized. To be honest, don't look at Chu Tianshu as stronger than me. But right now, I really kinda look down on him. Yes, being a wraith for too long. Suddenly today I rip off the golden locks and realize that I was once a human being too. At the moment, the complexity of human nature comes through. 1 second it was killing that group of magical beasts for the sake of the treasure, and the slogans were shouted to the heavens. The next second, a thought to fight for it again. Zizi wanted that monkey to win. Aside from the still resentful Yachi family, as well as those who were mesmerized by the treasures. This is the Nine-Spectred Demon Monarch? Xiao Qianqian said incredulously as she let out a chirp that immediately drew the attention of the other people. She knew that the Chu family was related to the Demon Lord. However, she did not expect that it would be this kind of relationship that could be directly summoned. Otherwise, she would have said anything to persuade these magical beasts not to be enemies with the Chu family, because this Demon Lord was simply too terrifying. When the other party gave the big sister Xiao Chuchu the marriage contract, the strongest combatant of the Xiao family objected on the spot, and with the demonic beasts, he went down to the 9 secrets to find that demon monarch to theorize. As a result, the beast was dying, and he himself returned with serious injuries that he has yet to recover from. The Xiao family knew they were outmatched before they had no choice but to compromise. My god. So, this is the 9 devil monarch. It's so ugly looking. Old black side. This look really breaks through the lower limits of the wraith's imagination, and at first glance, one wonders if he just stepped out of the toilet in a horror movie. I see him more as a failed fine art experiment that pushes aesthetic limits at every turn. Yeah, it's like a late Picasso abstract painting, elusive as to which is the eye and which is the mouth. Dozens of magical beasts hooted and gathered. Each one had a great deal of magic in them. If it wasn't for the panda stopping him, he would have rushed up and ripped this so-called demon monarch to shreds. Who cares who it is? Any guy who goes against Big Brother? No other reason. Just one word. It up and it's over. Not to mention the fact that this is a white-bone spirit who is going to steal his sister-in-law from his big brother. So it's even more important to catch her and kill her. In the face of the devil sovereign's descent, not only did each of them not fear, but they became more and more refreshed. I don't know if it's ignorance, or is it really a twofer. And the arrogance of these magical beasts also soothed Xiao Qianqian's nervousness much more. A monkey? The skeleton that the demon monarch had transformed into rose against the wind, and was only one size smaller than a curly-haired baboon in terms of height and size. I can see that. This is not the real body coming down, just an avatar with his power. I smell something of the deceased in you, but that guy has been dead for many years. The smell is still obnoxious. Though, with that, the demon monarch waved his arm, bringing up a blood-colored hurricane towards the curly-haired baboon. Boom! The iron rod and the hurricane collided, and the curly-haired baboon, who had been so valiant just now, actually took a step back and suffered a small loss from this demonic ruler's silent movements. How? Failure doesn't taste good, does it? Anyone who angers this father will end up miserable. How about I take you as a pet? The demon lord said in a narcissistic and arrogant manner. Ha! The curly-haired baboon suddenly burst out laughing. Take me as a pet? You deserve it. If you go out in the middle of the night, you'll scare the hell out of the ghosts, and if you're not careful, they'll think there's an even uglier one of your kind. The way I see it, it must be that Nua's hands shook when she created you, and that's why she pinched you so crookedly. It looks so ugly even after death. It can only be a no-brainer to play together. These beasts have never lost a battle of words, and their words can drive people to their deaths. The ghostly fire in the eyes of the 9 devil monarch shifted. Anger value is full. Humph. Really don't know the heights of heaven. A monkey head. How dare you speak so loudly to me? I'd like to see how much you weigh. A word to the wise. Only to see a white bone lance being held in his hands from the void, throwing it straight at the curly-haired baboon. In a jiffy, sharp as a tack, the devil intends to give the monkey a little lesson before taking it in, and it's good to be a mount in the future. So, this shot, only 80% of his strength was used. Belonging was that the blow could seriously injure the wraith, but not to the point of being fatal. You're the only one who can cheat. What a laugh. Seeing the demon monarch projecting his bone lance and coming, Lin Shi pressed down on the curly-haired baboon's attempt to lift the seal, but injected a strand of his own newly evolved power. A demon lord incarnation was just that. It wasn't worth going for the full power. That would only expose it early. Might as well let yourself have a little fun. Lin Shi consciousness into the master curly-haired baboon. Everything in front of him seemed to become full, touching the golden hoop iron rod in his hand. Simply love. Briefly put curly baboon on substitute mode, commonly referred to as opening up. Watch this, son of a, I, Lin Shi, will strike in my Gundam form. Just ask if you're scared. A bit of spiritual light penetrates the Taishu. The heart is high to be the sage of Chi Tian, the golden locks are worn on the body, and a stick startles the sky and swings the tide of demons. Transform for me, Lin Shi shouted. However, this seemingly middle-of-the-road language. Next moment, in the shocked eyes of the curly-haired baboon and the demon lord, the iron rod, which was incredibly hard, actually began to melt, turning into individual steel parts that flew into their respective places on Vajra's body, turned into a mecha monkey. Against the backdrop of the 8 dazzling stripes, it was more like a god of war. The iron bar emerged from the mech's arm again, looking as if it had been upgraded. Wow, it still plays like that? The devil monarch's mind froze, genuinely shocked by Lin Shi's maneuver, but not before continuing the move. Immediately after, Lin Shi grabbed the white bone lance, casually boarded it off, and contemptuously threw it at his feet. One stick to set the sea, and all beasts bow down. With this stick, I'll teach you to be a man. However, seeing this baton swing out, the demon monarch was shocked. How? Why does it feel familiar? In a trance, in the midst of this stick, he seemed to see that, the figure he feared the most back then, the black dragon. For a moment, the fight was scared out of him. It's close to running away with your pants on the spot. No, it can't be. He's dead. This is absolutely impossible. However, even if the demon monarch was no longer willing to face it, this shocking rod had already been drawn down towards him. For a moment, he was so frightened that he forgot to play defense. Turn the moment. It was hit him solidly. White bones broke and blood splattered. The demon lord grunted violently and slumped to the ground. The ghostly fire in his eyes continued to dance. It was his fearful eyes that were sending a message. In the meantime, far in the north, in the middle of an ice city, Chu family, inside the ancestral hall, the sky was filled with blood and rain. Countless clansmen looked up in surprise and shock, not understanding what was going on. And just for a moment, what was even more shocking was that the platoon of their Chu family ancestors had suddenly collapsed in an instant. Then, shattered into pieces, all of Chu's family members, at once, all froze. Chapter 42, Lindsay, I will strike in Gundam form. My, why are all the tablets in the shrine shattered? Could it be that there was an accident at the ancestors? Impossible. The ancestors have long since gone to serve Lord Demon Lord of the Nine Specters, so there wouldn't be any accidents. I hear that's a blessing. When this vision occurred, the old and young clansmen of the Chu family converged inside the ancestral shrine, all in disarray. Say what you will, it wasn't until an old man with snow-white hair walked in that the crowd gradually shut up. He was the head of the Chu family, Chu Rigyu. Sure is dead. Without first going to see the ancestral tablets, after a long period of silence, Chu Rigyu threw out this sentence. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. No way. Really? Who can kill Chu Tianshu? He's known as the Chu family's century-old wizard, and he has the blessing of his ancestors. How could he die? As Chu Rigyu opened his mouth, it was then that the crowd noticed. Not only were all the ancestral tablets shattered, even that bastard's original skeleton jade crumbled at the same time, oozing out fishy black blood. A big surprise for a while. Chu Riju's creased face also grew more and more somber. It's not an exaggeration to say that the uneven headlines on his forehead could pinch a fly. The elders revealed frightened looks and raised their heads, gazing worriedly at the blood-red sky. Patriarch, can you see what moved it? Could this be something to do with an ancestor? I'm afraid it's no coincidence that these two things happened at the same time. Could it be that the black dragon heavenly god has come out and is going to start sweeping everything away? Like 10,000 years ago. Speaking here, because it involved some hidden secrets. This elder hurriedly shut his mouth. Same as Chu Riju. These elders were also around 40 years old, but their appearance was already gray-haired and old. It is rather eerie to watch, but the children of the Chu family are used to it. Still talking as usual. I can't see clearly, Chu Riju said. There's a golden light blocking everything, and the ancestors are in there, and I can't see everything in there. But what I can sense is that the strength of the other party is close to that level. You mean ancestors? The elders were alarmed. However, they turned calm, thinking that it was only after reaching that level. Only then can you qualify to fight your ancestors, right? Words. Chu Riju nodded and didn't say anything. In fact, he would like to say that the one who fought with the ancestors may be a little more powerful. It's just that this idea is too shocking, and I'm afraid that if I say it out loud, it will scare these clansmen. Ugh, it's time for another sacrifice. Clansmen, prepare to get ready. I have a hunch that the ancestors may sail here later. After saying that, Chu Riju shook his head inside, as if no one else was there. His eyes looked worriedly to one place, the highest spot in the shrine. There was a tablet of the nine-devil heavenly sage, and it was the only tablet in the entire shrine that had not been broken. This is the god that the Chu family worships. But, Chu Riju was, however, horrified. With the passage of time, some fine cracks had actually begun to appear on top of this tablet, and the spiderweb-like pattern began to gradually spread in all directions. Couldn't help but open his mouth wide in shock. GGG. I will strike in Gundam form. Know the gold of a mecha monkey. Above the golden ring, Lin Shi maneuvered the Dharma body of a curly-haired baboon, holding a golden iron rod and swinging it densely, same as Gatling, playing with a million sticks at the top of the ring. In just an instant, that originally bloody Yellow Springs hell was bombarded with no dregs left. Even this three-headed demon monarch, after receiving a stick in the fixed sea, also want to temporarily avoid the sharpness of the head to run away. What the hell is this mecha monkey? Why is it that this monarch has lived for so many years, but has never, ever appreciated such a wonderful battle experience? Eyes furious and horrified, he looked at the curly-haired baboon, who had been beaten so badly that he couldn't even catch his breath. Especially the baton that smacked him earlier gave him the feeling of invincibility. It was completely different from when he struck before. It's almost like a different person. Asterisk 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 big brother. You're so damn handsome. If I, curly baboon, were half as good as you, I would dare to go arm wrestling with brother panda. The curly-haired baboon complimented heartily. If there was one person in this world who deserved his admiration, it had to be big brother Lin Shi. It's obviously all about manipulating the same body. Both clearly unlocked 5 levels of strength. This King Kong in his hands, but to weak this skeleton align, but in the hands of the big brother operation. Immediately, you can hang on to your opponent. Monkey, learn me, point and shoot. Watch my drops operate. This strike, I want gold to explode his head. After taking fire to block the opponent's position, Lindsay chose to build up her power and fire a straight shot, prejudged where the demon lord was about to dodge. Whoosh! A metallic luster of a dozen meters of light, trailing a long tail of fire, shot towards the demon monarch. Almost instantly, lasers burst out. It hit this three-headed skeleton right in the ribs, but it only oozed out some fishy black blood. No fatal injuries were inflicted. Hiss, it's not even close after all. Okay, fine dog with 3 heads. Stop and fight me if you can. After a wave of intense fire coverage, Lindsay chose to stop for a moment to catch her breath, leaning easily on top of the golden iron rod. But the mouth is churning out. Curly baboon, Omega. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Finally I know who panda, old goose, Shin turtle they all follow. What confused the curly-haired baboon, however, was that this figure of Big Brother's was transformed from monkey hair. I wonder what the idea is again. Seeing the curly-haired baboon finally stop its output, the Nine Hells demon lord finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oops I go, but it can be stopped. Let these bullets shoot down again. Have to run. However, he still had to put on a pussy face on the surface. Ha ha. Very good. The demon lord's mouth grimaced. Surprisingly, he was suddenly laughing madly. Don't look at him superficially smiling, but in fact this can make him angry. Just his mouth is harder than iron. Nasty monkey, I was originally planning to send you a way out, but now, I've changed my mind. You won't be able to leave here alive today. Stab. The 9 devilish monarch's words had just fallen. In the golden ring, a pair of huge white sky-ripping bone claws suddenly appeared behind the back of the curly-haired baboon's gigantic mecha adamantium monkey incarnation. The blood rainbow skimmed over. The sound of ripping air exploded, suddenly grabbed the body of the mecha monkey. In the meantime, under the gaze of hundreds of gazes from the viewing gallery, only the original demon monarch figure standing in place suddenly disappeared, and his entire body was transformed into a residual shadow. He even took the initiative to break the rib that was injured by Lin Shi and threw it violently towards the front with a bone spur in his hand. Such a swift and sinister attack was completed in just a moment, and the bone awnings were incomparably sharp. The strength of the 9 devil monarch was evident. Boom! In a flash, one could only see white bone spikes with blood-colored chills, destroying large swaths of air like a stern ghost. In an instant it stabbed into the curly-haired baboon. Under the incredulous gaze of countless people, the huge figure bubbled with blood and collapsed. Bingo? If it hits, then he'll die for sure. Told you. Just be my mount. Going against us doesn't end well. That bad breath I just took is finally out of my mouth.
The nine-devil monarch laughed out in triumph. The three skeletal heads raised their chins, their eyes full of pride and complacency. The corners of their mouths couldn't stop rising as well, outlining a flashy arc, completely unnoticed. A single millimeter of hair was scattered from the sky with the wind. Next moment, however, he saw the entire ring change in the wind and clouds. Another curly-haired baboon figure suddenly appeared from one of the corners with a teasing gaze. The demon lord froze. With that, the pupils suddenly contracted violently. Haven't you already been hit by me? Why would? It's not supposed to be scary to have a monkey pop up. The scary thing was that the monkey's entire body was covered in armor fused by that iron rod, silver and clanking, with one blackened muzzle open. Hit, idiot, fell for you. Today, the point of my gun is where fate will be judged. Those who dare to go and steal my wife will suffer the wrath of the gunfire. Lin, she shouted mid-sentence. It was followed by a glance at Monkey Road. Watch this. I can win. It's all in my head. You're right? Under the horrified gaze of the curly-haired baboon. Only to see, Lin, she violently pulled the trigger. At once, countless energy lasers poured out. A perfect interpretation of what violent aesthetics meant. It was as if it was going to tear the heavens apart. Seers. None were shocked to the point of goosebumps. Chapter 43, Lin Shi, Firecracker Overdrive. The Bodhisattva's heart is in the right place. But Clam, we're all still fighting imperial beasts, and they've evolved to the age of powered-up mechs? Frog fun, that's a cool laser. Against all odds, but I want to learn. After watching Lin Shi's performance, the atmosphere of the viewing gallery at the moment can only be described by the word cracked. After witnessing how human civilization was destroyed by the magical beasts, everyone agreed that the magical beasts were the species that were superior to humans. But now, it was impossible to say that they weren't happy when they suddenly saw mechs that only human civilization could own and harness, actually hammering the magical beasts on the ground. Does this mean, one day in the future, human civilization can come out of the post-apocalyptic world to get rid of the Wraith and make a comeback? A number of people got excited. What? Don't be blindly happy. Humans are the worst species ever. It's not a real mech, but one transformed with energy with the help of a magic weapon. It's just a blindfold. Someone lost their money and said sourly. Che, this is also amazing alright. The point is, to be able to hang and hammer this Chu Tianshu summon skeleton is really an eye-opener for me. That's right. Some people. It's the young master who was beaten up and had his face smashed by someone else's stewed magical beast, the wild mountain pig, and are here to net some sour words. Yagi Keiko was instantly poked and prodded, recalling the humiliating image of himself being bullied by that group of magical beasts earlier. His face also instantly grimaced. In his mouth, he snapped, Baka Yalu, do all of you Dragon Kingdom people have such a foul mouth? Whoever dares to say one more word, I'll immediately let you. With that, the Orochi behind him looked at the crowd with a ghostly gaze, revealing a threatening message. It's a completely different animal than the previous one. Just as she was about to make her move, she suddenly realized that several hundred pairs of eyes were actually looking at her at the same time. Each one has a bad eye. Is she insulting our Dragon Kingdom? Needless to say, this little life has never been kind to our Dragon Kingdom. Humph, a Sakura Nation person, running around our Dragon Nation's territory and spreading wildness. In my opinion, damn it, if she dares to make a move, who cares what kind of Miyamoto family she is? Let's all go together. Beat her to death in a group. Count me in. And me. An aura of solemnity filled the air. Many people are awakened to the bloodline deep inside. When they see the small days, a fire springs up in their chests and they gain the gain buffs bestowed by their forefathers. Can't help but do it. And all of this quietly happened because of Lin Shi. His actions in the ring had awakened a sense of belonging in the Dragon Nation in the post-apocalyptic world. The people of Longwa, who like to farm and are all martial, will not lower their heads to any ethnic group. On the contrary, whoever wants to ride on the head of the dragons will have to be careful that their head will be knocked off. There seems to be a fight going on over there? It's good to fight. Fight and we'll have magical beast meat again. Better come up with some new species. Woohoo. Whoever is going to fight the little day, the 358th Regiment, must be there to help the field. Under Lin Shi's patriotic education, if it wasn't an untimely time to make a move, Brother Panda is already going to crush his opponent. The other magical beasts were also rubbing their fists. Only Owl remains looking at the ring, holding up his glasses, admiring the violent aesthetics, and very pleased with the golden iron rod he's crafted. However, only in the hands of the elder brother can this special iron rod be developed into a second-order form. The curly-haired baboon can only take it for a gopher. Ugh, if only every magical beast could use this, the owl thought expectantly. But right now,
That idea isn't realistic. There is no doubt that humans are the masters of all living things. The only ones in the world who can lead all races. The leader who breaks the fear of the demonic beings beyond the sky. Surprisingly, winning? The curly-haired baboon poured a laser cannon into the demon lord's ugly body. No one was more surprised than Xiao Qianxian. The oppressive power of the demon lord was huge for the entire Xiao family, or else they wouldn't have sacrificed the eldest sister. But now, the myth of the Devil King's invincibility was broken. The blood bars were all beaten out by the monkey. Does it mean that brother-in-law can save the Xiao family? Thinking with incomparable anticipation, Xiao Qianshan turned her head and looked again at the riotous viewing platform on the opposite side. Unconsciously, both eyebrows furrowed. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I sensed an evil aura on that 8-headed snake. It should be that beast gods from before. Mentioning the name of the beast god makes me feel sad and hateful. And this guy's henchman Raiden killed everyone she brought with her. If it wasn't for the help of these magical beasts, even she would probably have been counted and died here. It seems that the beast god is hiding in the Miyamoto family, and this time he came here. He must be unsettled. It is trying to dig up our country's dragon vein. Chen Zhujun walked up and said with a grave expression on his face. Her purpose of going to Green Sea City this time was to look for a high-level person to help the Dragon Kingdom's Imperial Beast Army deal with the Beast God crisis, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. The dragon vein is related to a country's destiny. It is even the legendary place where true dragons are born, in which it is even possible for the magical beasts to super-evolve. Sure enough, the little day is killing me. Panda let out a sigh of relief. His eyes glared deathly at the Yagyu, his magic flowing, and suddenly he had some ideas. It hurts. It hurts. Stinking monkey, what have you done? The demon monarch's entire body was wounded by the artillery, and he let out a mournful cry. Looking at Mecha Vidra in fear, the heart was depressed as hell. You clearly said to stop and fight me head on, you talkative little man. Especially with the glittering dazzle tattoo on his back. He looked, well, just too damn sarcastic for a skeleton. The hallowed demon king was almost angry and cried, oh, no, dude, you really listen. Lin Shi really didn't expect this demon lord to be quite stupid. He believed whatever he said, and when he was told to stop, he really stopped to fight himself in a physical fight. Ha ha, I lied to you, dumbass. Making you stop, of course, is to make it convenient for me to aim at you. Thinking of this, the corner of Lin Shi's mouth twisted, revealing a vice-like evil smile that did not speak of martial virtues. Can't help but feel, up to now, this skeleton still doesn't know who he's really facing. How pathetic. However, counting the other party's psychological resistance, almost the fire should be reached, Lindsay estimated in her mind. After blasting the demon monarch silly with a single shot, he did not operate further, for fear that the operation would break up this doppelganger of his, because if this is done, all that hard work can be undone. You're really going to piss me off. And, also, the very next moment, just as Lin Shi was about to put some more pressure on the demon monarch, suddenly, a gush of blood mist erupted from his body, like a pissed-off puffer fish. Self-explosive extrusion of the body's power. Rumble. A dark door appears from the ring. The three-headed skeleton demon monarch clenched his teeth to the point of cackling as an aura of anger permeated around him, looking to where Lin Shi was, drinking triumphantly. Monkey, there's no need for you to be insolent. This demon lord will definitely come back for you. Even though this doppelganger of mine can't defeat you, you can't stop me if this demon lord wants to leave. Don't look at the words. In reality, the demon lord was scared to death in his heart. In case this doppelganger was no more, then his plan to revive would be delayed for a long time again. At that time, if you can't leave before those things reach the blue star, then you will only wait for death. Think about it. Immediately afterward, he was like a stray dog that had fled in a hurry, and he dug in a sorry state. Big brother, should we stop? Monkey asked. If you strike at this time, with the power Lin Shi was able to mobilize right now, there was no problem at all in intercepting this spatial gate, but he refused. No, just let him go. You've forgotten that your big brother, me, has always been a bodhisattva. Curly baboon, Sigma, this. If you have a bodhisattva's heart, then the world is full of good people. It's okay if you lie to me about that, but when the time comes, just don't lie to yourself. As for, why did he let go of this asshole who wanted to grab his wife? Lin Shi of course did it on purpose. Because, retracting the sword is a better way to draw it. What's the point of killing this doppelganger? If we don't let this doppelganger go, then how can we find the hiding place of the real demon lord's main body? How do you break his bones to make soup? How do you break him completely into pieces? Kindness can't kill the devil, but you still have to rely on this. Lin Shi touched the energy fire cannon. This thing is really an unquestionable treasure to overpower these bad gangsters. But, is that really the end of it? Just let him waltz back in? Then where will I lose face as zoo boss? I don't want to lose face. Of course not. Go, on my way out. I'll have to break a few of your ribs, too, so you'll know that I'm not one to be messed with. Otherwise it's hard to get rid of my heart. One thought in this. She removed the mech from his body. The mech reassembled itself. Surprisingly, it changed into a retractable iron claw again, instantly probing into that gate. Then, quickly retract your claws when you grab something. Gabba. The sound of bones breaking came. Next moment, everyone in the room heard it. Inside the pitch-black gate, there came a burst of painful hissing from the nine-devil monarch, which was difficult to dissipate for a long time. Chapter 44 Old Goose, your demon king's bones are hard? It's okay. Smash. Just catch this wound and hit it hard? The curly-haired baboon looked at the white rib in Lindsay's hand. Obviously the one he had broken earlier. The black mist on it was like grievances, so thick that it was practically dripping out of water. You can imagine how bitter and angry this guy had to be. 2 seconds of silence for the Demon King. It's also his bad luck. Who do you think it's bad to mess with? Dare to mess with my big brother? When my big brother slaughters the entire Green Sea City, you still don't know which nook or cranny you're sleeping in. At that time, you'll be waiting for your bones to be torn apart. Lindsay collected her magic and breathed a sigh of relief. Intent, disgusted, he glanced at the black bone and casually threw it on the ground. This guy doesn't look like he's done a lot of bad things. Not only is his heart black, but his stomach is so full of bad thoughts of male thievery that even the marrow of his bones is black. He already has a way of taking death. The Northern Plains, the 9 Hells, an ice coffin? Monkey, I've already locked the location of his main body with the help of the direction he left. Tell Brother Panda that after we get to the Shao family and pick up your sister-in-law, I'll take you guys to have a chat with that guy in person. Chatting? Chatty brother fart of the day. Break one of his bones this time, and we'll see him the next time. Next time I see him, I'm going to rip his 3 heads off and kick them as balls. Hiss. Hearing his big brother's non-angry words, the curly-haired baboon sucked in a breath of cold air and was instantly jolted. This is not a conversation? It's clearly going to someone. However, it was best to have a fight. They were full of magic and were worried that they had nowhere to vent it. Big brother, don't worry, I'll bring the words. Then excitedly, he looked at the bone. Then what to do with this one? That goes without saying? She smiled evilly and said, smash it up and let the old goose make soup. After saying that, she withdrew from Curly's Dharma phase. It changed again into this illusory golden silhouette on the demonic beast ancient plains, randomly bestowing what is hidden here on others. It just feels good to turn on a cheat. This ability, it's not much different from the legendary gods, right? Too bad it won't last. Speaking of which, this place and function was still discovered by Linshi by chance, but there was no doubt that it was also the ability granted to him by that dragon pattern jade pendant. It seems just like your own home. At this moment, Linshi became more and more curious about the secret in this jade pendant, and to unlock the secret, he must find Xiao Chuchu, who gave him the jade pendant. Been away for so long. Don't tell me, I kinda miss her. What? Big brother smashed it and said he wanted to stew it? Then I must stew it hard. The curly-haired baboon left the ring and immediately told the other magical beasts the good news that there would be another fight in the future, and brought back a bone. Old Goose borrowed the huge dragon 3-legged phoenix tripod from Brother Panda on the spot, set it up right where it was, and began to boil water for the operation. Who knew that the bone was surprisingly hard? Even his basalt iron chopper couldn't cut it. Let's just say Big Brother deserves to be Big Brother. Here, let me see. The spotted tiger took over, picking up the stick of bone at his waist and framing it for manipulation. It also just made the bone a little cracked. Yo, bones are still hard. Old Black came over and snapped 2 slaps on it, shattering it some more. Then, each of the wraiths ran over and began to come up with a manipulation of the bone. Xiao Chen could see it clearly. At that moment a sharp wind blew through, whistling like the wailing of a demon lord, crying that wail. I blame this bone for being too hard. This operation down, with the 10 great tortures of the Manchu Qing dynasty, is a person cannot stand. Might as well just give it a whirl. Sympathize with him again for a second. Finally, it ended up underneath Panda's ass, and the bone was completely ground down to crumbs. Looking at the group of beasts' laborious appearance, Xiao Qianxian was directly confused, not being able to mock at all. Instead she was filled with fear. That's a demon lord? Ancient gods, how powerful is the flesh? And what is the result? First that monkey broke his ribs. Then, again, just by virtue of their physical strength, the group of demonic beasts mashed the bones of the demon monarch, put it directly inside the cauldron to stew and drink. This situation was no less shocking than dozens of ordinary people with their bare hands, dry crushing a 10-meter square meter boulder. The smell, surprisingly, smells pretty good. Xiao Qianqian looked at the thick soup in this cauldron with some surprise, but saw the dragon and phoenix above it. There was actually a vision? Since the appearance of imagery, it also means that there are heavy treasures coming out from inside this tripod. Does it mean that? It's the sight of a heavy treasure coming out. Could it be that this pot of soup is a heavy treasure? Making soup from the bones of that such a powerful monster. It seems that a heavy treasure has indeed been produced. This group of magical beasts is truly blessed. Fragrance. Everyone turned their gazes to the grand cauldron. However, most of them had lost the idea of grabbing it, and one was more honest than the other. After all, no one wanted to become the next Chu Tianshu. A person that strong had died. Not to mention them. But there are others who are unconvinced. Bunch of idiots. Just after a big battle. Now that monkey has run out of magic. Yachi Keiko narrowed her eyes and said, the way I see it, at this moment, it's a good time for us to strike out and grab the treasures, and we're sure to succeed in one fell swoop. With the Orochi, and the beast god to help, it's still easy to win a ring match. And just as she was greedily looking at the dragon and phoenix three-legged tripod, the golden figure suddenly moved. A pillar of light came to the curly-haired baboon. Along with it, there was a golden armor that shone brightly. It was as if it was forged from countless golden stars, emitting a mysterious and majestic aura. The winner of this ring match, a curly-haired baboon, may be presented with 100 battles of golden locks of armor. Looking forward to the next denizen. Just as the voice of the golden light silhouette fell, the Imperial Beast Masters on the viewing platform were shaken. No one envied the curly-haired baboon. Holy, there really is a reward. 100 battles of gold lockjaw? That name alone is impressive. Look, it's still our Dragon Nation people and magical beasts that are awesome, and the little daydrops that are just so lame. More than lame? It's just crap. Words. Yagi Keiko's heart was suddenly clogged. She was already high-minded. Look at all the people who are upset. Together with this 100 battles golden lock armor. This also stimulated the desire in the heart of Yachi Keiko even more. Shut up all of you, you bunch of cowardly losers. You're all afraid to go? Then off and let me do it, said the man, stepping into the golden ring. Chu family, ancestral hall. At this moment, no one here dared to speak anymore. Even though this was in the daytime, the sky was still dark, with rolling thunder constantly resounding through the clouds. Darkness enveloped everything. From time to time, a mournful hissing sound rang in one's ears, and fear rushed in like a tidal wave. Keeps one's spirits high at all times. Ka-ching! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the Chu family shrine. Only those figures could not be seen during the day. Instead, there are a few strikes. A couple of old white-haired men were on their knees in 5 pieces and were waiting in horror for something to come. Scared to breathe. Beyond that, there is nothing. So this Chu family, where are the children? But it's just an urn of ashes laying on top. All just people who are all dead. Before, all sounds are made inside. Chapter 45, New Beast Debut, Mouse Me. Washed to the end. Old ancestor. Are you alright? Inside the Chu family ancestral hall, Chu Riju was too scared to look up. He had expected a victory lap. What I didn't expect to wait for was the anger of this 3-headed skeleton, and the resentment towards just the monkey. It seems to have met a powerful opponent outside, powerful enough to abuse it. It hurts. It hurts. It kills me. Is this monkey a devil? So perverted. Holding that whatchamacallit. It's burning me to death. I must kill them all. Bullying me before my essence revives? When I wake up, I'll definitely kill them like an abused dog. Seeing the 9 sepulchre demon lord get angry. At those words, Chu Rigia dared not raise his head even more. He knew it in his heart. This so-called ancestor, the so-called demon lord. What god? It's really just a demon. Alas, it is also the misfortune of the ancestors of the Chu family to have been provoked by this fatal star, and to have their blood sucked for generations. Chu Riju sighed inwardly. It's been a couple thousand years. Every year, the children born to the Chu family have to become its slaves and be eaten when they die. Usually fostered inside a porcelain jar of ashes. Even the life force has to be extracted by it. The heirs of the Chu family, 30 dying, 40 twilight, 50 will be in the wooden coffin. Eternal town of the 9 ghosts. Truly, it's bad luck. Chu Rijiu, I order you to immediately send people to the magical beast ancient road near Green Sea City to intercept and kill the magical beasts. Of those individuals at all costs. The 9 specters demon lord roared once again. It could be seen that its white bone figure was extremely illusory, with a large hole broken in its chest. It's like having your ribs taken out of your body. This guy's got some serious skills. No wonder it's this angry. Chu Riju took the order and gave it a quiet, groping look. Some gloating. But more than that, it's hopelessness and resentment. Even you are hungry ing cannot beat people. You let us on? That is not looking for death is what? There's no brains in you. Ah, Can 3 heads weigh 2 tails? But there was no way. Who let others clamp down on the lifeblood of the entire Chu family? You can't not listen to what they say. Even if he was told to go jump on the toilet right now, he's got to go jump. 2. The bond between the two sides is deeper than a curse. However, a few hundred years ago, a nobleman surnamed Yuan had said, in the future, there would be a nobleman surnamed Lin who would be able to lift the calamity of their Chu family. Also said, with supreme greatness and invincibility, he will lead the 35 followers of the dragon, clearing everything in the midst of turmoil and sweeping away all the enemies of the heavens. It's just that. This honorable man is late in showing up. Chu Riju sighed again. The prophetic words were half believed, but filled with a certain inexplicable hope. For now, let's put that idea aside, though unwilling to be instructed by the demon lord. But, for Chu Riju, my son's revenge had to be avenged. 2. This is his most beloved child. He waited for this ancestor to leave completely before he stood up, his gaze cold and fierce, holding Chu Tianchu's ashes, fiercely looking in the direction of the city of Green Sea. Look, someone else is going up to the ring? A woman? It's the one that was knocked out by the old rock goat's stinky fart earlier. Ha ha, this woman is simply too stupid. Don't underestimate him. This woman is carrying not only an octopus, but a baby tiger as well. Brother Panda cautioned cautiously. On each of his shoulders stood a magical beast. One was called Jerry, a small hamster that could only walk upright, a pet that Lindsay kept in college. The other was a squirrel named Jumpy. The 2 rats share a nutty snack. The rest of the magical beasts were sharing the magical monarch's great tonic soup inside the dragon and phoenix cauldron, and had no time at all. Why don't one of you 2 go up and fight? Panda dragged both rats and mice in his hands, somewhat helplessly. Now the guys are too busy with their soup to say they don't have time for this woman, and they won't go even if there's a reward. Yeah, just let me go. Don't underestimate my tiny little self. I can weave through the darkness so that the big cats can't catch my tail. Jerry Mouse told him proudly. Che, you're still better than me? I'm so fast running among the pine branches. I'm like a little whirlwind. The little squirrel said defiantly. The 2 rates don't obey anyone. Humph, in my eyes, those huge pieces of furniture are the peaks of adventure. I always have to climb to the top and look down on my little kingdom. Jerry Mouse and Squirrel Hopper said tit for tat. The squirrel wanted to say more. It was held down with one hand by Brother Panda. He covered his ears with his other hand. That's just enough. It's fine if these 2 little guys don't touch each other. As long as they're within a meter of each other, they'll immediately quarrel. It's just annoying as hell. Fine. You're all great. Okay. Brother Panda was a bit speechless. Before the 2 little ones continued to bicker, Brother Panda finally took steps. With a straight back step, he used his strength and threw Jerry Mouse towards the gold ring. Jerry Mouse wasn't a bit scared, and was in the air, still not forgetting to turn around and fight with the squirrel. No, clearly I'm better, because although this mouse rat is small, his courage is not small, and he will never back down even in the face of great difficulties. Mouse rat, charge. Ha, Nanny, a rat flew in. What the hell? Look down on me? Yagi Keiko's face grimaced as she saw a mouse about to fly into the ring, angry again, sending a mouse over. I'm afraid it wasn't a deliberate attempt to humiliate her as a beast royal genius. Besides, she came prepared. Even if that tiger or panda down there came over, she wouldn't have the slightest fear. The scene of sending a mouse to fight in the ring was naturally seen by the Imperial Beast Masters on the stage. How soon do you think this woman will lose? Who knows? Anyway, the ancient path opens tonight. They can't keep fighting until the night. Let's see. The winners really don't have to be those magical beasts this time. How capable can a rat be? Yeah, I think it's going to lose too. Even more comically, perhaps because of its fear of heights, it actually covered its eyes with both hands before it landed on the ground, looking like it was going to die of fright, and yelled out, "Ah-ha! Mouse me ah! Wash to the end ah!" Actually, he's not really brave, so the people below laughed even harder. However, just when everyone was not looking at Jerry Mouse and thought he might have to fall to his death, the entire golden ring, however, suddenly shook. Just see, as he was about to hit the ground, Jerry Mouse suddenly leapt forward and landed on top of the ring with a loud thud. Even the ground was shaking violently. The crowd was shocked and their expressions immediately froze. Frog fun? What a powerhouse! In their knowledge, they had never seen any magical beast that could have such terrifying power just by landing on the ground, let alone a little rat. Feelings, that's a bit of an underestimate of him. Chapter 46, First Order. Pooh form, Gentleman Mouse. God. Geez, why do you guys have Jerry the Mouse on? He's only a couple years old. Bellringer looked worriedly toward the ring. In her eyes, little Jerry was almost the size of a fist, while the woman's magical beast, the Orochi, was 5 or 6 meters long. It feels like it's just blowing a gust of wind over. Jerry's got to die. It's okay, bigger ones aren't always powerful, while smaller ones may not always be weak. Owl smiled through his glasses. A teachable moment. This little mouse and the squirrel, both of which he trained, may not be able to fight in the front, but the body of the work can be quite a lot, especially after opening the third order form. Even against a panda, even if you can't beat him, you'll harass him into a huge tantrum. I realize that the other side is really not simple. Will it roll over? Old Goose said as he took a sip of his soup. The Yamanano Orochi itself is an ancient creature. It was the inherited magical beast of their Miyamoto family, which had lived for many, many years so far. Even a hint of that so-called beast god's power was hidden in this guy's body. Old Goose's concern was justified. Little Jerry, after all, was inexperienced in combat, and was usually just a scouting pioneer with the squirrels, acting as an atmosphere group, and rarely taking part in battles. The two sides bumped into each other. It's indeed kinda suspenseful. Don't worry, Jerry Mouse is fine. Brother Panda was rather confident in it. Frowning, he then pressed one hand against the somewhat defiant squirrel and sighed helplessly. Let go of me. Ahawk Brother Panda. That's not fair. I could have gone up to the ring too. Swap it out. I'm going to show you what I'm made of. The crowd laughed out loud at the little squirrel with its teeth bared. Simply adorable. The tension was instantly eased away. Then, the squirrel took the pine nuts and attacked Panda with all kinds of fierce attacks. This rat, it's not easy. Looks small. That's a lot of power. You don't say. I don't think. I would really be surprised if this little mouse won. Go mice. Beat the little days. Punch and Judy. I'm with you. The viewing gallery. A lot of people laughed at the silly, goofy look of the little mouse, and it was all supportive for a while. Plus the others is a Sakura Nation woman. It was basically all shouting cheers for the mice. Rather like watching a football game, before a disaster. This rat is a power magical beast? Yagi Keiko was also taken aback by the mouse's unusual appearance, and vaguely speculated in her mind. Under her perception, the opponent's magic seemed to be obscured by a misty blackness that could not be accurately detected. The Yamanano Orochi spat its letter. Hiss. Keiko. Hurry up and do it. Old man, I'm all tired and have to go back to rest after the fight. Just remember to send me some blood food. The blood food in his mouth is the living. Yagi Keiko nodded, getting used to this request. Although it was not true that it was one's own original magical beast, its status in the Miyamoto family was even higher than one's own, and there was a price to pay every time one let the Orochi make a move. But it was also fortunate that this time the opponent was just an ordinary rat. If it was that monkey from before, even if you end up winning the fight, I'm afraid she can't afford to pay that price. Jerry slipped in leisurely instead, and pulled out a cheese with him, crunching and biting into it. The expression was budding as he took a big bite to chew. Gentlemen, prepare for battle. Countdown. 10 seconds. Lindsay looked quietly at Jerry. It always felt like the little guy wasn't very reliable, and there was no way he could help it open up. Fighting this snake is only possible on its own. However, Lindsay's gaze was quickly spotted by Jerry, and seeing her big brother was like stealing food in class and being caught inside the glass by the homeroom teacher. A nervousness, the cheese choked in the throat. Stuck in the throat, how can not swallow? Ha! What kind of absolute magical beast is this? Sweeping a glance at Jerry, Yachi Keiko really wanted to laugh. The little mouse was simply adorable. It looked as if the little guy was going to choke to death without even having to do it himself. But the moment the countdown ended, still giving her command to the Yagyu Orochi, she spat out a mouthful of snake venom and sprayed it like an arrow. Cute is cute. But what about when I see something cute? I want to destroy it. Jia. Better yet. One hit kills yo. The venom flew quickly. It brought up a fishy odor. However, with the sheep's dung egg protection gifted by the old rock sheep, Jerry was not afraid of this thing. It tastes disgusting. Never mind. Let's just duck. Then, with a shocked look, Yagi Keiko saw Jerry grab the cheese with his hand at the neck and jerk it hard right inside his stomach. The body then takes a step back. The whole little mouse instantly disappeared in place. And soon, hundreds of black rat doors appeared under the entire ring, as well as in the air. Cute and childish voice came. 1,000 caves hide the trail. Hard to find in the desert. Gentleman Mouse, salute the lady. At once, hundreds of Jerrys appeared from their rat holes, each dressed in a suit, wearing a gentleman's hat and leaning on a crutch, bending down to salute Yagi Keiko. First order poo form, Gentleman Mouse. Awakening rat divine technique, 1,000 caves. Sure enough, you have 2 brushes. However, if that's all, then you're still bound to die. Yagi Keiko laughed. Snakes eat rats. It's a restraint between creatures. Even when it comes to magical beasts, this reasoning still applies, and the Yamanano Orochi is not an unusual magical beast. This can live for a long time old monster. Although he took the initiative to seal part of his strength for the so-called heavenly tribulation, but not any magical beasts are qualified to provoke it. Hisses. Shadow of God's thoughts, heavenly tribulation descends. A little mouse? It's delicious. 2. The Yamanano Orochi has 8 heads, each with a different expression, but all Jia strange smile, a serpentine shadow, surging out from his body, all burrowed in towards these caves. No one is left out. It's only a matter of time before we find Jerry's true form. That was the reason for Yachi Keiko's confidence. Orochi had lived for too long, had seen everything, and had learned countless skills. In just a few moments, it found a way to deal with Jerry Mouse's skills. This is the skill of the Orochi? Yes, and as far as I know, this is just one of the minor skills it has mastered, manifesting a doppelganger. I didn't realize it was already so powerful. The viewing gallery was in awe. The Orochi is an ancient creature of the Dragon Kingdom, so if you want to cope with it, you can't do so unless it's an absolute crushing of strength, or find a way to restrain it. As the crowd watched the engagement, they all murmured softly, nervously watching the situation change. Just keep driving the second-order sword form and use the cave to your advantage to cut down snakes as you see them. It won't be able to hold its own. And at that moment, the golden figure that Lin Shi had transformed into reminded in Jerry Mouse's mind. Roger that, boss. There was the previous experience of the beast tide in Green Sea City, plus guidance from the owls. It had long ago mastered the third-order form change. Therefore, it was still very simple for a mouse's second-order sword form to be cast. Under the gaze of the scarlet snake pupils, Jerry Mouse gently nodded his head with a happy smile. Instead, it caused Orochi to faintly stare. It was surprised to see the gentleman mouse gently untie his bow tie with his hand, nod slightly, and remove his tunic. And the next moment, with the first appearance of a red light, just see, a swordsman, Jerry Mouse, clad in the prodigal son's Bagua costume, D'Artagnan hat, and sword in hand, facing his opponents straight on and unafraid, makes an appearance. Chapter 47, Fourth Order, Holy Flame Angel Form. What is this ability? That's interesting. What a handsome mouse. He's holding a sword in his hand? Does he still know swordplay? Ha ha. It looks a little bit handsome. Can I beat Yagyu Orochi by changing form? It feels like it's up in the air. Unless there really is a miracle. There was a lot of talk in the viewing gallery. Watch as hundreds of Jerrys swing their short swords and chop green snakes at the cave entrance. The movements are precise and gorgeous. Couldn't help but let out an audible gasp of admiration. Yo, our little mouse has grown up and is so brave, able to hold a sword and slash an ancient demonic beast. Ha ha. Don't even look at whose disciple it is. Owl and Goose spoke. You and I. And snickered again at Brother Panda. The squirrel is still throwing pine nuts at Brother Panda, throwing them into his mouth and spitting them out like a machine gun. This babysitting thing is too hard. With 2 little ones, he couldn't favor anyone, and anything more or less would be trouble. Brother Panda, you bad boy. Oh, I'll never play with you again, the little squirrel cried. He glanced at Jerry in exasperation. Seeing it so majestic, he wanted to go up and perform himself. He was no worse than Jerry in terms of ability, and he was still a day older than him. On the big day, it's the older brother. If there's any trouble, it must be the older brother who stands in the way of the younger one. Where does one let the younger one go first? Okay, don't cry. I'm kind of scared of you. I'll figure out a way to get you on later, Panda said helplessly, covering his face. Really? Words. The squirrel suddenly stopped crying. But with Jerry already in the ring, how can Brother Panda get himself up there? Of course it's true. As for the way to get up there, Brother Panda, I'm the best at magic. A whoosh will get you up there. The other magical beasts saw the panda coaxing the child again, and one of them gloated and laughed out loud. But no one dares to question what he says. After all, in terms of strength, and the degree of control over magic, Brother Panda was riding high, not to mention getting squirrel in the ring. It was no exaggeration to say that even if that ancient Orochi was on fire, it was still no match at all against Brother Panda, who had lifted the seal. The two sides are simply not on the same level, and at this moment, the ring, facing Jerry's counterattack, the Orochi's neck bulged, and its deep eyes opened with a threatening hiss. He hadn't really thought that a mediocre little mouse would be capable of such a thing. And, on it, surprisingly, there will be an aura that makes him feel familiar, yet fearful. The Black Dragon. Who is your master? Just to be on the safe side, Orochi decided that it would be better to ask first to avoid any surprises. Yachi Keiko was somewhat slightly surprised. In her knowledge, Orochi had always been brutal and had never been so polite to anyone. Not to mention a stinky rat. You ask my master? Jerry Mouse handsomely swung his sword again. chopping all the incoming snakes, one by one, into meaty pieces. Big Brother is right. Indeed, as long as one used the second-order sword form, one could restrain so many small snake attacks. It's as good as chopping up a melon. My master said that he couldn't tell the bad guys his identity or information or he would be retaliated against. Jerry Mouse said innocently. And you're the bad guy. I've heard the legend of you from Brother Panda. Originally a divine beast of our dragon kingdom. Then you ate a city full of people for the sake of evolution. And as a result, the dragon god beheaded one of your heads. And then later, you fled to a small island to live obscenely. And didn't dare to come to the great land of the dragon kingdom for hundreds of years. You definitely didn't have good intentions this time. For this story, in the past, Panda Brother was told as a negative material. And this Yachi Orochi is simply a traitor and traitor in general in the eyes of these magical beasts of theirs. Jerry Mouse had flashed his sword at him, hissing, being poked and prodded in the gut. The body of the Orochi swung, constantly sending out warning messages, and its 8 heads looked different. How does it know all this? These things are obviously known by very few people to be right. And by its side, there must be an ancient demonic beast. Maybe it's still an old acquaintance of ours. A fox, or a phoenix, or a unicorn? Not very likely. They died and disappeared, long gone from the world of men. Perhaps its owner has an ancient acacia. Whoever it is, kill him. Yes, I must die for poking me where it hurts. The 8 heads screamed, and a strange purple energy surged out of their bodies, which actually led to a great change in the sky, and rumbling thunder resounded through the ancient plains of the magical beasts. The black poisonous rain slowly fell. Only a god or the power of a god can bring about such a heavenly aberration. Ha ha, die, give it a taste of our power. Soul-shattering, serpent's arrow. The moment these voices appeared, an endless amount of black liquid dripped down, surprisingly melting even that energy shield that Lin Shi had summoned. You can see how awesome it is. It's a power that specifically targets the soul. It seemed that the strike was not only dealing with Jerry Mouse, but was also consciously testing the golden light. Who do you think that light is? By all rights, this should be the place where the dragon god's power takes form. Perhaps a dead dragon servant. How about swallowing it? Jia. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Jerry Mouse looked at the black rain in the sky with some fear, took his sword back into its sheath and walked into the cave. But under the indiscriminate bombardment, no amount of rat holes can stop this attack. Jerry, don't be afraid. Bypass the third-order form of the royal and open the fourth-order holy flame angel. Lin Shi said. Since he wants to play, let's play big. A stinking snake with 8 heads flipped over still. Hearing the words of the elder brother, Jerry felt a lot safer inside. No matter how big the trouble is, as long as you have your big brother by your side, it's not trouble. But big brother, I haven't mastered proficiency in this form yet. Will I not be able to open the holy flame angel? Jerry is just too chicken. In reality, the power it wielded was not weaker than that of Old Goose and Spotted Tiger. It just couldn't be utilized at all without a strong mentality. Seeing this, Lin Shi continued to say in a harmonious voice, Big brother believes in you. Open the form. Aha! Today is another day full of challenges. I'm going to make a big mess too, so I can show this stinky snake what I'm made of. Hearing my big brother encourage himself, Jerry Mouse nodded seriously. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he surprisingly walked out of the cave and closed it up. At once, thousands of Jerrys all turned into one. The swordsman's clothes gradually dispersed, and a divine light fell from the sky and shone upon it, flaming hot. O holy angel of flame, let your light illuminate this world and banish all darkness. Jerry Mouse finished his sentence. A halo suddenly rose above his head. This poisonous rain is powerful though, but just couldn't get close enough to Jerry Mouse's side. It was vaporized 3 feet around its circumference. This scene immediately caused everyone to be surprised and stare at this amazing scene, full of strange eyes. Couldn't fathom what kind of power this was. My eyes aren't blind. Impossible. It should have died a long time ago. It's the holy flame angel? While others couldn't recognize it, Orochi recognized it at a glance. There was an aura of anger in his eyes. It's more than cognizant. It's downright familiar. Familiar, until now. On his body, there are still wounds caused by the holy flame. Chapter 48. Rat Mouse. In swordsman form, am a koi person. A little mouse turned into an angel? Ha ha, never seen one that small before. So Cat and Mouse is a documentary. That's an interesting ability for a mouse. I think it's changed into its third form. Gentleman, swordsman, angel. Some of the female imperial beastmasters counted with their fingers extended along with their own magical beasts. Stars were bubbling inside his eyes, and he clasped his hands together in front of his chest, itching to take that cute little mouse on the stage as his pet. But immediately afterward they were disillusioned. Wow! So sad. What a shame. I'd love to have a Jerry Mouse like in the cat and mouse cartoon, but like such a powerful beast. There must be a powerful master present behind them, and they can't be bought or robbed. Ugh, how depressing. This feeling of wanting and not being able to get it is simply enviable to its owner. Ha! Luckily there's only one cute pet like that. If there's one more then I'll really die of jealousy, a girl said. Aha! The other girls nodded in deep agreement. The atmosphere in the viewing gallery was relaxed. In the ring, Megumi Yagami wasn't so much in a good mood. Instead she was grim-faced, is dead set on Jerry Mouse. She couldn't fathom how just a little mouse had summoned an angelic form, and it's the legendary angel of the holy flame. Just looking at it had filled her with blazing heat, an agony that burned even her soul. Brilliant sun, demon's hide, angelic holy flame, not burning the nameless. As a native of the Sakura country, Yagi Keiko had naturally learned about the culture in the Hawksbane country because she had followed the Hawksbane country for a long time as a lapdog. Angels, on the other hand, were something unique to the Holy Lord's Church, but how could they appear in the Dragon Kingdom? And, most outrageously, it would appear to be a cute little mouse. This little mouse, what exactly is its origin? Yachi Keiko speculated curiously in her heart. To know, legend has it that none of the magical beasts that could die in the hands of the angelic holy flame were all kinds of divine beasts. This flame never beheads the nameless. However, the Orochi obviously knew something, and the 8 heads went from a frightened and angry demeanor. Smiling, he looked over at Jerry Mouse. Ha ha ha, I know where you come from. Your master turned out to be in the same path as us. Surprisingly, he even stole the treasure left behind by that dragon god one step ahead of him and achieved the angelic holy flame form. Maybe we should be friends. The Orochi released a thick purple mist that helped the Yagyu Keiko resist the burning of the fierce light flames, recalling ancient history from long ago. A long time ago. So much time had passed that even Orochi had forgotten when that was. At that time, the form of the angelic holy flame was originally one of the 12 great angels under the demon lord of the West. As a result, he was killed by the dragon god because of his arrogance and hubris, and he stepped into the territory of the Dragon Kingdom without listening to advice. After death, it turned into an energy form and was collected as a way to shock the world. That was a period of incomparably glorious ancient history, where 10,000 beasts came to the court, an era that belonged to the Dragon Kingdom. It's a pity that it has been buried in the ages never to be found again. Yagyu Orochi was both nostalgic and fearful, and the reason why he knows this story is because this holy flame angel came across the sea. The landing site was the territory he was responsible for guarding. Disgracefully, it turned out to be because he was too weak at the time, plus his power was restrained by his opponent. Took a big loss under the angel of the holy flame. To this day, there are still scorch marks on the body that this guy left behind in the first place, and they can't be removed for a long time. This shows how strong the other side is. It was evident that the dragon god was terrifying at that time. In the face of the half-sarcastic, half-persuasive words of the Yagyu Orochi, Jerry Mouse wiped his nose and grunted. What kind of a dong are you? And you say you're in the same boat as my big brother. Dog fart. You're not afraid to tell the world. At this moment, he was already fearless as he felt the majestic power inside his body. The inner world, on the other hand, has been choppy. I knock. Mouse in gentleman and swordsman form, may have to be subservient to you. But by the time I get to the holy flame angel form, I shall strike hard at you stinking snake. Besides, it was given to me by my big brother who casually picked it up from the corner of the seat gold room. Steal what you stole. And an Orochi? What a lack of culture. Better go back to kindergarten and retrain. A cultural thing called taking good. Jerry pinched his hands around his tiny waist, took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and grunted in a small voice. Although Mouse's size looked like it hadn't grown any taller, the aura, all of a sudden, went up. Is it mocking us? How dare a mere rat speak out? Hey, I'm this grumpy. I just don't believe it. If we couldn't beat that full-ranked flame angel in the first place, we can't beat a little mouse? A few snakeheads have called out, up and down, left and right, like a chrysanthemum swinging in the wind. Looks so want to attract laughter. Not a bit of a menacing look at all. Jerry Mouse laughed and laughed, his body twitching slightly and his 2 front paws flapping merrily. Instead, it was as if he had forgotten to make a move for a moment of laughter. Yagi Keiko looked at Jerry angrily. Show him something, old ancestors, you will surely kill him if you make a move. Kill it and make rat soup tonight. Yachi Keiko looked at the unstoppable Jerry Mouse. Her willowy eyebrows raised and her eyes looked like they were on fire. And immediately after, dense vipers came from all directions, opening their huge mouths and crawling toward Jerry Mouse. Just looking at it makes me sick. Some are extremely fast, some contain virulent poisons, some specialize in concealment, and some, Even the power of the sacred flame could not be restrained. Natural disaster, descent. That's the skill name. Derived from Yagyu Orochi's natural skill. First, he would use other small snakes to confuse his sight. And then he would use those snakes that weren't afraid of the holy flame to launch a sudden attack on this mouse. The main fight is a siege. Once it captured it, it had to torture the rat to death in order to relieve its hatred. Ouch. So many snakes. Big snake. Big snake. Don't chase me. I'm so cute. How can you bear to catch me? Let's coexist peacefully, isn't it? Jerry Mouse said as he ran. The godliness that had just been there was gone in a flash. However, it ran fast with the angelic sacred flame on, and none of these snakes could keep up. Exasperated, Yachi Keiko could not wait to get up there herself and go catch the obnoxious rat. I may be small, but I'm super fast. Look at me weaving around here to my heart's content. There's no way anyone can catch me. Yo! However, just finished the sentence. Suddenly a large snake then appeared behind him, and with a large snake flinging its tail, it smacked him. Immediately after, a large purple bowl of intense poison then clasped its entire body, and even the holy flame aura was extinguished, tightly buckled in the gold ring. Jia. But that's it. Totally out of our league. Ha ha, not only will I be able to drink rat soup today, but I guess I'll also be able to get this sacred flame suit form. Imagine the pathetic way the little mouse is struggling constantly in the big bowl, but it doesn't help. Orochi laughed out in triumph. Let's go see if it's dead. Definitely dead. Even if you don't die, you'll have to shed a layer of skin. Upon hearing that, Yagi Keiko slightly trembled her chest and positively ran ahead to this bowl. Then, slowly lift off. But, when I lifted it, there was nothing. Yamanano Orochi, serpent with 8 heads and 8 tails from mythological section, Chronicles of Japan. Squeak squeak squeak. In the bowl? No, I'm here. Suddenly, there was a chuckle in his ear. It was the very same Jerry rat that was supposed to be poisoned. At the same time, a sharp sensation of pain traveled through all parts of his body. A pain that was literally killing the snake. How did he escape? This can't be right. Only to see, in the horrified gaze of the eyes of the Orochi, a small mouse carrying a strip of tail, strutting out with a big grin. The feet kept walking around the ring. It's like the fishing man harvested a 20-pound fish, and had to carry it on his back and walk up and down the neighborhood for 20 laps to show off the results to everyone. Funny, you can't help but laugh. And the tail as a whole was dark green in color, clearly one from the magical beast. The Orochi. Defeated? It even cut off the tail. How could the Yamanano Orochi lose to a small mouse? The scene. Straight away, the confident Yagi Keiko looked dumbfounded. Chapter 49, New Beast Debut. My name is Jumpy, and I'm here to kill the... Is that really a mouse? That's too fierce. Really chopping off a tail from a big snake? Look at them. And look at you. All day long you just know how to hold a stick of bone and giggle. Chen Jujun looked at Sonic Firehound with some hatred, then looked at the little mouse on the stage, and couldn't help but feel a little envious. Zhongling and Xiao Qianxian thought the same thing. These two contracted magical beasts, even if they were added together, there was no way they could be compared to someone else's mouse. Sonic Fire Dog? What are you looking at me for? Trying to PUA me, are you? No way. Why don't you look at yourself? Look who owns people. And who are you? You're all nothing more than a tiny intermediate imperial beast master. A sesame seed-sized rank. So much for not being motivated. And talk about me all day? Who are you to talk about me? Just because I'm a dog, don't I have to lose face? It's okay to stress yourself out more and get your dog in trouble less okay. It's a pain in the ass. Magic Fox beamed back, agreeing with what Sonic Firehound had said, which was really the right thing to do. When we wraiths haven't been on the internet, we'll be PUA'd by you guys. Times have changed then. Tiger spotted Ice Cat leisurely lying on the side. Look at the fool. Watching this pair of foxy friends spit, he has been completely laying flat. Meow. Right. I'm just trash. So don't come and talk about ideals with this meow. My ideal is to eat, drink and play every day and never work. While lying down, he leisurely drank the soup made from the bones of the demon lord, feeling tonic all over after drinking it. Looking at these three magical beasts swinging their operations, the expressions on the three women's faces froze almost simultaneously, and they suddenly felt even more speechless. At the moment, the viewing gallery was buzzing with activity. Because of the marvelous function of the Dragon and Phoenix tripod, it actually allowed the soup in this tripod to gush out continuously. How could it not be finished? So Panda upholds the principle of not wasting. Let Old Goose and the others sell the rest of this soup to the people in the viewing gallery and make a small fortune straight away. By the way, if they could stimulate some people's greed for this great tripod treasure of theirs, they could also capture a few more magical beasts to fight. 2 birds with 1 stone. How's that for a win? Well, This big bone soup really works after drinking it. It actually improved my magic. Nonsense. Don't even look at what kind of soup this is made with. The bones of a demon lord can't smell bad. These magical beasts can be so frightening. Yeah, a random little mouse can carry a big snake. It's hard to imagine what strength the other magical beasts have. The guys who originally had designs on the magical beasts were basically all honest. The point is, no one wants to die. What's even more terrifying is that their owner didn't even show his face. So I guess it must be a party organization. There's no way for one person to contract so many magical beasts. Luckily we didn't mess with those magical beasts, otherwise, I'm afraid we'd have already been beaten into dust by others. Yeah, it's lucky for us that we didn't do it. And now, I'm already looking forward to how that little mouse is going to defeat the demonic beast. The Orochi is incredible. The entire Imperial Beast Masters in the viewing gallery were looking at the magical beasts with awe at the moment. Suddenly his heart ached for Chu Tianshu. Alas, and fate, why did you go up so fast? You're the only one who died in this battle. What a loss. Well, this incident is a good example of how young people should not be too angry, or they'll die quickly. Panda weighed a beastly coin, smiling from ear to ear, biting into it with his teeth, crunching and tasting of a magical flavor. The stuff was indeed real. This was the beast coin Xiao Qianshan was talking about. The bone broth bought for them is nothing more than leftover soup. I didn't expect the other party to drink it and pay immediately and cheerfully, and even praise them for being simply too conscientious. Being cheated and having to count the money. Ha ha, making a fortune. The squirrel counted the money, but he only had 4 fingers on one hand, so when he counted it he always had to count it once and then again. 4, 8, 4, 8. Still, he was a little angry. Watching Jerry Mouse strut his stuff up there made me want to go up there myself, but unfortunately I'd have to wait a little longer. Brother Panda says he'll be up there later, but it's not clear exactly how. The little squirrel was bored and snapping his fingers and thought, ouch Lotus, fresh snake meat for sale, stews and soups, stir-fries, no money if they don't taste good. This lady, do you want snake meat? Jerry asked Yachi Keiko proudly as he grasped the severed snake's tail, his eyes sparkling. Take the money if you want it, or if you don't, wait a while and I'll give it to old Goosey to go. Oh, he mischievously held the ring on his head. After the skill released just now, the glow of the angelic holy flame on Jerry Mouse Rat was still blazing, just slightly backward looking. In fact, the magic power in his body had been almost completely depleted after he had just executed the skill transportation and the move Holy Flame Flash. Jerry Mouse said as he stood pretending to be calm, looking down at Panda Brother in the ring. The latter gives him the okay sign and then nothing more. Auntie? I'm only in my early 20s. I'm not old yet. Yagi Keiko felt a little frustrated. Ha? No, that's not the point. The point is, how dare you humiliate me nakedly? Facing Jerry Mouse Rat with an arrogant attitude, Yagi Keiko snapped back to her senses after her brief digression, and was annoyed for a split second. But in the light of this holy flame of light, all of her jutsu had nothing to hide from her, and she couldn't move to do any damage at all. What an abomination! She was angry and uncomfortable to the core, but he could only secretly eat this dumb loss, even in order to prevent the arrival of that natural disaster. The demonic beast Yagyu Orochi didn't even dare to unseal it. The strength stays at the early earth level at most, but this kind of strength that can dominate, in this small ring, even by only do not know where to run out of the little mouse so many times humiliated. Really uncle can tolerate and cannot tolerate. Auntie, are you going to buy it or not? If you don't, I'll sell it to someone else. Yagi Keiko, still coming on, aren't you? So the heart got even angrier. Immediately, Jerry Mouse Rat turned his attention back to the Orochi, whose tail had regrown. I can see that, after so many years, the flesh of the Orochi had indeed evolved to a terrifying level. There is no longer much fear of the Holy Flame Angel restraint. In fact, Lin Shi also knows that it is no longer afraid. It just wanted to bring it to disgust it. Let it reminisce about recalling its black history. Who let this guy test him with that stinking rain? He who offends the majesty must be punished. After a few hundred years, the strength is even greater. Then its meat, will it become tastier too? Jerry Mouse was suddenly curious about this question, and stared at the Orochi with a greedy mouth. I suppose it would. Pepper, gravy, barbecue, spicy stir-fry. Orochi, what the hell is drooling? No, does it really want to eat me? At the thought, the 8 heads of the great serpent danced in unison, exchanged pleasantries, and laughed incessantly, anger mixed with cunning. Oh, little mouse, no need to be arrogant. I could tell that you're just half-assed. You won't be able to make it after using this strike. Right, if you run out of magic, you're going to die. Now you're just holding strong words. Jerry suddenly blushed. Nervous hands covered her cheeks. It immediately realized that something big was wrong. But what was even more serious than the fact that the Great Snake had found out about it was, the subconscious action it had just made had revealed its own magic power depletion and fox-like disguise. The 8 heads of the Great Serpent laughed together, instantly verified the suspicion in his own mind. In fact, it is only swindling, and I didn't expect the little mouse to be so naive and directly confessed. Looks like it's not that hard to deal with this little mouse. Just now I was just careless. While his foreman skills were strong, he had too little magic in his body to last long enough. And on the subject of reserves of magic, he could herd this rat by the dozens. Thinking of this, the Orochi regained its confidence. His body coiled up, the front half of his body erected, and his head slightly tilted forward in an attacking stance. Then, the heart is unconvinced like, once again used the previous trick. Must find face. Little mouse give me a painful death. One word at a time. See only. The big, poisonous bowl once again goes to Snap Jerry Mouse. Jerry was low on magic, and his 4th order angelic form shattered instantly, turning into an ordinary little mouse and fleeing for his life. But how could the legs and feet of an ordinary little mouse outrun the big bowl that was coming so fast? It's going to be caught in 3 or 2. However, just as it was about to snap it up, that's when someone saw the panda on stage move his fingers and pet the squirrel with a slight smile. And I don't know what he meant by that move. The next moment, suddenly, a gust of wind blew across the golden ring. Everyone's eyes went into a trance for a moment, even Orochi, who closed his eyes tightly. What a wind! It simply blows your eyes open. This is a wind created by magic. Absolutely. Could it be that mouse that's doing this? But wait until Orochi opens his eyes, only to find that the original mouse was gone. That bowl was also completely shattered. Where did it go? I can no longer feel his breath. Can it be that he will be invisible? No, it can't be. There must be a ghost. And wait for one of the heads to turn in an arc. But see, a small, delicate gray squirrel with a bushy, large tail blinked blankly, was standing behind it with a grin on his face. Not only was he smiling, but he was greeting Orochi with enthusiasm. Hi, it's good to see you. My name is Jumpy and I'm here to kill you. Oh. Hiss. The people on the viewing platform sucked in a breath of cold air. This squirrel, so direct? Isn't he afraid of angering the Orochi and getting eaten in one bite? And again, if you've got the energy to say hello, don't you think it'll smell good to sneak up on it? There's really no need to be polite, right? The crowd was completely unable to understand its brain circuits. And this sudden scene, it also startled all 8 heads of the Great Serpent. Chapter 50, breaking 100 levels in a row. Goal, divinization. As for Qi Yang, he stepped forward and directly cleared the blood of this boss with a 10,000 sword skill. Ding! Congratulations on passing the 70th level of the Endless Tower, obtaining a bronze 1-star soldier lair X1, and by exiting the Endless Tower at this time, you will obtain an excellent city building order X1. Get a bronze 1-star trooper now. Qi Yang continued to rush towards the next level, 80th pass. Opposite of the upper booze, the 5-dimensional attributes were raised again. Guardian Boss, level 80, attack, 95,115, defense, 60,110, agility, 40,105, life value, 6511500, attack power breaks 90, 000, and life value breaks 60, 000, 000. In addition to the 2 novice villages of Dragon Kingdom. No. 1 and no. 9. The limit of what those other novice villages that only followed no. 18 to win a looting challenge could reach was estimated to be here. If you want to break upwards, you have to be one of those newbie villages that have a B rank or higher talent. Qi Yang, on the other hand, faced this boss and resolved it with the same skill. Ding! Congratulations! You passed the 80th level of the Endless Tower. The bronze 1-star troop type you obtained was promoted to bronze 2-star. Exit the Endless Tower at this time. You will obtain bronze 2-star troop type Nest X1. Excellent city building order X1. Qi Yang continued to break in. Soon came the 90th level. Guardian Boss, level 90. Attack, 122,215. Defense, 72,210. Agility, 52,205. Life value, 8221500. The attack power exceeded 120, 000 and the life value exceeded 80 million. No surprises. It's still a mana sword skill that finishes it off. Ding! Congratulations! You passed the 90th level of the Endless Tower. The bronze 2-star troop type you obtained was promoted to bronze 3-star. At this time you exit the Endless Tower. You will obtain the bronze 3-star troop type Nest X1. Excellent city building order X1. The next boss, the Silver Soldier. A smile appeared at the corner of Qi Yang's mouth. Continue. His target could be these low-level soldiers, but those high-level legendary and even mythical soldiers. And at this point, outside the Endless Tower, there were constantly people being teleported out of the Endless Tower because they failed to break into the tower. Soon, there was then a discussion in the Zone Chat channel. Novice Village number 13, thanks to Big Brother Abyssal God, we just won the camp looting challenge and doubled our 5-dimensional attributes, so I was able to make it to the Endless Tower, broke through 80 levels, and obtained a bronze 2-star troop nest. Excellent city building order. Big Brother Abyssal God is awesome. Novice Village No. 29, upstairs is so awesome. Same as the Novice Village in the Dragon Kingdom. Our village won a challenge just like yours, but my talent was so bad that I only made it to level 79, and at level 80, I was defeated by the boss, and I only got a bronze 1-star troop nest. So pissed off. Novice Village number 51, my friend from the Dragon Kingdom. I'm from the Novice Village of the Kingdom of France, although we also won a looting challenge, but we weren't at a high enough level when we won that challenge, so the doubling of the 5-dimensional attributes we received, the effect wasn't that obvious, so I only managed to break through 50 or so levels to obtain a black iron 1-star troop lair. Novice Village number 31, I'm a Novice Village from Russia. We won a loot challenge as well, and I didn't make it past level 50. Seeing the Novice Villages of the Dragon Country with people from other countries bragging about how many levels they had broken through in the Endless Tower, the people from the Alliance of the Four Nations didn't dare to speak at all. They are still desperately practicing right now. Their levels had just been zeroed out, and if they didn't level back up to above level 10 within the remaining 20 hours of the day, if they entered the Endless Tower, there was definitely no way for them to break through the 10th level, and there was no way for them to obtain the troop types with the city building order and teleportation order at that time. They couldn't even get out of the Novice Village. They could only stay there. All of this is the result of the hated Dragon Nation. After they had practiced their level up and left the Novice Village, when they had the chance, they would definitely make things easy for the Dragon Nation. Qi Yang broke all the way through. In no time at all. It came to the 100th level. Guardian Boss, level 100. Attack, 151,315. Defense, 101,310. Agility, 51,305. Life value, 10131500. The Guardian of the 100 levels had an attack power of over 150,000 and a life value that had surpassed 100 million. ZO estimates. In the Dragon Kingdom's 92nd district, in the 18th Novice Village, some of the less talented people would be able to break into this place at most. This was even with Qi Yang taking them all the way, winning a bonus copy and 3 more looting challenges in a row. Otherwise they might not get past 50 levels. Look at the bosses of these 100 levels. Qi Yang cast the 10,000 sword skill, consuming 40 million of his blue, and directly condensed a golden flying kill towards him. Before that Guardian boss could react, he was struck by the flying sword, directly emptied him of his life value. Ding! Congratulations on passing the 100th level of the Endless Tower, obtaining a silver 1-star troop lair X1, and by exiting the Endless Tower at this time, you will obtain a perfect city building order X1. ZO continued. Soon you reach level 110. This level's keeper boss. The 5 dimensions are a bit higher than the 100 level bosses though, but it still couldn't stop Qi Yang. This level is broken through, and you'll have gained a silver 2-star troop nest, and this pass, except for Qi Yang, the 18th Novice Village. Then only those with talents above C rank could break into this place. Keep breaking in, all the way through. Soon, the 120th level was broken through by him, and the soldier's lair advanced to become a silver 3-star. After passing the next Guardian boss, Qi Yang would be able to obtain a gold level soldier lair. Qi Yang continued to break in excitedly. Not a moment too soon, he came to the 130th level. This level, even in the 18th Novice Village, only those with talents around A rank could break through. Qi Yang looked at the boss in front of him. Gatekeeper boss, level 130. Attack, 220,615. Defense, 150,615. Agility, 80,615. Life value, 15061500. More than 200. 000 attacks. More than 150. 000 life points. Qi Yang's move of 10,000 swords returned was just enough to clear its life value. After finishing it off, ding! Congratulations on passing the 130th level of the Endless Tower, obtaining the Golden Soldier Lair X1, and by exiting the Endless Tower at this time, you will obtain the Epic City Building Order X1, getting gold soldiers now, but it's not enough. Qi Yang did not hesitate and broke towards the next level. In Qi Yang's estimation, he would be able to easily break through before 300 levels. At the current rate of advancement, perhaps in less than 300 levels, he would be able to obtain the mythic soldier. If this session, he could obtain the mythic soldier type, then he would be rich. He would be this session's only one to get a mythic soldier to enter the battlefield of the nations when he entered the developmental phase from the novice phase. He will develop at a pace that will far exceed others. At this point, outside, district chat channel, novice village number 9, it's so infuriating. I'm A rank talent and I've only managed to break through 100 levels and only gained a silver 1-star soldier's nest. Novice village number 1, I'm also A rank talent. A bit better than you. Unfortunately, I still didn't manage to break through 110 levels. If I break one more level, I'll be able to obtain a silver 2-star troop. And now I can only start off in the battlefield of the 10,000 races with a silver 1-star troop. Chapter 50, Orochi, you fell for it. No, it's broken. The hissing. How did this little squirrel get up here? And how did the little mouse leave? The tail of the Orochi kept sweeping the ground. 8 pairs of scarlet eyes met each other. There's shock. There's doubt. For in that gust of wind, the presence of the little squirrel was pressed upon their perceptions. Nobody knows how he got here. Moreover, the highly poisonous porcelain bowl that served as one of the magic treasures it had refined was actually shattered raw on the ground. It's all impossible to figure out, but the only thing that is certain is that gust of wind was indeed extraordinary, an existence that could not be compared to even if it were to unseal all of its seals. Orochi takes a step back in some fear. No longer dare to be so arrogant. This little squirrel is definitely not simple. It should be a more powerful existence than that little mouse. Looks like I'm going to have to be a little more cautious. Today, there were so many surprises for Orochi. Whether it was that monkey that made an appearance before, or the little mouse from before, all of them were the kind of existences that looked unimpressive, but were extremely powerful. I'm afraid this little squirrel isn't easy either. What an underestimation of them. No more fighting. No more fighting. This old bone is still waiting to avoid disaster use. Can make peace or make peace. Living all those years, it had long since lost that cynicism, and instead was more and more willing to continue living. Even if the tail is taken, you can grit your teeth and bear it. The big thing is to trip behind your back. It is a professional. However, just as Orochi was about to make peace with this little squirrel, next to him, Orochi Keiko dodged and stood out in a desperate manner. It scared Yagyu Orochi to death. Staring at the little squirrel, her originally white face was now livid with anger. Shrewdly roared, "That's not fair. By changing opponents on the spot, you have violated the rules of the ring, and I ask for a chastisement." Saying that, Yachi Keiko turned her gaze towards the golden shadow that Lin Shi had transformed into, her face full of smugness, looking forward to his reply. "But, these magical beasts are my minions. You want me to punish them? I'd be a woman if I didn't just step in and expel you from your little life of invading my dragon kingdom's void ancient plains. I don't know what happened to the holy flame angel." Lin Shi pointed at the belly of the Orochi. "Request for punishment denied. It's okay to lie to others. Don't think I don't know that there's a guy hiding in its body. Don't give an inch, or else." Humph. At once, only to hear Lin Shi snort coldly. A golden light shot towards the beast god's prana, the very same guy who had escaped into the ancient plains inside Ritsuka. The golden light shone away and immediately revealed itself. "You guys come in with 2 magical beasts and they come out with 2. That's fair, right? The ones cheating are you guys. It's good enough that my father doesn't punish you." The words were majestic. Words. A cold sweat broke out on Yagi Keiko, and she felt a pang of fear for her smart-ass behavior. 2 steps back with trembling legs. The fact that this light shadow was able to discern the existence of the beast god's soul at a single glance means that it already knew about all of this. Just there all the time silently watching. In front of him, one is like a monkey in a serious show, so ridiculous to be seen through everything. Squeak. "Orochi, why don't you attack me yet?" The little squirrel, bored with idleness, got high on pine nuts and crunched them as he shouted at the big snake, like a very dedicated audience, sitting in front of the TV and eating while enjoying a great performance by Keiko Yagi. And that made Yachi Keiko furious in her heart. "I couldn't do away with that light shadow. I couldn't beat that sacred flame mouse from before, but I still can't beat you? A stinky squirrel in the district. It's just a little blindfold-like ability. Watch me take your life with a wave of my hand in a jutsu." Yagi Keiko didn't panic. Orochi panicked first. This really doesn't know how to write the word death. It's okay to be brave, but you have to have brains. I'm all set to recognize a tie here. However, just as Orochi was about to make a move to stop her, Orochi Keiko had already made her move. Have seen the Sun Pit Father. Have not seen the Master Pit Beast. Also too breathless. Can't hit. Hey, I'm jumping. I'm jumping, jumping, and these woods are my playground. With the little squirrels bouncing around, this entire ring suddenly gave birth to many heavily and dense pine trees that covered the sky. It also blocked all of Yachi Keiko's hidden weapons. Auntie, can't hit or can't hit. You're really stupid, nah. You can't even hit me from such a close distance. It's really almost embarrassing. Could it be that the food you usually eat just grows your body without growing your head a bit? On trash talk, the little squirrel had also learned the fine art of following the basilisk turtle, the old goose, and the others. In a few words, the Yagyu Keiko became irritated, her chest rising and falling, with sweat dampening his shirt. So much so that the outline is also more defined. Well, this pine is so white. Are you sure you mean pine trees? No, I really chose D for question 36. On the basis of this, love whoever, Eileen Yuhao real name to watch the game. By the way, call the squirrels. Watch as the squirrel teases Yagi Keiko, and in the process gives the brothers a little treat out of it. The men on the viewing platform laughed, especially the way Yachi Keiko kept running and bouncing up and down. Tell it like it is. This Yachi Keiko does eat well, and if she marries her family, she will never starve her children in the future. Listen to the people cheering. Those who knew that it was a group of old colorful people who were having an orgy inside the doomsday. Those who didn't know, thought they were all giving support to the star Yagi Keiko. Phew, so tired. Darn little squirrel. I had to catch you today. Had to get you. Who? Caught. After constantly rolling over and over, Yagi Keiko finally couldn't top it. Even if she was a ninja, she couldn't compete with the squirrel's nimble body and had to stop, bent over, breathing heavily. In this way, the screaming below the stage got even more cheerful. Yachi Keiko undoubtedly felt angry and furious inside as she listened to the shouts and jeers from the stage. The bias was that he was powerless to avenge himself. You wait, little bastard. I will kill you. Old ancestor Yaki. Hurry up and come help me kill it. Are you going to just stand by and watch like that? With a shout from Keiko, the Orochi flicked its tail and looked at the little squirrel. Think about it. Suddenly, he realized that there didn't seem to be anything strange about the little guy. He was simply jumping. Could I have misjudged? In fact, this little squirrel is not that powerful. That gust of wind before was another high person present. By the look of it, it must be. One thought in this. Without further hesitation, the Yagyu Orochi wrapped its entire body around Yagyu Keiko and dragged her to her head. The scarlet gaze was directly on the little squirrel. Then, suddenly, he opened his 8 bloody mouths and drilled in towards the inside of the pine forest. GGG. You fell for it, stinky squirrel. The reason I didn't make a move was that I was observing your every move. And now I've determined that you're just an ordinary magical beast. There's no way to turn on a multi-order combat form. Neither can the phallic heaven and earth. The arrogant voice spread throughout the ring. However, just as Orochi led Keiko to the little squirrels, he was pointed at by countless blackened gun muzzles hidden in the pine forest. Suddenly, he didn't dare to move. This is a modern-day Gatling? The pine forest was quiet as hell. Yachi Keiko looked at the traps that had been set up around her and was too scared to breathe a single breath. I was afraid that these steel forests of Gatling, aimed at my head, would suddenly go off for a moment. Bad. So it's Ingenie who fell for it. In the next moment, Yaki Orochi's arrogant face immediately turned into a bitter face. A cold sweat broke out in shock. Chapter 51, Squirrel, God? How many divisions does God have? I'll go. What kind of operation is this? I'm not blind, am I? This little squirrel actually constructed a Gatling with magic power? Even if I were to die, I wouldn't have thought that magic power could be used in this way. And still, it's this whole pine forest full of Gatlings. It's horrible. When they had a clear look at everything in the golden ring, the Imperial Beast Masters in the viewing gallery could no longer sit still. Standing up in droves, dumbfounded, he watched the horrific fire, facing this austere aura. Even those magical beasts around them were shaking their heads and trembling in fear when they looked at them. I say, after this Orochi enters this, even if its strength is more powerful, after receiving this round of bombardment, it will have to lose several layers of skin if it doesn't die. More than that? It's probably blasted to the dregs. That's not necessarily true. After all, the Orochi is a famous magical beast from ancient times. It won't die so simply. The two groups bickered and argued, but there were others who keenly realized that something seemed to be changing in the sky, and that what looked like a sea of blood was coming from the clouds at the remnants of the sun in the distance. Hey guys, look! The magical beast ancient road is opening. How come the magical beast ancient road is ahead of schedule this month? And this sky color doesn't look right. It's a heavy treasure. There are definitely heavy treasures present inside the Devil Beast Ancient Road. and they are by no means mundane. Seeing the arrival of this strange scene, everyone looked over in amazement. Even Xiao Qianqian was surprised and couldn't close her mouth. There's a change in the sky, and its blood is metaphysical. Heavy treasures are now available. The secret treasures of the ancient road. This is a piece of jingle that has been passed down by word of mouth within the Xiao family, saying that there have always been ancient secret treasures buried on this demonic beast ancient road, waiting for its rightful owner. But many years, I don't know if centuries or millennia have passed, there has been no such sight. Why is this seen today? Could it be the fated one? The one who is now here on the ancient plains of the magical beasts? With this in mind, Xiao Qianqian eagerly looked left and right. But with so many people staying here, it was impossible to determine who that fated person was. To know, it's a great treasure. Even in the mouth of Xiao Qianqian's father, who could seize this exotic treasure on the ancient path of the magical beasts. I'd even give him a separate page for his family tree. I just don't know who that person really is. The panda mentally touched his buttocks and secretly sealed the vaguely glowing phoenix jade pendant again so that his scent would not be detected by the others. Leads to unnecessary trouble. Perhaps some ancient secrets, buried right there on the ancient path of the wraith, waiting for them to dig it up, to hear it for themselves. I love stories, especially the ones buried in the ancient past, the stories that belong to the heroes. This will make me feel the meaning of life, so that I can follow their footsteps and explore to the wider world. Panda sits on the ground board and looks towards the gold ring, excitedly anticipating this event to come, waiting for the end of this bout. My muzzle, it's hungry and thirsty. The little squirrel sat on the trunk of the tree, rocking his body cozily and looking happily at the Yagyu Orochi, lovingly caressing the gatling beside him. All it takes is a flick of the hand. It would allow the magic bullets inside this gatling to pour out and knock holes all over these two guys. But it's thanks to this woman. The little squirrel proudly revealed two large incisors. Actually, this forest of artillery pines can only be fixed. If they hadn't walked in on their own, these gatlings would have shot their magic out even. It's also hard to hit the Yagyu Orochi. Well, thanks to that silly woman. If it wasn't for the fact that her words had caused Orochi to let his guard down, given the old man's level of cunning, it's really hard to trap him here. I blame you, girl child. Yeah, sorry, what now? The Yamanashi Orochi's sinister gaze glared at the little squirrel, fearful of it accidentally opening fire. But this is also a matter of time. Then, in order to survive unharmed, he absolutely decided to make a decision against his ancestors. Ugh, no way. This is the only move that can be used when it comes down to it, isn't it? The Orochi hissed and spat out its letters. Make up your mind. Then violently spit something out of his stomach. Dead road friends, not dead poor road. This is the beast god's spirit? Yagi Keiko recognized it at once, but it is not known, at this moment, what is the purpose of the Yagyu Orochi to release him? But she quickly guessed. Then, wide-eyed and somewhat incredulous, he looked at Orochi, who nodded. First a minute of silence for the beast god. Ouch. What's the matter that woke up this honored one? Nah. Could it be that you found a treasure on the ancient path of the magical beasts? A large black tiger walked out. The whole is a soul form. Instead of opening its eyes first, it took in a heartfelt breath of oxygen, realizing that the air here was not bad, with a natural fresh scent. Is just a firecracker mixed in there? Yes, this is where the treasure is buried. I suggest you cast a shield or something first. Yagyu Orochi slowly backed away, bringing Yaki Keiko behind the beast god, then continuing to back away, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. It smacked of gloating. This seed doesn't need to open its eyes. Simply by relying on my mind's eye, I can perceive everything in the world. On this point, I'm much more powerful than you. The great snake, the beast god pretended to say. The two have known each other for a long time. It is also considered a creature of the same era. There's always been a debate about who's stronger and who's weaker. And there's bound to be a fight when we meet. Yeah, you're awesome, okay? Voices fade away. For some reason, today's Orochi seemed to be extraordinarily humble, and didn't even argue about the highs and lows. Crisis, the tiger comes out and pretends first. God? He's got a couple divisions. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. Still seeing this scene. Breaking. Chase down the big snake. Big snake. You're the only one in the pit. Come back. The village is giving out food. Arranged for when the ancient road opens. These people in the back said, I have something at home, so I'll go first. I'm here for my great aunt, and I'm gone. Ahahaha. This sun is really nice, ha. I'm going home to do my laundry. Tell the panda that he's earning ill-gotten gains, all of which he's confiscating for when he meets your sister-in-law, or he won't even have money to buy a gift. The other side said that the variables were expected, But before seeing that this group of magical beasts was very weak, that's why I didn't care about it. I didn't expect that I would be hidden and backstabbed. Take out the cauldron rewarded by the main character. Stu. He got the dragon god's dragon horn, a space-type magic treasure, so it's more powerful. The demon king vows to the protagonist, let the Chu family be unlucky. I'm sorry, you don't deserve it. The protagonist gives the dragon and phoenix tripod, which is useful later on, and the fox bead, a mention of the later episodes. Chu Riju coughed in exasperation. I've locked onto the location of his main body with the help of the direction he left. This time first break one of his bones. The next time we see each other. When we see each other next time, we have to twist off his 3 heads, all of them as a ball kick. It's going to kill him. Run away? Poor is tactical penetration. Rich is fire coverage. Catch this wound and hit it hard. The Chu family was shocked. The main character's side of the harvest. Being given things. Stewing bone broth while harvesting. It's got everyone fighting over it. 52. Become a demon and never look back. Third shift dash. Natsuki sat in the darkness. He doesn't want to sit here. And yet it sat. He raised his hand and connected the skin, ripping off half of Shen Tianfei's face, and the soundproof air mask prevented even half of the Shen Godmaster's screaming sound from being transmitted. It was only when that divine lord was already on the verge of fainting in pain that Xiaji flicked out a white phoenix flame that landed on Shen Tianfei's face, and the sinewy nerves were born and began to regrow new flesh. Shen Tianfei panted heavily, his whole body trembling as he prostrated himself at the feet of this terrifying tyrant. He abused the world, and the man before him abused him. He had never been soft when it came to others, and the man before him would not be soft when it came to him. Xiaji was in the darkness, his fingers crossed. He thought for a moment and said, publicize it, this time to the western cloud continent is a beautiful job. Shen Tianfei still didn't quite understand. Xiaji said, I want all those who are close to the divine court and do evil on earth to all head west this time. Shen Tianfei understood at once, and he asked, can I live? Natsuki nodded. When things work out, you get to live. Speak STH. He smiled and said, I promise. Seeing that Shen Tianfei was still somewhat hesitant, Xiaji said, you hurt my feelings. Now is the chance to make up for the rift between you and I. And don't you notice that actually, I really am a traveler. Shen Tianfei naturally listened to his conversation with the other godlords and godsons, and that conversation was completely attuned to the style of the traveler, and he was very confused. Confused then, and still very confused now. Then, Xiaji stepped down from the dark throne, tapped him on the shoulder, and said in a very authentic tone, dude, don't believe me? Shen Tianfei's body trembled and said, Faith, but why are you so ruthless? Xiaji laughed, not as ruthless as you guys. Shen Tianfei said, the ones I killed were otherworldly people, but I didn't touch the travelers. Xiaji said, that's because I have lost my original mind, not refusing to get away with it, not wanting to be ruthless, not wanting to forget my roots. Shen Tianfei was frightened and hurriedly knelt down, kowtowing vigorously. Xiaji casually tossed out a burnt, reddened steel bone inside. Pick it up. Shen Tianfei's intestines were green with remorse. He was half a beat slower, and Xiaji casually slashed. The blade chi blossomed in midair and landed on him, already lingering. His flesh and blood rolled away. Natsuki watched him scream and wail, but still dragged his body and crawled over to pick up the hot steel bones with his mouth. His heart, however, still didn't ache. He could no longer be a husband and wife, young and tender. Later on, there was persistence, thirsting for the world to be like a dragon, expecting to be able to set up a heart for this heaven and earth with a passionate heart, and looking forward to permanent peace for all ages. Now, at last, he perceives that this insistence is broken, and that his own hands are destined to pollute the blood. Then go with your preference, and that, in a nutshell, is demonization. He is the devil, not going back. Anum, clang. The reddened steel bones were thrown away again. Pick it up. The cold, teasing voice sounded again. He was in the darkness beyond measure. And that's just the beginning. Suddenly, Xiaji's consciousness stirred as he sensed that the fixed sea pearl was coming north. This kind of magic treasure can be located by the owner as long as it is not put into the storage space. Xiaji rose up with an open mind and called for the little spider queen. Nowadays, to the outside world, the little spider queen is his divine consort. As a way to cover up the fact that the little spider queen is suddenly at his beck and call. In the divine court, there has always been a law, as long as you become a divine consort, then bowing and scraping for the divine lord to die for him is extremely commonplace, and you are not allowed to have any thoughts of your own, or else you will be betraying the divine lord, betraying the divine court. Therefore, it was only normal for the little spider queen to be completely devoted to Xiaji. Xiaji allowed her to temporarily manipulate what the Lord of the Light God needed to do. while placing Shen Tianfei under her watchful eye. How powerful is the little spider queen? Stronger than every traveler. She came to monitor it, so naturally there was no obstacle. Not to mention that she and Xiaji could talk remotely. After making the arrangements, Xiaji announced to the public that he was closed before the battle for the Cloud Continent. But in fact, he took Mrs. Xuan went directly to the south. He was originally thinking of waiting for the big battle to pick up Miao Miao and Xiao Su, but since the two had come, he wouldn't delay. And after a little more thought, he understood why the two had come. Why did you go to him? If he's not dead and we go, aren't we ruining his plans? Sister Wu, it's cold. Do you have any cotton clothes? It's freezing cold. Niu jabbered on and on. Compared to her, Su was as silent as the little set on her neck. With the sea fixing bead, this sea water is simply running at will, and in the middle of it, he also encountered several sea beasts attacking, and as a result, he was directly killed by the sea fixing bead, pinned to death. To be precise, the beads of the fixed sea beads become extra large and then spin back and forth, coming to pinch one to death. In addition to this, the 5-colored millilight of the fixed sea pearl could cause sea beasts to fall into a daze, which made the hit rate of the fixed sea pearl particularly high. Niu lay on her back on the raft. Su doesn't know why he's going. Perhaps his own humble death, waiting helplessly and losing him, were equally painful. So she came, for him and for herself. Little sister Wu, I'm starving, Niu yelled. Xiao Su turned over the storage space. The result is that there is nothing inside. Most of them are broken and shattered, as if they had gone through a big battle. And as a junkyard, Niu showed a lifeless look. The raft has been very fast, but the north-south direction of the sea is by no means close, especially in the case of not knowing the scope of the weak water. She still need to be careful to go around. After all, in case the fixed sea pearl cannot fix the weak water, the two people together with the fixed sea pearl will be sunk under the weak water drowned. Miao Miao tries to command Ting Haizhu, but Ting Haizhu doesn't talk to her. Little Ding was a shy child. He didn't talk to strangers, and if his master hadn't asked him to wear it around this young girl's neck to protect her, Little Ding wouldn't have done it. Gradually, Myrtle overstarved and then stopped being hungry. So, she decided to level off to minimize energy consumption. Su was lying beside her as well. Miao Miao said, Sister Xiaowu, don't worry la, I think he's definitely fine. Su asked, why? Myrtle said, intuition. Su went silent. Niu spoke with one voice. Su asked, is there much energy consumption? Mo was instantly enlightened. So, both of them stopped talking and lay on the raft, floating. 24 huge sea beads surrounded the raft, spinning like stars. Under the raft, from time to time, sneaky and hostile black shadows floated up. However, it was soon crowded like a mole by the Ding Haizhu. In the midst of this voyage, blood and plasma shot out in all directions, and the screams went on and on. The fixed sea pearl is still quite excited to kill. For some reason, these magic treasures naturally love to order this kind of thing, which may make them feel very powerful. Other than that, they love nothing more than to compare who is powerful. And of course, the object of comparison is always a magic weapon of the same kind, not a human being. Moreover, these magic treasures were all very simple. Basically, after setting their character, in just millions of years, they usually wouldn't change a single bit, and when they waited to take shape, they would undergo a second character molding. At that moment, Mythic lay lazily on the moonlit sea. For some reason, she felt comfortable in the moonlight, and slowly and surprisingly, she wasn't hungry anymore. After lying in such a daze for days and nights, she actually wasn't hungry at all, as if she could photosynthesize with the moonlight. And with Su being so hungry, it's only logical that she should be hurt more than hurt. Strangely, however, she seemed to be in better spirits, perhaps because not eating enough caused the restorative powers in her body to weaken, which in turn brought about a weakening of the toxins based on restorative powers. Although Xiao Su was in a daze, her senses were very sharp, and all of a sudden she noticed the subtle change and got in the spirit. With the hunger, she could only feel her resilience starting to drop, and at the same time, the toxin was actually weakening. She was hungry, but her mind was refreshed. After 7 days and 7 nights, the buzzing in her head was gone, and although Mo Mule by the moonlight photosynthesis to live, but eventually cannot stand. In a windy morning, she caught 2 of their own to fly to the raft on the sea fish, and then grilled. She handed one to little Su and said, Little Sister Wu, for you. When she finished, she shoved another fish hole into her mouth and dragged out a fishbone. The fishbone showed a parabola and fell backward into the sea. This masterful fish-eating technique is truly breathtaking. Xiao Su looked at the grilled fish. Her brain was actually refreshed at this time, so she carefully bit into the fish and slowly chewed for 100 times, looking straight at Miao Miao in a hurry. Miao Miao asked, Sister Wu, Why are you eating so slowly? Sue was still chewing. She was analyzing the quantity, and one bite seemed fine, so she continued to eat, and on the third bite, she thought it might be broken, balanced, and the gradually recovering immune system allowed the toxins to function. So she counted, and handed the fish to Miao Miao. You eat it. Myrtle asked. Isn't it good? Xiao Su said. I can't eat much. In the next few days, Xiao Su controlled the amount of food. Her brain actually does not hurt. The power in the body actually reached a strange balance, so that she will not be reversed by the toxin continues to deteriorate, also not to starve to death. As a result, she actually got better, only with a very, very weak recovery. A few more days passed. The two landed. After walking through the offshore mountain passes, turning through small villages on the edge at lunchtime and asking questions, we went to a seaside town at dusk. When two unidentified beauties walk the streets of a lawless and chaotic world, it's only natural that they're bound to cause trouble. Even with Su and Mew in their cloaks, trouble was still coming. It was the third son of the head of a worldly family with deep ties to the bishop of the local court of God's temple. This three gentlemen to observe the words, knocking sideways, understand that these two women do not have much background with the guardian, will use some means to rob the two women, brought into the mansion as a concubine, or if the family won't, they'll be the bed-warming maid at their disposal. This three dukes' tactics are also very covert, directly by through the in second, in Xiao Su and Miao Miao's tea under some high-end powder. These powder has no flavor, added in the dinner soup water is simply undetectable. However, Miao Miao's nose was more than 10,000 times better than a dog's, not to mention this kind of powder, even if it's 100 and 1,000 times more advanced, she can smell it out. So, the third prince went straight for it. However, the gradually recovering Xiao Su realm was also gradually recovering, thus possessing a notable combat power. This fight just keeps getting bigger and bigger. First, he had attracted the elders of that worldly family, and right after that, he had even attracted the divine envoys of the Hall of Gods. These people are already in collusion and are used to being domineering, so naturally there will not be any half-assed retreat or reverence. Then they began their daily operations. Xiao Su and Miao Miao were directly labeled as heretics and inexplicably became blasphemers. And then the city's captains, who were trying to ingratiate themselves with the court of gods, were also mobilized. And 2,000 troops actually took part in the roundup. Su and Miao Mo escaped from the city. The two met a woman. The woman had an elegant temperament, wrapped in blue silk and white, and she directly took out a longevity lock and displayed it to the two. Xiao Su recognized this longevity lock. It was the lock that Feng Xiaochan had begged for Qiyu, and Qiyu had been lovingly hiding it in his storage space, and it hadn't rusted. Su asked warily, "Who are you?" The woman looked at this thin and white girl. She had had a meeting with this one when she visited her eldest sister in the northern land of ice and snow back then, but at this moment it was hard to match her up with the powerful to the point of terror Pope back then, and she knew this wonderful girl. In the days before the millennium, eldest sister and eldest brother didn't talk much about this senior mistress, so the woman still said gently, "Call me Mrs. Snow. He was the one who asked me to come and settle you two down for the time being, while he has other important matters that will require him to meet with you next year." Seeing that Xiao Su and Miao Miao still had doubts, Mrs. Snow took out Xia Ji's handwritten letter, the transmission conch, and a bunch of tokens. Xiao Su and Miao Miao believed it, not to mention that Miao Miao's intuitive spirit was so powerful that she felt that this woman was definitely not lying. Mrs. Snow then took the two of them back to the White Cloud Mountain Villa, At this point, the city that Su and Miao Miao left was a sea of blood, a dark shadow, wrapped in a black cloak, slaughtered the lineage of that third prince, slaughtered all the pursuing guards, and the court of gods in this city. From top to bottom, no one is left behind. Then, a big fire that burns right through. In the light of the fire, he was alone and far away again. Yes, today he is a demon of extreme evil, something to just keep your loved ones out of sight. Therefore, even if Xiao Su Miao Miao and the girls asked Mrs. Shui what she was doing herself, Mrs. Shui would only say that nowadays, he was looking for a route to the east and was cultivating, so he had no time to split up. Only after slaughtering these people did Xia Ji return. Returning to the royal court in the north, the able little Queen Spider fetched a number of registers which contained the principal men who had fought in the war. Today's little arachnid queen has long understood this one's intentions. Therefore, although she was unwilling, she had no choice but to cooperate with his efforts to travel policy, bundling all those close to the court of gods, or the villains, onto the ships crusading against the western cloud continent. And to those who did, this policy was almost like a reward from the Godlord for their loyalty. A new land. What a wonderful new world that would be. Husband, you don't even take your slave with you when you go out. The little spider queen was pampering herself in front of the seventh light god lord in front of everyone. She twisted her hot petite body. Her demonic face was incomparable. In front of the many visiting bishops of the divine temple or the high level of other forces, Xiaji directly hooked her waist and drove the little spider queen to sit on his lap. Before flipping up the newly submitted booklet, what he would do was simple. If the following messengers of God glorified him, he would add his name to the expedition directory and would agree to measures such as collateral recommendations. But if the god makes a scandal, he will ask people to check again. And if they are good people, then they will just kick them out, or else they will be added to the list. His behavior carried out the style that the court of gods had always had, without any contradiction. And the more the crowd looked at this light god lord, the better they looked at him. One day to twilight, people disperse. Natsuki let the little spider queen crawl into bed by herself. He walked out onto the patio alone. In the yard, it has been snowing lightly. The snow is similar every year, but the people are different every year. Chapter 52. The game is poisoned by the matching mechanism. Matching to garbage. Do we need to go and hide? I don't think it's necessary. With that light shield of the ring, these magic bullets probably won't be able to come through. But, what if? At this point, not only did the beast god panic, even these imperial beast masters under the ring who were watching the sparring match also panicked. Or even that Yagyu Orochi wanted to flee immediately. One could imagine how feared the killing power of this forest made of Gatling was. This little squirrel's methods were simply beyond their imagination, instantly igniting the entire room. It's a good thing we didn't do anything to them. Otherwise the death would have been as miserable as possible. Many people fought silently in their hearts, thankful that they hadn't committed this foolishness. Otherwise the end would be the same as Chu Tianshu. And this Orochi, too bad ha ha. The most ridiculous thing is that in order to stay alive, Yagyu Orochi chose to die the death of a Taoist friend. Surprisingly, he pulled out another magical beast to block the bullets, giving him a chance to escape. Ha ha, that's a lot of damage to that guy. Ha ha, I guess that black tiger now wants to kill him. Absolutely. Look quickly. The demonic beast ancient road is about to open. This Orochi is probably trying to escape. The crowd looked up. Rumble. With the arrival of the thunder, heaven and earth changed color. The sky was like being madly stirred by an invisible giant hand, and the blood clouds rapidly gathered like a tidal wave, converging into a huge vortex covered in thunder. This is the gateway to the ancient road. It is also called the shut-in of the true dragon's tendons. But what these imperial beast masters didn't understand was this. Those magical beasts, looking at the ancient road gate about to open, surprisingly didn't have the slightest idea of excitement. Lighten up a lot. Instead, he was still cooking something in a large pot. Wow, that tastes good. I've eaten a lot of snake meat, but this is really the first time I've eaten the meat of this Orochi. Sister Peacock chewed and commented. Not bad. The old goose is getting better and better at his craft. The meat is so smooth and tender, comparable to a top-notch delicacy. I really want to eat some more. Too bad it's too little. Jerry Mouse only chopped up a small portion of it, and when it was done, it was basically only a little bit for each wraith to share. It's okay, we'll catch the big snake later and eat whatever we want. It can still regenerate anyway. Wouldn't that be like eating at a buffet? The owl nodded as he took a magnifying glass and looked closely at a slice of Yagyu Orochi. However, I have discovered a problem. This Orochi, and that demonized human scorpion, both share the ability to regenerate limbs. Also, there's a magical substance in there that's exactly the same. You just can't see the calendar. A group of magical beasts ran over to gather around with their mouths agape. They were not interested in the owl as a conclusion, but they were interested in the snake meat. A lot. So, are we going to go catch it and refine it in a moment to eat it? The Shin turtle said with a greedy mouth. Hey, I love snake buffets. Jumpy, give it a shot. Hit that big stinking snake and eat it. Jerry Mouse stood on his tiptoes and shouted at the ring. Not the little black tiger. Can't eat it, just get it dead. Asterisk. How am I supposed to run? Letting someone hold a Gatling to my head. I'm so convinced. The beast god said silently in a cold sweat. Asterisk. It's coming. Whose ministry is the little squirrel in the end? It's so powerful. Its strength shouldn't be below that of an earth-level magical beast. But why does it feel a bit familiar? Did you meet a few times outside? Is it one of the beasts that killed my subordinates? I didn't notice. The beast god thought a lot for a while, but there wasn't much time left for him. Without the slightest hesitation, after seeing so many Gatling, it was the same choice as Yagyu Orochi's, fleeing frantically. Because, as a strong party, it knew too well what it meant once it was hit. If it was in one's heyday, one could naturally not be afraid of all this, but it was different now. Finished. This is the rhythm that I'm going to be blasted to the dregs. I'm so meow. Orochi, Don't let me catch you, or I'll have to send you 2 ear scrapes. It was simply unable to block this attack with its strength, and in a few seconds at most, it was going to be caught in the middle of this oceanic outpouring of firepower. Naturally, Yagyu Orochi heard it, but he didn't even look back. What? Trying to give me a couple big slaps in the face? And catch me? Wait until you can survive that. This forest that was all covered in fire. Even if he had fled outward at the first opportunity, it's not that good to get out, surrounded by Gatling. However, fortunately, there is a big unlucky guy in the back as a target. To help draw fire, you can have the opportunity to utilize a magic weapon. Help yourself to escape the golden ring. Originally, I wanted to come out on my own to look for treasures, but you had to follow me. I said I wouldn't let you follow me, but you still followed me, and you still like to act like a fool, or you clearly had a chance to escape. Hey, it's called deserving it. Pretending is struck by lightning. Orochi spat a few words, gaining the upper hand on a moral level, so there was even less mental pressure on him to screw over his teammates. However, he wasn't feeling well either. It hurts. My tail. Damn you little rats. Damn those magical beasts. I'm going to kill you all. As soon as he looked up, Orochi realized that his snake's tail was, in fact, stewed. No, correctly, blanched first, then by a swan. With 2 basalt iron kitchen knives, they sliced the meat into 1 millimeter thick slices with precision and accuracy. It was arranged on a plate. Now, he finally knew the pain of that demon lord. At that time, he was even gloating. But it looks okay. He only lost a tail himself, but he shattered a whole bone, and bones are connected to tendons. Not only was he unable to recover after the break, he was ground into bone powder again. GGG, that fellow, at least, must suffer more than 100 times more than himself. That's not right. Why do I still feel like gloating? Obviously, it was my own flesh, that snake tail, that they ate as well. Orochi felt more or less psychologically perverted, and it was at this moment, above the ring, infinite firepower filled the area, instantly covering every inch of the place, with a wave from the squirrel. Only those gatlings were seen pouring madly towards the half-virtual, half-real body of the beast god. It was like a sun had exploded, illuminating and burning the entire ring space. The sea of fire and fishy winds swallow all things, and the roar of guns messes up the sky. Hey, Greenhaven City Zoo, Gunnery Rider is me. I am, Gunnery Rider. Humph, stinking big snake bullying my little brother. Damn it, what beast god? I don't know, it's just a cat. Let's see me blow you up today. Squirrel is usually the favorite to get into mouth-to-mouth fights with Jerry Mouse, but the relationship is also the best. See this big snake bullying him, immediately angry. Orochi, huh? Say that again? Exactly who is bullying who? The person who keeps getting hurt above the ring is clearly me, but he was already leaving. The most fearful and breathless right now. Undoubtedly the beast god. Asterisk. I was poisoned by the matching mechanism inside the game and matched with trash teammates. I didn't think it would still be like this inside reality. I'm so convinced. Big snake. Just you puddle of. Come back soon. The village is giving out gold bars. The moment the fire arrived, the beast god cried out desperately, as his eyes watched in horror. At this moment, the Orochi had already escaped from the golden ring and was heading towards the ancient path of magical beasts in the sky. Frantically, he scurried away. Chapter 53, Ancient Road Opening. True Dragon Relic. Blood clouds like a sea, pouring in? It's open. The ancient road is open. Then what are we waiting for? Everyone rush in. Someone yelled, but didn't move a muscle. Why don't you grab it and go in? My wife is having her 3rd child and I have to go home later to be with her. Gave you guys the chance. Clam? And a 3rd child? Don't dream. You don't even have a girlfriend. A group of people laughed. Who dares to enter this place? Everyone turned their eyes to the group of magical beasts led by the panda and waited in silence. When they don't go in, who dares to move? Just 100 spots. It's obvious that there are dozens of magical beasts and people are going in together. If these grand masters don't go in, who dares to go in? Of course, that big snake dared to go in there. There are 98 spots left. Yachi Orochi didn't know what means he used, but he didn't even stop the light shield on the ring, and directly brought Yachi Keiko to the outside world. That's a light shield that can even block these Gatling guns. It didn't stop him? There must be something odd about this. Brother Panda showed a rare emotion of surprise, gazing at the back of the Orochi that left after drilling into the ancient path. He seemed to have understood something. It's the dragon scale without distance, Xiao Chanxian said. What's that? 10,000 years ago the true dragon passed away, leaving behind 6 supreme treasures, each with supreme power. The most powerful of them, The dragon horn was obtained by the demon monarch. That's why it was able to cast a heaven-defying spell, sealing all parts of the dragon kingdom after the beast change. Xiao Qianqian explained to the other two. As for the purpose, I don't know. The other 5 dragon scales, on the other hand, were each obtained by 5 other magical beasts at the time. The Orochi was one of them, and the beast god also received a piece. The whereabouts of the other 3 are unknown. 5 dragon scales, each magical. About this ancient secret, only their Shao family and a few other ancient families knew about it. After all, aside from that seemingly most powerful dragon horn, and each having their own special ability dragon scales, the most precious and mysterious dragon soul jade pendant was obtained by their Shao family. Only no one knew about it. It contains the inheritance of a true dragon. It was just that for so many years, no one from the Shao family had been recognized by it. It had also never received a legacy, and was only able to glimpse some high-level divine techniques. But spare me, with the divine skill left in the corner inside the jade pendant, it was also enough to make their Desert West City Shao family became a side of a powerful family. A distance-less dragon scale? A true dragon scale that can ignore all obstacles within a certain range and go wherever it pleases. Brother Panda suddenly recalled something. Well, good stuff. Wow, so handsome. Jerry envied. Yeah, it's so cool. It can move instantly. I wish I had one. Sister Snake pouted. Brother Panda, I want one too. Good brother, will you send me one? She shook the corner of the panda's coat, pitifully, and spared the panda's stamina to carry her. As a group favorite, Sister Snake's words naturally carry weight. If you want it, your old goose brother will just go grab it for you and be done with it. Panda? What use is he? Don't pretend, old goose. You're just average. You still have to rely on me, the spotted tiger, Master Tiger, to rob things. They're all scum. Old Black, but I love the snake sister the most. Next time we meet, it's my turn to go too. The 3 wraiths argued. It could be noticed that those other magical beasts had also gathered around, all grabbing the attention of the snake girl. So they really weren't scared at all? He wasn't even surprised by the fact that this Yamatoji Orochi had a dragon scale without a distance. But for a small snake, he's trying to kill the big snake to get the dragon scale? I really don't know if I should say that they, the magical beasts, are brave, or if I should say that they're ignorant. But right, Xiao Qianqian came here with the genuine thought that they, the magical beasts, would be able to enter the magical beast ancient road together. It even occurred to me that a few of them would die. And the result? Not only did one of them not die, but instead, they beat the Sakura country's Yagi family to the point where they had no temper at all. Even the native magic beast, the wild mountain pig king, ate it. Even more outrageous, that 3rd son of the Chu family, a teenage genius who was rumored to be so gifted in the outside world. It's not just about dying anymore. Even the demon lord who wanted to forcefully marry his big sister was summoned out, and as usual, he was beaten without any temper. The bones were broken and crushed to make soup. The titular Orochi, the ancient magical beast. The end result is a fall from grace. A beast god's prana, who was out there when the wraiths took out their entourage and ate the benthic wraiths. When he arrived at the magic beast ancient plains and got into the ring, he was directly bombarded by a small squirrel that he didn't even recognize his mom. Maybe, they really have the power to fight against the dragon scales as well. After all, it is my brother-in-law's magical beast, and the dragon soul jade pendant is also with him. The relationship between the two is quite intriguing. One thought in this. She turned her attention to the golden ring. As expected, he saw that the dang beast god's prana, one of the doppelgangers, was dried into a pile of ashes spread on the ground in front of the Gatling with infinite firepower. With a mournful tiger's roar. I'm afraid that no creature could survive at all under this already crimson coverage of artillery fire. At that very moment, time seemed to pause, and everyone looked like they were enjoying the sunset. But just when everyone thought it was over, the little squirrel walked over to it when he wanted to thwart it. Everyone saw this scene in the golden ring. Hearts instantly rose to their throats. Suddenly, a black chain violently appeared in the air and rushed straight towards jumping squirrel. Get out of the way. Xiao Qianqian was shocked. It was reasonable to say that it was impossible for the beast god's spirit to survive under such a violent blast of magic power. It's a dead language, an overwhelming skill that is unleashed after death. But it's too soon. Jumpy didn't react at all. This life-sapping black chain then rushed into Jumpy's solar plexus, intent on destroying his soul and brain. What the hell ran in there? Jumpy curiously rubbed his head and shook it, not feeling any discomfort. Full of confusion. What's this? I don't get it. Xiao Qianqian looked anxious, but she didn't have any solutions and looked at Panda, Old Goose and the others. Do you have any ways to deal with undead language? Dead language? What is this? A question mark popped up on Jerry's head. and Orochi and Orochi Keiko, who had already stepped into the devil beast ancient path, looked down in derision. It's been depressing all day. Finally something to be happy about. GGG, the beast god, a guy who likes to pretend and show off, really does have something after all. There won't be any changes, will there? Yachi Keiko said cautiously, no longer confident. Orochi shook his head. This Necronomicon is simply insurmountable. Once it touches it, even I would have a hard time dying. Don't worry, it will die. Unless, but just as Orochi uttered those words, the smack in the face seemed to come too soon. Just then, a cloud of black air suddenly rose from Jumpy's head, and a mournful roar came from within. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see that there was not only this black gas on Jumpy's head, but also an illusory, golden figure. Wonderful runic patterns flowed around his body. A reach, then he pinched something in that black gas. Appears to be the neck of a tiger. Then with a gentle push, the mournful hiss was heard once more. A sharp sound. It's unnerving. Afterward, this mass of black gas completely turned into flying ash, annihilating into the wind and drifting away. The only thing that remains is the sound of that painful wail, but it still echoes in the air for a long time, and it's hard to wave it away. Chapter 54, Ding, Beast God breaks defense x3. What kind of power is that? I don't know, but it's strong. Can't even Undead Word deal with that little squirrel? This is a skill that is almost 100% successful in the Miyamoto plan. The way I see it, the strong one isn't that little squirrel, but that golden silhouette standing in the golden ring. When the people on the viewing platform saw this scene, none of them were surprised and secretly speculated about that person's strength and identity. After all, the person who could wave his hand and kill the evil undead whisperer, let alone having seen it, they hadn't even heard of it. Could this figure be a god? And people with clear eyes could see clearly that this golden silhouette, when it seemed to be, was intentionally favoring this group of magical beasts, and so, the hearts of some people who wanted to go to the magical beast ancient road to hunt for treasures and wrestle for a while shriveled up, and they began to silently retreat to the back. No one wants to find death first. Devil beast ancient road. Entrance. Orochi looked at what was happening below in horror. The original deep look of some complacency gradually dispersed, as did those ashes. Is this man really God? It doesn't stand to reason that. The point is, not only is the soul gone, even the dead language was actually caught and killed. The beast god simply died in vain. One can only say that he is a bit unlucky in the body. Can't blame me alone for selling out my teammates either. Yagyu Orochi is the same attribute as a pan that doesn't touch a bit of the pan at all. And, suddenly, he realized, this golden silhouette below, the power seems to be not generally strong. Vaguely, seems to have the posture of the deceased, especially that overbearing and overwhelming power. Could it be that dragon? It's been so many years, and its spirit hasn't left here yet? Orochi carefully swallowed a piece of black dragon scale inside his stomach, which was one of his bottom cards. When the dragon god died, he left behind a piece of distance-less dragon scale that could ignore all seals and distances and teleport. But for not being a dragon, at the cost of every use of it, the Yamanano Orochi suffers a backlash from the power of the dragon god, cutting down on his chi, and will be particularly unlucky in recent times. It can't be helped. I won't use it until it's absolutely necessary. But I'd rather be suffering from a backlash than opening the realm seal and facing that great calamity. The Orochi looked at the sky in terror and shrunk its neck in trepidation. Old ancestor, you always say that a great calamity is coming, but what kind of power is that? Yachi Keiko suddenly asked curiously. Subsequently, one person and one beast hurriedly headed towards the blood-red place in the sky. That was where the buried treasure was. Just like the Shao family, the Orochi naturally knew that there was a legend about the demonic beast ancient path, and had seen it with my own eyes. Shoo! After hearing Keiko's words, Orochi made a silencing motion, as if he was afraid of being overheard by someone. Don't talk nonsense here, in case, it's not good for them to overhear. I can only tell you that this calamity, not to mention me being a false god, or even if it was as strong as a true dragon at that time, I could only fight it off with difficulty, and died inside that disaster, is so scary. At those words, a look of horror appeared on Yagi Keiko's face. To know, although the Shangwon family was wild and one of the top imperial beast families in the Sakura country, whenever they heard the legend of the true dragon, they would also be in awe. True dragons were the topmost batch of known magical beasts on the blue planet, with heavenly strength. But if there was something in this world that the true dragon couldn't fight against, how fearful a thing would that really be? Yagi Keiko was simply too scared to think deeply. What an unforgiving little thing. She crushed the deadly words, shook his head helplessly, and looked towards the little squirrel jumping, who was full of excitement. Big brother, how did I just do? His two large Kaziran eyes sneaked up on Lin Shi, and he asked smugly, and surreptitiously, in a dark voice, looking forward to wanting to be praised by Big Brother. But an unusually cold aura came from it. Well, what do you say? If that big snake and woman weren't so stupid that they took the initiative to run into the top of your gun, do you really think you could have won so smoothly? Also, getting hit with this big cat necromancy is going to be hard for a while, even if you can tough it out. You know yourself. Jump interrupted Lindsay's next words. Isn't that why I know you're there, Big Brother? Jumpy said with a pouty nod of his little finger. I feel safe when you're around. But I was wrong, Big Brother. I'll definitely be careful in the future. I won't give the enemy the slightest chance to sneak up on me. The latter was once again helpless. These minions are really sweet-mouthed and can't even be bothered trying to teach a lesson after they make a mistake. It was just that, when they went to the demonic beast ancient road, they would have to completely enter a new stage of evolution, and would not be able to directly fight for them again, in case of an accident. It's a bit of a hidden worry. Lin Shi frowned with a worried gaze, as if he was making an unknown verdict of fate. Then, the eyes looked to the eastern sky. Next moment, a dark golden lightning bolt coalesced from Lin Shi's hand, and the lightning was like a silver snake dancing wildly, weaving and swimming through the clouds. It's bright and dark. Each one was accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder that seemed to tear the whole world apart. And in the meantime, inside the dense mountain forest at the Cherry Blossom Country, a sleeping, black giant tiger half the size of a mountain violently opened those deep tiger eyes. With that, a large mouthful of blood loss was spat out, and angrily cursed under his breath. Guttering Orochi, you sly rotten silver. How dare you pit me against you to stall bullets? What kind of backstabbing teammates are these? Why is the world full of malice towards me? What have I done wrong? Isn't it just that I want to dig up the Dragon Kingdom's dragon vein? As for engaging in all this against me, the beast god roared as he broke defense. The sound could be heard even a dozen miles away. Beast god breaking defense X1. This resentment is all knotted into black clouds, filling the sky and not dispersing, scaring the little days frame kowtowing. What's worse is that little squirrel. Who's a good guy to hit a tiger with a Gatling against his scalp? What a ing talent. Don't you know that it's everyone's responsibility to care for animals? Beast god breaking defense X2. When I think about it, it's true that uncles can tolerate it, but ants can't tolerate it. And ants can tolerate beasts and gods can't tolerate it. However, it was fortunate that the other party was careless and was hit by his own death sentence, which was almost certain death. This caused the beast god to breathe a slight sigh of relief. With that, he lifted his head. Pride looked to the western sky. That is the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Schadenfreude angled his big tiger head. Humph. So what if you kill one of my tiger spirits? Offending me doesn't end well. Not still dead? Serves you right. But just when he was good and happy for a moment, suddenly, golden lightning raged on. Rumble. Click. Under the beast god's shocked gaze. Turn the moment. Thunder and lightning raged in the sky. It was as if an orgy of doom had taken place. The silver serpentine lightning tore through the gloomy sky again and again. The light illuminated the whole world. Deafening thunder boomed. Like 10,000 horses galloping. It ravaged the beast god's body. And he didn't even have time to dodge it. Beast god breaking defense X3. Chapter 55. This is the god of our dragon kingdom. Who came here to sneak up on me on purpose? The beast god released a black mist that covered himself completely in an attempt to resist the lightning. But lightning's swift pressing was not something he could block. Ha! I'm leaving. It hurts. It hurts. The beast god curled his tail. His entire body was surging with black spots of light, and there was even a black scale. It shone within him. Faced with this golden lightning, he initially tried to fight it hard, but immediately that illusion was shattered. Lightning cannot be counteracted by flesh. Could it be? Is that little squirrel not dead? Specially using whatever power to seek revenge on me? But how can you be alive when you've been hit with the dead language? Moreover, this power is even terrifyingly strong. Thinking about what was at stake, the beast god's shocked tiger eyes sobered up for a moment. Incredulously, he looked at the lightning in the sky. Under tension, putting away his playful stance, not only did he use his strongest power after sealing his strength, but even that black dragon scale, he brought out his power. A layer of black dragon scales was born on its body, and the golden lightning was actually scorchingly indistinguishable. Hey, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. The beast god stiffened with laughter as he struggled through the lightning, facing the bombardment and the thunderstorm straight on, unable to even run. Still talking tough. About 10 minutes of being electrocuted. The power of golden lightning was ultimately limited. The powerful defense held by the black dragon scales eventually resisted the attack of the layers of lightning blasts. It gradually collapsed away. Holy, fast ing electrocute me. Where in the world is the top expert? Phew, it's just like that. Still, he refused to give in on the surface. After a long time, the beast god breathed a long sigh of relief. Every part of his body, except his hard mouth, smoked black and was roasted pitch black, although the dragon scales resisted the thunderstorm. However, the temperature was still imported into the beast god's body, and without opening the seals, with his current rank, he was unable to detoxify the high temperature. Gives off some meaty flavor. It's okay. Getting struck by lightning and all that, it's all a big deal. What's the big deal? It's not even a big deal? The beast god shook his head and continued to mouth off. It's harder to shatter than Captain Eagle Land's shield. But, I'm going. Why did this mountain collapse? Holy, why am I still gushing oil here? This mountain just can't be taken anymore. As we all know, oil not only destroys the environment, it also attracts swift attacks from the Eagle Jam countries. The beast god was completely speechless. Soon, unsurprisingly, immediately after using the dragon scale, doom will follow the user closely. All kinds of bad luck happened one after another. Specializes in talking tough for 100 years. Even an apostle was sent out again, plus a tiger spirit detachment, to open the portal. Prepare to send someone to take revenge when you do. Both encountered temporal turbulence, so much so that he couldn't enter the ancient path in a short period of time. Being furious, his body trembled. Alas, things are unpredictable, and bad luck is always longer than good luck. God, let me live just to let me see how unlucky I can be in this life, right? And the exclamation followed immediately after that. A four-winged angel flew over the sea. Without saying a word, they brought people here to get the oil and turned its old home upside down. It seemed to validate his statement. Angry Black Big Meow and the four-winged angel war together. Fight the tiger hair flying. Boss, why don't you take back the dragon scale? It's logical that it should have been yours. The devil beast ancient plains, the little squirrel said with some indignation, waving its two little fists. Fighting for Lin Shi. Never mind. It's good to put it to them for a while to raise it, and when the time comes, it's natural to take it back. After releasing that thunder across a distance of 1,000,000 meters, Lin Shi felt his power getting weaker and weaker, and his body gradually became somewhat transparent. However, it turned out to be good. This fat cat that wanted to come to the Dragon Kingdom to seize the dragon vein, because it used the power of the dragon scale for defense, because the chi was taken away. For the time being, there was no extra energy or time to be able to strike out at the panda and the others on the ancient road of magical beasts. The same goes for that big snake. I guess the bad luck has started now too. Prepare yourself, it's time to depart for the ancient road of magical beasts. Panda, it's still your turn to lead. Lin Shi looked at the group of magical beasts with a kind gaze, and there was a hint of relief amidst the helplessness. Transmitting his voice to Brother Panda, he said, "The one doesn't want them to come out." But the little guy still sneaked out and did all these ridiculous things. Ugh, what a bummer. There was nothing to do but eat along the way. Even the dragon and phoenix cauldron was taken over and used as an iron pot, directly used to cook magical beasts for food. This is about the phoenix bloodline thing. What a waste. Lin Shi waved his hand breathlessly, looking at these naive magical beasts. He couldn't bear to blame them. Boss, do you mean for us to enter the ancient path and go treasure hunting first? Old Goose interjected and asked. Yes. Go and seize that treasure, or there will be big trouble if the others get it. Boss, what about sister-in-law? Panda asked, rubbing his head. That's sister-in-law? Wow. It was sister-in-law who gave Big Brother the jade pendant, and that's how they came to have Big Brother and all these magical beasts. For the sister-in-law I've never met. A bunch of them wraiths were especially kind. It's fine. The demon monarch had one of his ribs chopped off by me, so he definitely won't be able to come out for a while. Lin Shi said very calmly. I have another arrangement for this. When the time comes, thwart him. Someone gritted his teeth. Hiss. The group of magical beasts all sucked in a breath of cool air. Regarding Lin Shi's words, they never dared to doubt them. This one could really be a master of his word. Said to thwart it. When the time comes, I'm afraid that's really the case. Alright, that's all for now. Lin Shi felt more and more that the magic power in her body was fading. The magic power that she had brought out on this trip was basically going to be exhausted. Same reason cell phones have to go back to charge. The winner of this ring match dash, Jerry Mouse, Jumping Mouse. Reward, a giant sword of holy light. Reward, Berserk Thunder Snake Blaster. Breaking the record for the length of time to win a two-player sparring ring triggers an extra bonus. A sky full of golden rain. The entire Dragon Nation enjoys magical advancement. The word was spoken as if it were a holy decree. Only the sky was filled with golden rain dripping down. Wisps of magic power merged into the bodies of these Dragon Kingdom people and magical beasts, boosting the magic power. Lindsay didn't turn around. After he did this,
His figure completely dissipated in this space, and his consciousness returned to his main body. There's no goodbye because there will be a goodbye.
My magic, it's really rising?
Yes, not only the Imperial Beast Masters, but even the magical beasts enjoy the nourishing promotion of this magic power.
Moreover, this golden rain will only boost the magic power of the Dragon Kingdom people. It won't work at all on those little days. This is definitely our Dragon Kingdom's god. Is there hope for our Dragon Kingdom to restore peace? Could it be that there really is a god who can save us? Everyone thankfully looked at Lin Shi's back. This move of his, 4 people lost in the post-apocalyptic world. It's almost like finding a large oasis in the desert with a sense of hope to try to survive. It's God. It's God who has come to save us. Someone was so frantic that they shouted. Because of this golden rain, it seems, something about fate, quietly changed. Some, even, had fallen to their knees. In this reverent state of mind, hundreds of Imperial Beast Masters with their magical beasts bathed in the golden rain, feeling their magical power climb extremely fast, grateful to see these fiends off. Chapter 56, Street Sneak Magical Beast, Trespassing on the Ancient Road of Magical Beasts, Part 1. Wow, there's a lot of magical beasts here. It seems like there are more people and magical beasts than on the magical beast ancient plains. It would be nice if someone came looking for trouble. Just when the old goose had a new cauldron so there would be meat again. Several magical beasts whimpered and spoke, not avoiding the gaze of those next to them in the slightest, but instead some deliberately provocative as if beckoning on the old road. The old goose flared its snow-white swan neck and strutted proudly in a domineering manner. The old black and spotted tiger next to him were not shy either. It's better for you guys to keep a low profile, Xiao Qianqin kindly reminded. This place is not like the magical beast ancient plains, but a collection of elites from all over the Dragon Kingdom. As great as you guys are, there's some trouble coming our way that we can't handle. Zhongling and Chen Zhujun also nodded. Everyone here is so strong. Seems like every one of them has the level of a senior Imperial Beast Master. The Devil Beast ancient plains were found in every city, but only 100 spots in each place were able to enter the Devil Beast ancient road, so the Imperial Beastmasters and magical beasts that make it here, none of them were characters that seemed extremely mysterious and unpredictable, and even, most of them came from some ancient big families. An intermediate-level Imperial Beastmaster was already a bottom-of-the-barrel existence. Everyone seems to care about their image, except for this group of street skaters like the wizards. Obviously not gentlemanly, these guys had to pretend to be, strutting around with their fat bellies and 2 arms flung out. Can you imagine a fat, hundreds of pound swan walking with 2 wings flapping? What was now presented to the others was such a comical picture. In favor of them, they still feel good about themselves. It's just hilarious. Whose magical beast is this? Looks so funny. Is it from the circus? That's great. Before I was worried about not being able to find some people to explore the dangerous ancient road. Now I can find a scapegoat. A group of Imperial Beastmasters with dyed yellow hair whispered and giggled. By the way, right here and now, make a move that seems smart to them, but actual very stupid decision. The headache is that big snake. It seems to be that divine creature of the Miyamoto family that has led the way into the Scarlet Monument. Now, he's supposed to be 1 step ahead of us, but fortunately, this guy was relatively unlucky. Originally when he was going in, he suddenly triggered the Scarlet Divine Thunder, enough for him to have a good drink. That's quite unlucky indeed. At this point, the group burst out laughing. Brother Panda, are those guys idiots? The smile is a bit too ugly. It's almost uglier than the old black smile. Who said that? My old black is obviously much prettier looking than him. Okay. In an argument over who looked good, a bunch of wraiths bickered again, but the final conclusion is, all of their face values were comparable to the stars in the sky and the moon in the water, and they were more than 100 times more handsome than these self-righteous humans, and said it out loud with reckless abandon. Yellow hair, Walt? How dare you call us ugly? These ungrateful beasts are looking for a fight, aren't they? The skies chattered with blood, and clouds of blood covered the ground, so much so that everyone's body looked red. What a pain in the ass. Not knowing the area, I'll have to find someone to ask for directions again. The panda stretches, looking at the sky, judging from this residual aura. Once upon a time, a battle that shook the ancient world should have occurred here, so much so that blood stains the heavens for 10,000 years. Nowadays, with the arrival of a fated person, it will once again reveal itself as it was meant to be. Waiting to unlock this memory from the distant past, he became more and more curious about it. Brother Panda glanced at Chen Zhujun, only to see that the latter didn't know anything, holding Zhongling's arm and looking around as if she was traveling, completely unaware of what is about to happen to her. Strange. I've been to this place before. It's not like this. The sky wasn't so red, and it didn't make my heart suddenly beat fast. and it always felt as if someone was calling my name. I'm feeling a little sick too. Bellringer put her hand over her heart. In unison, the two women turned their gazes to one spot, their eyes drifting off into a trance, revealing a faint look of sadness. It should be because of the treasure. Xiao Qian answered Chenjuju in stouts, relying on the fact that she was a woman of the family and had seen a lot, even if it was a guess. She also said it with extreme confidence. Bluffing? The two women nodded their heads. She waved her hand and let the ice cat sniff the ground, then tried to determine the approximate location of the treasure. Sonic Firehound, you insulted me? You don't let a dog do the sniffing. You let a cat do it? Naked insults, alright. Look at me. Heaven and earth are limitless, tracking for 10,000 miles. In the next moment, Sonic Firehound cast his skill and traced where this blood-colored scent originated from on the ground. Well, any luck? It's blood. It's a divine beast burning in flames, fighting a guy covered in black gas. The fire plumes are filling the sky and hitting space to the point of shattering. Sonic Firedog said with a mesmerized gaze. No, I can't find the exact location. Speaking of which, a burst of black gas unexpectedly emerged from its body for a long time. For a moment the crowd looked on in disbelief. It was only after the panda placed his hand on its head and gently stroked it that this snapped it out of its daze. I've already told you that it's easiest to ask for directions, and you guys are being redundant. And look, the guys are dying to come up here to give us the benefit of the doubt. The panda shook his head. After saying that, a few people turned their heads to look, only to see a few scholar-like people, really very warm-hearted, came over. Each was enthusiastic to the point of crackling fists. Hey, newcomer, don't you know the rules? You have to buy a ticket to come here, don't you know? Bunch of dirtbags. Who was it that just called us ugly? Stand up for yourself if you can. While talking, this group of a dozen or so yellow hairs unexpectedly surrounded the old goose. It can't be helped. Who makes him the fattest looking? Walking around is most revealing. Again, looks like the best bully. A group of magical beasts beside them gloated and laughed at the old goose's helpless appearance, stopping to watch a good show. But it's the scourge of Lucky the uninformed. The old goose pinched with both wings. Exasperated, he looked at the group and said, "What for? Jealous of my face? Looking for trouble? Believe it or not, I'll chop and make kebabs out of all you crocodiles?" At that, the gang all burst out laughing. It was the first time they had met such a fat and arrogant swan, and so, there was no intention of talking any nonsense to the swan, nor did he care who his master was. A magical beast crocodile was directly dispatched, opening its bloody mouth and rushing at the goose, attempting to use this move to knock the mountain and scare the beast. Go on, devil crocodile, tear the swan apart. This was a proper high-level magical beast. However, just when they thought that this demonic crocodile would be able to make a great show of power and instantly flatten the swan, no one expected that. This usually ferocious crocodile, in the distance from the swan only a dozen centimeters, surprisingly uncharacteristic, with fearful eyes turned their heads to run, and without hesitation. And the root cause of this scene was simply because, out of his pockets, Old Goose pulled out two scuffed and shiny iron knives. At once, the group of little yellow hairs all froze. Chapter 57, Do Crocodiles Drown Too? No, that's not right. Guess if the old goose wants to be braised, or fondue, or barbecued. The wraiths chuckled. I think it's fondue. Didn't Big Brother send a big pot that heats up automatically? I guess it must be a hot pot. Old Black took the bone stick and kept hammering his hand, eager to give these little yellow hairs a go. Who made them laugh at them before? Also, those crocodiles are really fat and I wonder what they taste like to eat. Not to mention, after Big Brother treated us to a crocodile feast earlier, it's been months since we've had crocodile meat, right? Speaking of which, does that compare? Yeah, the crocodile that Big Brother invited us to eat is an Earth rank advanced magical beast, one step away from reaching heaven rank, the size of a small mountain. A few of the wraiths sighed regretfully. Regrettably, this kind of high-ranking, big and delicious magical beasts are still truly unattainable. Remember, at that time, it was still the old goose hands to help Big Brother skinning and processing, using those two basalt iron kitchen knives. It's no wonder that it scared this guy to run away. The crocodile ancestor was ed to death. Not to mention this little karami of his. Several magical beasts laughed. So yeah, this business of dealing with a couple of small crocodiles is easy as pie for the old goose. At the sight of the old goose getting the chopper out, this group of wraiths is ready to eat. The entrance to the ancient road. Upon seeing the benevolent demonic beast trying to escape, a few small yellow hairs had no comprehension of what was happening and could only stare at each other with dry eyes. Why did the demon crocodile suddenly feel fear? It also wants to flee. What exactly happened? I don't know. When I asked it why, it wouldn't say anything, just that it was shaking all over and still trying to run. Weird. One of the small yellow hares, thin and tall, was the leader of the group and looked at the old goose with hatred. Another worried look at the demonic crocodiles behind him. But his decision was to forcefully leave the fleeing demonic crocodiles behind, deliberately trapping their carcasses, beautifully named, for their own good. Magic crocodile? Holy, thank you. Thank you 8 generations. With that, the dozen or so devil crocodiles flung their bodies unwillingly and shivered as they gathered around. Ha! These guys what still curse. The little yellow hares don't understand. Instead, they were urged to get them to attack the old goose again in an attempt to regain the face they had just lost. And the old goose was motionless and old-fashioned, looking disdainfully at the little crocodiles. Take the 2 kitchen knives in your hands, because this is stained with the blood of many powerful magical beasts, but also once took the blood of that high-level magical beast of the Earth Order. Quenching and opening the front. It contains a powerful and ferocious aura. So, when these crocodiles just saw this chopper, they already couldn't help but try to escape. It's just awful. This knife could kill such a powerful and mighty demonic crocodile, so it must be above them in strength. Quickly put away the avatar. Master, you are no match for it. Run right now. This swan is never to be messed with. Count on me to beg for my little brothers. Several crocodiles begged bitterly, but because their masters commanded it, they were of lower rank and could not do anything to forcefully disobey their meaning. It can only be shrouded under fear. Run? Run for what? A small yellow hare said angrily. He gritted his teeth and looked at the swan, who was looking at people with his nose in arrogance, and was furious. All shut up. I'm going to eat this swan today. Jesus came and couldn't stop me. Besides, where has your usual ruthlessness gone? Usually when you eat people, you are more aggressive than one another. Why are you wimping out at this time? This statement was made. Instead, the old goose put his worries aside. Then, playing with the kitchen knife in his hand, he gradually walked towards one of the small yellow hares. Brother Panda said he wanted to find someone to ask for directions. Are you guys free to give us a favor? If you don't show your face, you'll die? The old goose grinned. These words, immediately like a match, instantly set the little yellow hares on fire. This scene was also seen by the other people of the ancient road, who ran over to watch the spectacle. This one, naturally, there is no lack of follow the panda their ass, from that ancient original old acquaintances. Holy, these magical beasts really aren't oil-saving. After causing trouble down below, when they get inside the ancient road, as usual, they still have to beat up whoever they look at. Someone said excitedly, it's not a bad time to get in trouble, but people are capable. He's not afraid to mess with anyone, let alone these little yellow hares. Oh, I guess the crocodiles will have to be stewed. In their opinion, these magical beasts were simply too strong. There was no way to measure them with their eyes. Looked like a bunch of ordinary animals. As a result, when they got to the top of the ring, one was more capable than the other, and each of them was not in existence to be messed with. Tigers, monkeys, mice, squirrels, these 4, which one of them was placed outside, were all first-class powerful magical beasts. The fact that they turned out to be inside a camp was even more intriguing. Could it be that all the magical beasts in here are as strong as them? Someone speculated. That's just horrible speculation. However, the others didn't see it that way and held contempt for these magical beasts. After all, just from the aura they emitted, it was just a group of ordinary magical beasts that couldn't be any more ordinary, and at best, there was some power behind them. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to come here in a group. Now, well, it's not going to be a good time to get caught up in these little yellow hares. It's over. These magical beasts are going to die. If you anger these yellow hares, you have to be skinned and swallowed alive by them. Yeah, these guys aren't good people, but rather unscrupulous bandits who specialize in forming groups here every month to loot fallen imperial beast masters. Listening to the sneering words of these people, those imperial beast masters who had enjoyed the nourishment of the golden rain could laugh but didn't want to tell them so cheaply. It's good to bring them down a peg. No way. These people had never seen the power of these magical beasts, so it was normal to be a little ignorant. Wait until you see them whole job later. I guess these guys will be dumbfounded and will regret what they are saying now. A group of bad guys thought excitedly. Completely had seen himself and these magical beasts as one camp, completely friendly existences. But that's when it happened. Just as the people around him were talking, they saw that the old goose, instead of kneeling down and surrendering, had the audacity to mouth off and strike back at him. The yellow-haired boss was on fire. How dare you threaten me, you fat swan? Watch me stew you right now. Make it into an iron pot stew. Demon crocodiles, give it to me. One word at a time. The devil crocodile just didn't want to go on. So, with a great deal of reluctance, they made a swift dash toward the old goose. That's it. See you in the next life. I hope I don't meet such a stupid master in my next life. I'm damned if I'm going to die of stupidity. Ooh, me too. At the same time, mentally, he expected the swan to just have a powerful looking weapon and not be that strong, but soon they were disappointed. At the same time they were attacking, I only saw the old goose slowly and methodically take out the big tripod, which was automatically filled with water and heated. Itself, this tripod knows how to be simply heartbreaking. There was no room for resistance. Then the crocodile, which had rushed to the front, was flung inside with a wave of the old goose's hand. It's not a drag. Then there are the remaining ones. Before these yellow hairs could see clearly, they were all jumped up in unison by the old goose and all kicked in. A whole bunch of bubbles came out of the tripod. I can't believe my eyes. Asterisk. My crocodile was actually drowned, giving the yellow-haired boss a direct look of confusion. Do crocodiles drown too? No, it's stewed. Dumbfounded for a few seconds, the realization of the nature of the matter stunned the group of them even more. Chapter 58, Linshi, attention ahead. Love rivals are on the prowl. Holy, these little yellow-haired magical beasts were actually stewed by another magical beast? Seems like things are a bit off now, some of the onlookers whispered. In their eyes, although the strength of this group of demonic crocodiles was not considered top-notch, it was still easy to deal with some ordinary imperial beast masters and demonic beasts. But the reality is that they were outclassed with ease. Watch the wraith get pressed into the pot for a little while longer. I think it's about to get ripe. Aha, guys and gals are right. Gee, it does seem wrong, another person said. The words, for some reason, gave off a feeling of gloating. Yeah, the strength of these demonic crocodiles is not low. They are all close to the level of high-level magical beasts. The killing is too heavy, and in less than a minute they were put down in the pot. TSK, if you don't bleed them out. The earthy flavor is too big to eat. It definitely doesn't taste good. Ha. Words to the wise. Nah, it's still this man who can eat. Hearing these few people's words, those who were originally optimistic about little yellow hair immediately had a series of question marks popping up on their heads. Hiss. What's wrong with these guys? What a completely different channel of communication with them. Moreover, listening to them, they seemed to be confident in these arrogant-looking magical beasts. Early on, it was clear they were going to win. The reason for being here is to see the joke. Laugh at the small yellow hair group of weak. Laugh at the ignorance of this group of melon-eating masses. For emotional fulfillment. If that's true, then these people are really evil-minded. It's like killing people to kill them. But, could it be that these ordinary-looking magical beasts have a big origin? In the eyes of these people, a magical beast that could possess a high level of cultivation was invariably from a large family, just as it is difficult to produce a son from a cold family. In this post-apocalyptic world, ordinary imperial beast masters didn't have the resources to level up the magical beasts under them, or evolve them. Definitely. And if you look at the tripod they used, I'm afraid it's from an extraordinary source now. Well, it gives me a very thick feeling. Could it really be an ancient artifact? And naturally, these people's loud discussions attracted some more imperial beastmasters who had come here to search for treasures to come and watch the fun. The Jean Lingley family is one of them. Ha, young master, why do I see a phoenix on it? See only. Inside the crowd, there was a wealthy gentleman surnamed Li, dressed in brocade. The eyes burned at Xiao Qian for a great while already. Watch from afar. The woman is fresh and unassuming, with a dress that sets off her figure, completely unlike the mundane. As I said earlier, Xiao Qian's appearance is extremely similar to Xiao Chuchu's appearance. It's just that one has long, shoulder-length hair that falls in place, while the other has short, sharp hair that's playful and energetic. However, these two women's looks are both unearthly. In the beginning, Xiao Chuchu on Jinling University, but also countless boys privately rated the school flower, surrounded by an unknown number of suitors. It's more of a fight over it, but it's biased. In the midst of this endless killing, Linshi, an ordinary handsome male pouncer who likes to read novels and write web novels, did nothing to gain her heart. From the beginning of the freshman military training, by the next major school flower Xiao Chuchu, chasing backwards for 3 years, followed like a piece of plaster every day. When Lindsay didn't usually have classes, she liked to code and write in the library study room, where she sat next to her and read, in and out at the same time. Inside the free time, she said Linshi Flowers, a luxury car, provided daily meals and lodging, and finally gave the family heirloom dragon soul jade pendant. Lindsay then reluctantly agreed. There is no way. We Linshi, flat life, is not interested in beautiful women and whatnot. The biggest two dreams. 1. Is to become a little writer. 2. It's saving the world. Although, he didn't feel that he could be so happy and lucky to marry such a stunningly beautiful girl like Xiao Chuchu, but also because of this incident, he became a legendary figure of Jinling University. Really is the proper cool text urban romance text of the male master character. He has been named as a saint of love by countless schoolchildren. And coincidentally, Li Hao was also a student at that university in the first place. And he was 1 year older than Lin Shi. During military training, he also pursued Xiao Chuchu on the basis of his identity as a guide and assistant. Various water deliveries and facilitations. But right. The most detestable thing was that this water was actually passed on to Lin Shi by Xiao Chuchu, lending flowers to the Buddha, and was given to him to drink all of it in one gulp, licked to nothing in the end. When he thought about this, Li Hao became even more angry, bones pinched and crackled, hating to strangle Lin Shi alive, and looking at the face that resembled Xiao Chuchu's, the possessiveness in his heart spread like a weed. However, at this moment, he didn't hate Lin Shi as much as he did before, more of a mockery. As well, a thrill of condescension. It's just some frost, Li Hao said pretentiously. Consider yourself, in your prime, your family was a billionaire family worth billions. It's the end of the world. And it turns out that his parents told him that his family is an ancient imperial beast family, and that the rich family is just scratching the surface. As a result, he stood again at the head of the vast majority of the people in the Dragon Kingdom as an authority. Even now, he can do everything he wanted to do before without having to worry about the law. With violence, how can you not be proud of that? It would be abnormal not to be proud. Killing people? It's just child's play for him. Li Hao is not satisfied with this. Directly into the family's underground coliseum business, and daily enjoy the desperate struggle of the two men in the desperate situation. Watch the sick process of slowly torturing someone to death. For example, Li Hao had fantasized that one day, he happened to meet the surviving Lin Shi and Xiao Chuchu one day in the post-apocalyptic world. You can use violence and just snatch Xiao Chuchu, then give Lindsay to young master. The servant shouted again. It wasn't until he heard the servant's words that Li Hao reacted to the shattered fantasy and glared at him reproachfully. What I just thought seems like a mirror. What is it? He asked sharply. Young master, look at that phoenix tripod. It's glittering. Could it be related to the treasure here? Something to do with the treasure? Li Hao lingeringly averted his gaze from Xiao Qianqian and looked at the large tripod, froze, and said with considerable interest, it is indeed a bit interesting. Li go ahead and say that you are a member of the Li family of Jinling City, and they will surely not dare to withhold it. The Li family has always acted in an overbearing manner, relying on a piece of the family's black scales and the divine techniques he had comprehended from it. He didn't even look at the others in the eye, not to mention the group of ordinary magical beasts beside the cauldron. I see. You mean, the servant smiled lewdly and said, snatch it back and take a look at it? After all, this was something that Li Hao had indeed done too much of, and the servant understood it in a flash. Unexpectedly, sniff. Instead, his face suddenly changed. Glancing at Xiao Qianqian once again, he still had to take care of his face in front of such a beautiful woman who looked like Xiao Chuchu. Being uncultured is terrible. Li Hao pretended to huff and puff. How can you call it robbing when it's done by a scholar? It's called borrowing, alright. Failure to accurately comprehend the boss's intentions. Li dock your salary for half a month. Li raised his eyebrows, a hard batch in his heart, but he had to nod his head on the surface and said, understood, young master, and fearing his force, lest he should be beaten, he said with respectful flattery, you punished him right. With that, he led the order to go at a brisk pace. Bah! When he was far away, Li immediately spat on the ground. Mental angry slander. This own young master is also too not something. Look at the human-like dog. In fact, a belly of male thieves and female prostitutes. Not only do they have less money and more work, but they are always bullies. If I had known, I wouldn't have done anything. Not only did I not get any reward, but I also had half a month's wages and beast coins deducted. What bad luck! So, pissed off, Li brought one of his own intermediate-level fighting bull magical beasts, raging, and looked for the one that was the best bully within this group of magical beasts in his opinion, ready to take advantage of the Li family's might to take a good spill. Then, he came to the silly-looking panda, ready to give him a head start. Chapter 59 Brother Panda's slightest strike has been this subparagraph. No, what's such an ugly person doing running in front of Brother Panda? That's who knows. I guess it's because he's not happy with Brother Panda and he wants to come and beat someone up. At that, the group of wraiths all laughed out loud, and perhaps, it would become the funniest joke of the year. The rest of the magical beasts saw this. Not only did he not stop it, but he laughed on the sidelines, like he was waiting to see a panda joke. Even the three women, Xiao Qianqian, Chen Zhujun and Zhongling. He also looked at Brother Panda with considerable interest, eager for the two of them to get into a fight. I've only seen Panda strike a few times before, and they were all quick fights. So this time I should be able to get someone to force his hand. Maybe. This guy is a powerful looking one after all. And he's got a pit bull wraith with him. Aha! That's going to be a good show, Zhongling said with a smile. The group stared at Li Er. He looked at him with hair on his head, and had no idea, at all, what the gang's true intentions were. Is this what it's like to be in the limelight? Instead, he was a little smug. But when it was time to do something, Li Er wasn't polite. Directly summoning the bullfighting wraith behind him, he turned on his magic pattern and prepared to take the piss out of this panda first. And in his perspective, the rest of the magical beasts and people didn't dare to come up to stop him because they were afraid of him. And so it got even more condescending. Let me tell you, I'm the person of the young master of the Li family in Jinling City. And anyone who dares to come and block my way will all have to die. Now, my young master wants to borrow your tripod for a while. You guys, to borrow, or not to borrow? He spoke with confidence, but the only thing that responded to him was a roar of laughter. Not only these magical beasts, even some of the eaters who were gathered around the side were hiding their faces and laughing lightly. So more people gathered, starting a new round of melon eating. Yo, if it isn't the lapdog of Li Ho's family, coming here to bully people again? Someone immediately identified Li Er, and a bunch of little yellow hairs. No good either. Where'd them crocodiles go? Alas, when you say these two waves of people, usually meeting one is enough bad luck. For this group of magical beasts to meet two at once, it's really bad luck. Ha ha, who says otherwise? However, just as these people were making a pretense of sighing, someone suddenly noticed with a sharp eye. Not far away, a milky white gas emerged from that large cauldron. An extremely strong fragrance faintly emerged and drilled into their noses. Take another look. It was only then that I realized that there were several crocodiles in there that had been cooked by boiling water and were constantly flopping around in there. Holy, these yellow-haired crocodiles couldn't have been boiled to death, someone said in surprise. Seeing is believing. For sure, that means, their strength should not be weak. This is strange. Li Er, how did he alone dare to mess with them? A dog fighting for power? He shall not be kicked in the skin? It's over. He's surrounded by magical beasts. Hearing the words of the people around him, Li Er was furious. He hated people looking down on him the most in his life, because I'd become a slave. Instead, there was a sense of meeting ordinary people and thinking about bullying them and enjoying the prestige of being the master. And it doesn't matter. Bare your teeth. A fireball was directly cupped in his hand, ready to be thrown at the panda, splitting his head, attempting to use this move to prove the value of his existence, so that these people can look good. But, just before he could throw it, instead, he saw a group of yellow hairs run over and push him vigorously to the side, flopping to his knees, interrupting his spell casting. There's nothing for you here. Can't you see we're in the middle of a surrender ceremony? Who's the servant with no eyesight? Good men. We are all good people. Please forgive us for our disrespectful sins. The yellow hairs saw that they could not defeat the swan, and led by the yellow-haired big brother, they directly chose to kneel down and surrender. It's important to stay alive. And he also came to their side and pushed this Li Er aside, directly giving everyone a silly look. These people surrendered too quickly. That's great. These guys know what they're doing. This future, it's absolutely awesome. The blood in the sky is getting thicker and thicker. Having lost the magic crocodiles, little yellow hair lost control of his powers and had to kneel down. Even if some people ridicule and don't understand, they have deeper intentions. These magical beasts are really powerful. But looking at them, they shouldn't have a good brain. Just in time to be utilized. That blood demon beast's ancient tomb entrance has a powerful prohibition, and only by sacrificing enough lives of 100 rats can a living person be allowed to enter. Although it's not true that we've lost the magical beasts, as long as we take the opportunity to go in, we might have a chance to obtain the treasure. Aha! When the time comes, it will be salty. Don't know about these yellow-haired childish ideas. Look at these little yellow hairs being so knowledgeable. Old Goose didn't bother, put away the 2 kitchen knives, and went to look at the fire of the magic crocodile inside the cauldron. Not the same as some of the people who know what they are talking about. These demonic crocodiles that had not been bled, after being boiled, not only did they not have that bloody earthy odor, under the effect of the dragon and phoenix tripod, instead, an aroma lingered, and, in it there was something extra for no reason, and a golden, rounded elixir, floated out toward the surface. Surprisingly, it caused 2 thunderbolts to appear in the sky. In a flash, this strange sight was seen by all and made to speculate. This thunder and lightning, is a foreign treasure coming out? Could there be a big treasure hidden here? You uneducated one. Let's see. This should be the legendary Danlei that only existed in the ancient times. Holy, that's even more impressive then. 2 thunderbolts? That means it's a second-grade elixir.
Someone recognized the grade of the elixir.
The old goose still ignored the outsider. Self-consciously, he took the elixir out, sniffed it,
and stored it as a sugar bean thrown in a feather. So this cauldron can automatically convert the energy of magical beasts into pills in addition to cooking things.
What a surprise. Sure enough,
there's no such thing as a bad thing from Big Brother.
The other few items should also be superb. Put it in the outside world.
It would be snatched up like crazy.
The old goose is thrilled. But the panda started to sigh. Finally, the trouble is back. For a guy as high profile as old goose to use a large cauldron to open a den in front of everyone. What's the difference between that and a man being completely naked and running on the street? Ugh. I really can't hide even if I want to.
Panda swept around and saw that everyone wanted to come over and see what the cauldron was.
Man's greed has burst forth. Finally, another helpless glance at Lier.
This guy had gone completely crazy looking at this emerging elixir. And with the fact that he had been thwarted by the little yellow hairs before, the desire to possess it had become even stronger.
Next moment, ignoring Brother Panda, he turned his head, and then took his own flame-attributed fighting bull, summoned another fireball spell,
and ran directly towards the front of the grand cauldron. It was as if he was bound to grab the big tripod first.
Totally disregarded that swan. At the same time, the rest of the people, after this tripod emitted anomalies and practiced pills, decided that it was definitely a divine artifact, so they had the desire to snatch it.
Start coming closer. Except for those fellow travelers who had already seen how the magical beasts had abused the Shangguan clan.
Chu Tianshu drank the demon monarch's bone soup, and painfully attacked the 8 gigantic serpent.
They had their hands and smiled all over their faces.
Schadenfreude was in place to see what was going on. What a pain in the ass when it's supposed to come. Fine. In that case, save your strength, or else you'll really think we're easy to bully. In the face of the crowd's fervor, the panda listlessly opened his eyelids and glanced at Lier in disgust.
Just take him as a 2.5-year-old chicken.
Kill it. Show it to these monkeys. One thought in this. Boom. An invisible wave of air burst out. He didn't even bother to move his fingers.
Under the power of Brother Panda's mere glance,
turned the moment.
Lier's torso shattered into a bloody mist all of a sudden.
And since the beginning, everyone didn't see anyone making a move.
It was as if Lier himself suddenly stepped on a nail and exploded like a balloon. Brother Panda struck out slightly.
Already the limit for this segment. What in God's name? An eerie atmosphere filled the room. Suddenly, the whole room, thousands of people, was surprisingly quiet. Chapter 60. Old Goose, the power of a kick is as terrifying as it is. One feather. How did this man die?
Lier seems to have exploded himself.
But how can a person explode himself? It's simply unbelievable. I'm afraid to go over there. What should I do? Let's see what happens first. Li Ho over there should make the first move.
We'll just wait here. A group of people who wanted to snatch the Dragon Phoenix cauldron stood in place,
not daring to move a step forward at all, fearing that he would follow in Lier's footsteps. The best fear and deterrent is the unknown. This hand of Brother Panda,
killing Lier in an explosion in the middle of nothingness,
completely stunned the crowd. That pit bull is still trying to avenge his master.
It turned out to be a smooth ride for the old goose.
In the face of this ferocious and brutal,
fat and big bull that had followed Lier in all his misdeeds,
soon, under the easily ridden swings of the 2 basalt iron kitchen knives, it ended a life of sin, was overtaken by the old goose with a chopper. Soon, the crocodile inside the large tripod was salvaged, thinly sliced and put in a soul-cooling sauce. Turn it into a cool bite-sized dish, for other wraiths to come forward and enjoy. It would be good to eat something to replenish your body before going on that treasure hunt.
And upon seeing a small mouse and squirrel bring them over a couple plates of cold alligator meat as well, a few yellow hairs jumped in anger, but for the sake of their own plan to seize the treasure, tearfully ate the crocodile meat, temporarily chose to hold back, just hold a stomach of anger nowhere to vent, and seeing that they really did nothing, the old goose then gently put the chopper down and withdrew his killing intent. Thought that these guys would not be able to stand to do it,
but I did not expect to be so stoic. Not simple, nah. There must be something scheming and unsettling.
By virtue of the fact that they often robbed Imperial Beast Masters here,
and kept so many ferocious crocodiles, the ability to take a knee and save your life when it matters.
Old Goose could see the nature of these guys at a glance,
the bad to the bone irredeemable kind. How is it possible to surrender in peace? But he didn't rush into it. Instead he went to cut up the beef.
Fresh ingredients make for a good meal. Scrubbed the cauldron clean, turned inside and put on thick butter. As the phoenix true flame burned, tiny bubbles began to rise from the butter, and the aroma was overwhelming.
Drooling, Snake Girl crept up along the cauldron. Smell the pungent, tantalizing scent.
Li Hao gritted his teeth and looked at the old goose,
and behind him,
the blood sickle mantis also fluttered its wings.
Its scarlet eyes scorned everything, and with the pride of a high-level magical beast, it sharpened its two blood-sucking sides and leaped to try. Truly ignorant. The Jinling Li family, wanted to borrow one of their things to take a look at, and these people don't think of kneeling down to send it to me, but even dare to explode and kill my slaves? Insolent people, all of them deserve to die. The best dog in the business was killed, and the bull wraith was killed and cut into beef tacos. Li Ho naturally wouldn't let them go. You have to look at the master to kill a dog, don't you? Feeling provoked and used to acting arrogantly, he walked over to them in a big way. Bloodside Mantis's wind and space attributes. Therefore, these were the same two supernatural abilities that Li Hao had mastered, using them to be the most lightweight and to hide himself. In passing, he flexed his fingers towards that snake sister. Butter hot pot hiss, smells so good. Sister Snake, with her big, budding eyes, climbed on top of the tripod, drooling greedily right down below. Careful, don't fall in. Seeing her being so bold, all the magical beasts had their hearts skip a beat, fearing that the beef fondue would turn into snake soup. Hey, come down quickly. Old goose, you brainless, quickly dig a big hole in the ground. Embed the tripod. Also convenient for us to eat, is not it? The metaphorical turtle grumbled a reminder. The old goose stretched out his wings and tried to take the snake girl next, his hairs rising all over his body in worry. Hearing the gentle turtle say that, panicking, he jumped up. Even his obese body was supported by his wings, and actually flew high into the air. Snake sister, don't be afraid. Your old goose brother will be here soon. Don't get excited, not small heartbeat down. Watch me crush this tripod with one foot. I saw a fat swan, dragging its fat body, first grabbing the snake girl and putting her in its wings. Next, flap your wings to make out a jackhammer. Bang bang, the 2 feet landed together, causing the tripod to buzz, and it actually sank straight towards the ground. But it was also at that moment, a ferocious strong wind came from a distance, like countless sharp knives. Wherever they went, even space was cut open and whirled. Everyone saw it. Look, someone made a move. What a strong strike. It's Li Hao, as the slave's master. He's trying to avenge Lier? What's a dead Lier? Even if 10,000 Lier died, he wouldn't feel any pain. That's right. See the bloodsickle mantis behind this guy? That thing can eat dozens of people a day. What are human lives to their Li family? It's just food. Someone sneered and murmured. Why? It's to save face. Get it? The moment he saw Li Ho strike, there were no cheers, no surprise, no envy, just the disdainful murmurs of the crowd. The Jinling Li family. Bad things happen. Who doesn't hate that? The other side of the family is prosperous. The door of the senior imperial beast masters such as Clouds, but also sees a large number of survival resources. Even the Dragon Kingdom Imperial Beast Army cannot do anything about it. Now seeing someone who dared to make a move against them, speak out in defense of less, expect to watch and gloat a lot. It's a senior Imperial Beast Master? Wind and space attributes. Something. Old Goose was shocked, seeing this attack coming in a hurry and sharp. And yet, they don't block. Just a surge of energy was born to protect the Snake Sister. It doesn't matter to himself, but if the Snake Sister is hurt, it will take some lives. Wow. It's so warm, wow. Snake Girl smiled and laid her head down in the old goose downy fur. It was warm and felt so cozy, but the wind and the attack came in a hurry. Snake Girl smiled, then curled her tail up and gently plucked a feather from the old goose. Whoosh! In the next moment, this heel of feathers shot out at extreme speed, colliding with the curling blade formed by that dark wind. It instantly cancelled out into nothingness, and at this moment, the old goose's legs fell again. Bang! The great cauldron violently emitted a buzzing sound. It was stepped on so deeply that the tripod ears were about level with the ground, turning it into a ground pot. And the butter, without spilling a single bit. Even the weakest person here could tell at this point that this swan really wasn't simple. The power of a kick is as terrifying as it is the power of one feather. The skill of the group. Holy, this swan, what kind of strength magical beast is it? It's actually capable of doing this. Originally, I thought that I could beat the little yellow ones, and that this swan was at most a high-level magical beast that was just starting out. But this scene is happening. It made those people instantly nonplussed. This is too good to be true. Plus, the fact that the person who instantly exploded and killed Lier could have been him as well. Those few things put together, with the exception of a few who felt they had the ability to do so, the rest secretly retreated, no longer daring to come and cause trouble. Pull out your legs and run. Sculpture and claptrap. Ha! Anyone not in my grasp must die, let alone a tiny magical beast. Besides, if I don't kill all of you magical beasts, how will I gain the heart of a beauty? Li Ho was one of the people who stayed behind. The heart was shocked at the high strength of the old goose at the same time. Not only left behind, Still carrying the blood-side mantis, he charged violently towards the old goose that had just landed. A shrill, high voice shouted, "Suffer death." Raising his hand, it was a bloodthirsty blade light. Chapter 61, Whoever gets in the way of my beef will die. Who do you think will win? Needless to say, naturally it's my young master. My young master, since he received the family inheritance, has gone through hundreds of battles of all sizes and has never failed. And at the most, he's tied with someone. The Lee family's servants had already gathered around, about 12 or 13. Each and every one of these people started out as intermediate royal beast masters. One of them, a middle-aged man, had even reached senior royal beast master, with a vicious wolf behind him. Eyes burned into the swan. Vaguely, feeling a surge of pressure, the coyote took 2 steps back and let out a whimper. It made the middle-aged man somewhat slightly surprised, but didn't think much of it. The rest of the people who didn't leave were conceited about training high-level magical beasts and having the heritage of their lineage behind them. So chime in here as well. But, who are you guys looking at? It doesn't really look like the children of a great family from any side, does it? Suddenly someone looked to one spot. There were about a couple dozen people gathered there. All of them were in the mindset of watching the fun, with smiles on their faces, their bodies tilted east to west to look at the swans, and some of them even ate the melons they had brought with them. Cozy, so to speak. Are you asking me? If you ask me, the children of the world's families aren't much stronger. They're mostly just goons. Not only wimpy, but stupid. Nah. Words. The group burst out laughing. There is no doubt that these people are the same group of melon eaters that followed Panda and the others up. Now seeing another person provoking the wraith, can't help but gloat a little. Then according to what you guys mean, is that you think that this group of magical beasts will be able to win over the Lee family's son? Someone asked as if sneering. Oh, you guys don't really think that a loser young master can beat that fat swan, do you? The men sneered again at the rhetorical question. Steam buns? You guys aren't convinced? The Lee family's servant came over, originally wanting to get angry and teach them a lesson to come, but saw the hooting and hollering of dozens of people looking towards him together. It shriveled up. No? Why don't you open a bet? We'll bet on that group of magical beasts to win. You guys will bet on your young master to win. How about it? Dare to come and bet? Someone had a plan and said slowly. The rest of them laughed without saying a word, and began to prepare their beast coins, taking out all their bottomless money. This is a great opportunity to make money. Why don't you dare? Just bet. But you can't back out. Seeing that these people were fooled, a group of people rushed forward to make a provocative move, thinking I'll make a killing this time. But unthinkingly, the other side was thinking the same thing and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make a killing. After all, the Lee family is stingy, and moved to dock their paychecks. If you can't usually make a living and just collect a dead wage, you're really going to starve to death. Whoever backs out is a dog. Bet all the grandpa's wife's books. Win you all over, and whoever ends up backing out and not giving, whoever is worse than a pig or a dog, let that most mischievous evil god eat him clean. Both sides quickly put their money in each. Even that senior imperial beast master pulled out 10,000 beast coins from underneath his shoes to help with the fun. In his opinion, there is no point in letting go of this chance to make money on a sure win. Sure win. It was just that there was something wrong with the evil wolf magical beast next to him. Looking blearily at his master, there was some indescribable consternation within his eyes. And, mercy, and it was during this bet. Lee Hao had already held 2 round moon curved swords and had gone through a dozen moves with Old Goose's 2 kitchen knives. It's all offense and no defense. Swan only defends it. But even with all his efforts, he could not help the swan. But he himself was sweating profusely from exhaustion. I've lost the prestige I had at the beginning. However, his disguise was so good that he didn't even see his own servant, or else he wouldn't have pressed his entire fortune into betting on him to win. Who is your master? From what family? Lee Hao was a bit skeptical of the Old Goose's identity. After all, inside his worldview, only the great families of the world could cultivate powerful magical beasts. And this swan, no doubt, is strong. I'm sorry, but you're not worthy to ask my big brother's name. Old Goose dominantly spun the chopper around for a few weeks. Politely, but rudely, he said, yes, he doesn't deserve to ask his master's name. Go on, Old Goose. Beat him to death. But, people want to go eat beef rolls so badly. There's also beef stick bone, beef head meat, beef trotters, fragrant and soft. Snake Girl remained on top of him. One mind stared at the cauldron that was already boiling. The spotted tiger, Old Black and the panda and the others. It's all already going around shabu shabu. Nani? Asterisk. These stinking shameless ones. The meat was prepared by me. I took the blame for Brother Panda's pot, and I beat up Yellow Hair. And you all didn't come at that time. Taking advantage of the situation is more aggressive than one? The old goose was angry. And the consequences were dire. Pinching and pointing at them. Hate to have to fight them with a knife. Good chance. Seeing the old goose relaxing his guard, Li Hao once again made a forward burst, utilizing the wind and space attributes to generate instantaneous movement multiple times, and swung out the dual swords in his hands, attempting to take a shot at the old goose. But just when he thought he was winning, the old goose was clearly on its back, but it just folded its wings back and blocked it with the chopper. Then he broke this killing move of his. What kind of operation is this? Li Hao was slightly surprised for a moment. Could it be that he can sense my position and anticipate it in advance? No, that's a dozen times in a row that he's transmigrated. Basically, no one can predict his position ahead of time, and it's one of his little kills. With this, even without using the Roadside mantis to strike, he would then be able to almost defeat the vast majority of Imperial Beast Masters of the same rank, and even more so at the lower ranks. But this time, there was an accident. Little trash. Anything dares to come out and act like a pussy. How do you have the nerve to come out when you look so ugly? Whoever gets in the way of my beef is dead. The old goose glanced once again at the crowd of magical beasts who were feasting on the food, and became even more angry. These guys with their greedy mouths. Not to mention one cow, even 2 or 3, they'll give you a quick ooh and ah. So it was even more tempting to go over and grab some meat. Beef? I don't eat beef. Li Hao missed with one blow, and his sharp intuition told him that this swan was by no means a simple magical beast. Moreover, that remark just now was clearly sarcastic, deliberately humiliating him with beef. One angry, instantly summoned the Roadside mantis. Mantis, strike with me. There is no need for all the people and magical beasts that are not in my lord's grasp to remain in the world. Get me on. However, just as Li Hao finished his sentence, the Roadside mantis was just about to prepare to attack, but in the next moment, it felt a tingling coming from its body. Surprisingly, he was completely unable to mobilize his magic. Shriveled up before the fight? You slacker. But, Li Hao was blaming Roadside mantis for being lazy, but suddenly realized that he couldn't tune his magic power either. The powers are gone from the body. Not an ounce of magic left. Poisoned? But that swan clearly has no toxins. Could it be? After that, Li Hao and Bloodsickle Mantis looked at the purple bow wearing, very cute looking hot stick on the old goose's body in shock. The snake sister showed a fierce expression towards them. It seemed to say, I'm the one who did it. What do you guys want? I'm not afraid of you guys. Another magical beast. The Cobalt King Snake. Good strong poison. Looking at the poisonous mist draped over the snake sister, Li Hao's eyes instantly widened, and the muscles on his face seemed to instantly freeze with worry and fear. A hard mortar and pestle in place, looking to his servant for help, but in a split second, has completely unable to open his mouth, can only show a pitiful look. Chapter 62, New Beast Debut, the porcupine who doesn't speak of martial virtue. Young master, what's wrong with him? Probably showing off to someone. Yes, he loves the one where he gives a sign of weakness when he wants to play hard to get, and then plays the reverse punch in the face. Ha ha, we're going to win. The Li family servants laughed and watched their young master show them odd expressions there. This shows that the victory is already won. With the skill of the young master of the Li family, when he met the enemy, no matter who it was, he would beat them to death on the ground. Not to mention this wraith swan. Hey, that group of people. Although I don't know what your bottom line is in thinking that the magic goose will win, it's obvious that we're going to win. So pay up obediently. When the time comes, just don't renege. Saying that, the Li family servants were even more pleased with themselves. It had been impossible to resist popping the champagne at halftime, and the trio stayed together and laughed maniacally, completely ignoring Li Hao's plea for help. Are these people's eyes broken? I suppose. Cuckoo. Stalling this kind of servant. I'm actually quite sad for that young master. It's so pathetic. Wow. Ugh. It's so hard to make a huge amount of money in tearful anger and get it on my conscience. The group of people held back their laughter and looked at the Li family servants, instead revealing a look of helplessness. How lonely is invincibility? Wow. Holy, you call that look on your kid's face hard? Let's see. You're damn near happy, aren't you? No. Low key. Dozens of people whispered to each other. Schadenfreude. They weren't afraid of those people making a move. After all, they had all gained a lot of strength on the magical beast ancient plains. But whether it's being able to enjoy the golden rain to boost your strength, or being able to win against your opponent in this bet, it's all to do with that pack of wraiths. In the heart, the original fear and greed for them slowly turned into curiosity and admiration. Li Hao's mouth was numb and he couldn't speak. The head became stiff as a result of the poisoning and anger. At the same time, the veins on his neck rose, like a small, slithering, coiling snake. A black aura was emitted. and there were vaguely some mysterious powers that were constantly wandering around. These stupid asses. Seeing that I'd been poisoned, why haven't they come to my rescue? Deduct money. All of them. Also, this broken mantis, it clearly didn't even come over just now. So how did it get poisoned again? No. Will I lose face in front of that little beauty if I look like this now? Li Hao gritted his teeth, still concerned about his image even now, and glanced at Xiao Qian from time to time. Did the dog-licking thing for 4 years in the first place? It's been a problem for him until now. This time, he, Li Hao, was determined and had to make up for his regrets in this matter. Even if he temporarily gave up the family's treasure hunting plan, he would still have to pay some price to snatch Xiao Qian into his hands and exterminate these hateful magical beasts. And he's confident. With his elegant image and the huge power of the Li family, he could capture the heart of a beauty. With that, a shake of the hand, black breath erupted from his body, and there was even a faint dragon's roar that appeared. Those snake sister toxins were forced out bit by bit. Wow, that's disgusting. Xiao Qian felt a wave of disgusting gazes looking over and instantly rolled her eyes speechlessly. She had heard of the Li family's name in Jinling City. Before the disaster, he was engaged in gray business, and after the disaster, he was even more reckless. He opened an underground coliseum in Jinling City for people to watch. Every fight must end with a human death. Extremely brutal, but their family does have some strength. And on paper, it's on par with the Xiao family. Especially that mysterious dragon scale. It is said that it can infinitely split off a number of sub-dragon scales and store them inside the heart of the family man. When necessary, it can exert an extremely powerful force. This Li Hao being the eldest grandson of the Li family, this glowing piece on his body must be it. And at the same time, they did get into trouble this time. This is the power of dragon scales. Right. I just don't know what its effect is. Old Goose took Snake Sister and directly ignored Li Hao, running to the dragon and phoenix cauldron and started fishing for meat to eat. Totally unimpressed with the youngster. Occasional glimpses. Seeing Li Hao revealing an arcane power that vaguely shared the same color as them. The moment was kinda slightly surprising. Wow. What beautiful dragon scales. Snake Girl smiled and looked at Li Hao. In her eyes, a black glowing dragon scale stayed firmly at Li Hao's heart. The light flowed from above. It's like a sparkling jewel. Brother Goose, can you help me get it? I love this glowing stone. Is it good? Is it good? Snake Girl coiled her tail around Old Goose's neck, rubbing his soft fur affectionately. It's so cute that it can be almost as good as getting drunk. Who can top this? No need for the Old Goose to make a move. Just a porcupine stepped forward and with a whoosh had scurried away. With a sharp thorn, it went straight to Li Hao. Ah, so it's Brother Porcupine. He's pretty good too, but I don't like lying on top of him. It's all prickly and prickly. Old Goose Brother. Porcupine, evil but simple to understand. Supersized hedgehog with hard spikes on its back. Snake Sister wrapped her pouty arms tighter around Old Goose's neck. Her two big eyes locked with his. Still prefer the Old Goose Brother. But that didn't shake Goose's determination to grab the beef tacos and have to snatch them. Wait, you ninny, let go. I'm going to strangle you. I'll help you grab it when I'm done eating. Old Goose crouched on his butt, completely unable to do anything with this Snake Sister. However, the porcupine was already going to do it, and he didn't want to get involved. It was too degrading. A master, always lonely as snow. How can you go round up a retarded young man with a porcupine that eats and sleeps in ecstasy all day? Achoo! Achoo! Some guy must have been cursing me. The porcupine sneezed twice in a row, regretting that the Snake Sister didn't like pampering him. She looked at Li Hao angrily. In his hand he held a thorn as thick as a finger. It's scary just looking at it. Li Hao shook his eyebrows and slowly cleared the toxins from his body with the help of the dragon scale power. No. What do you want? Let me tell you. I am the eldest grandson of the Li family. If you stab me with this thing, beware of your little life. Don't talk about martial virtues. Li Hao was still close to finishing his recovery. But it was at this critical juncture that a porcupine with spikes suddenly came and just stood staring at the side. Who wouldn't be scared? So thick thorns, stuck in the body. Absolutely a bloody hole, clattering out of the blood. Wow, Li Hao was really scared this time. Chapter 63, sorry, you're surrounded by me. Something's wrong. Why hasn't the young master made a move yet? That finger-sized thorn is sticking in him. The blood-side mantis isn't in a hurry. So what are we in a hurry for? It's not worth it for such a small paycheck a day. I guess I'm still selling out. If he needs us, he'll say so. Instead of coming on to support them, the servants of the Li family all laughed out in great amusement. After all, wait until your own young master wins, and they'll get that bet. Besides, it can't really go to fight for their lives, can it? They know very well what happened to Lier before. Only the senior imperial beastmaster with the vicious wolf noticed that something was wrong and frowned. With a flash, he rushed over with the magical beasts in a hurry, only to realize that the young master's body had begun to have blood bubbling out of it like a spring. And the porcupine looks like it's playing around on purpose. Take the thorns and play with them on Li Ho. Previously, Li Hao was turning his back to them, and because the porcupines were staked everywhere in front of Li Hao, so they didn't find out what was really going on. Quick, do it and kill him. Li Hao squeezed a few words out from between his teeth. He had underestimated the Snake Sisters' toxins before, thinking that by relying on this sub-dragon scale, he would be able to expel those toxins, but it turned out to be the opposite. The toxins are expelled from the body at the same time. A more powerful toxin erupted from the original toxin, resulting in a force that could fight against the dragon scales, no less. He had originally thought that the bloodside mantis was pure waste and could be poisoned by backstabbing at that distance, but now he realized, the one who really poisoned the bloodside mantis was no one else but me? That toxin had spread through his body and onto the benevolent demonic beast, and it was he who had dragged the beast down with him. Things are completely out of his control. Li Hao was terrified and hid behind the senior Imperial Beastmaster, which caused him to breathe a slight sigh of relief and hurriedly recover. It seems like the young master suffered a loss just now? Dig in. No way. Isn't that Ed up? We misunderstood the meaning before. What should we do? The Li family servants, who were originally still smiling, were dumbfounded and rushed over to help. Now it's the turn of the eaters to laugh. Ha ha, they found it. Laugh? Why don't you guys stop laughing? It's over. Their own young master has suffered a loss, and as a result, they're still here heckling with us idlers. When they go back, they'll have a good time. Told you the swan would win. While laughing, some people had already started to collect the money. According to the betting contract, after the young master of the Li family lost, all of these beast coins from the other side had to belong to them. The results are now in. Whoever does not give it is a pig and a dog. This is still what they say. Ha ha. Collect the money. Collect the money. Make a big profit. Some people are going to have a hard time, yo. The Li family servants were so infuriated that each of them wanted to vomit blood, but forced by the oath he made and the fact that he went to show his loyalty in order not to be punished by the young master. No time for them at all. Pissed off. I've lost all my wife's money. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wait, I'll grab the money back later. Go and clean up that porcupine first, to give our young master some anger. How dare you zap our young master? I don't think they want to live. Following the senior Imperial Beast Masters, a dozen people surrounded the porcupine and each summoned their magical beasts. The porcupine didn't even have a magic pattern on. Looking at the size, it was about a meter long, just a bit chubbier, with the gills protruding out. One can see that you don't usually eat a lot of good food. It was probably just an ordinary magical beast, relying on the fact that young Master Li Hao was poisoned, so it could be so arrogant and keep stabbing people with its thorns. The senior Imperial Beastmaster thought the same thing. Plus I just lost 10,000 beast coins. Simply heartbroken. And now, thinking to come and take this porcupine and make it angry. Go on, beat me to death. With Li Ho's command. For a moment, magic of various colors came and went, releasing it violently towards the porcupine. All of them were intermediate level Imperial Beast Masters. Even if he didn't have to use his own magical beast to make a move, just relying on the magical power brought by his own contracted magical beast, it can also be utilized with no weak skills. Boom 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 boom. All kinds of brilliant light burst out. The porcupine was completely drowned in skill. It's over. This guy is probably blasted to cinders. Ha ha, that's cool. But, just as they were laughing, a dozen spikes suddenly emerged from that burst of smoke, and brought up a gust of furious wind. Everywhere you go, so much like an icy snowstorm. It exploded. Whistling sound of 1,000 roaches falling. The color of snow coming from 10,000 peaks. I am the lord of 10,000 ices, and I have not lost a single battle in 100. Porcupine, the archer, has come to take an object. The porcupine stepped out of the white mist, holding a blood-colored flowing bow and arrow, and actually walked like a human. The original prostrate animal form, turned into a four-legged human being. It's just covered in spikes, like it's dressed in thorns, making it hard to get close at all. But what makes it scary is this. This guy had just clearly been surrounded by them for a while, but surprisingly, he didn't have any injuries on his body. Instead, he was in high spirits and launched an attack towards them. Sorry guys, you are surrounded by me alone. As his voice fell, almost at the same moment, the Li family servants fell to the ground in response. Aside from that senior Imperial Beastmaster who dodged it, and a few defensive Imperial Beastmasters who barely managed to harden themselves against the blow, the rest of them were all hit by arrows. Holy, this porcupine is strong. The first one to let out a gasp was Zhongling, who directly scored 100 points in the face of the porcupine's handsome costume. This is like an ancient chivalrous Kas, handsome and powerful. With just a wave of his hand, a dozen or so arrows were shot out, knocking down all of these Imperial Beast Masters. It seems like a mid-level Imperial Beast Master is not a human being in general, very strong indeed, and, if I'm not mistaken, on his forehead, the magic pattern also has the word Lin written on it. Xiao Qianqian's heart thumped. She confirmed more and more that it was her unseen brother-in-law, Lin Shi, who had contracted these individual magical beasts. I really envy my sister, to be able to find such a powerful a brother-in-law. In the future, there's no need to be aggravated in the clan anymore. Even I kind of like my brother-in-law. She then remembered the unwritten rule in the family that as a powerful male Imperial Beastmaster, he could adopt polygamy as a way to pass on the bloodline in the family, which was what her father had done. But then, brother-in-law doesn't really seem like that kind of person. For a while, Xiao Qianqian's heart felt like a roller coaster, rising and falling, bright and uncertain. Her cheeks were scarlet and her eyes were looking out. However, he saw that senior Imperial Beastmaster, who had already summoned the evil wolf and turned on all of his magic patterns. Evil wolf, super evolved into demon wolf, pressing down on the body and dropping the tail. Sharp-toothed and violent. Ow, came the sharp hiss. Looking at the porcupine, with its bloody mouth open and scarlet eyes gleaming with oppression. Chapter 64, Cold Plum Wind and Snow Come? 3 arrows settle the world. This demon wolf, is it really a high-level magical beast? No wonder these people dare to be so bold. Are we in danger? A few small yellow hairs whispered and looked fearfully at the demonic wolf with a body more than 20 meters long. Glancing at each other, both could see the horror in the other's eyes. They had also heard of the demon wolf's reputation in the magical beast world as an extremely ferocious magical beast. As long as you don't see blood after turning on the magic pattern, you simply won't stop. In their eyes, although this porcupine looked quite powerful as well, it was still no match for a high-level magical beast. And this is a super-evolved magical beast that came out of the Li family. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Surrendering to the wrong vote. We're not going to be buried with these magical beasts. You must die if you don't surrender. If we surrender, we must die. So we're not kneeling and surrendering for nothing? Seeing these few little yellow hairs showing shocked expressions, the surviving servants of the Li family, however, breathed a sigh of relief and then silently took a few steps back, just for a moment. Some of the people who came with them died more than halfway through, and it was killed in seconds. An arrow was shot over, and when it hit, it directly took away the person's life, treating an intermediate Imperial Beastmaster as a small monster to clear. With this strength, he's definitely up to an advanced Imperial Beastmaster. For sure, we can't afford to mess with them anyway. Only Demon Wolf can fight him. Alright, cut the crap and go. Anyway, we just released a wave of skills. We can already afford the money given by the Li family. Good, that's what I thought. Finish quietly. Then, several people were injured almost at the same time, spinning around in place and falling to the ground. Start working on laying flat and touching the fish. It's 3,000 a month even if I work hard and 3,000 a month even if I don't. So why should I work my ass off for you? Lee-san, this guy is no match for you. But be careful, don't get hit by the poison of that snake on the other side, or even your high-level magical beasts won't be able to carry it. Auntie Li Hao took a deep breath, and seeing these instantly collapsed men, her head was instantly somewhat blinded by anger. Usually one is more active than the other at dinner, but when it's time to work, it's either something this or something that. It even goes so far as to make up a reason for grandma to have a baby. What kind of superb henchmen are these? Thinking of this, Li Hao became even more angry, so he once again urged up Li-san. I'll give you all of your paychecks for the month, all by yourself, if you can kill this porcupine that's sticking its spurs up my ass. Go on, make sure you kill him ruthlessly and avenge this young master's death. Li's servant? No way. This dog young master is going to deduct all their wages. Is there any humanity? The fighting spirit was directly reduced to 0. Never mind, let's just keep lying flat. No paycheck, at least, is much better than no life. All are wage earners. 3,000 a month. Who is nobler than who? This Li Sankai is the most unlucky. It is said that if you are willing to suffer, there is no end to suffering. The bigger the skill, the more exhausting it is. Yes, young master. Li San smiled helplessly. As a laborer, he didn't want to come out on top, but there's no way around it. Sometimes when you bear someone's favor, you just have to play hard to get on. Otherwise, how did he, an ordinary person, contract a magical beast and still be able to super evolve it, making himself a high-level magical beast as well? And, based on his judgment of this human form porcupine, at most, they were both just entering the advanced threshold, just like themselves. and it was difficult to distinguish between them on paper. However, his magical beasts have undergone hyper-evolution and possess divine techniques, so he is superior in all aspects of analysis. Lee San is a relatively sensible person and chooses to seek stability most of the time, but there are also times when you choose to let go and take a gamble. That 10,000 orc check from inside the shoe, for example, was a gamble he took and failed, and now, he's going to take another gamble. Just bet that you can win this porcupine and get the paychecks of these dozen or so servants of the Lee family, so that you can make up for the money you lost earlier. What a big wolf. It's over 20 meters long. I wish I could take a bite and taste it. Fizzle. Sister Snake happily munched on her hot pot beef rolls, drooling as her eyes went back to the tall demonic wolf. See what you want to eat. Kawaii. My sister is so cute. I'm going to have to work hard, not only to snatch that dragon scale, but to call this wolf for him to eat. The porcupine's heart warmed, and he turned, his eyes burning, to look at the little wolfhound, who was taller than he was. It felt like this guy was actually cute. So cute that I want to call it now and give it to my snake sister to try it. Ow. Black light patterns flowed on the demon wolf's body, and the strong odor of blood pierced one's nose. An odor of blood spread. The porcupine covered its nose. The demonic wolf exhaled a large mouthful of thick black smoke, which was strewn with scarlet eyes, and let out a ghastly laugh. Ha! This is full of humans and magical beasts eaten by passing demonic wolves, whose souls are trapped in here and have become a weapon for attack. And you will be one of them. Lee San stood proudly atop the demon wolf's head, arms wrapped around it, looking down on the average-sized porcupine. As far as a magical beast is concerned, he is indeed physically too small. Small enough that it doesn't look offensive. At that, the porcupine just shook his head in bemused, indifferent relief. How many madmen are there? They're just bones of the earth. The magic pattern opens and the magic flows. The bow and arrow in his hand, he casually lifted up, while an ice blue arrow was already leaping from it. There's always someone, so confident, always someone, trying to get me killed. But that's what I thought. The porcupine smiled slightly, looking contemptuously at Lee San, and the demonic wolf at his feet. I do not know if you can hear. Cold plum wind and snow to come. 3 arrows to determine the name of Chin Kuan, but most likely have not heard of it. After all, anyone who has heard it is dead. Having said that, the porcupine touched his nose and gathered his entire body's aura, an unusually biting aura coalescing out from him. Behind him, it was like opening the martial spirit's true body, a huge blue phantom that made the same movements as the porcupine's body. Again, it is like a divine resurrection. Lee San frowned. It seemed to feel threatened. The demon wolf underneath him let out a low, soft growl, his body creeping, already in a ready position to meet the enemy, and the black mist had taken the lead in running at the porcupine. It's a big battle, and it's about to happen. Next moment, the porcupine's arm flicked, and the long arrow came out of his hand like a bolt of ice blue lightning. It cuts through the sky. The white feather at the end of the arrow trembled slightly in the air. In the blink of an eye, it shot out towards the black mist, with an unmatchable sharp chordal ring. Chapter 65, 37 trillion. Originally, there was no need to wait until now, and the project of upgrading the communication aspect of the global cradle could be completed 10 days in advance. But it was only because some remote cradle roads were covered with snow and impassable that they had to wait so much longer. During this period of time, Zhou Chang had been worrying about one thing, and that was, after the moon god, or a certain group that existed in close contact with the moon god, had warned him about himself but did not comply, would he or they lay their hands on the engineers who were carrying out the engineering modifications? Thankfully, that fear did not turn out to be true, although it is true that some engineers have suffered accidents or acute illnesses, and there have been cases of death. The mortality rate is still at a normal level when the statistics are taken together, which rules out the possibility that they have suffered certain effects. From this moment on, without the majority of the world's population being aware of it, the cell phones they carry with them will record their movements as realistically as possible. In this, they will no longer be treated as a living human being. The whole system doesn't care what they are called, what relatives and friends they have, what their personality and hobbies are. Most of the human characteristics are ignored, and the system only sees them as unintelligent individuals, and hopes that through the combination of many individuals, it will be possible to glimpse the existence of giants that are higher than humans, existence of a giant higher than mankind. The information collection cycle has been set at 1 month. After the 1-month period, all information will be summarized for final analysis and judgment. After this, another piece of news came to Zhou Chang. This message was reported by the program team leader. The data analysis model has been prepared and has passed the 3 scheduled simulation analyses, all with satisfactory results. In the middle of the visual phone, looking at the computer behind the person in charge, as well as the backs of the people who were sitting before the computer, crackling on the keyboard. Either old or young. Zhou Chang nodded slightly. Good. Then prepare for the actual verification. The head of the program paused for a moment and said, practical verification would require the use of first-class supercomputing. The existing supercomputing power is insufficient. At the moment, there are only 26 first-class supercomputers in the world. When he was first deciphering the ancient writings of Yang Jiago, Zhou Chang had once applied to use some of them. How many does it take? One will do. I'll apply to the first decision maker. Good. It was not out of Zhou Chang's expectation. When Zhou Chang found the first decision maker and put forward an application to call a first-class supercomputer for at least a month, the first decision maker did not hesitate for a second and directly agreed. So lightly that it's like eating and drinking. Compared to when it was because of the gravity of the time of deciphering the ancient script of Yang Jiago, it was very different. Zhou Chang originally had some surprises, but in a moment, he also thought clearly. As long as it helped, even if it just might help in the search for the truth about the moon god, he would agree to any application for resources, no matter how huge, as long as the human world could afford it. There is nothing left to lose in the human world now. The first real-world data validation of the giant model is about to begin with the application of a Tier 1 supercomputer in contact with a team of ergonomists. The so-called real data validation is the use of real data and simulation in a real environment. In the actual simulation, it will be assumed that a human cell possesses intelligence and the ability to collect data about all of its own siblings by some means, and then stand in the cell's shoes and try to peer into the human body from the cell's point of view. In this hypothesis, a single cell with intelligence and sufficient data collection ability would know that in the world where it exists, there are up to 200 different types of cells such as nerve cells, muscle cells, epithelial cells, and so on, and would be able to know the number of different cells, their trajectory of action, and so on. They can know the number of cells, their paths, their functions, and other information. Now, this hypothesis has intelligent cells and a giant data analysis model. It then put all the data it had gathered about its fellow cells into this set of models to be analyzed in an attempt to determine whether or not this individual of its own was actually part of some higher being. At the moment, information about the composition of human cells, information about cell classification, information about movement trajectories, etc., will be given by anthropologists. Modern technology in the study of the human body has the ability to give humans the ability to grasp this information. The giant model is given by a team of human programmers. Assuming that using human cells as data samples, the giant model eventually analyzes certain biological characteristics and reveals clues to the existence of humans, a macroscopic being of a higher level than cells. It is reasonable to believe that the giant model would also be able to analyze data about the existence of giants. If the presumed giants really existed, giant really exists. It is reasonable to believe that if the presumed giant really exists, after replacing the human cell data with the action data of human individuals collected during this month, the giant model can also analyze the biotic characteristics of the giant. Giant model can also analyze the biological characteristics of the giant. Individual human beings will recognize the existence of giants in the same way that individual cells recognize the existence of the human body. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye several days passed. Over the course of the past few days, a team of existing human doctors, anthropologists, physiologists, cellular experts, and so on, had comprehensively combed through the relevant information left over from the peak era, and finally compiled a data. The total number of cells that make up an adult human body is around 37 trillion. Of this, the number of red blood cells is about 25 trillion, fat cells about 30 billion, and liver cells about 100 billion. At the moment, this one piece of data contains 37 trillion parameters. Each parameter corresponds to a cell, referring to the real human body. Anthropologists have assigned different parameters to each of these cells. They have different job responsibilities and different paths of action because of their different job responsibilities. For example, certain red blood cells are headed for the kidneys, and certain red blood cells are headed for the spleen. Some white blood cells are temporarily dormant, and some white blood cells are needed to battle invading pathogens. But one overall principle remains the same. One views each cell corresponding to each of these parameters as a separate being and not as part of a whole. At this moment, these 37 trillion parameters were input into the giant model, and began to operate according to their different trajectories. The giant model, on the other hand, takes a holistic view of the 37 trillion cells as a whole, and begins to look for possible hidden biosimilar features. Chapter 65 Porcupine, Go, Icy Rain, and Bring Back the World. What level of skill is this? Surprisingly, it can instantly break the demon wolf's black mist? Li San's pupils widened and his heart tightened. What a strong arrow. He didn't dare to slack off. in the face of this ice blue arrow. With a single hand, hundreds of defense spell formations appeared around him. Formations and formations intermingle with each other. Among his past experiences, even if it was a high-level magical beast attack, he could still block it steadily. Steady! Seeing that Li San had indeed made all the best of it, Li Ho took a long breath. The magic in his body finally flushed out the toxins. It was only then that he realized that the power he had generated by relying on that dragon scale in his heart was somewhat of the same root as those toxins in a marvelous way. Does that mean these magical beasts are actually connected to the dragon god? Thinking of this, Li Hao looked at Xiao Qianqian again, at the cauldron, and his greed flourished. The corners of his mouth lolled. Had other thoughts about these magical beasts. Cold plum wind and snow arrow. The first arrow, the icy divine arrow. Frozen for 10,000 miles. Gods and ghosts can't be taken for granted. Anyone who touches it will be completely frozen by this power. After the porcupine shot an arrow, it didn't choose to continue shooting a second arrow, but waited. Let this arrow fly a little longer. After all, the dragon's divine skill, 3 arrows of cold plum. Every arrow shot will be shocking, but it shouldn't be dead. The porcupine shook his head and watched the arrow's trajectory calmly, mentally reminiscing again about the scene where the snake's sister followed his ass and called out to his brother. Make your sister happy. It is his duty and responsibility as a brother. Not to mention taking a dragon scale and eating wolf meat. Even the stars in the sky must be plucked. Another beautiful day na, Porcupine said. Solid spoiled girl. However, while he felt relaxed and cozy on his side, Li San and Demon Wolf were not calm. This arrow isn't quite right. No, it's just so wrong. At first, he just assumed it was an unusual arrow with a bit of magic at best, as long as the defense spell formation was on. Plus there was this black mist to unload the power. Basically there would be no problem. However, this is not the reality. The icy blue arrow sliced through the air, bringing up a cold, chilling ice that was cold to the core. Even the air was condensed. The burst of black mist was completely frozen. Those unjust souls inside, without even uttering a scream, became a crystal ice cube, and then shattered into pieces. Then, it was shot onto those defense formations of his, and the originally solid formations became fragile, shaky. That's unlikely. Could it be that this arrow is actually a divine skill as well? This magical beast, too, is from a great family? Li San looked around. Only Chen Zhujun, Zhongling and Xiao Qianqian were seen. Eventually, landing his gaze on Xiao Qianqian, he felt that this woman had some origin. But again, I can't quite see it. The mind was already vaguely worried. There was no longer the arrogance that he had before. Try to see if you can dodge it first. The demon wolf sensed the crisis and kept running with Li San on his body, attempting to dodge the arrows. But no matter how much you dodge, all of them are unable to escape the tracking of the arrows. The defense formation had completely shattered. It's finished. We can only fight it hard. As a high-level magical beast, it was already able to drive some of the power of the heavens and earth to unleash a powerful might. Magic burns, demons devour. One man and one beast hit the ground running. Li San didn't move much either, only to see endless black power surging from him. Soon, the demon wolf's body grew 3 times larger once again. A tremendous blood-colored might was swallowed from between heaven and earth. The blood color that was originally scattered between heaven and earth was instantly transformed into a burst of dense power. It coalesced in front of this demonic wolf. A black triangular shield was formed. It collided with the arriving ice arrow. Divine skill, Bloodshed Breaker's sword. Divine skill, alienated demon blood pupils. Now, it's my turn to fight back. Li San didn't care about the rules. He directly released his divine skill and condensed a blood sword in his hand. Jumping off the demon wolf, ran to where the porcupine was. He was going to team up with the demon wolf and use his strength and numbers to go together and kill him, and the devil's pupil in the air. On the other hand, it was a divine skill unleashed by the demon wolf. Any creature that was illuminated by this light, as long as they were not as strong as him, they would be fixed in place for 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Enough for him to kill the porcupine. There would even be time to kill those hateful guys who had won him 10,000 beast coins, one by one, and snatch back those lost beast coins as well. Earn my money, like using to kill my parents. As for the arrow, shouldn't be too much of a problem with a demon wolf pestering you. Oh, wait for death next you. Li San intends to finish. Wait for the devil's eye to rise. Immediately jumping down from the demon wolf, he swung out his sword to chop at the porcupine with great speed. Just as he thought, and the porcupine seemed to be literally immobilized, standing in place and slumbering with its eyes tightly closed. I'm not hypnotized by this fixation effect, am I? Nope, this guy is really asleep. Holy, I'm worried sick and he's fine. Li San came to a realization. This porcupine is too much of a looker, isn't it? Thinking, Just with an arrow. You can kill me? What are you dreaming about? Watch me cut you with my sword. However, the porcupine that heard these words, also just rolled over, glanced boredly at Li San who ran over, and then looked at the Li Hao who was full of cheap smiles. Obviously, the latter was actually more worthy of his attention. Li San and that demon wolf can only be considered as ordinary magical beasts that have been super-evolved through some divine blood, but they are just a bit bluffing. But this Li Hao is different. The blood in his body should have been transformed and carried divinity, so much so that not even the toxins of his snake sister could cause direct harm to him. It only took a moment for him to expel that toxin without the slightest effect. Forget it, let's just tackle them one by one. The porcupine shook his head and opened sleepy eyes, facing Li San who was about to reach his side. There was no fear, just stretching out his fingers with a slight movement. Then he went back to yawning and covering his mouth with his hand. However, it was such a tiny movement. Next moment, in Li San's shocked gaze, the arrow that was supposed to be battling the demonic wolf unexpectedly split into thousands in an instant, like a thick drop of rain. Go on, icy rain, bring this world back to ice and snow, and freeze all these things together. As the porcupine's words fell, the wind was momentarily cold, and 10,000 ice fell. First, the eye of the devil in the sky ruptured. Then, the demon wolf was struck by an endless rain of ice, and was actually unable to move another step. What the hell? I don't believe it. This kind of Pombo's power, is it really something a high-level magical beast can have? Why, it's never been touched. Li San raised his head with his sword in both hands, somewhat incredulously. His arms trembled slightly as he watched it all come to a head. Chapter 66, Multi-Line Battle? Ice and Fire Double Porcupine's debut. One arrow out, 10,000 ghosts cry. My god, it feels stronger than that goose. Isn't this porcupine a little overstrength? No, I don't think so. I don't think it's even close. Never mind that. They're all better than us anyway. The crowd of eaters gathered around, not yet out of the joy of winning the bet, when they noticed the shocking scene. A porcupine, waving its hand, wreaked havoc with ice and snow, causing the Imperial Beastmasters and high-level magical beasts to suffer great losses. 3 consecutive divine techniques were cast in succession, and Hard couldn't do a thing to him. Dude is totally convinced. Senior magical beasts and Imperial Beastmasters can't even take down a porcupine when they join forces. This guy, he's definitely a big shot. Alas, I don't even know how I dared to have a mind to snatch their magic treasures at that time on top of the demonic beast ancient plains. Luckily, there was Chu Tianshu scouting the way. The crowd recalled the unlucky man, so have nodded, thanked Chu Tianshu's heroism. Luckily, this dude dared to offer himself, or they might not have survived, let alone gotten the chance. But speaking of Chu Tianshu, I just seem to have seen some people with secretive movements wandering around here. Could it be the Chu family? Someone suddenly said. I just saw it too. It's a couple of young men. There's a real possibility that they're the Chu family's children. None of them brought a magical beast, and it felt extra powerful. If I may say so, after suffering such a big loss, their Chu family will definitely not stop. I don't know what they will prepare to deal with these magical beasts. The crowd spoke up. Eyes looked expectantly at the group of magical beasts. In the dark, it always felt as if following them would pick up something good in the future. It's not right. The high-level magical beasts and Imperial Beast Masters under my command have turned out to be at a disadvantage in just a moment? Who contracted such a powerful porcupine as a magical beast? Could it be that woman? Li Hao once again re-examined Xiao Qianqian. I had thought that she was just an ordinary woman, at most a royal beast master of any small family or wild. But with this porcupine out of the way, he suddenly realized, maybe this woman has some history. It was possible that they were the girlfriends, or sisters, of the owners of these magical beasts, and these magical beasts, without a doubt, came from one of the great clans of the Dragon Kingdom. However, he had never heard of a magical beast family with the surname Lin in the Dragon Kingdom. There are, and only some very small clans that exist as vassals. Could it be related to him? Li Hao hurriedly denied. No, it can't be. That guy is just an ordinary person. The mention of the word Lin made his teeth itch. Subconsciously, he would think of that schoolmate surnamed Lin, the lucky guy who had picked up the flower of Jinling University without any effort. This incident is simply a nightmare and a demon in his heart, which has jeopardized his heart of the way. So much so that he couldn't even break through to Senior Imperial Beast Master now. But at the time he felt it. That person called Lin, she is absolutely, positively, just an ordinary human. Perhaps, after the calamity, it has become food in the mouth of whichever demonic beast. Thinking of this, Li Hao's heart was quite comfortable, but he could only comfort himself in this way. And to break your own demons. Now, snatching the woman who looked similar and whom he had licked so hard for 3 years without getting was a top priority. Li San, I'm going to take out that swan and the snake, and do one more little errand along the way. After saying that, Li Hao also no longer hesitated and enveloped his entire body under a flame wrap to avoid being poisoned again. Help me stop that porcupine. Don't let him cause trouble for this young master. It's better to kill him. Li Hao brought the blood sickle mantis, dyed with flames all over his body, and rushed towards the front of the cauldron where the old goose was. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just letting the cows work and not letting them graze is just going to paint a big picture. Asterisk 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 asterisk, and last month's paycheck hasn't even been paid yet. Li San looked at the half-meter long ice cone in the sky and couldn't help but burst out, simply wanting to run. It was only now that he realized how wise his colleagues who had chosen to fall in place and lie flat and play dead had been, and how much of a fool he had been. And let me kill the porcupine? Come on. He's lucky if he doesn't kill me. This Li Hao simply had no idea how strong this porcupine was. Senior Imperial Beast Master, Senior Magical Beasts, and 3 divine techniques were not able to take him down, but instead had the feeling that they were going to kill him right away. Finished, Demon Wolf. Get over here and escort. Li San shouted out eagerly, fearing that if he was a second late, he would be stuck with several holes in his body by those ice picks in the sky. But the Demon Wolf was just as bad, being chased by arrows all the time. Master, you take the top first. I can't dodge at all on my side. About to get shot in the ass. He that suffocated. It was clear that he was a high-level magical beast. It was clear that he could already communicate with the power of heaven and earth. And it was clear that he had summoned the evil shadow servant to confuse things, even tearing through space to hide in the underworld. And yet, he still couldn't get away from that one arrow. Defense is useless. Again, he couldn't find the time to counterattack. And even Lin San, the master of the close past, was trapped by his opponent. The power of an arrow was as terrifying as it was. I'm not going to be able to top that either. No, we can only use the trick. A trace of blood emerged from the corner of Li San's mouth, and he plotted loudly. Demon Wolf, prepare yourself, I'll dominate the magic release. Screw the Li family and the Li family's son. We'll retreat first later. One person and one beast. A bloody light erupted from their bodies almost simultaneously. Looking at it, he didn't use any skills either. He just didn't know what means he used. But he was able to resist the advance of the ice picks and long arrows hard for the time being. At that, the porcupine rubbed his nose. I don't seem to be dead yet. I'm right next to you guys. Is there a need to conspire so loudly? Besides, with me here, I can still make you withdraw? However, that guy who possessed dragon scales and was called Li Hao seemed to have been unable to resist, was rapidly attacking towards the old goose's back. It's quite a pain in the ass to play against multiple lines. The porcupine shook his head helplessly, and at the same time, the languid look, more than a little sad. No choice but to hire a helper. Yo, porcupine, it's only a few dishes and you're all sad like that. A cheerful voice came out. Suddenly, it looked like a mirror had appeared between heaven and earth. A man who looked exactly like the porcupine came out of his body, but with flame-colored hair. Even the bow and arrow in his hand changed color. 2 people, one with icy blue hair and the other with scarlet, and very different personalities. Then, the bow was opened and the arrow was aimed at Li Hao's back. This new man that came out, itself like an arrow that is constantly burning. As soon as it appeared, it left an unusually scorching trail under the sunlight. Chapter 67 today, both high and low, and life and death. Porcupines playing a good shooter. That's but, before playing a Hoey in the King's Canyon all day long. It's 5,000 games, matching teammates to old suffers. I want to laugh when I talk about this. Playing a lot of games is not false, but the result of a look at the win rate of 43%. Stuck in the diamond cannot go, belong to the vegetable and love to play. Ha ha, my grandma comes and plays better than him. A group of magical beasts ate hot pot and chatted about the porcupine's embarrassing story, completely disregarding Li Hao. Old Goose does nothing but eat and cut up beef, doesn't even twist his head. The snake sister instead looked at Li Hao with great interest, looking at the black dragon scale in his heart, eyes sparkling. The heart wants this thing even more. The atmosphere is as hot as a New Year's Eve party. Hiss. No good. She's going to poison me again? When Li Hao saw the snake sister looking towards him, he immediately unfolded all the defensive power on his body, so as not to fall prey to the poison in her again. And, to this day, he doesn't know how the snake managed to poison itself towards his body, so the mind became more wary. What's going on? Why don't you feel it yet? Am I not poisoned? Ryoko. The expected intense poison did not appear. Sister Snake just looked at him and twisted her head over to continue going to fight for the meat rolls with a group of magical beasts. This snake is afraid of me? She saw the flames burning up in me and had no way to poison me, so she chose to swing with that swan and die where she was? Li Hao has always played only downwind games,
The enemies he met in the past basically either immediately surrendered on their knees or were instantly killed in seconds.
It's not really surprising that he's thinking this way, even already fantasizing about how to go about punishing these wizards after we win later. But just as the bloodside mantis was allowed to strike, suddenly, an unusually palpitating feeling came from his heart, and Li Hao's spirit was suddenly shaken. Feelings. It's like being stalked by a fierce, hungry beast hidden in the forest. A chill ran down his spine, and an unspeakable oppression followed him like a shadow. It made him feel as if he was on his back. Every cell was trembling with unease. Bloodside mantis, turn on your defense form, Li Hao shouted. There was no longer the relaxed stance he had just taken. He didn't understand what was happening, but he was clear. If he continued to attack the swan at this moment without a care in the world, then it was likely that he himself would die. And it's not always possible to run into a swan before you die. Boom! Li Hao's words had not yet fallen. A loud boom then violently appeared. The shock tore his eardrums, only to see that the flames exploded like an enraged beast, scattering in all directions like meteors. With a blazing temperature, the air was also scorched and distorted at this moment, and waves of searing heat struck everything around them. Bloodside mantis is fast enough. Opened the mantis battle armor. In that moment, using his two blood-colored scythes, he blocked the meteor-like flying arrow, blocked the strike with his body. The attack came from a distant porcupine. Li Hao was finally able to turn around during this time and see the attacker's looks and methods. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with a porcupine attack, but a different porcupine. One, wrapped in flames, carried a flowing bow in his hand. It's still shaking, obviously. It was the same weapon that had just used an arrow to give him that palpitating feeling. Revenge. It has succeeded in enraging me. The bloodside mantis vibrated its wings. Obviously it has been red warm. It looked angrily at the porcupine with its chin held high, countless eyes opening on its two blood-sucking sides as it waited for Li Hao to give him an order to attack. But here, and perhaps only Li Hao saw it, the scythe of the bloodside mantis cracked slightly. After taking that hit, this arrow, surprisingly, was so powerful. This is not the first time Li Hao was surprised. Completely beyond his estimate of the strength of these magical beasts, the sense of fear in his heart diffused. Whether it was that swan or this porcupine, both seemed to be existences that he had trouble messing with. Unimaginable. Such powerful magical beasts. Which lucky guy contracted them all? It's so enviable. Wow. Li Hao developed a slightly jealous look. But things have come to a head, and it's hard to ride the tiger. It was too much to swallow without splitting the difference with these magical beasts and taking that woman down, both high and low, as well as life and death. Thus, Li Hao's aura grew once again. Those dudes still playing dead? The young master of the Li family has been beaten up. Aren't they worried at all? Aren't they afraid to go back and get a lecture? What do you know? It's all just work. Look, that senior imperial beast master. Isn't he being beaten up? He'll probably die later. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a tragedy. This Li family's son isn't much better. He was just showing off a bunch, and now he's directly shriveled up. Eaters of the world are the only ones in the world. Gathered around in twos and threes, they exchanged their information with each other. Similar to the MI7 at the head of the village. Just letting people see. It's already elevated blood pressure, cranial chaos, and mental stress. These people are simply abominable. It must be talking about me. Saying that I'm not strong enough. Sarcastically saying that I can't beat these magical beasts. And they laugh. And look at me from time to time. Li Hao just glanced at these melon eaters in the crowd. And fire topped up in his heart. How has he ever been so angry before? And the lazy slaves, one by one, more than an Oscar-winning movie star, said lying on the ground is absolutely not driven. Sarcastic? Not helping me? When I free up my hands later, I'm going to go kill you all. Luckily, there's still Li San to help me. Li Hao lifted his breath. Finally, some hope of winning in these desperate circumstances. As long as they linked up with Li San, the two of them, they could definitely sweep these two porcupines. There's a way. Li San, I'll help you block those arrows. You find a way to meet me here later. Say it and do it. Li Hao chopped out a flaming blade light, and the bloodside mantis followed his example and released its skills. In the blink of an eye, these two flames then darted towards Li San and crossed over, pointing directly at those ice cones in the sky, and the one flying ice arrow. Ha! There's this good thing. A loud cry came. Seeing Li Hao releasing his skills to help, Li San directly laughed out. I'm going to live. With Li Hao's help, he'd be perfectly sure to get out of here. As for helping out, pull back. Whoever wants to go. I quit anyway. Bye-bye you Lu. Next moment, when those two flames blocked the ice arrow, there was a brief crack of activity in space. Here's your chance. Seeing this, Li San's heart was delighted. Turning around, he immediately mounted onto the demon wolf's neck and directly headed in the opposite direction of Li Hao, running away. It's strangely fast. This operation directly stunned Li Hao. Mainly, he was really surprised that Li San would run too. He even betrayed me as well. Is it, really, that I did something wrong? In a breathless mood, only he and the bloodside mantis were left, standing dumbfounded, being whistled at by a cold wind. Blow away that pain in your heart, that sorrow. Chapter 68, Porcupine, to eat you or not to eat you. This guy, it's not like he can't catch up, is it? You scum, you're a disgrace to Big Brother. Looking at the fleeing Li San and Demon Wolf, the flame porcupine revealed a smug smile. As the two sides of the same coin of the magical beast porcupine, he enjoyed watching the other porcupine get defeated. Rain you know melon. The ice-cold porcupine tilted its head, squinted its eyes, and aimed at Li San with its thumb. Not half as good as the flaming porcupine. In terms of importance to Big Brother Lin Shi, this ice-attributed arrow of his could be much more powerful than flames. Just that underground icehouse in Greenhaven. That or he and the Xian turtle both spent 7 days and 7 nights injecting ice attribute magic power into it, which was able to keep those magical beasts cold and fresh. What else do you think? Flaming porcupine, aka bragging rights number 1. Of course, there's no denying he's strong as all. Runs fast, but are you as fast as my arrows? He took a deep breath and picked up his bow. A dense ice mist rose up and gradually filled his hands, and the ice cones that filled the sky dissipated. That arrow that had been shot out earlier also gradually melted into nothingness, turning into a mist of water. With a slight movement of the frigid porcupine's fingers, boundless cold and summer air, drifting into wind and snow, a white arrow with an even stronger icy cold aura was held in his hand. The bow was opened and the arrow was strung. Cold plum wind and snow arrow. Second arrow, 1,000-mile land, reached in a single breath. Speaking, under the sneering gaze of the flaming porcupine, buzz. The arrow then disengaged and disappeared into the entire space. Going somewhere. Asterisk 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 2 porcupines this powerful? One is ice, one is fire, and the one that just came out, even shot Li Ho with one shot. Ooh, the tantrum. Ha ha, this young master of the Li family, when he meets these two magical beasts, he'll probably have a hard time. Eater smiled from the sidelines and looked up. You guys, look over there. Is it that Orochi? Suddenly someone said. The crowd came out of their watching mindset, turned their heads, and looked over, only to see a large snake that kept tossing and turning appearing in the west at the edge of the sky, with a woman standing on top of it, and it was clearly Yagi Keiko. One man and one beast. I don't know what was done there, triggering out a forbidden power. The color of blood in the sky was caused to become even more dense, so dense that it was almost like it was going to turn into a rain of blood. The ground around them shook a little. Many people noticed the scene. It's the place where the treasure was initiated. That great snake couldn't help but try to forcefully break the prohibition here. What to do? Do we still have to wait? The little yellow hares whispered. Granny, this Li family's young master is also too wasteful. Still claiming to be invincible. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't even beat a porcupine. Let's not talk about this Li family's young master. I've heard that very bullish Chu family's heavenly pride, who also claimed to be invincible before he came out, was killed without even coming up to the magical beast ancient road, and died a miserable death. No, some people came over here to avenge him. I also don't know who did it. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't care who did it. They're all existences we can't afford to mess with. Don't let anyone hear us. A few yellow hares gathered around, pretending to surrender to this group of magical beasts, but in reality, they wanted to use them to sacrifice themselves to open the forbidden system when they went to search for the treasure, so that you can look for treasures from it by hand. What was even more amusing to these yellow hares was that these magical beasts still had no idea what their plan was, and thought that they had really succumbed to them. When the time comes, let these magical beasts know how powerful they are. It's just that this young master of the Li family is vegetable and fun-loving, and his men are pretending to be dead and running away, while he himself is still resisting. It's just a waste of time. Spoiling the grandpas. What a way to kick him to death. If only they could. The yellow hares thought smugly in their hearts. This guy Li San must have gone to move help. Li Hao thought confidently. No one dares to betray me. In the past, I drove a Rolls Royce, but now, the magical beast I contracted is a hyper-evolved blood scythe mantis, with a level cap that can go up to the peak of the earth level. These sinful men, poor, defeated devils, cannot defeat me. Li Hao gasped for air. He stood behind Bloodside Mantis with a boom, rendering his aura to its peak. Hold your head up high. The intense and dark flames burned ferociously, creating a small explosion along with a thundering sound throughout the space. Technique of God, Dragon Rock Blast. This was one of the skills that the Lee family had observed and learned from that dragon scale, and once it was released, it created an extremely strong aura. After storing up power, it even possessed the power to destroy the sky and the earth. The blood-side mantis vibrated its wings. Flames were revealed on the two blood-colored sides at the same time, and wherever they went, they were scorched by flames. The target was aimed straight at the flaming porcupine that had sneaked up on him with a long arrow. It was used to stall Lee Ho's release of skills. Goo, here we go. It's not just a sneak attack on you. What are you so angry about? As a magical beast, lighten up. Okay, the flame porcupine shamelessly said. Otherwise, later, when you die and become a wrong spirit, won't you still have to piss yourself off? The ice-cold porcupine glanced at him breathlessly and said in an unkind manner, "You're about to have your head chopped off with a knife if you keep having so much nonsense." "Oh, it's okay, you're still here. You'd want me to die? We're good friends. If I die, it's equivalent to you dying. Okay." With that said, the flame porcupine lifted his bow with one hand and crossed it in front of his body, blocking the blood-side mantis's twin sides. Easy peasy. The angry eyes of that blood-side mantis cleared for a moment. This is a chop that made 5 points of strength, and it was so easily blocked? I can kind of see that you won't be happy until you show off and disgust me twice. See you later. I'm going to catch that demon wolf, so you'll be in charge of taking out the dragon scale and giving it to Cobra Sister along with it later. Since the beginning, the ice-cold porcupine didn't even look at Lee Hao and the blood-sickle mantis in the eye, and didn't even have the qualifications to be taken seriously. Fine, no problem. Does this mantis eat? If you don't eat it, I'll just have it pulverized. However, before the flame porcupine could finish his sentence, the ice porcupine was already gone. That arrow of his was not only capable of chasing down a locked enemy, it also has the ability to instantly teleport itself to where the arrow is. So, it's eat, or don't eat. What do you say? The flame porcupine asked towards the blood-side mantis. How the hell should I know? An insult. It's an outright insult. Seeing that the strike was fruitless, the blood-side mantis then, once again, swung out a blade. Divine skill, Blade Frenzy Dance. However, before he could swing this blade, he realized that countless flaming meteors suddenly appeared in the sky, turning sharply downwards. The meteors, all of them bigger than his body. If by some unfortunate chance they hit one, even he, a super-evolved magical beast that was infinitely close to advanced, couldn't eat it. It can only retreat back for the time being. Hey, fell for it. The flame porcupine suddenly laughed. Laughing made blood-side mantis's heart grow fuzzy. And it was only after this withdrawal that he realized that this was probably the worst compared to catching those fire streamers hard. Because, after pulling away, for an archer, that's when it really gets to the moment of the show. Under the blood-side mantis' horrified gaze, see only, two black dragons, circling down from that flaming bow and arrow of the flame porcupine, resounded with guttural dragon roars and intertwined with each other. It gradually transformed into a long burning arrow. The arrow pointed at the blood-side mantis first. Then, it was a different target, aiming the arrow at Lee Hao. Next moment, the long arrow came out of his hand. Chapter 69 Porcupine, is this arrow less powerful? The porcupine, is this arrow less powerful? Isn't this arrow's power too small? It's a pity that Big Brother made us all suppress our levels and strength, or else we would have gotten it killed just now. Looking at the blood-side mantis' terrified expression, the flaming porcupine thought regretfully. In Green Sea City, Big Brother took the bow and opened the arrow, but one move to shoot away the eyes of the heaven-level magic beast. That's called the master style. Why? What am I? It's 100,000 miles away from Big Brother. Lin Shi was both Flame Porcupine's big brother and the idol he worshipped. A fanboy-like existence. The moment. Not at full strength though, but since it was Big Brother's words, there was nothing to complain about. Anyway, even with this much strength, it was enough to deal with these crooked people. After all, we'll have to do some big stuff in the future. There's no harm in retaining your strength and keeping a low profile altogether. Just look better than chill. The corners of the flaming porcupine's mouth turned up and he waved his hand. Boom 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 boom. In the sky, endless meteorite meteors poured down. A domain skill exclusive to him. Divine technique, Heavenly Fiery Star. It can be used as a shield around him, preventing anyone from getting close enough to cut him off as a shooter for the Big C. And once the skill is activated, the area enveloped was not just a few moments around him, but an area with a radius of 100 meters with him as the center of the circle, directly turning this place into a purgatory. This hand lit up, and everyone around him out of their minds. Damned fire hogs, you nai. Your skill doesn't come with teammate immunity. Are you trying to finish us off as well? Anan, the fire porcupine has always been adventurous. But, in the past, Big Brother used to call him out to clear the field, so that he could send out a shot of heavenly flamestar and directly clean up a place. Now he wants to clear us out too? Forget it, let him play. Maybe if this hand goes down, it can still burn out some surprises. What? Listen to the sing-songy words. Question marks popped up on everyone's heads as they looked at Brother Panda. He must have found something by saying that. The basilisk turtle was very resourceful and reached out. An ice shield enveloped each of their magical beasts, also isolating the sound at the same time. Yellowheads? No, Brother Turtle. What about us? You don't care if we live or die. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. This skill is too unbelievable. Hurry up and run, everyone. If you don't run, you'll be smashed to death by this flaming meteor. Someone shouted. Actually, if it wasn't for the flame porcupine showing mercy and allowing the meteor to circumvent the position of these yellow hairs, with their strength, they would have been smashed to death inside the sea of fire. As for why they're trashing the old goose and all, there is only one answer: on purpose. Who let these guys just eat and drink by themselves and not come over to lend a hand? Deserve to be smashed to death. The flaming porcupine smiled triumphantly. Sure, this intensity won't smash them either. There's something wrong with this place. What's buried? It might not be just treasure. There's something else, Brother Panda said with serious words, a rare look of concern. The rest of the magical beasts looked at each other and said, "You mean those extraterrestrial guys?" Right. There are also a few in individual places in Green Sea City, caught and thwarted by Big Brother. There must be one here too. One time, all the magical beasts put away their joking postures. These extraterrestrial guys were basically unknown to the world. On the blue planet, only some people with extremely special identities could have access to some of the secrets of the ancient past, but they only knew half of it. Let the porcupine make a scene first, and see if that guy, or not, can resist coming out on his own. But, I reckon it's hard, Panda said with a sigh. The magical beasts nodded. The magic tattoos on their foreheads flashed, and they prepared their battle mindset. With the owl's anatomical research, they still know more about these disgusting things. It is claimed to be immortal and everlasting. Since ancient times, the world can kill. Their methods are extremely rare. But Lin Shi, the elder brother, has developed a magical theory. Kinda accepted the guys at the time. This was the point at which the wraiths convinced Lindsay. To be wise to have force. To be forceful to have wisdom. Usually also especially careful. Treating these magical beasts of theirs like brothers. It really won't work if they don't obey. Perhaps, this trip to the ancient road of magical beasts. It's time again when we can test to Big Brother's theories. I just don't know if it will work out. And, that buried treasure place. And exactly what kind of treasure is a copy of? Hidden what kind of secrets? Why did Big Brother say he couldn't let him fall into someone else's hands, or else big trouble would arise? Asterisk 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 asterisk. How can this watch demon beast have such a strong skill? It even repelled the blood-sighed mantis at close quarters. And the word Lin on his head. The more Li Hao thought about it, the more angry he became. Watching the beast shoot an arrow at him felt like that man, smiling, holding a bow and arrow, shooting at his heart. And, surprisingly, it was so strong. Master, I can't hold on much longer. Bloodsickle Mantis's tall body stood in front of Li Hao, his hands raised with his dual swords, and he resisted the swarms of fire meteors in the sky, as well as the incoming arrow, to the death. But he's a close combat magical beast. It simply couldn't hold up to magic strikes from a distance. Even if the defense form was on, it couldn't hold the other side from striking all the time, and in a steady stream. It just couldn't figure it out. Why is there so much magic on the other side? Doesn't it run out? There's no skill duration or skill CD? It's outrageous. Good job, Blood-Sight Mantis. Just hold on. I've finished storing up my power. Let's watch me next. Li Hao's hair fluttered in the wind as he confidently said. Instantly there was no more wishy-washy. It was changed to a heavy-handed attack. A step snaps out and crosses over Mantis, facing the long flaming arrows coming from the air straight on. Rumble. 5 fire drums appeared behind Li Hao. Technique of the gods, Dragonite Blast. Each rattle brought an explosion of flame, burning a black hole in the air. The intensity of the flames attached to it, almost identical to the flaming porcupine. It was only under careful observation that one would find a slight gap in the subtleties. Li Hao's flame would obviously be a bit flawed in terms of purity. Drink! Stinking hedgehog, I've endured you for a long time. Do you really think you're strong? Now, go to hell. As soon as the words came out, the flames between Li Hao's eyebrows immediately flourished, and the dragon scales between his heart shone brightly. Behind him, the 5 drums are sounding. It made a loud noise that shook heaven and earth. 5 flames surged around him at the same time, transforming into a long dragon of flames that collided with the arrows. At the same time, the remaining fire dragons circled upwards, launching ferocious attacks towards the porcupine in the distance. Hello, blazing flames rose to the sky, the angry dragon points at the sea, and the great fire cooks heaven and earth. The flaming porcupine was walking leisurely in the blazing fire, still showing that confident smile. Not only did it not have the slightest bit of fear, but instead, it became more and more energized. Just see him. Raise your hand, hold your bow, strike your arrow, and shoot. 4 steps in one, completely without the slightest bit of hindrance. An aerial leaping step was taken, and 2 punching arrows were shot once again. Use it against those fire dragons. Since we're going to fight, let's have a painful fight. Let's see whether your dragon scales are powerful or my true dragon inheritance is powerful. The flame porcupine said in a voice that could only be heard by himself, his eyes red beyond measure and his body glowing with flames. He didn't plan to dodge, didn't go for strengths and weaknesses, and didn't tend to avoid misfortune. Today, he was just going to fight the several fire dragons head on to the end. It was to completely defeat the opponent from his most powerful flame skill, leaving no room for error, and completely crush him ruthlessly. Chapter 70, Bending the Bow and Shooting the God's Arrow with the Full Moon. 9 suns dropping their heads and showing their fearful face. This power is too fierce, isn't it? It's a good thing we ran fast, or we'd have been burned to a crisp by now. The real gods fight for the fish in the pond. The melon eaters wiped their cold sweat and looked in horror at the sea of fire, which had been turned into an inferno. Almost every inch of the land was burning above a blazing fire, and the earth was baked crimson. Interesting, those crimson colors, which gradually receded under the flame diffusion, were as if they possessed life, and in the blood-colored clouds in the sky, a brilliant gold and eye-catching gate has shown its shape, and by the looks of it, it's about to open. Quite a few people have gone over. The treasure gates are opening? A man who had just gotten up from the ground shouted. Why? What treasure or not? It's still our lives that are worth more. Let's go. Holy, that was a real close call just now. That Li Ho has messed with a tough opponent this time. I think, most likely, he can't beat them. Not what? The few servants of the Li family immediately chose to run away before the flames arrived. Miso moved away from the area, without a hint of hesitation. If he dares to hesitate a little more, he will have to die. These people's brilliant maneuvers directly dumbfounded Li Hao, who was struggling to hold on. Nice guy. It was all lying on the ground just now, only to get up and choose to bolt immediately after the fight over here. How the hell did I get such a slave? Li Hao thought with a frown of hatred. And then look at the people on the other side. One was eating hot pot there like nobody's business. And the contrast was heavenly. What a hateful thing to say. Blood-side mantis, prepare to strike. Li Hao clenched his teeth and his body's fire dragons circled around. But it was obvious that the eyes of these fire dragons were not right. And each one of them had a very unkind gaze. It didn't really recognize him, Li Ho, as its master. It's not all that smooth to drive. The magic in his body wailed into the dragon scales in his heart, constantly devouring everything in him. That's the price of using dragon scales, and it will also be accompanied by a lower chi value. But as long as we can win, it's all worth it. Li Hao gave Bloodside Mantis a look. Let him navigate on his own. Barely. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Watch me this time. Take his head and offer it to my master. The Bloodside Mantis vibrated its 2 winged blades and went straight into the air to show its own intimidating power. And using the flapping of his wings to keep his balance, he adjusted his angle of attack and slashed at the porcupine. In his opinion, with his master Li Hao's 5 fire dragons striking, this moment's strike was bound to be successful. Just what it didn't realize was that in the midst of this flame field, the flame porcupine was likewise like a fish in water. Why hasn't the porcupine done anything yet? It can't be that he can't do it anymore. It's still so hard to beat someone. Next time you fight the landlord, don't bring him. I guess I slept for too long and forgot how to fight. Look at this fire set. No skill at all. Not as loud as an old rock sheep's fart. Old rock sheep? How is this still about me? Brother Panda smiled and kept quiet, concentrating on the spot in the sky where a large snake was frantically snapping at the door in an attempt to break the confinement and walk in. But, obviously, it's futile. The blood-stained totem on it, which he had seen once before after his elder brother, was called 100 Slaughter. 100 lives must be sacrificed to unlock this shackle and open this gate. Presumably, there is indeed a dirty thing in there. This shackle, a trap designed by that guy. Want to open it, want to get the treasure. 100 human lives would have to be sacrificed. And after the sacrifice was done, it would allow it to completely regain its strength and turn into an immortal monster. And then eat those who want to go in there and hunt for treasure. One can only say, this guy played his cards right. Not far. The flame porcupine naturally heard the words of these magical beasts and helplessly shook his head, the corners of his mouth rising. Cut. You can't gag on good food and drink. What a man this is all. He turned his head to look at the Bloodside Mantis that was speeding towards him, obviously coming with killing intent. Out of the blue. He's going to come and take his head. Do you really think that my brother is a bully? A mere few fire dragons wanting to entangle me here is too much of an underestimation of me. Here come the arrows. Only the flaming porcupine let out a loud cry. A huge flaming true body emerged from behind him, with angry hair and inflammatory fire showing between his eyebrows. Another subdued chant followed, bending the bow to the full moon and shooting divine arrows. The 9 suns hang their heads and show their fearful faces. I'll chase the wind and the moon. Who dares to stop me? Speaking, 9 arrows appeared from his bowstring in unison, just between one inhale and one exhale, and without seeing how he aimed, he shot out towards the distance. Boom boom boom. The 9 arrows emitted endless flames in unison, blasting against the speeding blood-scythe mantis. An arrow opens the way. 2 arrows break the defense. 3 arrows and 4 strikes against their blades. 4, 5 or 6 arrows were fired at his body. 7, 8, 9 arrows, knocking them down high into the air. A mouthful of blood sprayed out directly from the blood-scythe mantis. As a warrior, the biggest mistake he made was to take the initiative to pull away from the shooter, so that he could not get close and could only be beaten passively. The moment the thought of trying to escape appeared, the only chance to meet the porcupine head-on, to snuff him out at close range, was lost. And now, a fully enchanted, strong and stable long-distance attacking magical beast is enough to make anyone tremble. Blood-scythe mantis fell down with an arrow. Oh ho ho! Bingo! Expected. The porcupine laughed and put away his bow. It was just a cloud that continued to chant. 9 arrows across the sky to strike the wild sun. Who dares to stop? After the arrow, only the breeze is left to roam. He chanted softly. The flaming porcupine was like a top dancer in the flames, recklessly picking at the boundless flames. These flames couldn't hurt him in the slightest, but instead became a long-shot arrow in his hand. Could be said to have forced him to pull a full one. This is the 9-day overhead arrow technique. Yes, it's it. Li Hao growled at the porcupine in horror. Who the hell are you? How could he not be shocked? Li Hao had seen the legend of this divine skill in that dragon scale, but there was no way to learn it on it. He just knows. This was one of the dragon god's stunts back then. The 9 suns overhead arrow technique. The divine skill of divine skills. Once it was struck, it was a destructive force that destroyed the heavens and the earth. That's why it's crazy to rant and ask questions. Die, worm. But the flaming porcupine didn't answer his query, instead pointing one finger to the sky and the other to the ground. The corners of his mouth moved slightly as he said softly, "Let the flame purify the world." At once, it was like the words had some kind of magic. Next moment, the crimson flames actually became a single, muscular, green-faced, fanged errand boy with a matching sword hanging from his waist, carrying chains cast in flame. Step by step, he came to Li Hao's side, while a blood-red hellgate caved in, the same open, green-faced mouth, just 10 paces from him, hungry and waiting for food to be dropped off. Another ancient divine skill, divine technique, sacrifice of the King of Inferno, Li Hao said in a trembling voice, opening his eyes in fear. At this moment, because of the release of the 5 dragons technique, the magic power in his body was completely overdrawn. Blood-scythe mantis was wounded on the ground by a long arrow. The resistance has been completely disqualified. I have no magic power left, and my skills are suppressed. Is it dying? He looked at the green-faced and fanged ghost differences around him. Despair covered his cheeks, and said, "It's really so unwilling." Spoke softly. Li Hao couldn't hold on any longer. As if his body was bound by invisible shackles, he could only lean there helplessly, letting the feeling of weakness spread to every inch of his skin. Chapter 71, Porcupine, our big brother's name. Also you, Li Hao, is he really going to lose? Needless to say, it was suppressed the whole time alright. Not a single chance to fight back. It's a good thing we all ran ahead. A few people from the Li family whispered. In their eyes, all of them were fearful of that group of magical beasts. They simply didn't know how they dared to anger them before. It's not on the same level at all. Thinking about the fact that those people had deliberately made a bet with them, they must have known the strength of these magical beasts from early on, so they were emboldened. Fell for the blood bait. You guys, look, that person riding a demonic wolf, seems to be Li San? Holy, why is he back? In the distance, a man riding a demonic wolf ran toward here in a lumbering manner, not even afraid of fire. If others could see him, Li Hao naturally saw him as well, and some hope was born inside his heart. Li Hao, save me, are you moving in for help? The flames surrounded it, and not only did the fire dragon on Li Hao's body not help, but it kept hissing with a feeling of revulsion. Forced possession of something that doesn't belong to you is what happens. What rescue? Dream on. Old me is out of options. That's why I can only use this flame to restrain that ice arrow in the back. Li San spat out a sentence breathlessly. Then he stopped paying attention to Li Hao's voice, and in the twinkling of an eye, ran past him, straight to the center of the sea of fire, and an ice-cold arrow, immediately afterward, came to the place where he had just been, just missing it by a little bit. A silhouette manifested from the ice arrow. It was none other than the cold ice porcupine. He swept a glance at Li San in a bored manner, then turned his head to look at the flame porcupine, full of disgust. What are you trying to do? Start a fire in a furnace directly in a 100-meter radius? Barbecue, or alchemy? With the intensity of the flames now, even if he went in, he would have to shed a few drops of sweat, not to mention that Li San, rushing straight to the center of the flames? This is really not afraid of death. Sure enough, within half a minute of going in, Li San ran out again on his demon wolf, with multiple burns on his body. But he planted himself on the ground. As for Li San and the demon wolf, their bodies were stuck with countless fine ice arrows, and their bodies had been frozen. This was naturally the means of the cold ice porcupine, but he's off to the side and rosy-cheeked. Under the extreme clash of ice and fire, the life of the one man and one beast had completely drained away, and they collapsed heavily on the ground, died more or less in a holding pattern. Didn't even Li San escape. It's over. I'm totally screwed. Besides, it seems like he's not even going to get help, but simply trying to run away. He also betrayed himself. It was my own over-optimism that led me to think he was coming back to save him, so much so that my hopes were dashed. Thinking of this, Li Hao completely despaired. Powerlessly, he allowed the green-faced, fanged evil spirit next to him to trap him in a chain of fire and lock him up with the blood-side mantis. The chains made of flames strangled directly into his flesh and blood. There's a thing about this fire chain. It comes with a judgment function, and the more sinful you are, the deeper you will be strangled. Pain, pain, pain. Please, don't kill me. Our Li family has money. We can give it all to you and let you go to our family as our guests. At those words, the flaming porcupine did not move. He just looked at this young master of the Li family with contempt and slightly covered his nose. Who exactly is your master? Tell me, what's the name? Lin? Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Li Hao shouted hysterically, please, let me die. That guy, isn't he called Lin Shi? Is his girlfriend called Xiao Chu Chu? The flesh and blood were burned by the flames and made a nuisance sound. It's like the cry of an unjust soul. After brutalizing thousands of lives, in the end, he ended up in such a miserable state. He deserved it. Oh, I'm sorry, I still say you don't deserve to know. A sinful guy. How can you call our big brother by his name? You're a piece of... The flame porcupine hemmed and hawed, completely ignoring Li Hao's pleas for mercy and threats, and directly killed him. Soon, the evil spirits were commanded to feed it into the hellmouth, along with the blood-side mantis. Not the slightest hesitation. There is no way to do it. The mantis is too little meat to like it, so just purify it with fire and be done with it. And just at this moment when Li Hao died, the porcupine seemed to sense it. Inside a deep house in Jinling City, a jade tablet suddenly shattered, causing a huge stir in that place for a while. Hey, Snake's sister. No, this dragon scale is for you. Call brother porcupine. The flame porcupine put away his divine ability and handed a small black scale to his snake sister, who had a mouth full of oil, strung it on a string and hung it above her neck. Look at her gently. Porcupine Pigeon, the snake sister teared up. Hey, brother porcupine is my exclusive title, alright. Come on, good sister. This big wolf is for you to eat. Take it if you like it. The chilled porcupine pulled the large wolf over to him, squeezing the flaming porcupine to one side, and smiled. Remember, from now on you're only allowed to call me a porcupine brother. He doesn't count. Porcupine dove. Sister snake teared up again. The smell of gunpowder came out at once. Two porcupines, one ice and one fire, clashed top to bottom. Why? How about a fight? Fire Pig said. Just fight. Who's afraid? Ice Pig summoned his bow and arrow and said, draw a line. How do we fight? Just hit it with your hand. Ugh, not again. Looking at these two no-good guys competing for the right to claim the title of Snake Sister, they started to compete again to see who was better. Brother Panda sighed. Poor Tom. People Snake Sisters don't even like spiny ones, okay? Fight for a hammer. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the blood mist to the space in the sky, only to see that the gate had condensed into substance, dropping all the way down to the ground. It's about 100 meters high. There were probably a few hundred people groping around inside the blood mist. The blood mist in front of the door was a maze, and only those who were familiar with its construction could pass through it safely. It may seem clear, but in reality it's not so simple to get close. There was some delay, but it's not all for naught. At least we know the whereabouts of the other piece of dragon scale, so it'll be good to snatch it when the time comes. The Li family, right? Beat you. There's no rush on this. What if people come to the door on their own? For now, Go treasure hunting first. After a long time, Brother Panda stopped the fight between the two pigs of ice and fire, and told Old Goose to refine the Great Wolf into 3 elixirs for each of the 3 women. The band tugged into the blood spray. Interestingly, there was a huge 8-headed serpent in front of that gate that kept getting struck by lightning over and over again. Whoever is near, all have to have some bad luck happen. It caused a group of magical beasts to laugh. Even Yachi Keiko moved away from him, standing a few dozen meters away from him for fear of being struck by lightning. One could say it's an absolute bummer. Ha ha, come on, let's go in together and call those little yellow hairs to show us the way, Panda said with a smile. What's wrong with being happy when you see Yachi Orochi go down? It's simply delightful. Taking this opportunity, he smoothly took a piece of jade pendant in the shape of a phoenix and quietly held it in his hand, hiding it from everyone's eyes and ears. Alright, big brothers, keep up with us. The little yellow hairs walked beside them. Pretend to be serious about showing your panda buddy the way. In fact, what they had in mind was to let them, the magical beasts, be sacrificed together as soon as they walked up to the gate. When the time comes, pit some other people to death. This door just needs to be opened. Once inside, the treasure is at hand. Hey, yes, through this blood mist maze, there's the gate in front of us. They were lightly familiar with this blood mist and had already explored it clearly, so it was reasonable to say that they would never miss a beat. But, it had been a long, smooth walk through the blood mist to the front of the gate, and the wraiths hadn't stopped. By all accounts, this is considered normal. In the first place, they were trying to trap these arrogant and proud magical beasts into touching the gate of their own accord. But, these magical beasts had clearly crashed into the door, but they hadn't moved at all, so this wasn't very normal. It's not right, a little yellow hair said. According to reason, there is the gate in front of us. These magical beasts crashed into it and should have died. How come they all disappeared? Holy, what a shock to the old man for 100 years. The wraiths went in, and, not dead, not even half a hair lost, unharmed. Suddenly, the little yellow hairs stood frozen in place, their mouths open in horror as they tried to digest what was unbelievable in front of them. Chapter 72, Skull and Bones. So they found me early. Pretending. Got in. Didn't seem too hard, did it? It's dark. Old chicken. Hurry up and light a lamp. Wow. If you don't talk, you're not an officer, are you? The spotted tiger is mounted headfirst on the wall, rubbing his head in anger. The old chicken was the big lame rooster that he almost ate in the first place, now evolved into a golden crow. Seeing the spotted tiger suffer defeat, Jinwoo hemmed and hawed and laughed out loud from the sidelines. You deserved it. Who made you try to eat me in the first place? Why didn't you just bang your head off? The spotted tiger was speechless. I thought to myself, you've got a grudge. Just want to go to give the golden crow a stick. Suddenly realized that the wall in front of this, surprisingly, no more. Wait, the wall moves. The spotted tiger let out a loud cry. The whole atmosphere of the team suddenly tightened. Xiao Qianli and Zhong Ling leaned together, while Chen Jujun was more daring and summoned Sonic Fire Dog for defense. Mental tightness. The golden crow also stopped joking and directly touched the magic pattern on his head, illuminating the place as bright as the sun. See only, it's here. After coming in the door, it was actually a palace towering, and at a glance, it seemed to be connected to the sky, and just before them, there were never any walls at all. That group of magical beasts went in? How did they get in there when the door was clearly not open? Is there some special way? Doesn't it require a sacrifice? The man at the door yelled. They weren't too surprised by Li Hao's death earlier. After all, inside this post-apocalyptic world, never mind who you are. As long as there is a bloodstain, there is no escape from death. What's scary are those magical beasts. I don't know whose contracted beast it is, but it's so brave that it took out the Li family's male son. With this kind of strength, it wouldn't be too much to say it's a god, right? Maybe it's from some great family, but I haven't really heard of such a powerful person from the family name Lin in the Dragon Kingdom. The people outside the door, speculating about the identity of the owners of these magical beasts, whispered amongst themselves. A look of fear filled his face. And those little yellow hairs, all the busy work but the basket is empty. Is there sulking? Even Orochi, somewhat surprised by the maneuvers of these magical beasts. Coward. The average person who wants to get in does have to follow that unspoken method. That is, sacrifice 100 people, offer sacrifices, open the door's barriers, and walk in. The strange thing is that everyone knows the way to get in, but everyone, again, doesn't know who revealed this way to get in. It was as if everyone in here knew the way to get out of the blood mist, but no one knew who told everyone about it. There's no way out. If we keep dragging on, the treasure will be gotten by someone else. Someone whispered. That's fine, as long as someone dies. I think those little yellow hairs are just fine. In this dark atmosphere, suddenly, Someone moved. When someone moves the first hand, naturally someone will move the second.
Blood began to flow on the floor and then slowly made its way towards the door.
It was like being devoured. After enough people have died to make 100. In the meantime, that door has finally loosened too. The crowd headed inside, but the sight they saw was an incredibly dark hell. The wraith did not appear in their vision. What was there was only boundless darkness and bloodshed. Brother Panda, what do you think could be here? Why do I feel something's wrong? Sister Snake whispered, mumbling.
The view from here is spectacular to look at,
but in reality, it's just empty form without substance, and it's light and airy everywhere. If that's the case, then what was that thing that the spotted tiger just now hit his head against? Hitting a ghost? Take a step and see what happens.
Brother Panda put his hands behind his back and scanned the surrounding area, his brow furrowing at first, then loosening slightly. Whispered a few words toward those around him. The crowd of magical beasts suddenly looked towards a place.
Only in the distance, 3 items were placed on an altar. A phoenix order, a fiery red longsword, and a dark golden skull.
The first 2 items were nothing special, having been dusty for so long that they had no magic.
And the last thing that shines. The skull was not known to be of any animal, but it was odd looking anyway, especially in the middle of his brow. There was actually what looked like a heavenly eye. It's amazing how dizzying it can be when you look at it violently. I think I've seen this before, Chen Zhujun suddenly said. He walked forward slightly, his gaze ceaselessly stopping and lingering there, finally locking his eyes on the piece of phoenix order, as well as the long sword. Sonic Firehound followed suit, but it was hiding behind her, like something very dangerous was in front of her. It barked furiously at the skeleton. Master, be careful. There's something wrong with this skull. I advise you not to touch them well. Feel that this thing above is still alive.
Sonic Firehound said worriedly.
Chen Zhujun nodded. She trusted Sonic Firehound's judgment.
But the first 2 items, along with her original jade pendant in the shape of a phoenix, she did seem to have seen in her dreams.
These 3 things were originally one.
Only the weird skull gave her a very uncomfortable feeling, obviously looking at the golden light.
But there was a very eerie aura that was constantly eroding something.
And there was a vague blood aura emerging.
This thing is dangerous. But just as she wanted to give everyone a reminder,
she suddenly realized that a few magical beasts had crossed her position and actually leaned in on their own accord. Then a hand picked up the skull. Wow! Being single long enough to look at a skeleton with a clear brow.
Don't you think, Goose? Off.
Old turtle, I may be single but I'm not as untalented as you.
Oh, don't pretend.
At the zoo you're the one who spends the most time looking at the young ladies.
And when you see a female goose, you have to go up and hit on her. You're so horny. The gentle turtle didn't give the old goose the slightest bit of face. Come on, if you ask me, both of you are no good. This thing looks good. Just give it to me.
Jinwoo licked his face and said. Then with the golden crow flame, touching it, he snapped at that skull. Wisps of white smoke rose from.
Skeleton, lol Naya. The baby hurts, but I can take it. Yoo-hoo. You're the one with the big face, aren't you? Let's see if it's you who's powerful. Or my tiger master's paw? Saying that,
the spotted tiger snatched the skull with one palm and slapped it on the ground.
Pop. It made an earth-shattering noise.
But this skull is not broken at all.
Not even a bone crack. Just inside the 2 large black eye sockets. The black flame.
Some slight fluctuation.
Skull and bones. Bullying. Ha. But I'm more tolerant than an asshole. Not convinced? Good guy. You're a turtle? So tolerant. Why don't you go to Little Day to become a ninja?
The spotted tiger laughed and scolded. Lift up the skull in front of your eyes and look at him.
Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Skeletor, who is this kid cursing? You're not scolding me, are you? No way. I'm so well camouflaged. It can't be me.
And so the camouflage continued.
Hearing what the spotted tiger said,
the basilisk turtle was not happy about it. Instead, as soon as he brought the skull over, he put it under his foot and bam was stomping it twice.
Drinking. Fart. Who says turtles can endure? Turtles still beat people when they should. It's only a cuckold that can tolerate it.
******** It hurts.
Skeletor agonized, and wondered at the thought. Isn't this a tortoise and a cuckoo one and the same thing? What are these people babbling about? Bullying me about my bad biology? An octopus and a turtle are not the same thing?
But the thought vanished after only a moment.
It suddenly dawned on the skeleton. No, this means, they're calling me a cocksucker. They're calling me a cocksucker. These beasts seem to have found me. Feelings, they were all pretending just now. So, did I get beaten up for nothing? At that thought, it couldn't hold back any longer. The 2 black eyes of the skeleton shook violently. Look angrily at the group of magical beasts. I'm going to get you all killed. Next moment, black and blood-colored flames burned fiercely, spreading throughout the space. Aggressively. Chapter 73, Lies don't make people angry. Truth is the fastest knife. What a powerful skeleton. Full of a sense of evil, and adhesive and erosive. I think I've heard of such a power before. Xiao Qianqian was well informed. She had been fortunate enough to see such a description in the records of the Xiao family. A long time ago, there was a hole in the sky, and then inside the hole came many demons from beyond the realm. They are the source of cholera. At that time, in order to stop this pandemonium, the dragon god eventually led his men and cleared out this invading enemy. But it was also since that battle that the Dragon Kingdom's magical beasts had basically become extinct. Only a few legacies have been preserved. It is only since then that the human world has prospered. Everyone be careful. This thing is hard to handle. It simply cannot be killed or worn down. And by the looks of it, he's revived. Xiao Qianqian took Chen Zhujun and Zhongling a few steps back, and a thick ice prison surrounded the three of them tightly. Cautiously, he stared at the skull. But, as before, these magical beasts, who had no idea what fear was, still stood in front of that skeleton. There was even talking and laughing and pointing. This skeleton is not only ugly, but what's more, his temper is quite explosive, and his IQ is not high, so when he was in the past, he definitely didn't have a date. Ha ha, I bet a beast coin that his object must have run off with someone. After saying that, several magical beasts all laughed out altogether, completely disregarding the skeleton. Lies don't make people angry. The truth is the quick sword. Mom batch, how do they know I really didn't have a girlfriend before? Is it possible that old me is really ugly? The comment directly gave the skeleton some dry breaks in defense, and questioned his own looks and abilities. It's been hovering in place constantly. Brother Panda was simply speechless. Letting you guys deal with people, not letting you directly exterminate them. That mouth is a match for Big Brother. Back then, Big Brother Lin Shi directly opened his mouth and directly infuriated a very angry toad until it exploded. It's simply divine. Good lord, these magical beasts aren't bad either. The moment they opened their mouths, they were rubbing salt into people's wounds. However, a closer analysis. This whole treasure land should be a message that he has released. The treasure land hadn't appeared for how long a time, favoring this time, and at this moment, conditions that were very favorable to him had definitely appeared. Furthermore, since this skeleton was able to revive, it meant that those outside had come in and sacrificed enough for 100 people. Unsurprisingly, this skeleton had, earlier, regained its power, deliberately pretending not to move. Should be quietly plotting something? Plotting another game that is very favorable to him. Dog, that's pretty smart. No wonder Big Brother said that when he sees this thing, he'll kill it on the spot, and he should never give them a chance to catch their breath. Brother Panda took out a black silver needle from his bosom. Ha 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 ha. Then he looked to the skeleton who didn't know that his death was imminent. But since I was lucky enough to meet one, now it's finally time to test the correctness of Big Brother's theory again. Who the hell are you people? Can you show me some respect? Oldney is an extraterrestrial evil demon, not a company for you to play house with. Can you look at me squarely? Believe it or not, I'll just kill all of you. Skeletor looked around a bit depressed. It was clear that it was all evil flames and they had gotten themselves surrounded. But then, none of them showed fear, except the three women. It's pretty abnormal alright. Put in a long time ago, as soon as this pack of them came out, I had no one to fear. Even those magical beasts that had already stepped into the heavenly level would have to flee with their tails between their legs. It's really a tiger falling down and being bullied by a dog. Sure enough, the world has changed, and everyone has forgotten how great our race is. These guys, I guess they're just some stinky fish and shrimp that got lucky to come here. Watch me kill you all in one move. The flames burned brighter. Skeletor looked at the beasts angrily. The moment they struck, it was a killing move, and around them, countless pitch-black skeletons emerged, crawling out from the ground to come and suck the blood of living things. Still acting like a child. Seeing that you're not being loved by your dads. You're angry, aren't you? Come on, old goose, give him a little paternal attention. The basilisk turtle hemmed and hawed with a cheap smile, and all of a sudden, he gasped to the skeletons again. And those blood-sucking skeletons crawled even faster. Densely packed, there were about hundreds of them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not married yet. Where did I get a son? Besides, such an ugly son. Give it to me. I don't want it. Brothers, don't go too far. It's his first time out at least. Can we give him face? Which one of us is going to go up and beat him? Needless to say, a few of us have moved on. So let Jinwoo go. He's been bullnosed all day. The spotted tiger looks on in amusement, not intending to make a move at all. He sat on his butt where the skeleton had been before and simply looked lively. No tension at all. Just go. Who's afraid? Normally I'm the big rooster. But after the fight, please call me Mr. Golden Crow. Carrying a fire pot to light the thick night, who dares to chirp if I don't cry first? The Golden Crow has come to ask for battle. The skeleton doesn't say much, watching a large rooster walk over, clearly looking down on him before angrily striking out straight away with a strong flame serving over. The flame consisted entirely of the blood that had just been sacrificed. As long as after being hit, one's entire body would rot and die, and magical beasts below the heavenly level simply couldn't carry it. Plus these skeletons. He was confident that with this one move, he would kill this big rooster without any feathers left. However, when this flame was about to hit the rooster, his pupils suddenly shook. Something weird happened. This big rooster even did not flash not to avoid, even in place directly ahead up. A sun appeared from him, then an extra black leg grew underneath. The wings began to lengthen, the tail began to lengthen, and the feathers all over the body began to darken. In this turn of time, it unexpectedly became the legendary three-legged golden crow's appearance. With an open mouth, he spat out a strong golden crow flame, and that evil flame of his blasted together, and for a time, the power was surprisingly comparable. But this flame is the most rigid in Yang, specializing in overcoming all demons and monsters, those blood-colored skeletons that were climbing on the ground. But in an instant, it was as if they had seen something incomparably fearful. After being illuminated by the sunlight from the golden crow's body, immediately, they desperately retreated backward. I'm afraid my parents didn't have 2 extra legs. No wonder. You're confident. You big rooster, are actually a descendant of an ancient relic race? The three-legged golden crow. The skeleton stared blankly at the scene in front of him, his eyes filled with shock and incredulity, completely not expecting such a sudden scene to occur. Chapter 74. Holy, you're popping rewards on my old man? Look. Although he recognized the identity of the golden crow, there wasn't much he could do at the moment. It can only be matched with a blow. Getting a break, then silently prepare more powerful skills, ready to later on kill it completely in one blow. No way. Just recovered. Not strong enough? Facing this majestic golden crow, even he had to be careful. That big rooster. I see that your roots are clearly just an ordinary magical beast. How could you have such a powerful evolutionary path? Could it be that you are an ancient relic? And I'm guessing that your true strength isn't more than that. It's definitely close to a heaven-ranked magical beast, Skeletor said as he secretly prepared his skills. And hear his words. Chen Zhujun and Zhongling were both confused. Originally, he guessed that the strength of these magical beasts would at most be around advanced and earth level. I really didn't expect that as soon as this skeleton opened his mouth, he said that he was close to a heavenly grade magical beast? It's unbelievable. The one who felt the most incredulous was Xiao Qianqian. He was now more and more certain that these super magical beasts that his brother-in-law had obtained were definitely related to that Dragon Soul Jade Pendant. Could it be that brother-in-law is the chosen heavenly fate of the Dragon Soul Jade Pendant? In that case, wouldn't everything the Xiao family has done be driving their own heavenly fate out of the country? It is really too unwise. One could say that it is simply stupid. She made up her mind that once she got out of the magical beast ancient road, she must find a way to inform her father and tell him everything she had seen. And just as she was thinking, the golden crow did not spoil this skeleton, and ignored whatever he said. Those who disturb my mind, kill. It was directly a golden crow true flame. Boom! It exploded right next to the skeleton. And the strength of this flame was not the least bit weaker than the black evil fire that the skeleton had painstakingly designed and gotten to ignite with its blood. Skeleton stared blankly at the scene in front of him, his eyes full of shock and unbelievable. But at this moment there is not much to do. Can only first dodge silently save skills. There's a lot of good stuff here. I sense a strong ancient aura here. These things are all left over from before. But without the magic, I can see that in the old days, this was also an extremely luxurious place. And I wonder whose territory it was? The magical beasts, such as Old Goose and Old Black, took small, easy steps as they continued to grope their way through the area. Something that looks so fine that it just picks it up and puts it in your pocket without a hint of politeness at all. If it weren't for the fact that there was no way to carry anything large, otherwise even the entire wall would have to be buckled down and given away. The genus is a robber baron property now, but it's true that these things don't help us, but they may indeed be treasures for humans. Here, it's yours. The snake sister rolled up some jewelry with her tail and put it into the hands of Zhongling's several people. Thank you, she said gently. Zhongling politely took these things, and she does need them. The demon fox next to him had even begun to absorb the magic power here to advance. Sonic fire dogs also started. This dilapidated relic had become a place for them to evolve, which was rare to say the least, especially Chen Zhujun. She was the most changed. Within the ice wall set up by Xiao Qianqian, The entire person's body exuded a strong flame element,
forming a magical resonance with the sonic fire dog.
It looked like both the man and the beast were in the midst of evolution as well,
and the way to evolve is to infinitely absorb the residual yet pure magic here.
You bandits and robbers, give me back what's mine. Everything here is mine, mine, all mine, and you are not allowed to touch it.
Skeletor shouted frantically. After spending so much time here and occupying that guy's lair, he had long since claimed all of this as his own. The magical beast's plundering of the place was as hard to bear as if they were plucking out his heart. And for this rooster in front of him to suddenly turn into a golden crow, although it surprised him, but not to the point of fear, it was just a little difficult to deal with.
In his perception,
there was nothing in this world that could completely annihilate himself.
In the beginning, even if that phoenix was so strong, it could only trap itself here. There's no way to kill yourself, so from the beginning, he was already invincible. Think about it.
The skeleton no longer hid his strength either,
and with a wave of his hand, those boundless black blood once again rushed forth, dispersed the light emanating from the golden crow.
But it's just a rooster in the district.
Let's see this Grand Master call to capture you by letter, and then stew it into a hot pot chicken and eat it.
It's also considered a great tonic.
As he spoke, an infinite number of evil spirits had already appeared, climbing rapidly towards the golden crow.
Ha!
You want to stew me before I even try to stew you?
Golden Crow was shocked.
Old me tops your lungs.
Old goose, set up your tripod for me. I'll arrest him and stew him in bone soup.
He wasn't one to be messed with,
and with a violent temper, he saw the skeleton unleash his skills.
You don't hide it yourself. Boom unfolded his own pair of black feathered wings,
his gaze coldly staring at the shadowy skeleton.
The golden crow falls on the sun, and all ages do not survive.
A prairie fire that burns out the darkness. And with these words of his, the place had completely turned into a sea of fire. The terrifying temperature directly melted something and swallowed up the evil spirits that came running.
In an instant, the flames pounced on the skeleton's body.
A cloud of black smoke erupted. Along with the black smoke cloud appeared a cloud of unbelievably pure magic that fell to the ground.
Why are you zooming in as soon as you get up here?
You guy,
you don't talk about martial virtues.
The skeleton looked at Jinwoo angrily, heartbroken at the loss of his magic. But Skeletor was too late to be surprised. The golden crow soared from the sky,
once again spreading its wings and striking.
A loud and clear roar directly running through the heavens and earth. A bigger sea of fire appeared and,
yoo-hoo, and popping rewards?
With a wave of his wings, he brought that pure magical power over to him and then swallowed it right down. The fire in his body was even fiercer, and he couldn't help but show a burst of joy.
Comfortable. That's a nice reward. I'll have to step it up then. Maybe more rewards will pop out after finishing you brats off?
As he spoke,
the golden crow once again used his flame skill, turning the place into an inferno. Like a volcano erupting, flames poured up directly from the ground. Even if he dodged, with thousands of flames firing in unison, there would always be one that would be able to hit this skeleton. And with each hit, it caused him to burst out some of his pure magic and fall to the ground. This magic will be picked up by the golden crow. Even Skeleton had discovered that this golden crow hadn't released a lethal skill at all. It's just a way to confine yourself with these rambling firestorms and then fire coverage strikes. Holy, you're popping rewards at me? Looking down on people, huh? Wait, see if I don't get you killed, said the skeleton angrily. After understanding the purpose of this practice of the golden crow, the whole person was given to anger and his head buzzed. Chapter 75, The Golden Crow. If you don't give it to us, are we going to? Ha ha, he's pissed. No way. Jinwoo, are you cheap? You're doing this whole thing? Isn't this worse than killing someone? It's over. He's found a way to play. A group of magical beasts watched from the side, not minding the situation, and laughed out loud. One by one, it's time to grab something and dig in. Just none of them do anything serious. Even the panda began to walk towards the perimeter and then grabbed something as he went along. Stuff it inside his storage space. This thing was a storage made by Big Brother Lin Shi using his spatial powers. Generally speaking, the small ones were tens of cubic meters, and the large ones could be more than 100 cubic meters. It's all about the ease of loading and grabbing things. They, the magical beasts, completely disregarded that skeleton and only restricted the space, just in case he does get out. The skeleton's entire body was motionless in place, completely surrounded by flames and confused. All of his previous thoughts were completely overturned. This golden crow was not weak at all. Rather, it possesses the power of a true ancient relic. He couldn't imagine how this big rooster did it, and who owned it. Could it be that it's a great power left over from the ancient times, specially sent to snipe me? No way. There's no way I'm going to die. Those ancient divine creatures have all died out, and there are very few left who can defeat themselves. Think about it. Skeleton put his heart on the line and couldn't hold back any longer. directly releasing his own big move. Qiankuan skeleton, hungry fire devouring. A high voice. From the ground where he stood, a huge skull suddenly sprang up with a ferocious mouth. The eye in the middle of his forehead lit up. Boom! The vicious skull opens its huge mouth. Then he spat out a mouthful of flames that collided with the golden crow's flames, emitting an even more powerful explosion sound and turning the place into a sea of hellish fire. Once again, both sides played at even strength. Skeletor was at a disadvantage, though, because he'd just been injured a bit. More imbalance in the mindset, so anxious to want to cut the golden crow to the horse, as well as the next to him sneering at those beasts, but also through all have to leave all let him to eat before. Only then can he solve his heart's hate. Surrender, big three-legged cock. If you surrender, I can still spare your life. If you don't surrender, I'll later, really will stew you into chicken nuggets for dinner. Surrender? Vote for your grandma's leg. Cussing out the master's big rooster, right? Lousy is an authentic golden crow. 100% verifiable. Confident in myself though. But Jinwoo knew that this skeleton had some skills, otherwise, nor would he use 60% of his power. Moreover, such a thing, he had seen his elder brother packing it up at a previous time, and it was indeed not simple. Once he was allowed to grow up and go outside, then the consequences would be unimaginable. That's why it's important to face this kind of thing with a slap on the wrist to get him up and kill him completely. 6 days appearing together. The sun cage. Jinwoo took a deep breath. Once again, he brought his power to another peak, and 6 small suns burned around him. It is not a good idea to be in a state of fear. Straight away, the skeleton took a step back in fear. He had never imagined that there were actually magical beasts that could perform the Golden Crow clan's secret techniques now. Summon the 6 suns. In that case, then his rank, again, was definitely not just at the earth rank, but the heaven rank. Magical beasts with a bloodline and rank like this are extremely rare even in the ancient times. As I recall, it was only by the side of that old dragon god that there was an 8-day golden crow in the first place. I didn't expect to meet such a powerful opponent on the day of recovery after 10,000 years. To say it was bad luck would be an understatement. I don't know what happened, but my own chi would become so low. What bad luck? Or maybe, something to do with the surroundings? Suddenly, Orochi sneezed. Who's calling out to me? I'm being struck by lightning for fun. Don't think about me if it's okay. How come the cost is so big this time? That's why it's so easy not to use the dragon scale. It would have been a little sad, but when he thought about it, Orochi began to gloat a bit. He had just used a secret technique to run some of his mold out. I don't know who received it either. And my good buddy Beast God, when he was pitted to death in the demonic beast ancient plains before, I guess he also utilized the power of the dragon scale. Then, ha ha ha, he's even more unlucky than he estimated himself to be. The thought of a guy who was more unlucky than himself cheered up Yagyu Orochi. No more of that difficult emotion. It was just that the environment in front of him was a bit bad, so dark that he couldn't see it at all with his vision. And the senses were hampered by the fact that there was no way to break through this barrier, so you could only slowly feel your way forward. Coming early doesn't make it any cheaper. Instead, that gang of magical beasts got the jump on us. Damn it! Yachi thought indignantly. Hundreds of people and magical beasts existed in the surrounding area. All of them had come here to search for treasure, and were likewise somewhat lost. Slowly moving through this space. Boom 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 boom. The entire cloud palace exploded violently. 6 suns fell from the sky, each one carrying the momentum of 1,000,000 men, exuding intense flames. With great might, it was irresistible. The skeleton had just revived and had only devoured the blood of 100 people, so it was simply unable to fight against it. In just a few moments, all of his own skills fell there, and the skeleton simply shattered. Just like the plan that Jinwoo had started to formulate, it came up with a big move and no small skills at all. To snatch the skeleton before he understood everything, from strength and might, he would be completely suppressed. This skeleton's previous bravado was instantly crushed in the face of fear. He couldn't imagine what a scene it would simply be when they hit him. It won't kill him, but he'll hurt. Leave me alone. Don't do this. Don't. These suns are too scary. I'm willing to give you everything here. There are hidden treasures here. Please hold your head high. The skeleton desperately shouted. Under the intimidation of the 6 suns, there was absolutely not the slightest idea of resistance, and all there was fleeing for their lives, and backstabbing. He planned that as long as this golden crow had the slightest bit of greed, he could take the opportunity to leave, and then frantically take it back with a vengeance. But what the skeleton didn't expect was that before he could finish shouting, without the slightest hesitation, the golden crow dropped these suns. 6 suns wrapped around it in unison. The light shed on the sun car shattered him completely, and there he turned into wisps of black smoke, seeming to gather and disperse, and howling shrilly. Give it to us? Hee, you're really naive enough. Even if you don't give it to us, don't we have hands and the means to grab it and take it ourselves? Jinwoo laughed, laughing at the stupidity of the skeleton. And wow, don't worry, man. I'll take you for popping gold coins later. You've got a lot of good stuff on you too. Let's hang you out for a while, so we don't have to play tricks. By the way, purify and cleanse your mind. The golden crow majestically, after completely defeating and trapping this skeleton, confidently, he reverted to his cock-like appearance, then joined the rush, hooting and hollering and starting to shove this stuff inside their space just for the hell of it. Skeleton, goddamn purifying the mind. Skeleton, thank you. Ryoga waited until those treasure hunters outside had walked through the dark area and were excited to be here. But suddenly, he saw the bare heavenly palace, and the magical beasts that were constantly busy in various places. Straight away, he was so irritated that he froze in place. Chapter 76, slowly stewed over low heat? A palm strike. No, where's the stuff here? Nothing, and it's like even the corners have been cut. Asterisk. These magical beasts are too inhuman, aren't they? What bad luck. When we meet up with them, they get first dibs on any treasure. Hundreds of people pouring in here together. The moment the skeleton's power disappeared, his suppression of this place also disappeared at the same time, so they were able to walk here. Still, originally they were happy because being able to see the road meant being able to find the treasure. It turned out to be a realization when I came here. Everything has been moved and is empty. Even the bricks in the corners of the walls have been removed, and I don't know how these magical beasts do it. It's too deprived of conscience. The Orochi were the first to arrive here, and after seeing these magical beasts, they were all a bit angry and pissed off, as well as slightly terrified on the spot. Although it was not true that he was also an ancient demonic beast, he could only hide his strength and seal it in order to escape that disaster. Originally, he had long planned to make a trip here to pick up the Phoenix treasure. Unfortunately, it was shortchanged, and I can't help but be greatly chagrined. Brother Panda glanced at them, not really caring, still taking the treasures as he should, especially the two that stayed with the skeleton, the Phoenix Order and that ancient sword. He gave it all to Jun. The strange thing was that these two items had some sort of resonance with the Phoenix Jade pendant that Brother Panda was holding. There was even a blood resonance with Jun. Just for a while only visions appeared without further changes. My tripod is ready. Still stewing bone soup or not? The old goose said with a heated smile. He placed the tripod there, added water, and it began to heat up automatically. When the skeleton saw this scene, he had originally been scorched by the golden crow flame and had lost his chi, leaving him with only slight strength. Upon seeing this large tripod, he was directly scared to the point of losing his soul. Leave me alone, please. You guys can't kill me anyway, so how about we make a deal? I'll tell you some of the hidden secrets of this place and help you find the treasure. You guys let me go. At this point in time, the skeleton still did not give up the hope of life, wanting to use this opportunity to compel these magical beasts in an attempt to seek a way out. But the beasts didn't fall for it at all. Ignoring his words, Old Goose kicked him inside the cauldron. 9,981 seals, pressed him directly under the tripod, and began a slow stew over a small fire. Old Goose's operation directly stunned the group. Who goes out to war with a pot? The most surprised among them were the people of the Chu family, whose purpose of coming here was originally to seek revenge on this group of magical beasts. Because they had offended their own ancestors and killed Chu Tianshu Sake, they must be allowed to die. But seeing this scene, they were also a little bit slightly surprised. After all, ordinary people and magical beasts couldn't get in here, and the fact that they were the first to enter meant that they definitely had special powers on them, or some special magic treasures. Hand over these things and I'll spare your lives. A man surnamed Chu shouted. This was a young man, probably around 20 years old by the looks of him. His appearance was clean, but his face was bloodless. It's as if you've never gotten any sunshine in your life. It was the big brother that Chu Tianshu spoke of. However, he didn't come here to try to avenge Chu Tianshu. Rather, it was to win the favor of the old man, so as to win that slight chance of obtaining the family inheritance and becoming a true heir to the Nine-Devil Monarch. Seeing that someone had already taken the lead, the others stood aside and vaguely surrounded the gang of magical beasts, prepared to watch the fun, or wait for an opportunity to strike and grab the chance. Those who had come up with Brother Panda and the others were on the sidelines with no intention of doing anything. In the first place, the Chu family seems to like to be the head of the pack. Chu Tianshu in the lower realm was the first to go on stage, only to be beaten to the bone crumbs by others. Now these deviants have come back to seek revenge, but they don't know how to hide themselves. Instead they are again blocking everyone's guns. Isn't that silly? Is he Chu family so brainless? It's not true that they're very powerful, but they really aren't very smart. If this continues, I see. This family is going to be extinct. Not necessarily. You can see that there must be 7 or 8 people from the Chu family coming, and each of them seems to be an intermediate or advanced imperial beastmaster. And their family's inheritance is really a bit mysterious. So in case they bring those special magic treasures, it's estimated that they really do have the power to fight. A group of people arguing. Make tall tales about the Chu family. These are the smart people who wait for others to go first and hide behind them to pick up the pieces. Brother Panda was not impressed. These fools thought they were here to take the treasure, but they didn't realize that it was all a trap for the others' skeletons. If the first group of people that came in were not them, the magical beasts, but these ordinary people, then basically everyone would die here. This would allow this skeleton to succeed in its scheme, regain its power, and stir up the wind and clouds on this magical beast ancient road. Who's going to go up there and beat them up? Brother Panda pointed. Old Black, or you? Hearing Brother Panda's command, Black Bear took the lead. Having long since been unable to hold back his desire to fight, 2 palms split the unchained mountain. 1 kick flattens the curved road. Black Bear of Destruction. Report! The old black man pinched his voice and roared at the crowd. And at the same time, his body fiercely became magnificent. His body unexpectedly transformed into 4 or 5 meters tall all of a sudden, revealing a small Dharma phase. The black bear is a powerhouse. He didn't have any fancy skills. All he had was pure physical strength, using his body as a kind of hard resistance against skills. So when it came out, it didn't make any skill waves. Instead, just a faint magical pattern showed up. Such a performance instantly made everyone laugh and smile at him with contempt. So it's just an ordinary black bear, at most an intermediate level magical beast, and it dares to act recklessly here? Yeah, I thought it was some powerful character, but it turned out to be just some chicken-stealing scumbags who were just luckier than us and came here before us, another person said. The Chu family laughed, clutching their chests with confidence. Then, this Chu Tianchu's elder brother, Chu Tianyun, directly unleashed his own family heirloom, turned into a real skeleton. Its power. It looked simply more biting and thicker than Chu Tianchu's. At first glance, there was even some power similarity with the skeleton in the old goose tripod. Chu Tianyun rushed up, wanting to give Old Black a head start, aiming to directly suppress everyone's covetousness with a single-handed attack, gaining sideways glances from everyone, making everyone, well, look up to him. Skill. Yellow Spring Sky Palm. Boom. Chu Tianyun and the black bear's palms faced each other, emitting a sound that shook the heavens and shook the earth, causing even the entire cloud palace to tremble a little. Drop some dust. Then, the black bear moved out, closing his palm and standing on his own. Chu Tianyun, however, stepped back more than 10 meters and supported himself with his hands on the ground in order to land steadily. How is this possible? How could his power be so great? Yun Tian couldn't comprehend it. After this blow, he did get sideways glances from everyone. Only instead of compliments and envy, he was questioned, and mildly surprised. Chapter 77. A little knock. A good sound is a good head. The cloud palace was colorful and gently misty with light, shining down on the playful magical beasts. They didn't concentrate much about the battle. Rather, I'm more interested in how to eat something. Take, for example, the tail of the Orochi serpent, the head of the flaming lion, the hump of the camel. These human curiosities, each of them can be taken over and eaten to the full. Inside such a post-apocalyptic world, usually in normal times, one wouldn't really be able to see so many people and magical beasts. Old Black, almost done, haha, don't go too far, our side is almost packed. We should leave in a while. Don't miss Big Brother's big event. A quick battle. Everyone was stunned by the words of these magical beasts. Some people thought that they were deliberately showing off and scaring them, while others thought that they really had it in them. After all, to be able to keep his face unchanged under the siege of so many people was indeed mentally strong. Come on, let me see how many pounds you really have. Old Black hemmed and hawed. Very nuclear goodness. Since it was related to Big Brother's matter, naturally it could not be delayed, and a quick solution was the best way. He hooked his hand towards Chu Tianyun and used the highest level of the Rolling Gates feats. Come here. Then, this skill that could pull the enemy's hatred and bring its own taunt directly drew Chu Tianyun's attention. Without the slightest pause, no longer even thinking about why this black bear was so strong, he directly made another move with the Yellow Spring Heavenly Palm. Only this time, the skill was even more powerful than the previous one, and thousands of bone palms actually appeared all at once. Like rain, it was generated from all directions and then drifted down. Each one carries the power to destroy the sky and the earth. It was a skillful hand that made everyone else sigh slightly as well. Even if they were fellow senior Imperial Beast Masters, they simply couldn't use such a skill, which should already belong to the ranks of divine techniques. So strong, this kind of skill is probably at the top of the list within the senior Imperial Beast Masters. remember that Li Ho out there? If it's him, when the two fight, they might even want this Chu Tianyun to be better.
I see the skill of his. The power is not at all something an ordinary magical beast can unleash, but it carries a mysterious and unfathomable might.
Everyone else agrees with this statement. However,
they maintain the same awe as well as skepticism towards these individual magical beasts. Once when they realized that these magical beasts were just in vain, they would immediately launch an attack and go make a grab with Chu Tianyun. The reason why they didn't make a move was because they weren't sure in which place the real strength of these magical beasts was.
After all, there was only one human life, and if they died, there would be nothing left. And the more they experienced the fear of the end of the world, the more they maintained a sense of fear and compassion for life.
Yoo-hoo!
It really isn't easy. It's just that, this Yellow Springs Heavenly Palm of yours is also a power type skill, isn't it? It looks like a spell, but it's actually destroying the target object with power.
The black bear grinned.
If it's a power type, he has yet to fudge anyone, except for Panda Brother. Even that spotted tiger, Master Tiger, was inferior to him in terms of pure strength. Still no skills were released. However, the Lin magic pattern on Old Black's head appeared and lit up like a flash of lightning. At once, with the gentle lifting of his palm, this ground looked like it had been pulled upwards towards the top, and the sky, as if it had descended a point. 9 heavens and 6 heavens, 8 desolate heaven and earth divine palm. Go on, along with the Old Black's shout, only to see the surroundings actually vaguely rise a astral wind too, along with his palm began to flap around. It collided hard with the huge palms of bones coming towards him from all directions, and for a while, vibrations kept coming from here. This kind of competition without any skill fancy, just pure power, was more vicious than between skills. The slightest mishap is one side being slapped into the ground by the other. Then everyone saw the sight. Those thousands of bone palms fell from the sky like a tidal wave, one after another, one stronger than the other, the power carrying pure astral wind. It actually blew the clothes of the people around them in a hunting manner. And the black bear remained still. He was like a mountain, and no matter how strong the wind blew, it could not shake a hair on its head. The only thing that greeted this sky full of bone palms was his move, a seemingly middle-of-the-road, but incomparably powerful double palm. One up, one down, like the convergence of yin and yang, there is rigidity, and there is femininity. It eventually converged into a palm. Everyone did not see the exact image of the collision as dust and smoke rose around them. Plus after this slap, Chu Tianyun was not willing to show weakness. Surprisingly, he hadn't finished with one palm before using the divine technique again. Divine technique, the 9 specters divine monarch. Spectral thirst. Without waiting for any reaction from these people, the skeleton in that huge tripod actually opened its surprised eyes all of a sudden. Inheritance of the 9 devil monarchs. Ho ho ho. How interesting that this human betrayer, the dragon god's backstabber, is still alive. The skeleton laughed. What does this show? It shows that my clan will inevitably prosper, while the people and magical beasts of the Blue Star will surely decline, and that a disaster is coming that no one can escape, he said fiercely, gritting his teeth. He endured the refinement of the dragon phoenix cauldron. Wisps of pure energy were released from his body and turned into an elixir. When the old goose saw that he still dared to be reckless in the tripod, he directly made a big fishing spoon and knocked on his head. Bang! Good to hear. Just a good head. Let you talk too much. You dog. Believe it or not, I'll chop you up and eat you now? Meanwhile, Brother Panda had gathered around the top, smiling at the skeleton that kept struggling in the water. But it was also true that he had no fear of these 2 magical beasts at all. Oh, kill me. Can you guys do that? Even at the time of that great battle, your so-called Phoenix God was only able to trap me here. And now that he has completely fallen, but I'm still alive, it's clear who won and who lost. Isn't it ironic to say? He looked forward to see what look of horror appeared on the faces of these magical beasts. And looked forward to it for a second, and a second, and a second, but until half a minute had passed, there was still no change on the faces of these magical beasts. Instead, the sarcastic sneer became more and more severe. Then, Brother Panda took out a needle, the same one that Big Brother Lin Shi had given him. The skeleton stopped talking for a moment. Waves of air float to the sky. All the demonic chi was like a whirlpool for a while, continuously surging towards Chu Tianyun's body, performing the devouring way. This one was one of the 9 devils' signature skills. Once activated, it will bring the magic gathered around you from your body, instantly increasing your level as well as strengthening all of your skills. It can be fought across levels. I'm already an Earth-grade Imperial Beast Master. And even more so, I'm the superposition of the power of both the Imperial Beast Master and the Imperial Beast, and I'm already invincible in this place. You sinful beasts, why don't you kneel down quickly? Chu Tianyun arrogantly looked towards the black bear, as well as swept his gaze around. It's like a king's landing. Old Black, no. This man is sick. And what made Chu Tianyun a little strange was that those people around him did reveal a look of horror. Even though he had already reached the earth level, the black bear in front of him still did not change his face. The corners of his mouth even curved up slightly, as if he was mocking him, and at the same time, the Lin magic pattern on his head became brighter and brighter. Chapter 78, Old Black, I counted on my fingers. This goat will be here in 3 minutes. Look, Chu Tianyun is zooming in? It's not a big move, but it's raising his level. He's already an Earth-ranked Imperial Beast Master. If we add in their Chu family's special abilities, at this point, I'm afraid that his strength is no weaker than a heaven rank. When are we going to make our move? If we don't make a move, once he defeats this big bear, then the treasures on his body can all be his. Don't worry, let's wait for a chance. The crowd looked anxiously at the field picture. They weren't concerned about how powerful Chu Tianyun was, but rather, they were concerned about the final ownership of the treasure. And seeing that Chu Tianyun had now reached this kind of realm, he could not help but secretly chuckle. The reason is simple. This kind of skill that forcefully raises one's level must have a skill duration. So, don't look at his arrogance now. As long as Chu Tianyun's time is up, then he will become a waste, and will no longer be able to compete with them for the treasure, and will just be doing the graft for nothing. The people on the field naturally understood this, secretly rubbing their fists and quietly preparing. Humph, a bunch of cowardly rats. Chu Tianyun snorted coldly, seeing these people's small actions but didn't care. Just let them go. The aura on his body surged once again. Something about being a pawn for others. Actually, even Chu Tianyun understood this in his heart. It was just that his character did not allow him to lose. That was why, even if he knew that the treasure was going to be given to these people for nothing, he still had to fight on and reclaim the face that belonged to him. Because his purpose was not the treasure, but to kill these magical beasts. How can a mere treasure be compared to the legacy of the Chu clan's ancestor? But it's a gift from the gods. It was what made him a little hard to understand. This black bear, since he saw him, enhanced so much strength, but do not know why. Can't see the slightest hint of horror on your face? Even those magical beasts behind him didn't seem to care if he was dead or alive. They just laughed all the time. If you see my lord, why don't you kneel? Chu Tianyun once again loudly chided. By sacrificing his life now, he had, in the twinkling of an eye, reached the strength of an Earth-grade Imperial Beast Master. Coupled with the special secret method, it was enough to rival an ordinary mid-Earth level magical beast. Every move, every word, carried with it a mysterious and inexplicable majesty. It was only right that any Imperial Beast Master, or magical beast, that was of a lower level than him, would be suppressed by him. The black bear scratched his head indifferently, having some difficulty understanding the childish things the man was saying. Holy, that's too middle-aged. Maybe this person's brain is a bit broken because he doesn't go out a lot, so his speech is quite scary. Black Bear thought silently. At the same time, he was not idle and pulled out a white bone rod from his spatial storage. This was dug from Xiao Qianqian's ancient building. According to her, it was the bones left behind by previous magical beasts that had reached God, and would be very hard. And the so-called God level was actually another title for heaven-level magical beasts. However, the black bear understood in his heart that many people thought that the heaven rank was already the upper limit of magical beasts, but above the heavenly steps, there would still be ranks. It was just that ordinary people were not even qualified to know about them. For example, the ancient dragon god in the Dragon Kingdom, as well as those of his subordinates, were all above the heavenly level. There was only a slight difference between the strengths because of their own bloodline as well as the different levels, like the Eagle Sauce Country, the Sakura Country, and the Woolly Bear Country. Each had their own transcendent magical beasts as well. You black bear already has a way to take your death. Watch me decapitate you with the lift of my hand. Suffer death. Seeing that the black bear didn't care about him, instead he froze there, actually studying a stick of bone. Chu Tianyun felt that his majesty had been provoked. Therefore, the first to make their skills, divine technique, yellow spring heavenly flash. The skill looked like a lightning bolt floating down from the sky. Only the colors of this lightning bolt were made of blood red and black. For a while, the entire cloud palace above was filled with dark clouds and the hissing of some strange creatures. After reaching Earth-level strength, Chu Tianyun's overall strength had directly gone up several notches, so the skills unleashed were not something that could be compared to the usual. Confident as hell. 2. It was believed that after this strike, it would definitely be able to decimate it. Ha! It looks pretty bluff, but really, it's just that. Old Black saw the sight, just simply raised the stick of bone in his hand. In the next moment, thunder continuously flickered and intertwined, slashing down towards him. This skill is not a power, but simply spell damage. Yo, he's kinda weirdly smart. knowing that he can't match me in power, and then using a spell. But what he doesn't know is that strength and defense are both things I'm good at. The black bear raised his bone rod and, in a flash, engaged the massive lightning in the sky. There's no booming power. There is, simply, a picture. The black bear used a bone rod to channel the lightning on his body and then turned on the enjoyment time and comfort. It's just like a massage. Wow. It's so comfortable. This lightning is much stronger than the lightning in Green Sea City. Sure enough, it's worthy of being the demon lord's divine servant. The power to use it to sacrifice life is awesome. While enjoying himself, Old Black did not forget to give Chu Tianyun a thumbs up in recognition. And the lightning, in fact, could not hurt the slightest bit. How is it possible? Chu Tianyun was too surprised to speak. He thought about the black bear releasing his ability to collide with the lightning. And he also thought about the black bear being shattered by this lightning. Or the black bear using some other mysterious skill to fend it off. It just didn't occur to him that the black bear would actually let go of all his defenses and directly channel the lightning into his body of his own accord, unharmed, and actually smiled and gave himself a thumbs up. If it can be tolerated, it can't be tolerated. This is an insult to me. Not realizing the power of the black bear. What Chu Tianyun had was only anger and dissatisfaction in his heart. If even the earth-level strength couldn't shake him up, then what kind of strength could shake him up? No, it must be because he's just got some kind of treasure that he was able to withstand it. Chu Tianyun had this thought, and so did the others. In their opinion, it must be that the black bear had used some kind of special magic treasure so that it could resist this kind of attack, and a magic treasure that could resist the power of an earth-level lightning skill must be very good. Instead of scaring these people, it stirred up their greed even more. The people around them got dumber and dumber. Young master, I've come to help you. When Chu Tianyun came out, he brought a few attendants with him, and all of them were Chu family's outer disciples. Thus unable to obtain the inheritance within the Chu family, he carried a group of magical beasts around him, all of which were lanky goats with huge horns on their heads. What a way to get what you want. Hey, I'm counting on my fingers. These sheep will have blood on their hands in 3 minutes. Seeing this, Old Black was stunned, then laughed out loud. Chapter 79, really give to see hungry holy, there's really food? Or sheep? Several of them, brothers are cool. It's true that if you want to sleep, there's a pillow. If you want to eat, there's someone to bring you food. Chu Tianyun is really a good person. The old goose's eyes went wide, drooling. Why? It's been so long since I've had anything good to eat. All bones and such. No nutrition at all. Bull ***** skeleton. By the panda brother a needle. Directly to the scared to say a word. This needle comes from the Green Sea City. Is the big brother Lin Shi personally built? As for its raw materials, in fact, is in skulls of the same kind of creatures. According to Lin Shi, if anything, there was no ability on the blue planet that could kill anything from the Outlands. Then it's only one of a kind. It's like what restrains Superman is instead something from his own original planet, Kryptonite. So, by refining this creature into a weapon, then you can have the power to kill them. This kind of theory was also something he had pondered over for a long time before coming up with it, and as a result, he didn't expect that it would really be realized. You and I are of the same kind. Why are you so forced? Skeletor said in horror. He could feel the breath of life on the needle. That is to say, this of his kind was not dead, but alive, refined into the shape of a needle. Dude, I can't help it. I would never do this if I had the ability to escape, but Big Brother said that if I didn't listen to him, then I would die without a burial place. Who doesn't want to live? That talks to the needle. It wasn't actually originally a pin shape, but rather the same form as a skull. Only after falling into Lin Shi's hands, he gave him a raw grinding. As the saying goes, Li Bai sharpened his needles by the river. 10 years as one day, Lin Shi followed the example of the sages and painstakingly ground this skull in the zoo for as long as 5 months before refining it into this shape. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so obedient and submissive. This needle knew all too well the man's power, strength, perseverance, and level of perversity. These magical beasts were simply too kind compared to him, to a degree that wasn't even a tenth of that. He had witnessed the misery of Greenhaven with his own eyes. Like him, all of his kind were gutted and viciously finished off, ground into weapons of various shapes. Even those hidden hundreds of meters deep in the earth were given the pout out, and it was straight to torture and rub the lime ground with their cheeks. They are born from the same root, but they are too anxious for each other. I advise you to spare me, or else you know very well what will happen to you when the Lord of the Outer Regions revives. The skeleton, fearful, took words threateningly toward this needle. He had backed away from it. The Lord of the Extraterrestrial Domain? Needle first laughed, then looked at the skeleton in awe, saying, what if I say that this big brother I'm following has even more potential than the Lord of the Outer Regions? Remember the legend? And why we came to the blue planet? After the reminder of the needle, Skeletor snapped to attention, incredulously.
You mean above the blue star?
No, I don't believe this is true. You're lying, believe it or not. Anyway, the mission he gave me was to shoot to kill once I met your kind, or else I'd be thrown in the poop tank and soaked for the rest of my entire life, Needle said with some fear.
You understand what kind of punishment this is for us.
The next moment,
the pin made its move and didn't explain much.
The skull was secured to the bottom of the tripod. It was stabbed directly into the skeleton's third eye, and the needle caused it to die. Slowly, in horror. There was no blood. Only a faint black mist appeared. Big Brother's theory worked? Brother Panda smiled happily and took the needle back.
The old goose smacked it and refined it into an elixir, then put it into his feathers, which formed its own space inside.
Maybe this will be of great use later. Then, went on about his business.
It seemed that killing such an extra-dimensional creature was merely a trivial matter.
Far away,
the black bear completely does not put Chu Tianyun in the eyes.
See the success of the theory of the Big Brother.
And then took advantage of the old goose to shout happily.
Old goose, I'm hungry. Make me a roasted leg of lamb. I love your roasted leg of lamb. Okay.
Old goose made a no-problem gesture in a cheerful mood.
Then he took out the grill and lit it. Just waiting for you to bring those fat goats over here. By the way,
Old Goose started to handle the big wolf that the porcupine had killed and put it on the grill together.
Favoring his snake sister, he carried her on his back. Okay, wait for me. The black bear hemmed and hawed and looked at Chu Tianyun, as well as those of his men and magical beasts. Actually, it was mainly those magical beasts, little sheep or whatever. It's the best. Come with me, don't let him go. Break him into pieces. Chu Tianyun let out a chorus before ordering these servants to come forward and attack. Sheep, also known as demons. In the eyes of the West, it is a very scary creature because of the mastery of seduction skills, especially effective against male crew members at sea. And these sheep's powers are also related to seduction, mental attributes that can mesmerize the mind, sight, and senses. Generally speaking, this kind of spirit-attributed magical beasts could be said to have some kind of restraining relationship when dealing with strength types, because no matter how much strength you possess, you can't touch them. You can only exhaust your strength and die in vain. Just what they don't know is this. Black bears were not just simple strength-type magical beasts. Instead, it's a god of killing. Even though I don't have skills, every attack I make is a skill. This punch, bury the sky. With a loud roar, the black bear took out the bone stick in his hand and then swung it fiercely towards the sky. Rushed to get to the little sheep. Isn't it boxing? What do you mean by throwing bone sticks? The cultural level is too low. Chu Yuntian spat in his heart. He knew that he couldn't underestimate this magical beast, which was why he had asked these servants to go up and die, and then find a chance to kill this guy. However, cautious as he was, Chu Tianyun did not have any fear in his heart because under the conditions of the devil-devouring skill, he was close to being a god at this moment. Divine technique, the 9 Spectres Yellow Springs River. He secretly prepared his skills, and then looked for an opportunity to strike out and kill the black bear with one blow. Young master, be careful. His punch is so raw. Facing this seemingly simple punch from Old Dark, the other Chu clan servants had already been blasted dozens of meters away when Chu Tianyun had just finished saying the name of this skill. An invisible wave of light cut through. After saying this in the air, he was directly blown into powder form. Only a bunch of small, fat sheep were left, unharmed. Wow, that smells good. This really gives look hungry. Old Black swept a glance at Old Goose, only to see that in just a short while, the wolf's leg on the barbecue was already sizzling with oil. Fragrance. It's almost like you're craving a bear. I'll go. Wolf meat smells this good. What if I roast a small fat lamb? Old Black's mouth watered as he thought, his saliva dripping down. Hey, eat this mutton after the fight. Wouldn't it smell good in one bite? While thinking about this, Old Black gleefully reached across the air and pinched over, directly ignoring Chu Tianyun's sneak attack, grabbing these sheep and throwing them towards Old Goose's side. Chapter 80, he's a good guy, and he even gave me the explosive technique after he died. Holy, what kind of barbecue do these magical beasts seem to be fixing? They're crazy, aren't they? A whole barbecue here. That's crazy. It's really good. I've lived for so many years, but I've never seen such a style. The crowd gathered around to watch the battle in the arena. The crowd turned their heads to see that Goose over there was preparing barbecue ingredients and had already grilled a wolf leg. Now, it's dealing with the sheep that Old Blackie threw over. Is it going to be kebabs? The people who watched the battle directly gave a drooling look, and what made them feel more than a little surprised was, this black bear was so oblivious for a moment that it even released its back to Chu Tianyun. Wasn't it obvious that it was going to be attacked by a sneak attack? Looks like Chu Tianyun is going to win. Sure enough, just as Old Black threw those sheep to Old Goose. Chu Tianyun had also prepared his skills, and behind Old Black's back, he immediately launched an attack. You fell for it. The reason why they were sent to their deaths was purely to attract your attention, Chu Tianyun said with silent smugness. I've long heard that you fellows are very fond of grilling magical beasts. That's why I came up with this plan. Next moment, the skill in his hand unleashed. The Yellow Springs River fluttered down from his side, waving and spilling like the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens, with endless corrosive aura falling from the sky. This strike will surely succeed. The river filled the air, and with Chu Tianyun's single hand pointing forward, he instantly launched an attack towards the black bear. Anyone touched will be reduced to nothingness. Ha, so that's how it is. When Old Black heard that Chu Tianyun did it on purpose, he was still a little embarrassed in his heart. No wonder. So you're really bringing us food. Wow, you're such a nice guy. Thank you so much. Old Black looked at the corrosive water that kept coming, roared, and straightened up with another punch. One blow. It was as if the sky was falling. In Chu Tianyun's perspective, those of his servants who had originally become shattered pieces shattered even more, directly turning into nothingness. This shows how powerful this black bear really is. But before Chu Tianyun had time to feel sad for these servants, this black bear came with another punch. This punch shakes the ground. Boom! Black bear thumps the ground. Immediately, countless fist shadows came flying from the ground, about 1,000 of them, densely packed, towards Chu Tianyun. The 9 unearthly rivers is a corrosive skill, and anyone who is hit will die from total body rot and will suffer great pain. Go on, destroy him. Chu Tianyun was also not willing to show weakness, but when the two skills just touched, Chu Tianchu's heart froze. This was because he clearly perceived that his skills were unexpectedly unable to block this fist's attack at all. Knowing that he was now an Earth-level Imperial Beast Master and Magical Beast, this blow had simply caused him to lose all of his confidence. You can't hide even if you want to. At this point, you can only force a hard catch. And his skill had been completely shattered. This long river skill? It was actually shattered by a punch. What fierce power! Chu Tianyun's previous self-confidence and arrogance turned into nothingness in an instant. And it was only then that he realized the message that the servant had just conveyed to him. This is a truly untouchable strike. Strong power. Such pure power. I've never heard of it in this world before. Which worldly clan's magical beast are you from? And who exactly is your master? Why do you want to cross us Chu family members? Killing my poor third brother not to mention. Now you even want to kill me as well? Chu Tianyun let out a threatening voice and said, aren't you afraid that the rest of our Chu family will break you into pieces? With what these people have seen, if they were to meet an ordinary opponent, or if they could directly crush their opponent, Chu Tianyun would not even say half a word more and would kill them directly. The fact that he went so far as to say these words meant that this black bear was something he couldn't deal with, or at least a magical beast of the same level. Could it be that this Chu Tianyun is going to lose? It was not what they had guessed before. However, no matter who won or lost this battle, it didn't have much of an impact on them. As long as they could weaken the other side, then they could reap the benefits. There's no way out. This black bear doesn't even look down on me, so I can only tough it out. Seeing this fist surge, Chu Tianyun's brain had stopped thinking. Although his heart was in shock, he felt that if he put his best foot forward, he should still be able to receive this punch, but he would just be seriously injured. Come on, let me see the weight of your fist. Let me see how strong you really are. Chu Tianyun took a deep breath. Directly using all of his blood and bones, he violently clashed with this fist, but the next moment he realized what was going on, and the fist hit his body. It didn't go any further, and he didn't move a muscle, his eyes looking at the black bear in horror, while the flames in his eyes fluttered on and off. There aren't too many great skill effects. It was just a faint strike. The two touched each other and then just remained relatively still. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, the bones on Chu Tianyun's body began to show large chaps, and slowly, the cracks grew larger and larger. One must know that the skeletons that their Chu family members had transformed into, those were rare sturdy and sharp tools in the world that could even be used as weapons. To be shattered just like that? It's hard not to be blown away. What's this? A bunch of skilled dominoes appeared in the air, and naturally, Old Black was not polite and directly reached out and rolled it up, taking it in his hands. Open it up and see that it's some skills. You're still weirdly nice, giving me skill blasts even after you die. What a great guy. And Chu Tianyun's body, which could have been maintained for a moment longer, directly froze as a whole after hearing these words, then was exasperated in both eyes. Then it dispersed like the wind. Old goose, is my meat roasted? The black bear looked these skills over twice, then didn't care and ran off to find the old goose for some mutton kebabs. The lamb skewers were sprinkled with sesame and cumin as well as chili noodles, mixed with the unique texture of lamb. The rich flavor is so satisfying in one bite. Yummy. Yummy! This Chu Tianyun is really a good person. Not only is the mutton he sent us delicious, but one of the skills he left behind is also very interesting. It's called traveling through time. Sister Peacock took the dominoes old black brought over, looked at them for a few moments, and said seriously, it seems to be able to teleport to their Chu family ancestral hall there in an instant. Interesting, maybe that what's-his-name Nine Devil Monarch is in that place. As soon as they heard the name of the Nine Sephiroth Demon Lord, all the demonic beasts' ears straightened. So, what you're saying is that we can just run right up to that Demon Lord and punch him in the face? I think so. The description of this skill is instant teleportation. However, it can only be had for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough too. Brother Panda took the domino into his hands, smiled, and tucked it into his pocket. Good. We'll go as soon as we've solved the trouble at hand. Ha? Where's the trouble in front of us? Old Black questioned. Still no trouble? Look at those people's eyes. They can't wait to eat us. Sister Peacock pouted. A few moments later, as a result, he saw some people gather around him, and demonic lines emerged on their foreheads, revealing their original faces. Look at them with a greedy gaze. Chapter 81. When people say you're a bad person, you'd better. See, it's time for those guys to strike. No way. Those crooked bastards. They really want to fight us. Don't be gullible. They're not all crooked. Some of them are even stronger than this Chu Tianyun. The magical beasts looked over in unison, only to see hundreds of people around them, all of them lighting up the magical tattoos on their own foreheads at once. Various magical beasts roared. Skills of all colors and sizes were ready to go. There are too many people here. It's better for us to leave first. Xiao Qianxian had always been conservative. She looked at the situation in front of her, rather unpleasantly, even if they did have a lot of power as well. However, facing so many imperial beast masters and magical beasts, it was probably difficult to hold out. Getting out of here is the safest way. Zhongling agreed with Xiao Qianxian. After all, the situation at hand was indeed a fight between few and many, and the situation was too dangerous for them, and emergency shelter was necessary. It was Chen Zhujun who was puzzled. She looked at the altar, and although the sword, skull, and jade medallion had been taken away, she had always felt that there was still some subtlety there. Just can't say. Instead, the blood in his body burned with searing heat. Even her own cultivation level seemed to have improved. As if she didn't say anything, she just walked over silently. You demonic beasts have gone on a rampage, and we're going to take justice for the heavens today. Yes, not only did you kill the Chu family, but you also brutally murdered the young master of the Li family, wantonly mutilating people's lives, messed the place up and took the treasure. That's the point. The crowd found a very appropriate reason to have a motive to strike, and then they looked at these magical beasts with sinister gazes. But what they're looking at, really, is the treasure in their hands. After all, who doesn't want to get stronger? When people say you're a bad guy, you better really be a bad guy, or else you'll be eaten without even a crumb of bone left. There are so many bad people now. It's also possible that inside the end times, the good guys are all dead and only the bad guys survived. I do think that maybe no matter whether people are good or bad, when faced with benefits, they may also be good people who become bad people. A few magical beasts gathered around and laughed as they ate their mutton skewers without the slightest bit of tension. This scene is very familiar, because once, when they were at the Green Sea City Zoo, there were thousands of imperial beast masters and magical beasts surrounding them. Even the words are pretty much the same, I guess. Anyway, it just felt that they, the magical beasts, were so guilty that they must have some kind of treasure in their hands or something, and wanted to kill and take the treasure. The results are also obvious. Human nature being what it is, there is no need for words. Who's going to go and stop them? Brother Panda looked around. It feels like there are still a lot of their wraith minions who haven't played a single hand, and there's absolutely no pressure to use them. Take, for example, the big cockroach who eats and sleeps in a daze. A guy who wasn't originally part of the zoo child establishment, but due to the luck of the draw due to hiding in the zoo, it got mixed up in the establishment here at Big Brother. Moreover, he was a particularly powerful magical beast, just powerful in terms of vitality, tenacious to the point that Lin she couldn't be slapped to death in any way with a slipper. That's why it was adopted as a wraith. It's really hilarious to say the least. Cockroach bully, why don't you take the shot? Diclorvos can't even kill you, so it shouldn't matter to these people. Yeah, let's put Kung on, with Xiao Chang's immortality gene. It's fine even if these magical beasts go out and take a few bites. Holy, are you guys human? You let me on when you're eating lamb at this time of year, and you don't see any hitchhikers at the usual time. Xiao Chang waved his hand helplessly and said, I'm still ready to meet out the last appearance. Soon, a cockroach more than half a man's size walked out, but instead of being disgusting as you would normally see, it was very cute looking. The whole body is chubby, Seeing that brother Panda had already given the word that he had to go, Xiao Chang could only hurriedly take more than 20 grilled meat skewers and stuff them into his mouth to eat a few bites. Spreading his wings, he flew to the center of the Cloud Palace and said, "This mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to fight your way through here, leave your money behind." But he finished realizing something was wrong. Oh, in the past, I was used to staying in Green Sea City, robbing others all day long, and this time, I became the object of robbery myself, and I still have some discomfort, but it doesn't seem to make a difference. You old boys, leave your magical beasts and the treasures you have on you as well as your money and I won't kill you. Hurry up! Inverted Big Dipper. Hearing this cockroach being so arrogant, some people laughed and others were angry. Others had already released their skills to blast towards him. What are you? Still want to rob? Now don't even look at who's got more people. That's right, don't give a damn. Behave yourself, little cockroach, and watch me shoot you straight. Everyone looks down on this cockroach. After that person finished speaking, he even directly sacrificed a huge insect egg and smashed it over. His magical beast was an ant queen that produced insect eggs that could form explosive power to attack others. And after the explosion, there would still be a second wave of attack. Belonging is a very powerful species of magical beast. Wow. So it's an ant. Although the appearance looks quite ugly, it should taste pretty good to eat, especially this kind of egg. Xiao Chang hemmed and hawed. Then, took out a white bone. It's the same model as the old black one. Then he turned around and hit the ant's eggs with a thud. In the same way he would hit a tennis ball. Strangely enough, there was no explosion, and the ant eggs instead stuck to the top of this white stick of bone. Oh, you fell for it. The explosions are just a front. The real power is inside. Come out, my children, only to see this white ant egg explode, hatching swarm after swarm of worker ants, densely packed and armed with black feathered arrows. They launched themselves towards the cockroach bully. So much food, ah. I don't know how grilled ants grilled taste. It doesn't look like there's much meat, ah. It's so annoying. Can we have a few meaty magical beasts? Xiao Chang did not bother about how many of these ants there were. Said indifferently, the main fight a strong resistance to pressure. Skill, taste the fear. A faint voice appeared. A sharp tooth suddenly appeared in the air, haunting the heads of these ants like a nightmare, and proceeded to unleash the gnaw skill on them. The so-called savoring of fear. It means that the cockroach can be devoured by it once they develop fear after releasing the skill. This is an immensely powerful group skill. Without waiting for the opponent to react, he can sink his teeth inside the ant's skull and kill it with a single blow. You can also take the head of the enemy in the middle of the army. How dare you kill my child? That Imperial Beast Master and the Ant Queen let out an angry cry at the same time, and then split up, each going to fend off the attack of the teeth. Use your whole body. Chapter 82, if you're not alive, you don't have to worry about dying. This skill seems to be a group attack? That's right, it's a group attack, and it's a skill that can target all of us. But why haven't they been targeted? When Xiao Chang launched his attack, a huge tooth was suspended above everyone's head, but anyone who showed fear to it was all subject to its attack. In a split second, a part of them were directly injured seriously, while the other part didn't show fear, and some others used their means to resist the hold. After all, group skills are characterized by high range and low damage. But what surprised them was why the dozens of people over there were not attacked by this skill. And, from the beginning, there was no intention to grab the treasure. Away from this vortex of attacks. Wow, I told you, look at the beating they got. Chapter 83, prudent, but not exactly cautious. What exactly is your strength? The Ant Queen shouted towards Xiao Chang in some alarm. Why? I can't even see through your true rank. The Ant Queen's skills dissipated in silence, and the little powerhouse struggled to pull away. But even so, an invisible pressure had wrapped around her, and she couldn't leave even if she wanted to. Her fighting spirit had been completely lost, and there was no way she could launch another attack because the guts had run out. I can't answer your question, but you have only one choice. Either leave or die now. Xiao Chang looked at this ant in a very domineering manner and said decisively. He considered himself a good wraith for never killing an innocent, even an ant that angered him. As long as she's not the worst offender, she'll be let go too. We are all magical beasts, and there is no heavenly hatred. It's just that Imperial Beast Master wants to grab the treasure. Chapter 84, Dead Taoist Friends. Not poor Taoists. A rumble of thunder sounded from the sky. A silhouette fell from the sky. Each of them had a large black tiger head tattoo on their head, angrily looking towards the magical beasts. The arrogant look instantly caught everyone's attention. Jia Jia Jia, the scapegoat is here again. How nice. Yagyu Orochi couldn't wait for someone to come and block the damage for him, so he could go around the side to sneak up on Chen Jujun and get the treasure. Once again, he was hidden and ready to carry out his plan. Still, His actions were noticed by Xiao Chang, and the large cockroach's body shook as two long whips jerked him out of the air. Little snake, do you really think you can escape my lord's eyes? Nothing I want to eat has been able to escape yet. Xiao Chang hemmed and hawed. The wings behind him fluttered again. A slight yet very unpleasant sound was made, and for a moment the yachi. Chapter 85, Internal Warfare for the Insider. External Warfare for the Outsider. Ha! Inverted Big Dipper. I've always been the only one to pit others against me. Orochi, how come I'm being pitched back today? What's wrong with this grooved beast god? He's so stupid to have taught a bunch of such cunning henchmen. The Orochi was very angry and immediately retreated after revealing his form so as not to be discovered by the other magical beasts, so as not to be pulled out again by these magical beasts to stew the tail into soup, or to eat it raw and pickled. He has been psychologized. Yachi Keiko looked at the men angrily, then questioned, why did you people go to their aid and set up your allies instead? Offend our Shangwan clan. Be careful, you won't be able to eat anything. I'm going to go back and report to the clan chief. Then let him punish you. She thought that by making use of the might of the Shangwan family, she would be able to subdue these people and then make them obediently and willingly serve as pawns. Chapter 86, The Phoenix Appears, and the heavenly dog eats the sun. The treasure has been taken, or a little girl grabbed it and forced it from that Orochi. This woman seems to be from the Wraith side. Everyone got a good look at the image. Just when the Orochi thought he could take that Phoenix treasure away from him, a girl went one step ahead of him and snatched that treasure away. What's even stranger is that no one realized what made the girl suddenly appear next to that Phoenix mirror. Whoever robs my treasure, dies. Yaki Orochi was very depressed, and his gaze was sinister as he looked at Chen Jujun. It was this mediocre girl who had taken away the treasure that belonged to him. Even more odious. This wasn't the first time he'd suffered a loss. Last time, it was in the demonic beast ancient plains that he was teased by these individual demonic beasts and even had his tail eaten. Think about it, it's just abhorrent. Now on the verge of success. Chapter 87, Traitor of the Ancient Battle. Devouring the sun? This is a miracle, isn't it? Something's not right. The skill this woman unleashed is too strong. It's fortunate that I didn't rush up to grab the treasure just now. Yeah, or you're sure to get in big trouble. Speaking of which, we also have to thank this Orochi. Fortunately it was him who helped us trip the low thunder. Otherwise, we would be the ones to die at this time. The group flew away from the place. However, when the crowd was faced with this world-destroying level of sight, even if they fled, I was afraid that they wouldn't be able to escape very far. Many people stopped where they were and stopped to observe. On the one hand, lamenting that he was gripped by disaster. On the other hand, sympathizing as well as ridiculing the unfortunate fate of this Orochi. Wow, is this really still the captain? Zhongling looked at Chen Jujuan's body in surprise, her eyes gleaming in disbelief. Especially that sonic firehound. In just a few short moments, it went from just. Chapter 88, we're all born from the same root, so why are we so eager to eat each other? What's that? It seems like a golden crow? But how is its color this red with black in it? It's not right. It doesn't feel like it looks good. So what the hell is this? Everyone saw the magical beast that flew out of the western sun in the shape of a golden crow. He has 3 legs, one of which is curled up, and grows a gorgeous golden black feather. A terrifying aura permeated from him. The flames released by the open wings unexpectedly had some sort of similar flavor to the flames released by that phoenix, and for a time, they were evenly matched. The entirety of the Yagyu Orochi was confused. How come there are still living ancient demonic beasts? Originally, he had thought that the phoenix was trying to make a move against himself, but now he realized that the enemy that the other party was targeting was this golden crow that was not inferior to her. This golden crow he also recognized. Chapter 89, Evil Demon's Surprise. The sun fell out of the sky? No, it's not the sun, it's the golden crow. Is this woman crazy? Summoning so many golden crows, with such a great power smashing down. Will it smash the demonic beast ancient road to pieces? Come on, what are you waiting for? In the perspective of the onlookers, this place is like an image of the end of the world. Nameless flames rise from this place day by day. The flames burn so intensely that they were clearly visible within a 10,000 mile radius of the entire ancient path of the magical beasts. In an instant, it attracted the attention of everyone on the ancient road of magical beasts. So there was speculation as to what was going on here. Many people rode their magical beasts towards this place. However, in contrast to that, many people were also heading out from this side. Those who are inside want to go out for shelter. People outside want to come in and watch the fun. And when the 9 suns clashed with that sword in the phoenix's hand, everyone near and far felt the. Chapter 90, The Snake Sister Wants to Fight Too. The environment became worse and worse as wave after wave of flames burned the sky and boiled the sea. Phoenix used a more powerful skill. The flame feathers of one turned into sharp arrows and coalesced out of the roiling flames.
But even more terrifying than the phoenix was the magical beast in front of him of unknown origin.
Completely incomprehensible. The hand of evil looked at the panda in surprise. After a dozen fruitless attempts, he gave up, his own demonic chi unable to infect it. Who are you? How did it happen? The evil demon put away his palms and took a dozen steps back, once again glancing resentfully at the black cockerel, as well as the incredibly annoying-looking goose.
After the two magical beasts threw the golden crow's body into the cauldron, it didn't take a few moments for it to be transformed into a grain of elixir.
And this tripod, naturally, is the dragon and phoenix tripod. Could it be that you guys are the backstabbers left behind by the phoenix, specially coming over to target me?
Surely there is some calculation, the hand of evil said in a very narcissistic manner.
At the same time, he once again went to stir up a powerful force in his hands, preparing to kill his way out of here. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that after losing control of the golden crow's body, her power was even weaker than before. This evil demon's strength itself wasn't too powerful, and the most bizarre thing about it was that it could unknowingly occupy someone else's body. Once this ability cannot be activated, then he would turn into an ordinary evil demon in a matter of moments, and at best he could not be destroyed. What's she yakking about? It must be cursing us. What else could she have in mind? Even if she doesn't say it on her lips, she must be cursing us non-stop in her heart. I guess so. Why don't we teach her a lesson? Just hang around here anyway. Yes. Then who will make the first move? This opinion was unanimously approved by the magical beasts. Sister Snake walked up to Brother Panda. Seeing this, Brother Panda petted his snake sister's head, then held her in the palm of his hand. Do you want to come and deal with her? This guy doesn't have his magic hand attack anymore, but he's not in existence to be messed with. Brother Panda warned carefully. However, he knew in his heart about the strength of the snake sister. Plus he was here to watch. Shouldn't be much of a problem. Yeah, I want to try out the recent enhancements. After all, I just absorbed a piece of sub-dragon scale. It turned out that the dragon scale worn on Li Hao's body, after being seized by the porcupine and given to the snake sister, had produced some kind of marvelous reaction to absorb it. The body was half a meter longer than before, like it had gone from a little kindergarten girl to first grade. On his forehead, two small shallow horns actually grew, quite similar to that legendary dragon. Panda remembered clearly. Big Brother Lin Shi had once said that Sister Snake was the only magical beast within them that could evolve towards a divine dragon, with an unlimited future. Then, the snake sister was seen slowly twisting her body and walking towards the evil demon's hand. Hey, are you the one I'm up against? Her voice was still a bit childish, and she sounded, well, like a little human girl. This also caused the evil demon's hand to faintly stare. She's been around for an unknown number of years, and now she has to fight a little girl? It's a bit ridiculous to say that, but it also made his heart sing. After all, one's opponent had changed from that panda to a small snake, making it much less difficult. You can even just say must win. One must know that although her strength was not considered to be in the top 10 among all the extraterrestrial evil gods, she could definitely be ranked in the top 3 in terms of weirdness. Little doll, I advise you to give up your resistance as early as possible. Then just stand there and be killed by me, the evil demon's hand said with a deliberate attempt to scare her. She thought that with this threatening voice of hers, she could scare the guts out of the little snake. Then it was logical to defeat it. Effortless. Ah, you call me a little doll? I'm not little at all. Sister Snake puffed out her chest. She's always had a hard time about this. After all, looking at Chun Jujun, Zhongling and Xiao Qianqian, the three of them, they were all very big. Even this woman who had forcibly taken over the body of the golden crow and transformed into a woman. It was also a bit more majestic than her. Well, since you called me a baby doll, don't blame me for being mouthy, you old woman. Sister Snake frowned and grunted. Behind her was summoned a huge serpent king figure with a turquoise body and 3 pupils in saffron, spitting out fishy red letters. Rushing towards the evil demon's hand, he once again shouted those last 3 words, which could be considered extremely lethal. Old woman, old woman, why don't you take a shot at me yet? I'm tired of posing here. It can't be that you're afraid of me, Sister Snake said with a happy smile. As she laughed, the shadow of the king snake behind her was also laughing. The surrounding wraiths laughed out loud as well. As the group's favorite snake sister, naturally quite a lot of attention from everyone, afraid of where to bump and hurt. And the jeers of the crowd caused this evil hand to lose its mind for a moment and become enraged. Especially the line about the old woman. No woman likes to be called old. The little doll is not very old and has such a poisonous mouth. Sini, seal your mouth now. Die. He went intending to do the same old trick first, trying to approach quickly and then grabbing the snake sister's body with his palms and then forcefully controlling her with his demonic chi. After all, although this snake looked young, the figure behind it was not simple. If she remembered correctly, she had once seen a large snake like this in the ancient times. No, that probably couldn't be called a snake, but an augured dragon, an existence one level higher than the Orochi, ranked only below the divine dragons. If she could successfully gain control of this little snake's body, then she had the certainty that she would devour it into a dragon in a short period of time and completely evolve. The evil hand moves extremely fast. With ecstasy as well as anticipation, the body flashed several times in the air one after another, breaking through the spatial limitations. Yes, now, the evil demon's hand turned to the snake sister's side in an instant, wanting to take advantage of her inattentiveness and reach out to launch that demonic aura attack to take possession of her body. But something unexpected happened. Just as she was about to reach out, she suddenly realized that her body couldn't even move. No matter how much she released her magic chi, she could not get her arm back free. Divine skill, Medusa's gaze. Any person or magical beast that is gazed upon by the shadow of the king's serpent is petrified in place for 1 minute of time. How about it? Old woman. Fell for it. He, said the snake sister with a happy face. She urged the evil demon to make a move just to take it by surprise and control it at her side. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to attack her. Sister Phoenix, it's your turn to do it. After the snake sister finished speaking, her body retreated dozens of meters, leaving behind only the evil demon's hand, whose face was filled with terror. Wait in place for the arrival of the fire plume in the sky. Chapter 91. Fooled again? Did I fall for her trick? A little snake that looks like it only has the intelligence of a human child of a few years old, has tricked me? The evil demon's hand said incredulously. She's pretending to fight me, but in reality, she's trying to control me so that the phoenix can come and strike me down? What a cunning little snake. But at this point, no matter how angry this evil hand was, it was time to square up first. Come on. I'd like to see how much weight you guys have. I'm right here. Let's see who can kill me. The evil hand didn't move a muscle. Neither attack nor defense was chosen. Instead, he looked around with a grim smile. Another attack by the phoenix. It was different from before. This time, she took the approach of attacking the sky in a diffuse manner, each phoenix feather carrying a sharp arrow towards the evil demon's hand. The intention was to exhaust its magic power with a long-lasting attack to weaken or even decimate it. Whoosh! Fire feathers fell from the sky like arrows, each one stabbed towards the evil demon hand's body. Under the control of the Medusa gaze skill, precise strikes were made without missing a beat. And in the sky, Chen Jujuan's body floated in the flames. Her stunningly beautiful face was like it was on fire, releasing rolling layers of airwaves. It actually made people unable to see her true face for a while. Alas, my power is about to run out. Leave the rest to them, she said with some regret as she stretched up her hand and looked at the fading phoenix pattern on her arm. 10,000 years of time, just for today, waiting hard, but the man has not returned. The sky of fire plumes drifted down from her side, but she had long since lost the desire to fight, just quietly looked at the group of magical beasts below, as well as the magical beasts on the forehead of the word Lin. There was that person's breath on it, filled with a faint flavor of the ancient times. Senior Phoenix, is the person. You are talking about the dragon god? Chen Zhujun said speculatively. After all, those who could make the phoenix look up to them for a long time. Then I'm afraid that there is only one in the world, and that is the dragon god. Her suspicions were correct. Phoenix nodded and said, the dragon and phoenix tripod, which he made for me with his own hands back then, has lost its original luster. Things are different, and the avenues are crossed. What is my obsession? The phoenix borrowed Chen Jujuan's eyes to look around, only to see that in this vast sky and earth, the sea of fire was filled with fire. But in the end, he could not walk away from that. The man who had once smiled at her, that true dragon. As for this full of hate, 10,000 years had passed, and even though it was an obsession, it gradually faded with time. Especially after she saw these magical beasts that inherited the power of the dragon's soul, she was no longer obsessed, but only regretful. If only I could see him again. Chen Zhujun didn't realize that the phoenix, once a supreme magical beast of ancient times, was also an infatuated woman, waiting here quietly for his intended. And with the change in her intention, the entire sea of fire and prairie fire also gradually had a slight weakening, and the sun showed up. The evil demon's hand that had lost the golden crow's body could no longer utilize its body to absorb the sun's energy. So this move, too, was unnecessary. Sonic Fire Dog? He awoke quietly. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? He asks the three philosophical questions of life. But then he realized with a jolt that his mouth was actually swollen and his lips looked like two giant sausages. This was burned by the sun, and the sun seemed to be just in front of him. Sonic Fire Dog just had a dream. He dreamed that he actually became as big as a mountain and then swallowed the sun in one bite. Ah, this How is this possible? How could I have done such a thing when I had such a wasteful master who raised such a wasteful me? I must really be dreaming. Sonic Firehound had a clear perception of both himself and Chen Jujun before twisting his head to look up into the sky. Hiss. Holy. My waste master actually grew a pair of huge phoenix wings on her body. And her face has become beautiful. What is she doing? Seemingly sensing Sonic Firehound's shocked gaze, Chen Jujun glanced at him in a godly manner. Sonic Fire Dog? Why is she still pretending? If you don't come down, you might fall down and die. It takes only 3 seconds to pretend. So he was tempted to go up and find Chen Jujun. If it was in the past he would not have been able to do so at all. But now, with the slightest movement of his mind he actually rose up in the air. Sonic Firehound was once again shocked. Is this the dog you have? It's so cute. As Chen Jujun looks down, Phoenix also sees Sonic Firehound, only in a different color. What's with the drooling at the corners of the mouth? As I recall, his favorite food was dog fondue, and cute dogs like these were his favorite. Phoenix licked his lips and cracked the case. Chen Jujun? Then she frantically hinted with her eyes, signaling Sonic Firehound to hurry up and run, so she wouldn't get caught and eaten. The dragon god and the phoenix have the same attribute as those magical beasts. All of them are foodies. But, also, maybe it's a coincidence. Why do I feel eerie all over? Sonic Fire Dog shivered, then came to Chen Jujun's side and looked at his master in a daze, no understanding at all of what's going on. Above ground, under the attack of the endless plumes of fire, the evil demon's hand didn't move at all, allowing itself to be scorched, and it was soon discovered that the power in her body hadn't diminished in the slightest, but instead, with the help of the fire, there were some signs of growth. Feel that, bugs? As a noble extra-dimensional race, you worms can't kill me. And the power that can't kill me will only make me stronger. What's the harm even if I let you attack? The time for Medusa's gaze skill had expired, and she stretched her arms out to her heart's content, enjoying being scorched by the rain of fire. It was painful but the power grew. She has such ruthlessness and determination. If not, she would never have survived here for 10,000 years to endure loneliness, silently waiting for the Lord of the Outer Regions to recover and guide her back. Wow, she's really strong. Sister Snake looked at the evil demon's hand with some admiration, and with that, a pattern emerged behind her. This is another one of her kills. It's a natural king snake skill that you get when you evolve after devouring dragon scales. In your sleep, bad woman. There's a man behind you. Sister Snake suddenly pointed behind the evil demon's hand and said, showing a horrified look of fury. Originally, the evil hand was disbelieving, but she didn't think that the little snake's demeanor was an act. Plus, there were indeed magical beasts eyeing it from the side, so it was better to believe it than not. But when she just turned around, then she felt a sharp, poisonous breath coming towards her face, and with it came a voice. Ha ha, I lied to you. You're so stupid, Sister Snake said as she laughed her head off. The surrounding magical beasts also let out cackles of laughter. I fell for it again? You abominable fellow. I will definitely break you into pieces and make snake soup. The evil demon's hand frowned, looking at the innocent expression of the god's sister. His eyes filled with anger. Chapter 92, Snake Sister, gouge your eyes out. In the air, the fire was blazing, the black flames reflecting on the face of the evil hand. All of the flames that came into contact with her switched colors and became her magic. This was also the power of the evil demon's hand. Not only could it occupy the body of a magical beast, it could even forcefully occupy other magical beasts that were released outside of their bodies. But at this moment, she who had actually been tricked by a small snake had, apparently, somewhat lost her mind. There's a frenzy of yelling there. Damn little snake. You wait for me to break you into pieces right away. The evil hand could not comprehend how he had become so foolish as to fall for such a trick. The mind was furious. Immediately, he attacked the snake sister, the pupil of the chaotic devil. All those who are reflected are used by me. Everything, be devoured by me. With his cry, a black sphere suddenly appeared in the silent air. Then as everyone watched in amazement, these spheres revealed the slightest crack, and surprisingly, they were opening a pair of blood eyes without eyeballs. It was scarlet and extraordinarily frightening. This power seems to be devouring my magic power, Golden Crow said with some doubt. In the distance, in front of the dragon and phoenix tripod, he waved his wings and with a little bit of magic, he directly cut off this transparent light connecting him. It feels, well, just like that. Ignore this fool's evil hand. Jin Woo picked up the potion in the cauldron. Sparkling. This was an elixir refined from the body of the ancient Golden Crow, concentrating intense golden sunlight. At first glance, it's a great tonic. It smells so good, and there's a sense of closeness, as if she's the source of my power. Jinwoo took it in his mouth. He remembered that when he was selected by that dragon soul jade pendant, The image he saw was a huge golden crow perched on the sun tree. Gave this power essence to him. Jinwoo had a vague guess. In other words, all the magical beasts that died following the dragon god back then had left their power essence in that dragon soul jade pendant, waiting for the inheritor to arrive. And the power that they, the magical beasts, had inherited was from back then. From those ancient magical beasts. The phoenix didn't die. So the fact that her power isn't within the inheritance just explains it. Jinwoo felt like he had found the truth. But then he snapped to realize a fact that alarmed him. If what they, the magical beasts, have inherited is the power of those magical beasts around the dragon god, then what about big brother Lin Xie? Shouldn't he have inherited? Hiss. He sucked in a breath of cold air straight away. Thinking about this, Jinwoo felt that he was still that big lame rooster. That small. No wonder big brother is so fierce. However, after eating this elixir refined by the golden crow's body, the golden crow fiercely felt a huge energy enter within his dantian. It burned like wildfire. Then the magic rushed up to the sky. Wow! What cute little eyes. A wink. There are so many. Like stars. Everyone else was sickened, frightened, or disturbed by the scarlet eyes. Only the sister snake took great interest in them, hopping, skipping, and laughing, with the air of wanting to gouge them all down. Hee, gouge your eyes out. Yo! As she spoke, the snake sister's forehead magical lines lit up greatly, and the king snake's shadow behind her became more and more solid. Ritual divine technique, augur walks the dragon and snake, she said in a sweet voice, releasing her skills. After using it, you can strengthen your speed, defense, strength, magic power, and so on. All of the attributes, all of them can be boosted by a large margin. And after unleashing this skill, the evil demon's hand's ability actually didn't have the slightest effect on the snake sister. Instead, it sparked her interest even more. Go on Orochi, go to the sky above and gouge out those eyes. Gouge them out through and through. Favorite collection of little eyes, as the snake sister commanded. Sure enough, he saw this big snake fly directly out from behind him, flying to the sky at an extremely fast speed, and then using the snake's tail to heavily sweep all of these eyes one by one onto the ground, bursting into plasma. The brutality is unparalleled. Sister Snake, on the other hand, was down there in charge of collecting some of the clear crystals left over from those plasma explosions. She's always liked shiny things. What kind of fetish is collecting eyes? As a normal evil demon, it's completely impossible to understand this little girl's perverted brain circuits. What's even scarier is her strength. The appearance of this scene caused the evil demon's hand to be slightly stunned. She didn't expect this little snake's ability to be so eerily strong. She didn't see it coming. Never mind. Weird behavior is weird. But, what's going on? Why is it that my power can't even devour you? Where exactly do you come from? She couldn't penetrate the identity of this magical beast. It just felt as if I had heard of this power somewhere. But that's a long time ago memory. Can't recall it for a while. Or maybe it's because, well, the brain isn't in her. She's just an abandoned part of her owner. But the hand of evil wasn't going to let that great serpent mess with her at will in the sky. Each eye was releasing a blood-red light to resist, attempting to confine the power of the great serpent. There were also some eyes that flew directly to the big snake to produce a self-explosion, gradually consuming it. It was just a standoff for a while. It was because there was a lot of residual magical power on the demonic beast ancient road. Under the devouring of the evil demon's hand using countless eyes, her power had grown stronger and stronger. From the beginning of enduring this little snake, it had grown more and more impatient. And by now, a thought of abusing it to death had risen in his heart. But Sister Snake was still immersed in the joy of digging her eyes out, completely ignoring the evil hand. Picking up and picking up and picking up on the ground. Picked up another one here. Wow. There's more there. Big snake. Work hard. I'll reward you later. However, Snake Sister's good days soon came to an end as the evil demon's hand instantly retracted its skills. Then the magic in his body skyrocketed like never before. Do you really think that my eyes are toys? Now I'll show you my true strength. The hand of evil shouted angrily. By now, she didn't know how many skills she had unleashed, but she was slow to get out of the crisis. Just like a child playing house. Before running out of steam, she was ready to play big and completely destroy the place altogether. True demon vastness. Qiankuan heavenly palm. At the same time, the wind and clouds converged, and the magic power of the heavens and the earth surged in great numbers. A giant black hand slowly appeared from the sky. It was suspected to be the true form of the evil demon's hand. Chapter 93, The True Dragon Revealed. This palm, could it be the Lord of Evil? This evil and terrifying power is similar to what I perceived in the Dragon Soul Jade Pendant. No, I don't think so. It's just a poor imitation. Brother Panda looked into the sky and saw a red eye in the center of the large hand. This eye is constantly devouring power to grow. It is also the source of this palm's transformative power. If this continues, the power of this palm will grow stronger and stronger. And if it is swung down, the strength will already be comparable to the full force of a heavenly grade magical beast. What's even scarier is that it's still getting stronger. The other magical beasts also gathered around. There was no longer the original cloudy expression on his face. Instead, he had become very grave. They know the reason why they were born and who their real enemies are in this world. It could be said that the value of their existence is to one day drive the filth out of existence. Although it's just a mimic, it's equally powerful. Can Sister Snake do it on her own? No, I'm going to give her a hand. I'm going to. As the group favorites of the magical beasts, they naturally didn't want to see their snake sister get hurt. One was worried sick. Old Goose, in particular, had already pulled out 2 kitchen knives and was ready to take out the evil hand. No, don't worry, she's fine. You guys really underestimate her strength. Brother Panda held out his hand and blocked them. They shouldn't make a move until it was absolutely necessary, especially before finding the evil demon lord. One should not expose one's power and skills to the enemy, then one would lose a point of victory. Of course, minor skills don't matter, but against this evil hand, it was impossible to catch her without releasing a big move. To be sincere, Brother Panda actually had a selfish motive. He didn't want to involve his sister in that final confrontation, so that there wouldn't really be any accidents. One must know that during the last Dragon God battle, all of the ancient demonic beasts had almost all died. He just didn't want to make the same mistake. And now, the Snake Sister's skills were exposed as well. In the time afterward, he hadn't even wanted her to follow and participate in that war. However, in the face of this powerful and swift attack, the Snake Sister didn't feel half as afraid. Instead, he was all puffed up. Humph, you're the one who took away all those eyes in the sky? You're so hateful. I'm going to punish you. Sister Snake angrily looked at the huge palm that was slowly falling from the sky and gritted her teeth. But when she saw that there was also an eye in this palm, she was instantly energized again. Summon back that shadow of the king's serpent. Eyes turned slightly as he looked at the huge palm, as if he had another brilliant idea. Can Sister Snake beat her? How do I look at it? It seems like she's about to be smashed by this huge palm. Chen Jujun looked worriedly at the Snake Sister figure in the sky, completely puzzled as to why Old Goose and the few of them hadn't made a move yet. What were they doing? Could it be that they thought that Sister Snake would be able to defeat this evil demon's hand? It's simply impossible. Even the Phoenix couldn't get the better of her, couldn't do an effective attack. How could the Snake Sister? Instead, the Phoenix became a little less anxious, and from its original anger, it became more and more calm. She just looked at everything in front of her faintly. There were lingering memories in his eyes, but more than that, it's disenchantment. Watch, she's going to blow everyone away. Just like that girl from back in the day. She was clearly more talented than any magical beast, but it's a pity that she met the era of the extraterrestrial god, and that's why she fell early and was included within the Dragon Soul Jade. I really hope that I can see her truly grow up in this generation. Unfortunately, I don't have much time left, the Phoenix muttered, gently petting the sonic fire dog. For a while, it was so scared that it was half afraid to move, squeaking and squirming. The thought of her evil look of wanting to eat dog hot pot made her half afraid to say more, shivering at Chen Juju inside. But what made her feel even more terrified was the huge black palm in the sky, which seemed to target not just the Snake Sister, but the entire magical beast ancient road that was enveloped in a few miles around. Dying, how could that thing have such a strong attack? Someone shouted in fear. Such evil power. I feel breathless. What exactly is that thing in the sky? It doesn't look like us humans or magical beasts to me, but like a different kind of creature. Is there any way to save us? If we really let this giant hand fall, we're all going to die. And just when someone was expecting someone to block this huge black hand, but a small snake had actually risen up in the air. Drink softly. Destruction technique, dragon's claws and teeth. This was her power after fusing the dragon scales, and it was also the first time she had cast the destruction skill. This is another level above divine skill. Only some magical beasts with exceptional talent and extraordinary encounters were able to comprehend it. Once it was performed, it caused the earth and sky to change color, and the phenomena were all over the place. Not weaker than the giant palm in the sky. Here, no one can defeat me. You mortals only have the fate of being crushed. The evil demon's hand had already fused with the giant hand in the sky at this time, and his voice said in an evil manner, "Infinite power continues to converge." It gave her complete confidence to crush all the creatures here and destroy everything. Even though she was a godforsaken person, she still carried the might and power of the Lord of Evil. The moment he struck out, he triggered a heaven and earth vision. Her eyes looked down on everything here. But at the moment it was suddenly realized. Surprisingly, A power not weaker than his own came rushing from the other side of heaven and earth. Ouch! A loud and clear dragon roar sounded. Next moment, the heavens and earth looked like they had been torn open, and that heaven-destroying sound resounded outside of space. Golden figures came rushing in from beyond the domain. It was actually a dragon with 5 claws, a bright golden dragon of pure gold. Judging by the prowess she revealed, this will surely be the crowning blow of the ages. Then, this golden dragon let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, making a divine dragon swinging its tail, rushing towards the evil demon's hand. He attacked. This is a true dragon? In the ancient war, the true dragon that was able to shake my clanspeople with its own strength? The evil hand revealed a horrified look, and that's when she spotted the dragon. It was actually extremely similar in appearance to the shadow of the king snake behind that little snake just now. It's just the individual parts that make the difference. Just at the moment when both sides were about to touch, the evil demon's hand also finally recalled its ancient memories and the girl's origin. Chapter 94, Five-Clawed Golden Dragon. Dragon God reappears. In the ancient times, when she was following the Lord of Evil Demons around to fight, there was a young dragon that followed the dragon god around, and it actually had a few similarities to it. That young baby dragon was from the same lineage as the dragon god. It was even a step higher than that black dragon god's bloodline. A true clawless golden dragon. Could it be that this little snake obtained her inheritance? The more the evil hand thought about it, the scarier it became. The Lord of Evil Demons has been planning for 10,000 years to be able to occupy the blue star. And the dragon god hiding in the dark will not be willing to be lonely, and has also made preparations. She looked again at the group of wraiths at the bottom, discovering the power of these magical beasts. It seemed that they were also different from ordinary magical beasts, and there was also a vague sense of familiarity, as if they had been seen before. But not before she reacted. The 5-clawed golden dragon descended from the sky, charging straight at her gigantic palm with its strong physical strength. It exploded, but the blow didn't do much. Huge black claw marks. Still descending. Wow, what a powerful force. To be able to carry the attack without dying, need to step it up. Orochi, punch the duck, punch the duck. Sister Snake waved her flag frantically. She was very satisfied with her means of attack, which was the result of the Snake Sisters' evolution. Continuing to allow the 5-clawed golden dragon to make an attack, he opened his mouth and spat out a rolling wave of light. The attack came swiftly. The evil demon's hand fell from above with a heaven-shaking force, forcibly fighting against it and suppressing it. Again, the forces of both sides touched each other, like two great mountains colliding with each other with a loud bang, neither of them refusing to take half a step back. But, the strength of the evil hand is even better, because it was growing in strength, and that great hand carrying the might of heaven and unfathomable power, with the help of the potential energy coming in from above, was still strong and unstoppable, and it was not something that a wave of light could disarm it. The faces of the people around them showed a horrified look. Wow, it's still falling? That hand wasn't even blocked? It's over. It's over. It's dead. Everyone might as well stay where they are and die. It's all the same anyway. You're tired of dying and destroying. Everyone let go of their hopes, not even willing to run, standing in place. However, what made them feel a little strange was that it was the little snake that still didn't take half a step back. Instead, it was like swimming in the air. Wow, that's so cozy. Unfortunately, it didn't hold her back again, but the master said, hit the snake 7 inches. However, every person, every magical beast, every skill, has its 7 inches where a single strike will destroy it. Figure that out. Sister Snake kept swimming around in the sky as if she was in the water, spitting tongue and snake letters, like they're laughing. Then the large snake was summoned to his side. No, it could no longer be called a snake, but should be called a dragon, a small golden dragon. Wow, nice touch, nice touch. Sister Snake wrapped herself around the golden dragon's body and touched it happily. Then he raised his head and gazed up into the sky. Although the world has the sun reflecting, but the whole world as if the black clouds cover, even by this huge palm-like mountains completely covered the ancient road of the beasts. As long as the pressure down will let the people and spirits hear. Humph. You stinking hand, do you know what this place is? This is the master's. She didn't say the latter part, but the anger showed on his face. Lin, she was her favorite human, and the only human he liked, and she would never allow that something dirty could violate his territory like this. Puffed out his cheeks in exasperation. Destruction skill. Claws of Dragon's Fury. Thinking of this, the Snake Sister's face suddenly changed color and whispered softly towards the golden dragon beside her. In a split second, the golden dragon let out a roar. Then it flew up into the sky, constantly circling and flying, with clouds surrounding its body. Hidden flashes of thunder and flames rising, as if it was making a sacrifice. Even the air around them seemed to become heavy. If you violate my territory, the evil one will be given his head. Lord of evil demons? I won't give you a second chance to reappear on earth and kill you today. A majestic voice appeared from the heavens. A voice filled with the disdain of the superior for the inferior, as well as the disgust for this evil demon's hand. You're the dragon god? The sudden voice made her flinch slightly. The evil demon's hand instantly sweated. Then his eyes looked at this golden dragon that was spitting out human words in horror. And even his falling palms had a condensed aura. She couldn't believe her ears, because she very clearly remembered that the voice of the dragon god back then was exactly the same as the voice she was listening to now, with only slight nuances. But she had no time to think about it. It was because this golden dragon attack was already about to turn on a dime and was in the process of opening some sort of sacrificial rite. It was about to release an incomparably powerful skill. Good. You remembered me. The golden dragon hovered in the air for a moment. His eyes were fixed on the evil demon's hand, revealing emotions of majesty, anger, and teasing in his eyes. This action alone brought a huge psychological pressure to this evil demon's hand. Not to mention, his entire body was burning with a golden flame of light. Some kind of powerful skill is being prepared. In the meantime, the scales on his body flickered with icy light in the sunlight, and his eyes were like burning balls of fire as he stared at the evil demon's hand that had fallen into fear, as if declaring her impending fate. All of the energy in his body was focused on that one golden dragon claw, which gradually took shape in the air. Look at it this way. Surprisingly, there was some sort of similarity to that giant black claw in the sky, even the power. Same root, from beyond the realm. It's him, he's here after all. Just as the prophecy said, we'll eventually meet after 10,000 years, but things will be different by the time we meet. The phoenix looked at the five-clawed golden dragon with a burning gaze, a strange luster in its eyes. There was adoration, excitement, regret, and a hint of imperceptible strangeness in those eyes. But it's not him anymore after all. Leaving such an incomprehensible sentence behind, Phoenix sighed and stopped talking further, just concentrating on the five-clawed golden dragon, only to see that the five-clawed dragon's seal grow against the wind and get stronger when it met the gas, and in a moment, it collided with the evil devil's hand that was falling straight down from the sky. No earth-shattering sounds appeared. There was also a faint shock floating in the air. The golden dragon claw struck directly into where the evil demon's hand's eyes were with unrivaled force. That's for 7 inches. Really, dragon god. It is a power I have indeed seen before. The moment he saw the golden dragon unleash his skills, the evil hand had already lost 3 points before he even made a move. The sense of resistance was completely lost. The huge demonic claw that was originally like a titanic momentum stopped at once, and its aura dropped steeply. The blow didn't kill her, though. The golden flames burned, but left her body already covered in wounds and moaning in pain. Under the golden dragon's powerful aura and attacks, he fell into extreme fear and lost his will to fight. At this moment, the evil demon's hand's eyes were filled with fear and pain, and it no longer had the might it had before. Chapter 95, If there's no accident, there's going to be an accident. Wow, so this little snake is really that strong? I was indeed being paranoid just now. Chen Jujun lamented in the air. She wanted to go and gently wipe away the cold sweat, only to find that the cold sweat on his head had long since been evaporated by the flames. It was only then that he remembered that the phoenix was inside of him. He just hadn't spoken for a long time. Elder, how are you doing? Chen Jujun asked worriedly. Even though she and Phoenix had only met for the first time, it always felt as if they knew each other from a long time ago, especially that feeling of being connected by blood. In fact, she felt right. Later generations of the so-called Phoenix clan, in fact, is the original brother of this phoenix, the bloodline left behind. The two are also considered to be the same family. It was just that Chen Jujun had no way of knowing these things. There was no one who had spoken to her about her life. She also just thinks of herself as an ordinary person. However, outside of this commonality, she was also curious as to the reason she had awakened as a Sentinel Beastmaster in the first place, as well as the responsibility for the Sentinel Beast Legion. Ugh, it's been days. I don't know when I'll be able to help Dragon Kingdom get through the crisis. She suddenly recalled her mission. But the more important thing right now was to find out the truth about the ancient past. Just as this phoenix arrived inside her, is consciousness already beginning to appear fuzzy? With the shining of a phoenix mark on her forehead, the phoenix took over her body again at the moment. However, the voice is significantly weaker. Fortunately, it won't be life-threatening for a while. Besides, I have some things to say to that panda. It's something else to ask of you. These words were clearly addressed to Chen Jujun. With that, the phoenix brought his hand up and gently pressed the phoenix mark on his forehead. Next moment, string after string of information began to pour into Chen Jujun's brain, including what she had learned in her life. Holy, that looks like a real dragon. That's right, it's the five-clawed dragon. the supreme existence amongst the magical beasts. It has disappeared for tens of thousands of years and only exists in legends. I didn't expect to see it today. Someone was trembling with excitement. Everyone's eyes widened as their gazes gazed at the golden dragon in the sky, shocked. Apart from the crowd being shocked by this golden dragon, they were even happier that the presence of this golden dragon had blocked the falling black palm, saved their lives. So many people have fallen to their knees. It was as if the god who had disappeared for so long and was responsible for sheltering them had returned. It is revered and honored by the devotees. And no one noticed. A strand of inexplicable power entered the body of that golden dragon. And this, perhaps, was what people often called the power of faith. But the people underneath are happy. The evil hand can't be laughing at all. This move of hers was itself a power transformed by burning her own life. If it became a success, then it would naturally be able to devour all the life force here. But after the failure, it would mean that all her power would be reduced to nothing, although the life was still there. But the thought of having to start devouring power to grow again was hard for her. How is that possible? How can you appear here when I clearly saw you and your master defeated and jointly swallowed by the turbulence in the first place? The evil hand doesn't understand it at all. Perhaps there was nothing she could do about it. As long as she saw this golden dragon, it was easy to recall the images from back then when the Lord of the Outer Realm and that dragon god were at war, and the reason why she was left behind. It was also because, in the beginning, it was thrown down by the dragon god when he chopped off the right arm of the Lord of the Domain. That shadow lingers to this day. No, I won't lose. Definitely not. The moment it was struck by the golden dragon, the power of this evil demon's hand did not dissipate. It was only suppressed for a moment. And she had figured something out. When this heart of resistance appeared, this giant hand once again began to fall down from the air, faster than before. She was going to go and slap all the creatures down there to death in one swift motion before this golden dragon could react, plundering their energy. One more battle with this golden dragon. You're the loser in this battle. Although I'm just an arm of my master, don't think that I don't know that you're just relying on the golden dragon's aura nowadays, and I can already tell that you're not at full power. Otherwise, with that strike just now, I would have already lost my divine form. The evil demon's hand shouted excitedly. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi within the body of the five-clawed golden dragon smiled helplessly. Yes, the strength that was just exerted. This really isn't his full strength. But for some reason, the magical beast ancient plane was different from the magical beast ancient road. In the beast ancient planes, he could exercise his power at will. But in the beast ancient road, there was a kind of inexplicable power that blocked his soul from the outside. If it wasn't for the Snake Sisters' use of the five-clawed golden dragon's skill, he wouldn't even have the chance to come here and possess his soul. There must be something else odd about this place. But now is not the time to think about that. Seeing this huge palm rushing into the sky at an extremely fast speed, Lin Shi did not dare to be careless. But he was limited in the forces he could mobilize, and didn't want anyone to see who he was. Solely with the help of this power of heaven and earth, the golden dragon body, and then one finger to the sky and one finger to the earth, in a split second. Only to see endless magic power coming from all directions in heaven and earth, including the flames released by the phoenix earlier, together all entering his body. Lindsay seemed to sense something. The magic these flames were made of came involuntarily, not by his plundering. That is to say, it was possible that the phoenix in the sky had recognized his identity and had actually come forward to help him. It's just that if this happens, I'm afraid that the time this phoenix can exist will be less and less. Lindsay let out a soft sigh. Hands are not merciful. Hands pinch out the four sides of the big seal. The corners of each appeared green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird. Xuanwu, is the overturning of the sky seal, contrary to the huge palm of the evil hand, to suppress heaven and earth? Then I will turn over this heaven and earth of yours. As an evil demon, you invaded my blue star, brutalized my humans, and killed my magical beasts. You've done all the bad things, so I'm going to break you into pieces today. With the help of the five-clawed golden dragon, Lin Shi let out a chortle as his body hovered upwards and his eyes stared. At that moment, a great seal appeared hovering from the sky and tumbled away with an anticlimactic momentum. This strike was enough to shake the world. Not to mention, this was just a commonplace outcast that didn't even possess the true power of the Lord of Evil. The evil demon's hand's attack looked huge, but it was actually full of loopholes and slow, so it seemed to be powerful, but it wasn't actually difficult to shatter it. Ah, it hurts. Dragon God, you bully me too much. Like a rock hit by a giant hammer. The giant hand gradually shattered, and the evil demon hand hissed in agony. Although this attack could not destroy him, the heavy blow was enough to make his life worse than death. However, it is at this point, for directions of lightning suddenly appeared in the heavens and earth, and blood-red thunder continuously resounded around this area. With the emergence of the turning of the heavens seal, where the evil demon's hand was above, There was actually a huge iron cage that slowly fell from the sky. It was dense with black gas. She suddenly felt that things were a bit bad. This attack is coming from outside the realm, and if nothing else, it might be about to be an accident. Chapter 96, She's reappearance. First battle with the Lord of Evil Demons. The black iron cage fell slowly in the sky, piercing the firmament and staining it with black blood, as it emerged from the air. Strand after strand of black magic converged towards him, becoming strand after strand of something like a swimming fish that swam around from its side, with the eerie cry of a baby. No one knew where it had come from, but all could sense that the object was greatly bizarre. It definitely has something to do with that evil hand. Master, is it the master who has returned? The giant palm that the evil demon's hand had transformed into it completely shattered, and her figure was revealed in the air. The figure on her body had become more and more illusory, like a ghost. Desperate times. While lamenting over the fact that the golden dragon was so strong, a hope suddenly arose in her. If it was said that in the entire Blue Star, who was the one who was the rival of that true dragon? The lord of the extraterrestrial domain was definitely the only one who was able to compete with it. This huge blackened iron cage, even if it wasn't the lord of the extraterrestrial realm personally descending, it was still something related to him, especially the fellow trapped in the giant cage in front of him, a magical beast whose body was included in the pitch black color. It seems more uncomplicated. Is it the master who has come to my rescue? The evil demon's hand spoke with even more anticipation and excitement to the road. Taking the initiative, he approached the side of that iron cage, his eyes full of hope and his body trembling violently. That dragon is too powerful. I don't know why he's still alive. Master, I've been waiting for you for tens of thousands of years here. She spoke with more and more excitement, and her hands took the initiative to touch the black iron cage. This iron cage did not know what material to use to build. Cold, lingering death atmosphere. Touching the evil hand cannot help but shiver, but she still didn't let go. Only immediately afterward, she realized, the black demonic chi floating nearby gradually converged, like a swimming fish competing for food in the water, competing to surge towards her body to nibble. Spooky as hell. Is this the way to return home? The hand of evil found himself in a bit of a trance. The eyes were bright and dark, pain after pain came, but she still wouldn't let go, like a clumsy, persistent, stupid fish willing to bite the hook. All she could think about was being able to break the surface of the water and see, once again, the sunlight that belonged uniquely to her part of the world. Soon, the figure of the evil demon's hand faded away, gradually being swallowed up by this demonic chi. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched this scene in horror, and they couldn't help but feel even more fear in their hearts. What a terrifying, bizarre power. I feel, this golden dragon doesn't seem to be his match? I think so. We'd better run. If we're a little late, we might have to be killed by all of them. Wait, it seems like those treasures of ours haven't been taken away yet. Someone still greedy said. Several gazes looked at the magical beasts, and at the moment, the magical beast wrapped in black mist in that cage was also shaking itself, about to awaken. When she flew over, he could still feel the power of the evil demon's hand from before, lingering in the air, but now there was nothing, clean and dry. It's as if this evil demon never came. Ugh, it's a hard road back home, and there's a long road ahead. So maybe you're just a poor man, too. From the memories he inherited from the jade pendant, she knew the origins of these extraterrestrial gods and their roots, which was why he had this sigh. It's just that the cage is even worse. This was the evil demon lord hidden in the shadows, provoking him, and the first test, being able to vaguely see that this magical beast should be from the Blue Star. It was just wrapped in magical aura, or, perhaps, one of his former generals. Woof 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 woof. The caged object let out a loud roar. There were many sources of sound, but judging by the size of this black mist, there should only be one wraith, so this was a multi-headed creature. The 9 spectral mastiffs? Lindsay asked as she tried to make a sound. There was no response waiting for him. Instead there was an even more intense grunting. What was inside couldn't wait to get out and go on a killing spree. It looks like a dog, not a dog, and a wolf, not a wolf. In She's memory, it seemed like there was only such an ancient magical beast that fit this characteristic. That had been a peak heaven-ranked magical beast, only one step short of reaching the star level. However, given his power today, after devouring the evil demon's hand, he seemed to have broken through this level, reached the true star level, and there are 10 stages at the star level. There was a huge gap between each stage. Fortunately, this 9 swimming mastiff was currently only at the star first stage, which wasn't too impressive. But what gave Lindsay more of a headache was, the trouble at hand was not only this 9 phantom mastiff. Seeing that it was now out of danger, some people were even stupid enough to want to join forces and snatch something from Brother Panda and the others. Simply ungrateful. I don't know where they got the nerve. Just this way. In front of the face of this evil demon lord controlling the 9 spectral mastiffs. If Brother Panda and the others used some of their skills to be discovered, then they would certainly be taken advantage of by them to assassinate them in the future. No, those magical beasts led by the dragon god back then were not weaker than the extraterrestrial race in terms of rank. It was only by being too arrogant at first and exposing all of his skills to the enemy that they were able to take advantage of the situation and attack the wraiths individually. A lesson learned from the past can guide you in your future endeavors. That mistake must not be made again today. And seeing that, this 9-spectre mastiff was about to break out of the cage, and was bumping around on top of the cage. Lord, Master, is the soul inside the golden dragon you? Sister Snake suddenly leaned up and said happily. She rubbed her neck against Lin Shi, her 2 eyes fluttering to express her intimacy. After turning on the golden dragon skill, Sister Snake gained the ability to fly as a dragon and was happily flying through the air for a while. And with this action, Lin Shi suddenly gained some sort of inspiration as he looked at Phoenix, or rather Jun, and glanced at Xiao Qian again. Then his eyes rested on the girl. She was standing in front of all the magical beasts, leading an ice-attributed cat, one against many. Goose stood on her backside. Defend her so that she doesn't really get into trouble, so that she can strike in time, even if she exposes her skills. There's a saying, this girl called Xiao Qian, and her sister Xiao Chu can be really like. The two are simply carved out of a mold. It just doesn't look very smart. This is even more validation that they really are sisters. And the prettier the woman, the more foolish she is. That could be considered some kind of law. Lindsay waved her hand helplessly and sighed. Trouble Phoenix Sr., help me. A voice rang out from Chen Jujuan's ears. Officially, Lin Shi's secret voice transmission. Wanting to slay this 9-spectre mastiff and without revealing too much of his abilities in front of the evil demon lord, he tried to see if he could seriously injure him in the meantime. It's come to this. It's the only way. Chapter 97, An Ancient Dilemma. Between the beloved and her own sister. Will you still not voluntarily hand over the treasure? Why are we still wasting words on them? Hurry up and finish the job, so we don't get killed back by others. Just you girl doll, you are not our match at all. Be sensible and take the initiative to hand over the treasure. The crowd knew that these magical beasts were powerful. However, they suddenly realized that since the appearance of the evil demon's hand as well as this iron cage, they had become cowering and had no intention of striking out at all. So some well-intentioned people have guessed that they are afraid of something, so they don't dare to make a move. That's why he dared to come with impunity. The woman in front of them, however, was only an intermediate-level Imperial Beast Master, and was simply no match for them. Soon, the two sides were engaged in battle. With the help of the old goose, the two sides were undefeated, but it was inevitable that they would have to move for real after a long time. As for the bells and whistles, half a fight, sky above. Lin Shi no longer bothered to look at Xiao Qian, but in a flash, he brought his snake sister to Phoenix's side. It's obviously the first time we've met, but after the two of them looked at each other, they realized that there wasn't any semblance of strangeness. There was only familiarity. Hello, Phoenix Senpai. As a junior, Lin Shi took the lead in greeting and transformed this golden dragon into his original appearance. Sister Snake hovered over his shoulder. It was also very polite to greet Phoenix. However, because of the presence of Chen Jujun, she was still a bit mindful in her heart. After all, from the very beginning, she was worried that this woman would steal her master's favor for her. This feeling was innate. She didn't understand why until now. Very much so. You took her, just like you did when the three of us first met, and the scene seemed like yesterday. The phoenix looked like it was murmuring, and Lin Shi's appearance was reflected in the phoenix mirror behind his head. It was just that although the two looked similar, their clothes were different and the look on their faces was different. The man in that mirror was stout and handsome, and seemed to have an unstoppable valor that looked out of the world, and Lin Shi's look was even gentler. But the similarity between the two lies in the fact that they both have a rippling ambition, except that one shows it on his face, while the other hides it under a calm countenance that usually doesn't reveal it. Phoenix Sr., there is something else I need to trouble you with. Can you lend me this phoenix mirror? By the way, help me take care of that group of magical beasts, Lin Shi said with some embarrassment. After all, this phoenix mirror was the original treasure of someone's phoenix, plus the two of them were not familiar with each other, and to ask for it hastily was indeed somewhat not very prudent. But there's nothing too good to do at this point. Here, take it. Before Lin Shi could finish his sentence, he was stopped by the phoenix, then took off the phoenix mirror and put it away in his hand, gently handing it to him. Their fingers touched each other. This relationship is not simple at first glance. At this time, there is actually a kind of marvelous hand feeling passed out, just like a long time ago. Neither spoke for a while, but a blush rose to Phoenix or rather Chen Jujun's face. the color of shyness. Thanks. Thanks, Lin, she said. Sister Snake pouted. Also, being a woman, she looked left and right and immediately recognized the entanglement between the two. So with great dissatisfaction in his heart, he blocked in front of Linshi, his eyes glaring angrily at the phoenix. Damn it, you bad woman. I'm warning you, don't think any bad thoughts about your master, or else. Before she could finish, she was grabbed by Lindsay. %@ hashtag, was muffled and gibbering gibberish out of his mouth. It doesn't sound like a good thing to say anyway. Hiss, just borrowed someone's stuff and you're going to get mad at them. Where is such a person? Lindsay said you are good. I'm still embarrassed. And again, let people touch a hand. How? Borrowing something from someone is inevitably selling sex. It's not like, is going to drop 2 or 2 pounds. This one was purely accidental. I'm sorry, Phoenix Sr. Snake's sister is young and stubborn and unintelligent. Please don't take offense. Who knew that just after saying that? Phoenix touched her hand to her snake sister's head, then showed a vice-ant smile. Little sister, you're just as cute as before. Phoenix actually had a sense of gloating. The two women were at each other's throats. For a while no one would let anyone go, each with their own identity and entanglements with the dragon god. The entanglement has stretched on for 10,000 years. Me your labor. You're cute. Your whole family is cute. Listening to these unexplained words, a big question mark grew on the snake sister's head, and just when she wanted to retort, she was taken away by Lin Shi grabbing her neck. Battles between sweethearts and their own sisters have been going on since the beginning of time, even in the world of magical beasts. What a headache. Lin Shi found out a familiar and helpless memory. Even as strong as the dragon god, he couldn't help but have a headache over it when dealing with the relationship between the two women. This is really part of the historical legacy. I'd better go and get the 9 spectral mastiff. It feels like this combat thing can be much easier to deal with than feelings. Lin Shi helplessly flew next to the iron cage. It changed into the form of a golden dragon again. And at this time, that 9 ghosts mastiff has broken open the cage. A body appearance also revealed. Xiao Qian stood on the ice cat, her gaze fierce as she looked at the people who surrounded her. These people smiled wryly and brought with them all sorts of magical beasts. There were about 20 of them, all outlaws who had come here to search for treasures and failed to get their hands on them. They're not afraid to die at all, but they are afraid that they will not get the treasure they want before they die, and the glory and riches they should have if they live. For the sake of these things, they were even willing to take the danger and come here to snipe these magical beasts. These ING guys, aptly dodging a sneak attack drilled out from the earth. Xiao Qian commanded the ice cat to run that sneak-attacking magical beast directly through with a claw. The power of ice instantly exploded. Death to all. She injected a hint of stronger magic into the power of the ice, detonating it and sending blood and flesh flying. Deter these people for the time being. Old Goose was in charge of the other side, and with a kitchen knife and some minor skills, he was able to cut those magical beasts that dared to come in half with his hand. Fast and hard. And yet, he didn't even dare to put up a big skill. And this also made these people even more certain that these magical beasts were jealous of something, and simply didn't dare to strike out completely, so as not to invite any trouble. This woman is at the end of her rope, and that goose wouldn't dare come and fight us for real. Brothers, charge, kill them, take the treasure, and then we can become a new lineage in the end times. Look for this opportunity. The group hooted and hollered. Crackle. However, just when they thought they had their sights set on winning, a huge rain of fire suddenly fell from the sky. The drenching fell to the ground, and the flames that fell to the ground and got on the dirt, obviously without oil or flammables, burned so brightly that they started a prairie fire in no time. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 98, The White-Eyed Wolves 9 Spectral Mastiffs. The flames blazed across the land, falling like bright stars into the mortal world in a blaze of light. Layer upon layer of flaming waves of light emerged. The group of people who were attempting to round up the magical beasts and get their hands on the phoenix treasure were completely restrained. Even the phoenix didn't think about how these people, dared to make a move against these magical beasts. Humans really are strange creatures. Obviously the body looks so weak, but it has that greedy heart of the sky, and it dares to do anything, and it dares to do anything. Like that Lin Shi. One initially inherits the power of the dragon god, is still evolving, and only has his soul attached to the golden dragon. How dare he engage the Star Realm 9 Spectres Mastiff in battle? It did seem a little hard for Phoenix to understand, but since he was the one who had come to ask for his help, then he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Even though he didn't have much power left, he still had no problem cleaning up a few ordinary people, but it was just a matter of lifting his hand. Watching the flames fall around them, the crowd raised their heads, their gazes looking towards the sky, revealing a stunned expression. How could they not have thought that that phoenix was actually in league with them? That's not right. Didn't these magical beasts steal her treasure? It's only logical that they should be enemies. This is totally unexpected. It's over. With such a powerful attack, surely you won't be able to get out at all. It's all your fault for being too greedy. Don't blame anyone when things go wrong. Life and death have their destiny. Wealth and honor. Live in and die. A group of people gathered around back to back, excluding the unlucky ones who were hit by the flames. There were still 12 or 13 people left, and each of them made use of their skills to save their lives. They were like a swarm of ants holding each other and burrowing out of the flames. Sacrifices of the outer few were used to keep the majority alive, moving quickly toward the absence of flames. These flames are not meant to kill. Just banish these people. Ugh. It's so poignant. The world is still the same, but I'm not the same me, and he's not the same him. The phoenix indifferently swept a glance below and stopped looking, finding a piece of cloud. It surprisingly just sat right down in the sky, holding the sonic fire dog in his arms. He quietly looked in Lin Shi's direction. 10,000 years of life fall in a single night. For her, it was the last hour and nothing seemed to matter much. Seeing that the men had fled, Old Goose did not continue to pursue them, but retreated to the panda's side and pulled Xiao Qianqian over as well. These people don't count for much. Right now, this 9-specter mastiff was about to come out and was powerful, so I was afraid that once he fought with his big brother, it would spread to the side of the land below. That's the big trouble. If they don't do it, someone else will do it and clean up the greedy bunch when the time comes. Lin Shi put the phoenix mirror on top of the golden dragon's forehead, and it just blended inside his flesh and blood, like a man with the eyes of heaven opened. In the eye of heaven, everything seemed to have become extremely slow, and flames rose from the eye, and it seems to scorch everything. I know you've revived. Come out. 9 swimming mastiff, the traitor from the ancient battle, Lin Shi said in a nonchalant voice. With that, he raised his hand and struck a golden lightning bolt, a test and a sign of his determination to kill him. There have been many traitors. There were those who fled from the battlefield, those who secretly sold sell news to the lord of the extraterrestrial domain, and those who had no choice but to compromise after failing to willingly become the minions of the extraterrestrial demon race. But a real sense of defection to the enemy. There is only this one. Divine Beast 9 Spectral Mastiff. This is a white-eyed wolf that can't be raised in any way. Originally, it was just a small wild dog picked up by the dragon god, and used up all kinds of beast meat to feed it up, but he was tyrannical. After slaughtering a city for no reason and being chastised by the dragon god, he harbored a grudge. He immediately rebelled against the extraterrestrial demon race and led the conquest of Blue Star, but was later stabbed by the dragon god and fled into the extraterrestrial realm before he was able to survive. You smell like him, but I know that you're not him, so I'm not afraid. The 9 Spectre Mastiff drilled out of the black fog. The 9 heads looked different. Some bared their teeth, some had lopsided mouths and eyes, some had lost half of their heads, and others didn't even have any fur left. There was only a white skull with 2 ghostly blue rays of light bubbling up inside, extraordinarily oozing. Each pair of eyes showed a fierce light. Jia. That self-righteous dragon died a long time ago, for the sake of his so-called righteousness, died above his great name of righteousness. Back then, Lao Zi just ate hundreds of thousands of humans, but what can that do? It's just a bunch of monkeys jumping down from trees. For such a trivial matter, he went so far as to send his men to capture me and to skin me and break my bones in order to console those so-called dead monkeys. The way I see it, all these people deserve to die. A side note, the black saliva in the mouth of the 9 ghost mastiff continuously dripped down, as if it was highly poisonous, making a nuisance sound on the ground, all of which were corpse poison. It strolled casually through the air, constantly drawing circles around Lin Shi, looking for his weaknesses. Black scales drifted down from its body. The exterior was incredibly sharp, as if it was about to turn into a weapon and stab into Lin Shi's body the next moment. And the black fog that was spreading towards him. As a former ancient demonic beast and having undergone some sort of evolution in the outer regions, it was obviously not easy to deal with. Successor, do you really think you're my opponent? I went to the domain for 10,000 years, and with the bounty just given by the lord of the domain, I have already advanced to the star level. What you can't give me, someone else can. So he is my master. Lin Shi released thunder in his dragon form, completely dispersing the black mist that attempted to erode him. Sister Snake from his side. Instead of retreating, he immediately executed one of his own mist attacks, and attacked the 9 Hells Mastiff in reverse. It's just that the attack is not yet optional. The 9 Phantom Mastiff himself possessed powerful scale protection, plus he had then eaten hundreds of thousands of humans. His body was covered in necrotic poison, and he was immune to virulent poisons. That gave Lindsay something else to think about. And just now, Lin Shi's ability to dispel the black mist also impressed the 9 Spectre Mastiff, who became more and more cautious. Isn't that just ungrateful? Speaking so nicely. Yesterday you were able to betray the dragon god and go to the Lord of the Outer Regions. So tomorrow you'll likely betray the Lord of the Outer Regions and go to someone else. Lindsay was not spoiling this vicious dog, speaking directly and revealing him. You're just a crazy dog that can't be fed. Here, and pretending to be a big tail with me? It's no wonder that the Lord of the extraterrestrial domain doesn't trust you. Lin, she droned majestically, and would send you to me to be the first scapegoat to die for it. It appeared to be him and the 9 specters simmering in combat, but in reality, it was a game between him and the Lord of the extraterrestrial realm. Lin, she wanted to deliberately provoke it to strike, and a golden thunderbolt had been quietly held in his hand, always ready to be released. Chapter 99, 9 Ishi Mastiff, did I think wrong again? Silence spreads wordlessly. After hearing Lin Shi's words, the gaze on those 9 heads of the 9 specter mastiff became more and more ferocious. This cut straight to the inside of the heart. After so many years in the domain, he had long been clear about the attitude of the Lord of the domain towards him, which was dispensable. Even this time, he was given a boost in strength. It was also just to use him to test the strength of this dragon god successor. I've lived for so many years. I'm incredibly cunning. What kind of plotting and scheming haven't I seen before? Since you want to provoke me, do you think I will hesitate and hesitate? No, I'm going to do the opposite and come to fall for this trick of yours. Let's see what you've got. Lin Shi didn't expect this 9 phantom mastiff's head to grow in a strange shape. Even his thinking was different from ordinary magical beasts. It felt like he was smart and stupid. Generally speaking, it was difficult to use these 2 contradictory words on the same person or magical beast, but at this moment it was just right to put it on 9 specters simmering. In the next moment, the 9 specter mastiff moved. His body was like a sharp sword, tearing towards Lin Shi with a large mouth at an extremely fast speed. It wasn't that he wasn't cautious. Rather, it was a sign of the 9 spectral mastiff's cunning. He was calculating that his surprise attack would make Lin Shi unable to react, so he was going to take the lead and open his mouth to bite off a piece of meat from this golden dragon and eat it, facilitating its re-evolution. Lindsay? Wait, I don't think that much. As the saying goes, being smart is not good enough. You like to be calculating, and it costs you your life. I'm not trying this at all, just trying to provoke you into making a move. When Lin Shi said those words, he just wanted to simply provoke the 9 specter mastiff, then make him attack, then use the golden lightning to control him. This guy is too much of a mental drama queen. But in this way, it played right into Lin Shi's hands, and it was also considered a clever way to achieve his purpose. The hard part is, this 9 phantom mastiff was covered with necrotic poison, and his scales were so hard that ordinary attacks could not hurt him at all, as Lin Shi had noticed before, so it needs to be approached with caution. However, it's fortunate that there is a phoenix mirror to augment it, otherwise dealing with it might indeed be much more troublesome. The heavenly phoenix intimidates, and the fire feathers are vast. Under the reflection of the heavenly eyes, all the attacks of this 9 Hells Mastiff became much slower. This also gave Lin Shi the ability to anticipate attacks. Slow, very slow, everything is very slow. Even the flow of magic power around us seems to be visible with the naked eye. The phoenix is worthy of being a magical beast second only to the dragon god. It does have its own unique features. It's just a shame to die by your own hand. And to think, Lin Shi's heart couldn't help but feel a trace of anger again. Back then, if there weren't so many traitors, who had told the extraterrestrial race all about the abilities and cards of these magical beasts of theirs, they might not have lost at the time of the great battle. These traitors are truly abominable, and the first to bear the brunt of the so-called 9 Hells Demon Lord, as well as the 9 Hells Mastiff. The same thing from the Hell. Similar nature. Wait, I will clean up all of you one by one. The fate of a betrayer is to be cleansed. Lin Shi dodged the attack of the 9 Spectre Mastiff ahead of time with the help of the Phoenix Mirror's ability, and was unharmed. Another direct interruption when his skill will be fired, not giving him a chance to release his big move. Simply put, he breaks him with a direct kick while the armor is transforming. The golden lightning that was originally prepared, also without reservation, was thrown onto the body of the 9 Spectral Mastiff. There was a crackling sound on him, lightning and thunder, and a burning, fishy odor in the air that made people want to vomit, many times in a row. Seeing how he couldn't attack Lin Shi and every power fell short, the 9 Spectre Mastiff was directly enraged. Baring his teeth, he prostrated himself on the ground. The body tensed, the back arched slightly, the tail swung rapidly, and a burst of black mist rushed out. Luckily you're still the dragon god's heir. If you're capable, don't hide and fight me squarely. What's the point of using these underhanded tactics? The 9 Spectral Mastiff is conceited and smart. He had seen more than enough young people feeling very smart and having been given a great chance. They were arrogant and conceited and not calm enough, and such people abounded. So, he thought that by saying these words he could provoke the young heir to fight him physically. Unfortunately, Lin Shi didn't give him a chance.
still maintaining a certain distance from him for his lightning attack, completely ignoring his words. Instead, take this opportunity. Use words to continue to stimulate the nine hells mastiff. What? No tricks? I don't think you're any good. If you but a little bit of skill, you wouldn't be so passive right now. No wonder you're a lost dog everywhere. Lin she sneered once again. The nine spectral mastiff had lived for tens of thousands of years, thinking that his heart was already ancient. But somehow, in the face of this person hiding within the golden dragon, he was actually stimulated by words that flamed up in his heart many times in a row. Abominable. Simply abominable. This mastiff swears that I will eat you and bruise your bones. He stared menacingly at Lin Shi. Some of the heads had upturned lips, revealing sharp teeth and emitting low growls from time to time, and the eyes were darting around. He didn't know what ability he used, but he was able to dodge my means of attack multiple times in a row. Need to think of a way to deal with it. The nine hells mastiff pondered seriously. The forelimbs crouched down, making a ready pounce, but the eyes, however, quietly looked to the ground. That's a pose that's downright devious. Jie, there it is. Isn't this dragon god's favorite to shelter those monkeys? And he even died to shelter them. This fool. It just so happens that there's a group of humans there who haven't left yet, and as soon as I strike out at them, he'll inevitably step in to stop me. GGG. As long as he makes a move, I will have a chance to kill him, so that I can preserve my identity and status. The Zhou mastiff had planned perfectly in his heart. Then, he first feinted to attack Lin Shi and slammed his body over. Then the moment Lin Shi dodged his attack, he instantly summoned a huge head and smashed it into those humans who had just escaped from the Sea of Fire and who had previously attacked Xiao Qianshan. Then expect Lindsay to go out and stop it, so that he can take advantage of it. But strangely enough, in the face of his attack, this young man who had inherited the power of the dragon god was indifferent upon seeing it. There was even some gloating as he gave him a thumbs up. The nine spectral mastiffs? Zhou mastiff, did I think wrong again? And on the ground, those who had originally escaped with their lives. Just as he was about to celebrate his own robbery, suddenly someone jerked his head up and saw the attacks coming from the sky once again, and the whole thing was immediately confused. Chapter 100, is this an attitude of apology? This is clearly scolding. A huge head smashed into the ground. In order to be able to kill it, and to show that it took this matter seriously, it tricked Lin Shi. The nine spectre mastiff directly threw out a head to attack those below, leaving no chance of life. But things weren't what he thought they would be. Follow his script. This dragon god, who has always been benevolent like a holy mother, should have stepped in to stop the group of monkeys in order to protect them. However, in the face of this attack of its, the golden dragon in front of it not only did not make a move to block it, there was even some gloating, most outrageous of all, and gave it a thumbs up. What is that if not an abject mockery of it? Those people on the ground are really unlucky. Just out of the tiger's den, into the wolf's lair again. It was only after being burned by the flames that they ended up being sneak attacked by the nine spectre mastiffs, directly wiping them out in an instant. Not even a hiss of pain. Gone extremely peacefully. This made Xiao Qianshan and Old Goose and the girls look at their hearts with great pleasure. These guys really deserved it. Now it's kind of evil for evil. No need for the two to make a move. But as a result, this nine spectre mastiff killed them. Dog bites dog with a mouthful of hair. And you don't have to reveal your strength. The best of both worlds is simply not good enough. And those who were watching from a short distance away, originally thought that they could follow the example of those who came to grab the treasures of these magical beasts. But it turned out that after seeing this scene, have also given up on the idea. Being shocked by this nine spectre mastiff, it was really unknown which side of this nine hells mastiff was on. Are they helping these magical beasts? Or do they belong to some other force? How come they're beating up everyone they see? Straight away they were all baffled. Orochi cursed with a laugh from the shadows. This stupid thing. In the past, all the ancient demonic beasts knew that the nine Sephiroth mastiff was extremely conceited and constantly clever. But there is no great wisdom, always making foreign faces, as well as having no boundaries. It's no wonder the dragon god went to punish him. Orochi thinks he's above him, because although he had a bad reputation and he admitted he was bad, he never defected to the enemy. Same with the beast god. The two of them were only looking at those treasures of the dragon god and at their own lives, a single-minded desire to live for a long time. There was the most essential difference between the two things that were not human, the nine spectral mastiff and the nine spectral demon monarch. The two of them are traitors. Traitors are the trash of the trash that no one on either side of the enemy looks down on. However, the Orochi was also clear that with the current star-level strength of this nine Yuki's mastiff, even if it was placed in that group of ancient demonic beasts at that time, its strength could be ranked in the top 5. Now that the phoenix has fallen, it is not strong enough, and the other magical beasts, as well as the snake that flew in the sky, and the golden dragon,
above the aura and rank. They were completely behind each other and could only avoid exchanging blows by dodging. Therefore, in this battle, the 9 Hells Mastiff's chances of winning were relatively high. But at this moment, what Orochi wanted more was for that golden dragon to win. Because once the extraterrestrial thing wins, then it will be a disaster for the entire Blue Star, including that heavenly calamity not long afterward. It was also related to them, the extraterrestrial races. Perhaps this 9 spectral mastiff was responsible for scouting the way, or had some other plot. These extra-dimensional gutter things are simply bullying the beast. Yagyu Orochi cursed angrily. Then he continued to look vaguely toward the sky, pondering whether or not he should be in the dark, helping that golden dragon out. Infighting is infighting, but once you meet an external enemy, then everyone's line has to be unified. That's how you can stay alive. At the moment, the big black cat that was practicing in the mountains of Sakura country was thinking the same thing. He took in the scene completely with the help of those god servants' eyes, watching the image in real time, and the dragon scales on his chest were glowing faintly. It seems to be mirroring something. Thinking about how to strike in case this golden dragon was not defeated, in order to repel this 9 specter mastiff, including those who had followed Brother Panda and the others up. They had also gathered together from a distance, trying to do a favor for Golden Dragon. This 9 Phantom Mastiff was not a good thing at first glance, and some people probably judged that the power of this thing should be related to something outside the domain. It is the public enemy of the entire human civilization. In everyone's opinion, the Golden Dragon was completely suppressed, whether from the size, magic power, or level above, and might be about to fail at any moment. However, only the 9 spectral mastiffs understood. This golden dragon was nothing like the previous dragon god. He was more cunning, more crafty, and didn't have the kind of benevolence that could bind him. This is a man with no weaknesses, so it became more and more careful. Only one of the 9 heads was currently growing on its head, and each of the remaining 8 flew out on its neck, circling constantly in the air to save for an opportunity. All sorts of wanton frenzied screaming. You're doing this against the will of that dragon god. I advise you to be compassionate to those monkeys. Even the 9 Spectre Mastiff was ashamed of Lin Shi. By the way, irritate him with words. Try to see if you can find an opportunity to attack. As long as the sneak attack is successful, under the crush of the level, then it will definitely cause heavy damage to the opponent. However, Lin Shi did not feel any guilt in his heart, and probably guessed the intention of this 9 Spectres simmering. Isn't it just that you want me to make myself feel some kind of internal guilt for not saving someone in time, and then attack me after you find a break? Then, it's just as well that I can utilize this mentality of yours and intentionally reveal a breach to hit you back. With this thought in mind, Lin Shi looked towards the 9 Spectre Mastiff. Then exerting his top-notch acting talent, his brow furrowed and he covered his eyes, looking with some difficulty at the bandits who had been reduced to ashes on the ground. 2 tears fell by the way. Ugh. I'm really sorry. I should have gone to save you guys earlier. I feel so guilty. But, it's all because this 9 Spectre Mastiff is too asshole, too cunning, too not something. I can't do anything about it. If you go to hell, don't think that I caused you all to suffer. Always remember that it was this 9 Spectre Mastiff that killed you all. When you become a severe ghost, don't let him go. Crowd, is that an apology? It's clearly ing cursing alright. Someone laughed, but some people are angry. Oh yeah, that one's not a person. It's a white wolf with 9 heads. Originally, the 9 Spectral Mastiff had felt at first that Lin Shi had cried with affection and had already fallen for its trick. But after hearing the second half of it, I realized that it's not like that at all. It's cursing it. It's just infuriating. Little thing, I'm going to kill you. He bared his teeth and was so infuriated that he lunged towards Lin Shi with his mouth wide open. Cuckoo cuck. Thought how tolerable you were? This is it. The lance congealed from flames was ready. As it happened, this 9 Spectral Mastiff moved angrily. Just what Lindsay wanted. Chapter 101, taking stock of the loot and dealing with the Red Night River, who heard these words from the Supreme Elder, instantly sank inwardly. Of course he knew what that behemoth was that Night Sky was talking about. That was Han Chang's root, and one of the underpinnings that allowed him to be able to seal his vassals in the border wilderness. Rumor had it that the old man of the Han family had long been at the absolute peak of the 9th realm, one of the longest living old monsters under the 9 heavens. On top of that, there was a super terrifying force that was often overlooked. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion. If one Han family wasn't enough to make the Knight family feel intimidated, then with the addition of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, it could definitely make them scared. Not only their Knight family, it can be said that all the forces within the Great Yong, including the royal family, if they meet alone, there is only one way to die. The reason was very simple. Among the 9 realms of absolute peaks that still survived under the 9 heavens, which was often referred to as half-step immortals in the world,
Han Chong stood behind two of them, and the one from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was a near-invincible existence amongst these half-step divine immortals. This could be seen from the fact that he single-handedly destroyed Langya Cave and snatched the Phoenix True Flame. One man and one sword destroyed an entire cave. No one but that one could do it. That year, that person even dragged his seriously injured body for the sake of his unintelligent daughter, swept the 14 states with one sword, and heavily injured hundreds of cultivators above the 8th realm with one sword, sealing the gods in one battle. He was a sword god who had truly suppressed an era. The other main reason why Han Shon was able to become the Marquis of Jinbei was that he had a good father-in-law. He was able to gain the recognition of the Han family, again because he was the son-in-law of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. It can be said that people's relationship is hard there. Even the royal family of Great Yong does not dare to move him easily, not to mention their little Knight family. Thinking about all this, Knight River's face sank, a little uncertain of what to do. At this moment, Knight Sky spoke. The clan chief notified Knight Wind to send the young master back to the clan before going to Yujiang City in the northern wasteland region to investigate properly. If this matter is true, then we will go back to Marquis Jinbei. Listen to the Supreme Elder. Let's do it. Knight River waved his hand at the crowd with some heartburn. At first, learning that his son was having his divine bones dug out made him lose his temper, and after being spoken to by the Supreme Elder, he finally calmed down. Soon, the Knight family's group of experts set off, vastly transforming into light and heading towards Yujiang City, Northern Wasteland Domain. Yujiang City. After a few hours of toning and cultivating, Han Feng finally stabilized his realm at the late 6th realm. Getting up and leaving the room, he had just pushed open the door when Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Qiaoer both stood in the doorway. When did you two come back? Han Feng was a bit surprised. When Su Xiaoxiao saw that he was fine, she cried tears of joy and rushed up to hug him. It's good to be fine. It's good to be fine. After they saw the end of the life and death battlefield at the Yellow Crane Tower and the news that Han Feng had won the championship, they specifically had a large table of food prepared and were ready to celebrate. But I didn't expect to see Han Feng come back after waiting for a long time. And then the other people who came back said that Han Feng was being chased, and both women were worried. Luckily, a man named Wan Ma came running to say that Han Feng and the others had returned to Yujiang City. Only he didn't know where the boss was, while others didn't know. Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Qiaoer did, and immediately returned to the wine mansion, then waited until now. Han Feng stroked Su Xiaoxiao's back and comforted. Don't worry, with old uncle around, what can I do? Right, you two are here just in time to help me count the loot together. Saying that, he led the two women back into the house and waved his hand to take out dozens of various storage rings. My god, how did you get so many other people's storage rings? Zhou Qiaoer exclaimed as she looked at the storage rings in front of her. Of course it's those kind people who gave it to me. Han Feng didn't explain too much. Alright, I'll hurry up and take inventory. Not much longer. With the cooperation of the three of them, of course most of them were counted by both Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Qiaoer, while Han Feng stood by and watched the show. This time, he had collected a total of 56 storage rings, representing 56 people who had died at his hands. In total, more than 1,800,000 spirit stones were cleared out, more than 70 pieces of merit law, more than 400 bottles of various types of pills, and 60 pieces of various types of spiritual weapons. These spirit weapons were all those people who had put them in their storage rings for backup, and it was simply too late to pick them up for real use. In addition to these, there are quite a few elixirs. It could be said that just these resources were enough for a small power to develop. Han Feng had the two of them, Su Xiaoxiao, each picked some that they could use, and the rest, except for the spirit stones, were taken out and sold. The pills and elixirs Han Feng had kept some for himself. By the way, there's still a dragon left to deal with. Han Feng got up and came outside the house, waving his hand to take out the red dragon that had been cut in two from his storage ring. Though the great dragon is dead, the dragon's power remains. As soon as it appeared, it made the surrounding small animals uneasy. The birds flew around and scattered. The ground birds had to hide in the hole, and the white rice bucket also ran out from which nooks and crannies. Holy, it's huge! Xiaobai couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the red dragon in the courtyard. It's... Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Qiaoer both looked at the dead big dragon with incomparable heartbreak as well. Don't look at the fact that this dragon was only at the peak of the 6th realm, with a body length of about 100 meters, but it was a genuine dragon bloodline. The most valuable of these is its dragon pearl. Poof! Han Feng pierced through the dragon's head with a claw and dug out a golden dragon pearl from inside, the size of a baby's fist, flashing with a burst of golden light, and an extremely strong dragon power emanating from it. What a strong dragon might! Han Feng's eyes flashed with surprise on the spot. If this was absorbed, not only did it possess the Phoenix True Flame, it also had dragon might, and it would suppress demonic beasts even more in the future. But what should we do next?
Han Feng looked at the huge-sized red dragon and had the feeling of seeing a hedgehog and not knowing how to put his mouth on it. He knew that dragon skin and dragon bones could be used to create divine armor. Dragon blood could be used to strengthen the flesh to enhance the body of a demon god. And dragon tendons could be used to make magic treasures. And that one can be used to make wine as well. If it was brewed into heavenly immortal drunk and paired with dragon's blood, the effect would be absolutely unbelievable. Seeing how confused Han Feng was, Su Xiaoxiao stepped forward and gently reminded, "You're forgetting that old uncle is a ninth realm sword god. He should be able to handle it." "Yeah, how could I forget my old uncle?" Han Feng had a dazed look on his face, actually wearing glasses to find glasses. How could he not handle it with his old uncle, the god of swords, around? Thinking of this, Han Feng raised his head to look at the roof. "Old uncle, come down and do me a favor. How about I brew 2 pots of dragon blood heavenly immortal drunk specifically for you then? You brat, you think of me when you kill, and you need to be reminded to think of me when you divide the spoils." How heartless. Ling Yan floated down from the roof and complained at Han Feng. Looking to the red dragon in the courtyard, he carefully surveyed it. "I can handle this one, but it will take time." "No problem, just take your time getting it, old uncle." Han Feng took out a pot of celestial immortal drunk brewed with celestial pride blood and handed it to Ling Yan as he continued. "You help me get that down first, and then there's the dragon's blood. I've got a big use for that stuff." Hearing this, Ling Yan frowned slightly, his gaze looking over both Han Feng and Su Xiaoxiao for a few moments before coming to look at them. Shaking his head helplessly, he exclaimed, "It's good to be young." Su Xiaoxiao instantly blushed a little at these words and hurriedly tugged on Zhou Qiaoer, who wanted to leave. She was still no match for Han Feng on her own without the dragon's blood wine, and this was even less of a match for him if he had the dragon's blood wine. It was necessary to pull Zhou Qiaoer. "Old uncle, don't worry, you'll be able to be young by then too." Han Feng laughed and joked. Go go go. Hurry up and get something for the blood." Ling Yan rolled his eyes in dismay. This little guy, now really getting more and more unrestrained, even dared to poke fun at him. It seems that he has to find an opportunity to give him a good knock. Soon, Han Feng brought a few large buckets and helped Ling Yan to put dragon's blood together. "Old uncle, I know you have a way to be able to contact the old master. Take a piece of the most tender dragon meat and the freshest dragon blood and send someone to send it to the old master." Han Feng suddenly came over to Ling Yan's side and whispered, "By the way, how's the old man doing these days? The things you sent last time were very useful to him, and he is still in seclusion recently." Ling Yan said truthfully, "The sage bamboo slip was very helpful to the old man in comprehending the supreme sword Tao, and as long as he succeeded he would be able to take that step, and his lifespan would increase again at that time." And the fact that Han Feng could still think of the old master at this time showed that he hadn't forgotten the old master, which was a good thing. "Well, we can't help him with this. We can only rely on him." Speaking of the old man, Han Feng's mood was a bit low. Only after the old man went on a retreat did he return to Yujiang City to hear about what the old man had gone to do, and realize how the phoenix egg, the phoenix true fire, and the pure phoenix essence blood came to be. Chapter 101, Bad. I'm the one who fell for it. A lance condensed by flames. It was fused together with the help of the phoenix's fire, plus the original thunder power of this golden dragon. Once shown, then there was endless power generated from it spreading in all directions, meeting the 9 Spectre Mastiff that came in anger. Both sides touched violently. For a moment, the thunder flames exploded, and the necrotic aura carried by the 9 Spectres Mastiff spread, enveloping the surroundings. So much so that those who were weak were unable to see what was really going on here. Under my domain, even if you have inherited the dragon god power, you are just a drop in the ocean. You are no match for me at all. The 9 Spectre Mastiff let out an earth-shattering roar. One of its heads grew on its head, while the remaining 8 heads looked around in the black mist, looking for opportunities and biting towards Lin Shi from time to time. The scales on his body made a sound of gold and iron clashing under the attack of the flames and lightning, but it didn't do any substantial damage to it, and the entire heaven and earth around them were swept by these two forces. The truth was just as Panda and the others expected. As soon as the two of them touched, the area was destroyed and damaged by endless magical power. Drop by drop, the black necrotic liquid fell on the ground, emitting a gust of corrosive sounds and a foul odor all over the ground. The golden thunder and flames that erupted from Lin Shi's body were also splashing out in all directions as a burst of energy fluctuations exploded in the air. From this, we can also see what kind of picture the heavens and earth were like at the time of the ancient battle. What a devastation for human civilization. Lin Shi didn't care how the 9 Spectre Mastiff attacked. He only kept defending there. Launched the occasional attack every now and then. The lance was held in his hands, along with the golden dragon's body. They kept surging towards the surroundings, pouring this attacking power on top of the body of the 9 ghostly mastiffs. It was just that Lin Shi hadn't expected that this guy's fur was really tough. After so many years outside the domain,
It had long ago become somewhat different in nature from the ancient times.
Master, his skin is so hard, Sister Snake said. Even a musket can't pierce it. So yeah, this dog's skin should be pretty good if you strip it down and make it into armor. Nope, it's too dirty to give it to me. It's better to just give it to physical annihilation. Lin Shi thought as he defended and attacked. He's like a boat bobbing in the ocean. No matter how big the wind and waves rolled in, seemingly dangerous, up and down. In fact, the old helmsman on the boat was like an old monk sitting calmly looking at everything in front of him, a heart incomparably calm and steady, constantly dodging the attacking manes of the 9 netherworld mastiff, just looking for the best shot. Coming, evil dog, if I don't show you some color, I don't know who is the big brother, right? Lin Shi saw the opportunity. Although he was lacking in rank, he had a small piece of dragon scale to add to his strength, as well as the Phoenix Mirror's prediction of the 9 Spectre Mastiff's movements, so no harm was done. Instead, the other party was in a magic rest period, or a skill CD cooldown period, because they had released a large amount of magic power due to their continued long attack. Master, it is now. The Snake Sister was pleasantly surprised to see that after the strike, the 9 Netherworld Mastiff's movements slowed down for a moment, revealing a break, and would have wanted to go and bite Lin Shi. He ended up ducking out of the way, exposing his neck. That's the only soft spot on its entire body, as Sister Snake said. The remaining 8 heads didn't have time to return to defense at the moment, which was the best chance to kill the 9 Spectre Mastiff. No, it's not that stupid. One thought in this. In a short, electric thought, Lin Shi gave up on this opportunity, and after a fake move, he quickly backed up to 100 meters away, and immediately after that, just as he had expected, a large swathe of black necrotic poison suddenly surged out from the same place where Lin Shi had originally attacked. If after being hit, the result was also predictable, it would definitely be killed by the 9 Spectre Mastiff in one hit. Wow, that was close. Master, fortunately you didn't listen to me just now, Sister Snake said with some afterthought of worry. Lindsay just smiled faintly. Sister Snake was still too young and inexperienced in struggle to know the perils of the world. In particular, this 9 Sephiroth Mastiff, conceited and intelligent, would definitely use some means to tempt herself to strike out and attack him, exchanging injury for killing, taking the damage of one head and then exchanging it for Lin Shi's entire life. The reason for this judgment was because Lindsay had learned from that memory she had inherited. The 9 Phantom Mastiff had 9 heads, which in actuality gave it 9 lives, and it didn't die after one head was severed. One of the other 8 heads will take the place of the main head before bringing another head back to life. Unless one chopped off all 9 heads of the 9 Spectre Mastiff in one go, one would not be able to kill it completely. This was also the reason why it was able to survive under the Dragon God's punishment. With this kind of perverted survivability and powerful strength, ordinary Imperial Beast Masters indeed couldn't deal with it. But Lindsay was no ordinary person. The way to kill it had already been thought of before fighting it. It was just a bit of a pain in the ass. Do you want to have a dog meat hot pot? Lin Shi suddenly doted on his snake sister. Yes, yeah, have dog meat hot pot, Sister Snake said happily, drooling at the corners of her mouth, her big eyes budding as she looked at the 9 Yui Mastiff. Although all the meat on the 9 Phantom Mastiff contained severe poisons, with the old rock sheep here, any poison could be lifted and its meat purified. The 9 Spectral Mastiffs? I was trying to eat them no less, but I didn't realize that those 2 guys were trying to eat me too? Okay, let's see who's better then. However, it also became more and more careful. Originally, he thought that by intentionally exposing a weakness, he could trick Lin Shi into killing him with a single blow. I didn't expect the other party to be so smart and not fall for it at all, which was greatly unexpected. For a while, Lin Shi was treated even more cautiously, and I don't know what's going on, but the other guy is always a step ahead of him in terms of speed. Just as he had the first inkling of an attack, his opponent ducked aside and then made an effective counterattack against him. Although the Golden Dragon's attack was painless, but after a long time and a lot of fighting, it could not help but upset him a bit. But just then, was about to attack. It suddenly felt something was wrong. What's going on? Those places that were hit by the weapons all started to faintly experience sharp pains, as if they had been stabbed by countless needles. But he's a 9 Spectre Mastiff, a top-notch defensive scale armor. How can he have this kind of pain? It couldn't figure it out. Lin Shi laughed and said, "Bad dog, you don't have to figure it out. I'll let you know what's going on with all this pain in a minute." Dipper 7-star formation. Rise. The 9 Spectre Mastiff hadn't reacted yet. It was then realized that those parts of the body that were originally in pain were actually connected into a star. Gathering together, they became the shape of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, burning slowly like flames, and then branded on top of the thick layer of scale armor on his body. In an instant, the scale armor began to peel off in layers. My top-tier defensive scale armor was broken? Bad. I'm the one who fell for it. Shock surged like a tidal wave, causing the Nine Hells Mastiff to be at a loss as to how to react for a moment. Chapter 102 Fanning the Nine Hells Mastiffs. The seal is like 7 stars, and the flame burns 3,000 gods. Faced with this kind of damage attack power, the Nine Spectre Mastiff was confused for a split second and couldn't get rid of it at all. Layers of flesh and armor are being stripped from his body. Pain burrowed into its body, and it turned out that the one who fell for it had been himself all along. In vain. He was still so smart, but he fell for the other party's trick, becoming angry and furious for a moment. It was actually like going crazy and biting towards Lin Shi. Damn noble brat. I didn't expect that you would be so insidious. Damned. Simply damned. In fact, the Nine Spectral Mastiff was cynical and indignant that there could be someone in the world who was smarter than it. Retracting all of the other 8 heads, it grows on its neck, revealing its full phallic appearance. The black fog had dispersed by now. Wow. What an ugly dog. All 9 heads look different, but the longer you look at them, the more disgusting it makes you want to vomit. Compared to that golden dragon, it feels like it can't even compare to a hare, and it's irritated. The people in the distance expressed their deep disgust after seeing the complete appearance of this Nine Spectre's Mastiff. They simply can't understand it. What kind of aesthetics did people have in the first place to deserve such a superb creature? It's also too ugly. In fact, this really couldn't be blamed on the dragon god. Originally he only had 1 head when he picked up this dog. But with the expansion of the ambition of the Nine Spectre Mastiff, it devoured too many more magical beasts in its endless conquests, along with the massacres that happened later on. Only then did it grow 9 heads of various shapes. It wasn't born, but gradually formed later in life. Not unlike the Orochi. For that matter, the 8 giant serpent expressed deep disgust as well as disdain for it. Although after 10,000 years, it was no match for this Nine Hells Mastiff in terms of rank and strength, but in the beast grid, it was a step above him. I originally thought how powerful this 9 Netherworld Mastiff could be, but it looks like I don't need to make a move for the Golden Dragon to defeat it. What a surprise. The Orochi was proud and elated that it had found a worse, more disgusting magical beast than it had. In which case it wasn't a moral underdog. It could even be considered a good magical beast. Sure enough, Big Brother is awesome when he strikes. Relying on Snake Sister's little bit of strength, he was able to beat the crap out of the Nine Spectre Mastiff. Fantastic. The spotted tiger looked at the sky excitedly. With a bone stick in his hand, he jumped at the chance to try it. But because of Brother Panda's ban, he could only watch from here and eat the skewers grilled by Old Goose on the way. It's really been a bit boring. But then, Big Brother is Big Brother after all. Even without his real body present, he can still hammer this so-called Star Realm 9 Spectral Mastiff to the ground. Brother Panda's eyes were filled with respect and admiration. What is this called? It's called wisdom. It means that in the future, when we fight magical beasts, we have to outsmart them and not be so violent all day long. The world is so beautiful and I'm so cranky. This is not good, a magical beast said. The group of villains breathed a sigh of relief, and the worry in their hearts quietly passed away as they began to joke around again. For them, there are few rivals left in this world. Only these so-called extraterrestrial races are strangely frightening because they have not been seen. But in terms of what we've seen of these extraterrestrial races in recent times, it doesn't seem that scary. Just reveal it. Lighting up a blood bar is just as good as hammering them into the ground. Nothing too impressive. Of course, it was also the fact that Big Brother Lin Shi had stepped in and completely crushed it intellectually. If they change into them to do it, in terms of the degree of treachery and cunning of this 9 Ghosts Mastiff, may still really have to eat so a little bit of small loss. And in the sky above, the 9 Spectre Mastiff exerted all its strength, launching attacks ferociously towards Lin Shi, not caring about any skill or no skill. He simply wanted to crush him with his physical strength and bite him into pieces. But the pain in his body was getting worse. Inch by inch, the burning power granted by the 7 stars was like a knife, splitting his skin from his flesh. And the more magic power was used, the faster this splitting became, and the deeper the pain became. But the more pain he felt, the more the 9 Hells Mastiff wanted to go and use magic power to distract himself from the pain. So on and on in a vicious cycle. Sure enough, you are an untamed dog. If I don't fan you today, it seems that you don't know what it means to be master and subordinate. Lin Shi said with a smile. Can't even use the Phoenix Mirror now. This 9 Spectre's Mastiff's own speed had slowed down quite a bit, and the magic power on his body gradually melted away. The layer of firm armor that was originally extremely thick was also gradually peeled off by him, falling down from the sky. At first glance, it's like someone's dandruff is falling down. Ha, master, that's a disgusting analogy. Sister Snake imagined that picture of falling dandruff. But who has black dandruff? Lindsay nudged her lips. indicating that the 9 spectral ordeal that surrendered to the extraterrestrial realm in front of him, its dandruff was definitely black. Thinking like this, the man and beast felt even more disgusted and expressed their feelings of disgust. However, disgusting as it is, this firm armor can be utilized. Lin, she said softly. After all, the 9 specter mastiff had spent time outside the domain. Then this layer of its leather armor must have been eroded and honed by the power of the extraterrestrial realm. So this layer of leather armor is also extremely valuable to study in regards to extraterrestrial matters. It could be given to the owl to study it and see if it could get any new gains. Anyway, when the time comes, they will definitely fight against the extraterrestrial community, so it's not bad to know about it in advance. When you think about it like this, the 9 spectral mastiff has simply gone from being a great sinner to being a great person. After all, it's the only one on the entire blue planet that has stayed from outside the domain and returned alive. It's a precious dissection object. One thought in this, Lin, she also no longer hesitated. Seeing that he had slipped this Joyua mastiff almost, the 7-star killing formation was launched, and his body moved with the gun. From evading and counterattacking, it had turned into an active attack, and the moves were directly inserted into the lifeblood of the 9 ghost mastiffs. The flames and lightning condensed lance had a burning and paralyzing effect. Without the protection of the firm armor, the 9 phantom mastiff, facing this level of attack, felt for the first time what it meant to be attacked. Pain. Severe pain. Kid, I admit that you are very strong. Not only your strength, along with your intelligence, is much stronger than me. The 9 specter mastiff felt pain and immediately retreated. The words were no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, he had a deep fear of this young man hiding inside the golden dragon, a new heir to the dragon god without a Madonna's heart, but with superior intellect and incredible strength. His potential was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. It's no wonder that the Lord of the Outer Regions wanted me to come here to test your strength. Speaking here, the 9 specter mastiff suddenly laughed, his eyes gradually looking above the sky. Along with the 9 spectral mastiff's self-talk, Lin, she felt something steeply. Giving up on the chase of the 9 phantom mastiff, he instead violently backed up and then gazed into the sky. This power is there. An unusually ferocious force was gathering, pounds of magic poised to strike. As far as this sinister pounding power is concerned, except for the Lord of the Extraterrestrial, there is no second person in the world who can do it. Chapter 103, Looking out of the corner of the world. The darkness covered the sky. A black mist emerged from the air, similar to the appearance of the 9 specter mastiff, the same with a baby's cry, so that people cannot help but listen to the heart of the mess. It made people wonder if the so-called Lord of the Extraterrestrial domain had something to do with babies. The scales on the 9 specter mastiff's body had completely fallen off by this point, revealing its bloody flesh. Originally, as long as there was another incense stick of time, under Lin Shi's attack, after the 9 phantom mastiff lost its invincible defense, it would definitely be completely decapitated by him. But alas, the Lord of the Extraterrestrial domain forcefully intervened, blocking Lin Shi's means as the black mist surrounded him in a circle. Yes, it's that guy coming. Phoenix caught a glimpse of that power hidden in the black mist and couldn't help but give it a sideways glance. If it's him, this little guy is going to be in danger. No, just leave as soon as possible. The latter sentence was addressed to Chen Zhujun. Chen Zhujun stood in silence, looking at the already chaotic surroundings, and the golden divine dragon that was fighting the black mist alone. It's impossible to say you're not worried, but it always felt like there was some inexplicable sense of familiarity with the breath in this black mist, especially after she had gotten the Phoenix inheritance. Her perception had sharpened quite a bit, and she harbored even more deep suspicions about this idea. Sonic Firehound was trembling with fear, snuggling up to Phoenix's body, squeaking and squirming as he looked away, unable to comprehend what was happening. But he felt vaguely, some people are going to be in big trouble. It felt exactly like it once did on the day of doom. With a jittery heart, this feeling, could the creature in that black fog be the Lord of the Extraordinary Domain? Peacock asked. It must be, as it were. It's over. Big Brother is going to be in danger. Speaking of which, several wraiths leapt to their feet, wanting to go up to the sky to help their big brother, but it was still stopped by Panda. You guys are fooling around. A little impatience leads to a great plan, and as far as I know, with Big Brother's wisdom and power, he wouldn't necessarily be weaker than this extraterrestrial lord. After all, the dragon god wasn't the only one who died from injuries back then, and that lord of the extraterrestrial realm didn't fare well either. Maybe even this guy is also the heir and not himself, just in an intriguing capacity. Let's all just wait and see what happens. At the end, Brother Panda added cautiously, if Big Brother really fails, as a last resort, the order of our strikes will start with Old Goose, and those who have prioritized their strikes will continue to do so. Whatever happened to hiding your strength? What's saving the world? Anyway, just one principle. Protect Big Brother. Big Brother is good for everyone. Hearing Brother Panda's words, the original somewhat dismal atmosphere suddenly became lively. The magical beasts rubbed their fists together, showing contemptuous looks at the nine-specter mastiff in the sky, as well as the creature hidden in the black mist. Don't worry, Brother Panda. As long as that ugly thing dares to do any harm to Big Brother, I'll be the first one to go up and skin him to death. More than skinning? If I were, I'd just chop him up and stew him and eat him, put him right in my stomach and digest him. The crowd of magical beasts were enraged. Only the owl was on the ground constantly picking up the scales on the 9 phantom mastiff that fell from the sky, and then all of them were collected, ready to start studying them carefully. Previously, he had already made some progress in his research regarding the half-human, half-beast human demon scorpion. The so-called body rebirth was nothing more than overdrawing one's life force, an ability that was also very similar to that of the Orochi, and the latter's limb regeneration ability seemed to be more advanced than the demonic scorpion's ability. If nothing else, this ability must be someone secretly conducting research. I don't know which side of the family or power is conducting this kind of bizarre experiment, which is also considered some kind of evolution. But here's the strange thing, that dead scorpion was supposed to have something to do with the Shao family. But about this matter he asked Shao Qian and the answer he got was that she wasn't sure either. This is quite intriguing. Lin Shi, I know your name. A very powerful young man. The figure in the black mist suddenly spoke, his voice sharp and hoarse. But I know that you are not a murderous man. On the contrary, you possess compassion in your heart. Not quite indecisive, but not quite heroic and decisive either. Sharp and hoarse. These two contradictory terms should never have been used together. But now, they are very appropriate. The person in the black mist should be deliberately hiding his identity, so he used a very fake voice, like an AI, so that people did not have the slightest discernment, and naturally had no way to make a judgment. This made Lin Shi a bit puzzled as well. The other guy knows his name, so that means that he knows himself, or at least has done his research. It also means that the so-called lord of the extraterrestrial domain is not hiding outside the domain, but above the blue star. Can't tell. The two have even met? That's why he chose to hide his head and hide his identity, wrapping himself in black mist. He even let the 9-specter mastiff take the lead in testing the waters. I just don't know what his gender is, whether they were male or female, fat or thin, humanoid or wraith-like, old or young. In short, very intriguing. And after seeing how he handled the 9 specters simmering, he still decided that he must be able to defeat himself, showing that he did still have some skills. Oh, you know my name? Actually, I know your identity too. We've met before, and more than once, Lin Shi added. In fact, he really didn't know who the other party actually was, but listening to the other party's tone, Lin Shi was not willing to be weak, saying such words mainly to test the other party, to give him psychological pressure. Maybe, if the other party was stupid, he could really find out something. At those words, the other party instantly fell silent. It even looked, well, a little tense. Silence, sometimes, is the answer. Lin Shi knew that he had guessed correctly. This person he had seen more than once. It was possible that he was above this demonic beast ancient plane, hiding in the shadows. So, who exactly is it? His eyes swept across the entire wilderness, but he didn't seem to see anything special. What there was merely some imperial beastmasters who wanted to find trouble with them, but didn't dare to. Watching nearby, the number of people is in the thousands. It's not that many. If all of them are killed, then we will definitely be able to find this guy. Lin Shi felt a twinge of uneasiness for his crazy thoughts. So, has he long since lost that merciful heart? It's necessary to kill people without moving. But in the midst of these last days, even if one does not go to kill them, there will be other dangers that will kill them, and killing them early or late is killing them. So why can't one kill them? What kind of reasoning is this? Thinking of this, the madness in Lin Shi's heart grew more and more. There was a hint of crimson color in his eyes, and he swept around in a disdainful manner. Chapter 104, Gathering the Power of All Beings to Rebuild Xian. Thunder rises, and fire is in the air. The golden dragon's body made a hover in the air, looking out of the corner of his eye as he scanned the surroundings, killing intent bursting forth. Yeah, if we kill everyone here, then we'll be able to find you out. There are only benefits and no harm in killing you, even if it's worth sacrificing so many people. The faint voice reached the ears of the lord of the extraterrestrial realm, and it actually caused him, coldly, to have a shiver. Two purplish red eyes were revealed in the black mist, gradually illuminating and forming a humanoid shape, like a poly seaweed. You really dare to do that? As the successor of the dragon god, you'll be punished by heaven if you do this, the lord of the domain said. There was some faint anxiety in his voice.
He really didn't expect the man to make such a crazy move and completely miscalculated. The point is, if the golden dragon does, there's still a real chance that he'll be found out. When the time comes, it will naturally be considerably worse. Watch this, I'm going to make a move. Lin Shi didn't wait for him to react and directly reached out to summon a huge golden thunderbolt. Descending from the sky, it attacked down below amongst the crowd watching around, showing no mercy at all. It looks like I'm going on a killing spree. Don't you dare. After Lin Shi made a decisive move, the lord of the extraterrestrial domain let out a bellowing cry, causing a black mist to directly cut off that golden lightning bolt. Fearing that Lin Shi would use the method of elimination to find him out. Ha ha, master, he really believed it. Sister Snake said happily. Well, it looks like he's right here. Lin Shi nodded his head calmly and looked around the magic beast ancient road. Still nothing. Therefore, he once again unleashed a simultaneous attack with golden thunder in the other direction, repeating the same trick, and the Lord of the Realm still chose to intercept it. Very well, the purpose has been accomplished. Lin Shi naturally wouldn't do those things that would harm the heavens and the earth, and his purpose for doing so was only to make the Lord of the extraterrestrial realm believe that he would really kill people. In that case, not only can you confirm your previous guesses, it was also able to divide its mind and help itself to defeat it in order to obtain more extraterrestrial news. What's going on here? The crowd was totally confused. Why did the golden dragon, who was on their side just a moment ago, turn out to be the one who wanted to hurt them? Instead, the lord of the extraterrestrial realm, who had instead become behaving strangely at the moment, turned into an umbrella for their protection. For a while, the crowd had trouble figuring it out. First look up. Only the black mist above the sky was dense and rising. The lord of the extraterrestrial domain wasn't made of clay, and he knew that if he continued like this, sooner or later, he would be caught. Instead of doing so, it would be better to turn passivity into initiative and use the attack to actively trap Lin Shi, not letting him attack those below. In this way, the natural danger was solved. Die for me. One time, the sky was covered in black mist in all directions, but what he didn't expect was, influenced by Lin Shi, Brother Panda instantly heeded the meaning and revealed a bad smile, getting those wraith minions of his to step up and keep going and unleashing little irrelevant skills to bombard those other people around here. Charge brothers, don't let these people get away. For a time, the entire magical beast ancient road was in complete chaos, with everyone attacking each other. Instead, things got worse. Getting it wrong. Trouble. These magical beasts are truly abominable. Time and time again, you have spoiled me and already have a way of taking your life. The lord of the extraterrestrial domain didn't expect that this action would actually irritate those magical beasts, triggering an even greater state of affairs that would be detrimental to him. He could only divide some of his strength and transform into a black shadow, heading below to block those magical beasts from attacking. Therefore, the figure that remained here currently only had 2/3 of his body's power left. Insidious tactics, but even so, you won't be my opponent, the Lord of the Outer Realms said with a certain tone, no longer wanting to give him the slightest chance to counterattack. Nearly 1,000 evil chains appeared in the black mist, directly blocking the pathway for Lin Shi to attack below. With my current power, I am indeed no match for him. However, Lin Shi did not feel worried. In the next moment, the light eyes looked into the distance, seemingly making a certain determination at this moment. Gather the power of all beings and recreate the Qiankuan, he said softly, and with Lin Shi letting out a low voice, the wind and clouds in the sky gradually changed. Thunder rose, and energy rioted, as if there was an endless amount of power surging in, and above the ancient road of magical beasts, Orochi suddenly had a feeling. Just now, the piece of dragon scale in his body seemed to sense something, and actually brought some of its power out, about 1/5 of his magic power. What was even more frightening was that the force had suddenly scurried out without his consent, and it's not just Yagyu Orochi. At this moment, the other 4 people who possessed dragon scales were equally alarmed, and at this moment, the power of their bodies was actually out of their control and taken away from them. It was as if the body had been emptied. All the power converged into Lin Shi's body, and for a moment, the magic power exploded. The original golden dragon that was only a dozen meters long, its body instantly changed into 100 meters snaking and circling from the air. Golden thunder continued to explode on his body. Above the dragon's horn, the small snake seemed to have been moisturized by this power as well, and the body of the original small snake had already taken on the posture of a transformed dragon. Lin Shi inside the golden dragon was even at this moment having a feeling of truly controlling the world. Is this the power of God? This is the power I will control when I finally evolve? No! Once my evolution is complete, I will be even more powerful than I am now, Lin Shi said with certainty. It was just a sudden change from the collection of power of those few dragon scales,
The reason Lin Shi didn't take back the dragon scale was so that they could nourish it. After all, something like a dragon scale would absorb all the magic around its existing body if it didn't follow his original owner. Provide for it in order to hear their commands. Just recall it as you go when you need it. Those of them are merely doing it for themselves. For nothing. Seeing Lin Shi's sudden surge in strength, the Lord of the Outer Regions was slightly surprised, but not surprised. For in this man he had heard too many legends. After being surprised, he immediately made his own power, wanting to do so before his power took shape. Knocked it out completely. Come on, let me see how powerful this power that has absorbed 5 dragon scales is. Lindsay had long since ceased to be the man he was before. Even if it was that arrogant 9-specter mastiff just now, if he fought with him in his current state, Lin Shi was certain that he would be able to hold him down and hammer him on the ground without the use of the Northern Dipper 7-star Grand Formation. This attack from the Lord of the Extraterrestrial Realm. He no longer felt any threat. With just a gentle wave, the Golden Thunderbolt had completely dispersed it, and the lightning took advantage of the momentum and shot directly in the direction of the Lord of the Outer Realm. Chapter 105, With you, I will never be alone in this life. Of course, this attack was just Lin Shi testing his skills in a small way, and he knew that he couldn't help the Lord of the Extraterrestrial Domain. But well, there must be a deeper meaning when you know it and do it. What can a mere thunderbolt do to me? The black mist filled the air and transformed into a solid thick shield, instantly blocking this attacking means of Lin Shi. The sneering words shook heaven and earth. For a moment, the aura of the Lord of the Domain surged, like it had completely suppressed the power of the Golden Dragon. I know that you are very powerful, but who said that this attack means of mine is against you? Lin Shi said with a smile, and did not take the matter to heart. In the next moment, as Lin Shi's fingers moved slightly, this golden lightning surprisingly bypassed the defense of the Lord of the Extraterrestrial Realm and then shot towards the 9 Phantom Mastiff, who was full of shock and no longer had his scales. Thunder raged. This power is no longer as soft as it was before. With this strike, it caused 9 specters simmering to not even be able to react, using his fleshly body to harden against the damage. It was because there were no more scales to protect the body. Instantly, he was electrocuted to the point where his whole body was convulsing, but only to the point of being electrocuted with a full body twitch. That huge attack just now seemed as if it was just Lin Shi's way of punishing the 9-specter mastiff a little bit. There were no further changes. It hurts. If I can't afford to mess with it, can't I still hide from it? The 9-specter mastiff quickly hid beside the Lord of the Extraterrestrial Realm, just in case Lin Shi launched another attack on him. After losing his scale armor defense, he was now completely scared and didn't dare to be arrogant by half. Although it was not true that he had the strength of the Star Realm, out of fear of the Dragon God and his own lack of skill in learning the art, he had instead gone to forcefully raise his realm. All of this made the strength of the 9 spectral mastiffs greatly reduced, and it simply could not have the true battle power of some of those Star Realm Imperial Beastmasters and magical beasts. Even if it was a heavenly rank magical beast, some of them he wasn't a match for. It was just that his defense was amazing. For you to be so cunning is simply abominable. I won't give you a second chance to strike. The Lord of the Domain looked at Lin Shi angrily. I really didn't expect him to have this sneak attack. Crocodile God Demon General, come out. It was a magical beast he was able to summon. The domain is different from the Blue Star, which uses its own strength to conclude a magical beast contract. One can harness 1, 2, or more magical beasts depending on their strength. And those outside the domain who were truly capable killed some of those high-level beasts. Their souls and bodies are then refined into their own puppets for their use. Known as the Demon General. They didn't know pain. They only knew how to kill. And they completely obeyed their master's orders. Therefore, the moment this Demon General came out, it caused Lin Shi's pressure to increase tremendously. What terrifying strength. The giant crocodile was about 40 to 50 meters long. Once he appeared, his figure covered a side of the sky, and there was not a trace of anger in his gaze. The giant crocodile opened its mouth and bit towards Lin Shi. Although I underestimated you all before, but this time when I get serious, you're no longer my opponent. Surrender quickly and I'll spare your life. Maybe we can still be friends. The Lord of the Domain said triumphantly, but what he didn't expect was this. Instead of surrendering, Lin Shi mockingly stood in the sky with a sneer. Sorry, you fell for it again. Would Sister Snake like to see fireworks? Now I'll put on a show for you. Lin Shi said with a smile. As soon as she heard the word fireworks, Sister Snake put on her 12-minute spirit. Watch the fireworks. Watch the fireworks. It's almost too much excitement to handle. Then, in the next moment, the Lord of the Extraterrestrial Realm knew what Lin Shi's reason for taunting him was. Right at this moment, the body of the 9-specter mastiff suddenly produced a violent expansion. The Lord of the Extraterrestrial Domain twisted his head around, and the smile that was still all over his face instantly became unsettled. You dog, get out of here. You're a success and a failure. The lord of the extraterrestrial domain cursed in pain and immediately prepared to shift. But it was also at this time that the 9 Hells Mastiff suddenly looked down at his body. The 7 stars above his body flickered and burned. Coupled with that lightning from before, the two reacted together and unexpectedly exploded out of his body with a boom. The energy of the star realm became the gunpowder in that explosion in an instant. The self-explosion power generated was enough to rival the terrifying attack means of some higher realms, and this was one of the most powerful skills that he, in this life, was capable of emitting, but also for the last time. This power was enough to make the lord of the extraterrestrial realm change color at the sight of it. One could only fight off Lin Shi's another assassination attempt on him with total defense and staying away. Boom! A loud bang seemed like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, instantly breaking the tranquility as terrifying energies rose up to the sky. Immediately afterward, a huge ball of fire shot up into the sky, its blazing light illuminating the entire sky. The shockwaves from this explosion spread rapidly in all directions with a mountainous momentum. Wherever it went, dust flew up, and the Imperial Beastmasters and magical beasts were blown straight up, blood and flesh flying, like glass shattering instantly. There was a lot of spilling. The air was filled with the pungent smell of explosions and rolling smoke, making it almost impossible to breathe. Black blazing fires raged around them, tongues of fire licking frantically at anything that could burn with a crackling, terrifying sound. The whole scene was as if the end had come. Lin Shi in this scene was not idle. He had counted the time. As soon as that explosion began, it darted directly toward the place outside the domain. In his hand, a long spear forged with golden thunder and flames, carrying infinite might, stabbed at the black mist, intent on killing it to death. No good. It's being counted again. I knew you were smart, but I didn't expect you to be smart enough to make me count on you several times in a row. Good. Very good. True to your name. I shall regard you as my opponent, starting today. But if you simply think that this kind of attack will be able to hurt me, you are mistaken. The lord of the extraterrestrial domain looked at the thunder lance that had pierced into his shoulder and was not annoyed. Instead, he looked at the golden dragon figure with some gazes of relief. With you, I shall not be alone in this life. Then left this no-sense words. Goodbye. I am very satisfied with today's outing. I believe we will meet again soon. The lord of the extraterrestrial reaches out a slender arm and pulls that weapon out of his body. Then with both hands, he gripped it and shattered it, scattering it all over the sky like stars. The giant crocodile had disappeared before it could strike. Next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. This is leaving? Lin Shi stood in the air looking into the distance, somewhat not quite understanding this brain circuit. But it's good to be gone. It's fortunate that it didn't continue to make a move, or else, it might have really had to spell out a lose-lose situation. Think about it. He lowered his head in delight and looked around. There were still some traces of the aftermath of the battle left in the air, but the sky had quieted down. All kinds of smoke and mirrors, but also began to gradually with the wind and dispersed, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 106, The Dragon God Emerges, shocking the 4 directions. In this year of the beast change disaster, the world shook. The 5 continents of the world, the 4 directions up and down the time of the change of the wind and clouds. Lin Shi, who was secretly delighted, didn't realize that there were an unknown number of eyes looking over in the world. Everything on the ancient road of the beasts. It had been noticed by all the magical beast clans within the dragon country, including other countries on the blue planet. There were also expressions of horror. It's the dragon god. I feel the power of the dragon god. He's finally resurrected. Someone knelt down. I knew that the time of the great change of 10,000 years would also be the time of the dragon god's return. The time to shout long live. Having waited long and hard, I have finally met his return. Welcome home, my lord dragon god. A silent, dark cave. 11 statues come to life. It is the statues inside the 12 zodiac signs, other than the dragon, each with a different color. It had been covered in cobwebs and dust, like it hadn't been cleaned in a million years. But right after Lin Shi summoned the 5 dragon scale powers and made the dragon power to repel the lord of the extraterrestrial domain. Instead, they look like they've come to life. From them, 11 men and women of different sexes managed to come out, their faces all full of surprise. Next moment, the 11 men and women each held a special magic treasure and turned into streams of light, heading towards the outer sky. The 5 dragon scale wielders went black before their eyes. They were the first to feel the awakening of the dragon god in this world, but the price paid for this was that 1/5 of the power in their bodies was taken away. It was only just now that the power returned. What to do? Should we run away? Escape? Can one escape? Once the dragon god awakens, the entire dragon kingdom will be his hatching place. Someone shouted in horror. Or else, while he's still in his evolutionary stage, let someone make a move to exterminate him, just in case he resurrects and liquidates us. It will be too late then. Kill the dragon god heir. That's half the idea of a dragon scale holder. Especially those family powers that had been relying on dragon scales for 10,000 years. Though Li, Han and Zhang families, it would be even more unlikely to hand over the dragon scales. On the contrary, the two guys, Orochi and Beast God, don't matter. The dragon scale is just a means they use to avoid trouble. Leaving the dragon scale, they are still divine beasts, but also still harbor fear of the dragon god. When the dragon god is angry, millions of corpses float and thousands of miles of blood are shed. This scene is no joke. Compared to the enemy out there, these thieves were afraid that their master would come back and take away their treasures. So they were even more afraid of the awakening of the dragon god, and they were even more cynical about his awakening, especially the Nine Hells demon monarch who took away the dragon's horn. Facing the awakening of the dragon god at this moment, not only did he not have the slightest bit of remorse, but instead, his heart rose up with a strong killing intent. It's just that he doesn't understand it either. Why was the place where this dragon god had awakened so close to where those magical beasts that had offended him were located? It was a bit of a coincidence. Moreover, the Chu family members he sent out have no news at this moment. Most likely they have been killed. Why were the ones he raised so useless? And what kind of relationship was there between the dragon god and the wraiths? Everything is intriguing. Not only within the dragon kingdom, but outside the dragon kingdom. There were people everywhere who had noticed the changes in this party. To the east, there is the Sakura kingdom, and the Eagle Sauce Kingdom across the sea. To the south, there is the Monkey Kingdom, the Elephant Kingdom, and to the north, there is the Woolly Bear Kingdom, all of which are eyeing this place. And a portion of the force had already arrived at the border of the Dragon Kingdom. It just happened to be at the same time that the Nine Hells demon monarch blocked the downtown paths of all parties with his dragon horns, and only then did he stop them outside, which was also considered unintentional. The purpose of their visit was very obvious. It was to plot the object of Huaxia's inheritance. And this object was in the hands of the dragon god. After the end of the fight, Lin Shi turned into his human form from his golden dragon state, with a phoenix mirror in his hand, 7 colored clouds on his feet, and a little sister sitting on his shoulder. He can be considered a winner in life. Elder Phoenix. Many thanks. He handed this phoenix mirror back to the phoenix. Previously, if it was not for relying on this treasure, when the royal enemy had not yet been issued, when facing the attacks of the 9 Spectre Mastiff as well as the Lord of the Extraterrestrial Realm, it was bound to be not so easy. Phoenix Senpai is gone. After a long period of silence, Chen Jujun suddenly said, and in her words, there was a faint layer of sadness. Elder Phoenix said that the world is in turmoil over this, and that in this world of great chaos, the opponents you meet will be the ones that will be the most powerful beyond the successive generations of dragon gods, the so-called long river of history. This Phoenix mirror will be given to you. She added quickly. It was obvious that there was some rushing and nervousness. Well, then, I'm flattered. Those who followed the shameless example of Emperor Han Tiandi, arching his hand, he peacefully took the phoenix mirror. After all, it was a treasure of the world. It could rival the dragon god's dragon horn back then. Didn't he mention this yet? Really forgot about it. This thing seems to have fallen into the hands of the 9 Devil Monarch. Well, get it back in a while. Taking away the treasure that belongs to me. And you want to steal my wife? This guy really doesn't know how to die. This BYD made Lindsay laugh. In addition, Elder Phoenix also wanted me to tell you that there is more than one copy of the power of the dragon god's inheritance. Chen Jujun then said seriously. He is the uncle of the dragon god, a red flame red dragon, who luckily escaped the heavenly calamity, and should be overseas, currently awakened and planning his power in secret. As soon as that thing shows up, at that time, he will come out to snatch the identity of the successor that truly belongs to the dragon god from you. So you have to raise your strength as soon as possible, and be careful not to let him take that thing away from you ahead of time. When saying these words, Chen Jujuan's words were very sincere, and his concern was overflowing. Yeah, Lindsay nodded. He probably knows that there is such a dragon exists, and the strength in the year is only weaker than the dragon god Align. At present, well, hiding in a piece of sea. A strong opponent indeed. As for the item that Chen Jujun had said was about inheritance, Lin Shi naturally knew better. Mortal dynasties, the fortune is hidden in the jade seal, and to obtain it is, to be appointed by heaven, both life and prosperity. The dragon god is also blessed with chi and can accommodate a nation of people and animals, all hidden within a single dragon pearl. If you get it, you can get the full inheritance of the dragon god. Any more? Watching Chen Jujun keep swallowing, Lindsay asked again. He's busy. He's in a hurry to go down there and meet Panda, and then get them to go out and put some strings on that 9 Devil Monarch. This guy offended himself. We can't let him get away with this. There is, isn't there? Said Chen Jujun. her face suddenly reddening, and Sonic Firehound tried to say something, but she covered the dog's mouth and said, "No more, that's all." Almost didn't suffocate Sonic Firehound. Lindsay nodded. It fell straight from the sky to Brother Panda's side. Totally did not notice behind Shinjujun. More and more shy red as blood face. With that, because of him, the heart leaps wildly. Chapter 107, Fond Memories. Hello Big Brother, I'll light your cigarette. Big Brother really worked hard. Eat skewers. Hey, just now the brothers are also considered to be hard work. Big Brother when to send red packets. Lindsay just walked down. A large group of magical beasts then came up in black and surrounded the place, shouting excitedly, skewers in hand, cigarettes lit, completely treating Lin Shi as if he was like an Earth Emperor, but more like some Yakuza Big Brother. Holy, can you guys be a little more reserved? Lin Shi was speechless as he brought over the things in their hands, but because it was a golden energy body incarnation, neither smoking nor eating skewers. As a result, those magical beasts ran up to him and squeezed his shoulders, and they wanted to show him their recent growth and show off their shoulder muscles and whatnot. It's childish. It was not at all as awesome as it usually was. As of right now, these overbearing and incomparable magical beasts weren't too different from those animals in the zoo, just that they could talk. And the scene, directly, Xiao Qian, Zhong Ling, and Chen Zhujun, who had just come down next to him, laughed. All of them are also happy. So this is what a brother-in-law looks like. It's really kind of cool. It's no wonder Big Sister was able to like him amongst 10,000 people, and he's even gained the recognition of the dragon god. Xiao Qian stared at Lin Shi like a nymphomaniac, and that ice cat of hers couldn't help but go up and rub Lin Shi's ankle already. The meaning was clear. Lord Dragon God, can you reward Meow Meow with something? I've been selling my art for you. Meow. This spineless little thing. Xiao Qian was so angry that she stomped her foot behind her. I am too embarrassed to go up to touch people. You are good. Directly go up and rub. Your sister-in-law. A cat with ice attributes? What a cute meow. I also want to give you something, but I came in a hurry. This 9 phantom mastiff scales. Let's consider it a gift for you. Lin Shi happily petted the little ice cat. Reaching out, a scale came out of the air. This thing was extremely hard. If a bullet-type magic attacked it, as long as it didn't have the astral realm, it wouldn't be able to create a single bit of damage at all. It's kind of a little phallic. Petting the kitten and then looking at Xiao Qian, who looked almost exactly like Xiao Chu next to her. A burst of memories could not help but enter Lin Shi's brain. The past is beyond recall. He still clearly remembered Xiao Chu and him back then on campus, walking in the playground after dinner. Also co-fostered a large group of stray cats. As the sun set, the shadows were stretched so long that he held little Chu's hand, and then waited quietly for those intoxicating red lips to take the initiative to kiss him on the face. And in that moment, the world was quiet. It was as if only the two of them existed in the world. Tenderness and happiness wrapping him up at the same time. What a wonderful memory. It's just a pity that things have changed. The global beast has changed. And nowadays, all these beautiful things can only appear in memories. Lin Shi shook his head. The eyes traveled through that beautiful time and space, and then came back to reality. This world full of people. Big Brother, the harvest this time is not small. Brother Panda walked up and directly had a panda hug with Lin Shi, barely missing him. This entire 9 netherworld mastiff scale, if we can make it into a pair of battle armor, we will definitely be invincible. Brother Panda said happily. Lindsay thought the same thing. Not only that, but it could be used as a research item to develop stronger battle armor. At this point, Owl walked up excitedly. Big Brother, I've already researched that demonic scorpion from before. It was discovered that the reason he was able to increase his value infinitely had something to do with a virus within his body. I named him the Z-virus. Any magical beast with this virus, whenever there is damage to a part of the body, then it can immediately prompt the regeneration of muscle tissue, but at the cost of robbing the living body of its own energy. Just in terms of effectiveness, it's not a very bad thing. On the contrary, it's a very successful piece of research. Not only can it treat some disabled patients, but it is able to be used in the course of actual combat to get it. Big Brother, do you think we can use this kind of thing? He was waiting for Lin Shi's reply, as studied by Owl. Whether it was that half-human, half-scorpion human demon or the Orochi, they all had such a virus in their bodies, though their origins were unknown. However, if it was extracted and then a large number of copies were placed in their bodies, then it could be imagined that the increase in combat power would be enormous. The only drawback is that it eats up the host's life force when regenerating a limb. This has led to unforeseen problems. Well, let me think about that for a moment, Lin Shi said with some hesitation. In fact, he didn't think it was entirely a bad thing, rather, an advancement in technology. It's just that the consequences of using this virus without a thorough understanding are unpredictable. And for such unknown, uncontrollable things, Lindsay generally has reservations. This matter will be put aside for the time being and will be discussed at a later date. After chatting with all about business, Brother Panda came back up and then asked with a gossipy face, "Big brother, do you know the story of the ancient world of Warcraft back then? Tell us about it. I'm curious about that part of history." In fact, not only was Brother Panda curious, but the other wraiths were also curious about that period of history that was vague, but closely related to them. This let Shinju-jun tell you guys. Now the time is coming. I have to go back. The story was too long. She didn't want to spend more time here. It was better to go back and lie down comfortably. Shinju-jun had already received all of the Phoenix's inheritance, including its memories, so there was no excuse for letting her speak. Upon hearing this, Shinju-jun was naturally willing to agree. Only the scarlet that had just gone down on his face was now up again, shy as could be. Yes, I'll speak. Shinju-jun sneaked a look at Linshi. Whenever I think of the words the Phoenix said to her, what the daughter of heaven's destiny, what the dragon and Phoenix combined cultivation technique, what the yin and yang chaos, the dragon and Phoenix sleep, it just feels like the whole thing is giddy. You all help me to do one thing now. That nine-specter demon lord from before knows all about it, right? Before leaving, she suddenly added, revealing a silky smile. We are going to do a couple of big things and won't be able to get to your sister-in-law in time to save her. So, anyway, I'll just say one thing. Don't let him revive so quickly. Didn't you guys get that treasure arc from the Chu family before? It's just right to use it now. At that, Brother Panda's eyes were filled with excitement. He had long since looked at the Nine-Devil Monarch in a bad light. Never got the chance. Okay, big brother. Don't worry. You can leave this to me. Properly. Brother Panda said firmly. Chapter 108, The Roadrunner's Big Earnings. Asked Shinju-jun about the rest. She finished and greeted the other magical beasts. Finally, he tenderly stroked his snake sister's head. The golden figure immediately dissipated from the air, and from the moment she disappeared, Brother Panda, and the gentleness in the eyes of these magical beasts, they all dissipated in a flash. It turned into a look of indignation towards the Nine Hells Demon Lord, as well as a teasing look. Big brother even runs so handsomely. We're really a bunch of happy magical beasts, Sister Peacock said. She took on the look of the purple haze fairy from the movie, and made a point of posing as a nymphomaniac. Wretch, just looking at you makes me want to puke. A magical beast sneered. Big brother's handsome is nothing to speak of, but with this look, you're simply disgracing big brother. At those words, Sister Peacock was instantly enraged. A small tornado was formed as soon as a wing was flapped over, and this was her true strength. Without the Lord of the Extraterrestrial to observe, they had to be careful, but there wasn't too much need to disguise some of their skill releases. A group of magical beasts whimpered and fought together, causing Shinju-jun next to him to be greatly embarrassed. I have one more thing to tell you. Please stop your hands for a while, she said gently. It seemed that after receiving the inheritance of the Phoenix, not only did his appearance and figure undergo some slight transformation, making him more and more attractive, it was as if even his own personality had changed. Zhongling enthusiastically came over and helped Shinju-jun to stop these magical beasts from fighting. That stupid look made everyone laugh out loud when they looked at it. Shinju-jun spared her a glance. This is what your big brother asked me to tell you, so please listen to it. Count me as begging you. Shinju-jun said again with pleading words. This is about the hidden secrets of the ancient past. Brother Panda heard the keyword and immediately reacted, stopping these magical beasts from fighting. And at the moment those around them, originally based on the number of people, also he had some kind of idea about them, but after seeing the earth-shaking scene of the fight, they were immediately scared away from this place. Holy, that's just horrible. Just now I thought they were just some ordinary magical beasts, but I didn't expect the strength to be no weaker than ours, and it seems like every single one of them is strong. Go! By the way, I heard that the Li clan has sent people, as if they're coming to deal with these magical beasts. It's not just the Li family. I heard that there are two other big families, a Zhang family and a Han family. Wow, these are not masters to be messed with. They all seem to have come to seek revenge on these magical beasts. Well, this is going to be a good one. These people gloated, but right after they said those words, suddenly a group of people found them, saying that they wanted to make a bet together or something, just betting on whether or not these clans could be able to help these magical beasts. After a mouthful, those of them betting on the wraiths to win. Some other people, because they had heard of the greatness of the Zhang, Han and Li families, had put all their money on those people to win. Because of these things, originally ready to leave, the people gathered more and more, but from this beast on the ancient road, formed a small man-made attractions, there are people began to sell tea. Take advantage of this opportunity to earn some extra money. Brother Panda also bought some tea. Go there and take a look. Good guy. They are all acquaintances. Feelings of money-making people are followed up before their own. And even the tea is exempted for them. Since you're all seated, I'll start talking now.
Chen Zhujun smiled in satisfaction.
The wraiths below were lined up in a small square formation. This appearance, to be as good as good.
Not the slightest bit of the previous ferocious temper.
Partly because of Panda's suppression. On the other hand,
it was because she had obtained the Phoenix inheritance and possessed the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. Brother Panda returned the jade pendant to her.
In terms of seniority, in fact, Chen Zhujuan's current status was one level higher than them. The magical beasts. Only, no one talked about this. Little Sunflower Mommy class is in session. Telling stories is my favorite thing to listen to, and it's even better when they're told in a lively and interesting way. All sit down and start talking. The wraiths grinned and interjected themselves down below. You and I making another racket. I was going to ask what we're going to do next. Is it to save my sister-in-law, or to do some other task?
This was also a question that the other magical beasts were curious about. One couldn't just go straight to save his sister-in-law after fighting the 9-Devil Monarch.
That would be too boring.
They are still at the age where they want to play.
Don't worry. Your sister-in-law won't have any problems. The 9-Devil Monarchs will not be able to become a climate at all.
Ever since obtaining the Phoenix's inheritance, Chen Zhujuan's entire person had become more and more confident. Even for the 9 Spectres Demon Lord who was only in the legend, there was actually a feeling of not being able to put it in one's eyes. As well as that so-called beast god that could cause harm to their Dragon Kingdom's Imperial Beast Army. She didn't feel half as much of a threat to her now.
We have more important things to do now. Have you guys ever heard of what it means to fight for heavenly fortune? Heaven's fortune is about the rise and fall of a country. That kind of thing can't be seen, can't be touched, but it does exist, right here in our Dragon Kingdom. The next thing we're going to do is this, Chen Zhujun said in a gentle voice. Heavenly fortune is inscrutable and untouchable, but it does exist in the world. The last time, an army of magical beasts led by the dragon god left that heavenly fortune in the Dragon Kingdom by defeating the experts of various other countries. That's what made Huaxia prosperous afterward. However, because of this global beast change, the Dragon Kingdom was shaken and the heavenly fortune was loosened to become ownerless again, so it attracted other countries to fight for it again. Moreover, according to Lin Shi's perception, people from various other countries had begun to converge on Huaxia. The purpose is to fight for this heavenly fortune. Because of the limited amount of time he could possess this time, he had entrusted Chen Zhujun with this matter. As for the specific ways to take over the sky to utilize it, 10,000 years ago, ring battles were used, with each country taking turns in the ring to see who would stand at the end. Whoever wins the heavenly fortune. I wonder what will be used this time. Oh, so that's it, I see. But again, don't quite get it. Anyway, it's good to have a fight. Heavenly fortune is just luck. Won't we be able to fight with foreigners able to fight then? And what kind of words do their magical beasts speak? Yagyu? Or English? That's too funny. The wraiths hemmed and hawed again. Not the slightest realization of what a ring battle means, and what they would be up against. Instead, they are more interested in storytelling. Because they were fearless, they also spared Chen Zhujuan's mouth. The conversation ended quickly. That, 10,000 years ago. Why did our predecessors fail? Another magical beast asked. One must realize that without that previous failure, it would have been impossible for the seniors to enter the Dragon Soul Jade Pendant and then inherit the power for them to use. Thus all the wraiths were curious. And this question had just been exported. But after sniffing, it caused Chen Zhujuan's heart to sink violently. Chapter 109, Is there any justice? Is there any law? Chen Zhujun was slightly stunned. In fact, regarding the failure of the ancient magical beast, she knew it very well in her heart and remembered it vividly. Just for a moment, she thought of those sad things, that scene after tragic scene, and could not help but make a burst of pain well up in her heart. Under that great battle, because of the traitor's betrayal, all of the skills of these magical beasts of theirs were known to the other side, so much so that it just started to come out. They were then killed by the other party who directly found their respective destinies and killed them in a miserable death. It's the dragon god with his extraordinary magic, ingested their souls into the dragon and phoenix jade pendant and forcibly changed the talent of each magical beast, looking forward to them coming back again someday. As for himself, he had fought the extraterrestrials alone with the power of a single god. Even when the opposite side knew all of his skills, he still decimated almost all of the other side's extraterrestrials. Only that at that time, he hadn't thought of any good way to completely eliminate them for a while, and he himself, because of the exhaustion of his magical power, didn't have any way to blockade the dragon soul into the dragon soul jade pendant. The body, on the other hand, sleeps somewhere, That's the whole story of those events back then, and why Brother Panda has kept you guys out of the way, just to avoid tragedy. As a matter of fact, from now on, until you deal with that extraterrestrial lord, you should all remain mysterious, and even if you must fight with someone, you should hide your great skills. Chen Jujun looked like he was guarding against something, especially emphasizing that second sentence with particular care. Previously, ever since she had fought with the lord of the extraterrestrial realm, she had always felt that there was something familiar about that guy. It even felt like watching them from nearby. The discovery made her jittery. Report, I have one more question, Old Goose suddenly said in a voice. The other wraiths laughed out loud. Feelings are not the slightest bit of. Chen Jujun said those words in the heart. Has been non-stop in the following whispering, discussing some have and have not. We would like to ask, back then, Lord Phoenix and Lord Dragon God, did they really end up together? Yeah. Is there a little baby? Geez, I guess there must have been. Back then, the two of them looked as good as glue to outsiders. Speaking of which, the snake sister felt unhappy again. She hated that someone was stealing the dragon brother from her. A group of magical beasts all started gossiping. They'd been curious about this for a long time. I just never dared to ask back then. Now seizing the opportunity to meet a well-bullied Chen Jujun, he was sure to get to the bottom of the matter. And Chen Jujun's cheeks reddened for a moment. What's wrong with all this? Phoenix-sama and Dragon God-sama are just friends who have a good relationship, and although they have mutual love for each other, they are not really together yet. The most common thing the two have done together is to take a walk together. Then they start playing chess and negotiating about life. Or maybe they sit down and have a cup of herbal tea. Then, finally, when they were about to spill their guts, they tacitly and simultaneously kept silent to each other. No one would give their heart away. It's really just a thin layer of window paper. And once it's poked through, given who they were at the time as well as their emotions, it's 100% certain that they'll be together. But it's just so close to being a good fit. They both agree that life is close to endless, so there's no need to rush things emotionally. But everything was not as it should have been. No one could have imagined that the Lord of the Outer Regions would come when he said he would, and deal them a heavy blow at once. Separation of life and death. That's why the Phoenix told her Chen Jujun when it was about to dissipate. You have to learn to take chances. The so-called flowers can be folded straight must be folded. Do not wait for no flowers empty branches. Even if it is a long life, there will be a day when it disappears too. The past is gone. Irretrievable. The future is yet to come and you can't control it at all. Only what's in front of you is real. Being able to learn to seize the moment is what makes you strong. What the hell? So it's not together. Happy for nothing. But why is it obvious that Lord Phoenix and Lord Dragon God are in love? Yet they can't be together? The wraiths said in disappointment. They knew very little about feelings, and only felt some pity for the Dragon God and Lord Phoenix. For them, not interested in this at all. Brother Panda. What he wanted to do more right now was to immediately set off and give that nine hells demon lord a brutal beating. Peacock quickly cast a treasure art. The treasure art that he had previously obtained from the Chu family had been learned by Sister Peacock in her idleness. No one was willing to listen to the story about the relationship between the Phoenix and the Dragon God anymore. But instead, Zhong Ling, a foolish and uncaring fellow, left 2 lines of tears after listening to what Chen Jujun had told him. Xiao Qian, on the other hand, was thoughtful. His brows stayed furrowed as he recalled the golden figure from earlier, his face quite haggard. After Chen Jujun had finished telling this story, she was also deeply caught up in it, perhaps because of the power of the Phoenix that she had inherited. Lin Shi's figure was always looming in front of her eyes, sometimes appearing at first glance. All 3 women were in a bit of a state, but no wraith would pay them any mind. And soon, the Phoenix cast a treasure art and built a bridge of emptiness across the place. Within the 9 septic cave, the 9 devil monarch was working hard to absorb the magic power transmitted from all over the Dragon Kingdom with the help of the Dragon's Horn. The Dragon's Horn is something left by the Dragon God. Not only does it symbolize authority, and it's also capable of mobilizing the power of the Dragon Kingdom. Right now, the 9 devil monarch was enjoying this process, revealing a greedy and satisfied face. He also had to make use of this piece of magic treasure to transform into a dragon in one fell swoop with the help of this global beast change. When I succeed in my evolution after absorbing the magic power of the entire Dragon Kingdom with my dragon horn, no one will be my opponent then, he said arrogantly. What beast god? What Orochi? And what transcendent magical beasts will all prostrate themselves under my feet? I am the only god on this earth. On top of that, the 9 Sephiroth demon lord also coveted the heavenly fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, which was why he had to open his plan to transform himself into a true dragon ahead of time. Naturally, he also sensed that heavenly will in the underworld, as well as the experts who kept stepping into the Dragon Kingdom from the sea, above the land, and above the sky. But in his eyes, None of these people are worth a damn. And the only thing that threatened him were the incredibly disgusting magical beasts he had last seen, even knocked a bone out of him, cooked and boiled for soup. It's just not human. Those guys are just abominable. Don't let me meet them again or else. However, the nine-devil monarch had just finished speaking. However, he suddenly realized that a space-time vortex had appeared in front of him, and he immediately recognized it. This was his means of saving the Chu family's lives. Then a panda's head emerges from it. Nine devils? Asterisk 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 the sky is falling. These goddamned magical beasts have found their way to his home? Is there any heavenly justice left? No. Is there any king's law left?